Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 2201. Chapter 2201, 2201. Chapter 2201, Stepping onto the Other Shore, the Spectacle of 10,000 Waterfalls. Lin Moya crossed the Star River of Laws, letting the huge waves hit him without hindrance. He walked faster and faster, almost running in the Star River of Laws. Along the way, he picked up several items, all of which were materials composed of the undying law. Finally, Lin Moya saw the shore, not far from him. At this moment, his realm had reached the 9th level of the Divine Sovereign. The 9th level of the Divine Sovereign is also known as the Peak Divine Sovereign. Since he started cultivating, his realm had increased at the fastest speed in these few days. From the 5th level of the Divine Sovereign, he advanced almost one level every half day. Until now, he stepped into the 9th level, and as long as he crossed over and reached the shore, he would be in the other shore realm. Suddenly, the scene in front of him changed. Layers of mist rolled in, and the shore in his sight began to blur and quickly recede. Just as he was about to reach the other shore, the distance increased again. Lin Moya's heart tightened, realizing what had happened to him. He had not only reached the 9th level of the Divine Sovereign but had also directly reached the half-step other shore realm. Now, the real crossing of the Star River began. All Divine Sovereigns were like this, swimming in the Star River of Laws, moving towards the other shore, until they reached their limit and could not move an inch further. Back then, Zhu Kaiwa was like this, reaching the 9th level of the Divine Sovereign and then unable to advance any further, clearly seeing the other shore but unable to cross over, until he had an epiphany and understood how to step onto the other shore, reaching the half-step other shore realm. Then he opened the blood path to the shore, paving the way with blood to help him reach the shore. Unfortunately, this shortcut was wrong. The real method was to cross on one's own, but that was too difficult. Now, in the entire human race, only Lin Mohan and Xiao Wu had crossed to the other shore with their own abilities. Even the Heavenly Saint Sovereign used the blood path to the shore to achieve the other shore realm. The shortcut brought a large number of other shore realms, but it also damaged their foundations, preventing them from truly reaching the peak. With the talent of the Heavenly Saint Sovereign, even if he could not walk the divine path, becoming a half-step supreme should not be a problem. Now the main course begins. Lin Moya smiled slightly and walked through the mist alone. Boom! A huge force surged, hitting him. On the Star River of the Undying Law, the power of the laws permeated, forming large gray and white hands. The large hands continuously slapped towards Lin Moya, trying to prevent him from crossing the river. Want to stop me? No way. Lin Moya snorted coldly, his undying golden body burning fiercely, undying flames spraying out, surrounding him and blocking all the giant hands of the laws. The same was true in the soul world, where the power of the soul swept out, and the soul-slaying sword moved like lightning, destroying all the large hands that came. Lin Moya continued to stride forward, heading towards the other shore. He wanted to see the scenery after stepping onto the other shore, to see what was on the other side of the Star River of Laws. Step by step, each step was steady. Flames flowed all over his body, blocking the impacts of the laws again and again. He walked for a long time, forgetting the time, until he saw the other shore again. Lin Moya's mouth showed a victorious smile. Fortunately, I have the undying golden body. If it were just the purple gold body, the pressure would be much greater. Lin Moya knew that the purple gold body was enough for him to step onto the other shore, but it would be much more difficult and would take more time. The distance to the other shore was getting closer and closer. 10 steps, 8 steps, 6 steps. With only 6 steps left, the undying law condensed again, and at this moment, the entire undying law was in turmoil. The undying law condensed into 2 divine dragons, one pure white, exuding an extremely rich life force. The other was gray, carrying a terrifying aura of death. The 2 divine dragons rushed towards Lin Moya simultaneously, crashing heavily into him. The undying golden body exploded with flames, forcibly shaking off the 2 giant dragons of the laws. Lin Moya only took half a step back before stabilizing himself and continued to move forward. The 2 divine dragons of the laws roared and rushed towards Lin Moya again. Halfway, they fused into one, turning into a gray and white divine dragon, crashing towards Lin Moya. To achieve the other shore realm, one must pass the test, which came from the Star River of Laws. It wouldn't be fatal, but if one couldn't pass, they couldn't achieve the other shore realm. The shortcut of the blood path to the shore was to pave the way with blood, avoiding these tests. Lin Moya's undying golden body burned fiercely, and he punched out with undying flames. The fist collided with the divine dragon of the laws, and the undying flames exploded, forcibly dispersing the divine dragon of the laws. The divine dragon of the laws dissipated and exploded, turning into pure undying law, merging into Lin Moya's body. Lin Moya felt that at least one-fifth of his undying law had been sublimated in an instant, transforming from the power of the laws to the power of the rules. The undying rule was very strong, much more effective than the laws. Lin Moya smiled and took the last 3 steps, completely stepping onto the other shore. In an instant, the waves calmed, all the mist disappeared, and the star river of laws was behind him. Lin Moya's eyes were bright, and the power of the rules surged in his body. After crossing the star river of laws, one-fifth of his laws had been sublimated into the power of the rules. Those who took the shortcut to the other shore realm had to sublimate all their power of the rules bit by bit, and the speed of sublimation between the two was incomparable, with a huge difference. Lin Moya estimated that it would take him at most decades to transform all the power of the laws into the power of the rules. Other shore realms would take at least hundreds, even thousands of years. Zhu Kaiwu, with his high talent, took more than 100 years just to transform the power of the rules after achieving the other shore realm. With the improvement of his realm, the next step was the upgrade of his techniques. Lin Moya knew very well that his techniques would undergo a significant upgrade. Every time he crossed a major realm, it was like this. He was also looking forward to what the techniques of the other shore realm would be like. But before that, he wanted to take a good look at the other shore. This was what Lin Mohan told him. Even the Hossein sovereign did not remind him of this. Because they took the shortcut, although they also stepped onto the other shore, it was not perfect and did not receive true recognition. They would leave the Star River of Laws immediately after completing it. But Lin Moya stepped onto the other shore with his own ability, so he was qualified to stay on the other shore for a while. Lin Mohan specifically reminded him to seize this opportunity and take a good look. Lin Moya naturally dared not disobey his elder sister's words, as it would result in a beating. So after stepping onto the other shore, he immediately looked into the distance. He felt like he had entered a peculiar world, with waterfalls pouring down from the sky in the distance. That is, the Star River of Laws. Lin Moya was shocked, seeing countless star rivers of laws. The star rivers of laws hung in the void, turning into waterfalls and forming the spectacle of 10,000 waterfalls. Countless laws fell into a vast, illusory ocean. The ocean floated in the void, colorful and incredibly beautiful. The water of 10,000 colors. At the moment he saw the ocean of laws, Lin Moya instinctively thought of the water of 10,000 colors. The two were too similar, incredibly similar. The water of 10,000 colors is known as the ancestor of all waters, with a strong amplification ability for all techniques. The water of 10,000 colors can naturally integrate into various laws without any discomfort. Seeing this scene, Lin Moya finally understood why the water of 10,000 colors could achieve such an effect. The water of 10,000 colors is composed of various laws. It can be said that the water of 10,000 colors is the essence of the laws, which is why it has such a magical effect. Lin Mohan naturally wouldn't let Lin Moya only look at the water of 10,000 colors, there was something else to see. Chapter 2202. Chapter 2202, 2202. Chapter 2202, could it be a Dao Sovereign's treasure? With limited time, Lin Moya's attention did not linger too long on the spectacle of 10,000 waterfalls and the colorful water. Instead, he looked along the Rule Ocean towards a more distant place. Straining his eyes to the limit, at the farthest point his gaze could reach, Lin Moya finally saw an unusual scene. It was a giant gourd, and all the colorful water gathered and flowed towards it. The gourd was inverted, with its mouth generating an enormous suction force, drawing in all the colorful water. However, there were many gaps in the gourd's body, and much of the colorful water leaked out through these openings. This leaked colorful water disappeared into the void, its destination unknown. The distance was too great to see clearly, but Lin Moya sensed that the colorful water flowing outside and the colorful water leaking from the gourd were not the same. Though both were colorful water, after passing through the gourd, it had undergone a change. Lin Moya stared unblinkingly, wanting to see more clearly. Logically, he should move closer, as the closer he got, the clearer he would see. But he couldn't move. Lin Mohan had told him he could only look, not move. Because what he saw was not the real scene before him, but possibly a projection from some mysterious place. 9. Lin Moya understood this, just like when his techniques were sublimated, he saw the symbols of the great world. 4. It didn't mean he actually went there, he could only see but not touch, and couldn't even move a bit. 8. Any movement would shatter all the illusions. 2. It could be said that apart from moving his eyes and slightly bending his head, Lin Moya couldn't move a single finger on his entire body. For he observed carefully, again from the Rule waterfalls, to the colorful ocean, to the giant leaking gourd, and the colorful water leaking from the gourd. 3. Finally, he noticed a clue. 3. My thinking was too shallow. The colorful water is not simply a fusion of various rules. Even if all the rules were completely fused, it wouldn't result in such terrifying amplification as the colorful water. 5. What truly gives the colorful water its miraculous power is this leaking gourd. The colorful water is drawn in, goes through a cycle inside, and when it leaks out, it possesses that miraculous power. And the colorful water I obtained was what leaked out. Finally understanding, Lin Moya realized that this gourd might be a terrifyingly powerful treasure, perhaps even surpassing the heavenly sovereigns. Something that could create the ancestor of all waters, Lin Moya felt, was more powerful than a heavenly sovereign. He had encountered heavenly sovereigns and understood them to some extent, and he felt they couldn't reach this level. Could it be a Dao sovereigns? Lin Moya pondered in his heart. Dao sovereigns certainly existed, as many heavenly sovereigns were pursuing this realm, so how could it not exist? It's just that becoming a Dao sovereign was too difficult, and no heavenly sovereign had managed it yet. If this gourd was an item of a Dao sovereign, then it wouldn't be surprising. After all, at that level, many things become inconceivable. Lin Moya continued to watch, engraving everything he saw into his mind. He observed with extreme care, recording everything around him. Faintly, he saw some even more peculiar scenes. These scenes came from the water leaking from the gourd, reflecting some bizarre worlds within them. Then the scenes shattered, and everything returned to reality. Lin Moya left the Rule Star River. The immortal Rule Star River, with a rumble, as if congratulating Lin Moya, automatically flew to his feet. When others cross the Star River and achieve the other shore, the Rule Star River descends from above onto their bodies, which is a form of recognition. But for Lin Moya, from beginning to end, the Rule Star River was always beneath his feet, as it was before, so it is now. He had long since risen above the Rule Star River. At his feet, 4 Rule Star Rivers flickered simultaneously, their light reflecting off each other, as if they were one entity. Finally reached the other shore. I wonder how my techniques have changed. After years of cultivation, he finally stepped into the other shore realm, considered a true powerhouse in today's world. There are less than 100 other shore realm cultivators in the human race, and Lin Moya was now one of them. In terms of combat power, the other shore realm is nothing in Lin Moya's eyes. Even against a Saint Sovereign, Lin Moya felt he could fight and possibly win. Upon formally reaching the other shore realm, the first sensation was that his soul had taken another step forward. Lin Moya felt his soul had reached the peak of Saint Sovereign. He vaguely touched a bottleneck, which felt like a high wall or iron barrier, difficult to overcome. In the process of cultivation, he rarely encountered bottlenecks, and even when he occasionally did, he could break through them easily. But this bottleneck gave Lin Moya a sense of powerlessness, as if it were impossible to cross. Is it because the God's path is broken? To become a supreme, one needs to step on the God's path. With the God's path broken, becoming a supreme seems hopeless. Lin Moya sighed slightly in his heart. It wasn't truly hopeless, just that the alternative path was equally challenging and difficult. For now, he set aside the matter of the God's path, as it wasn't something that could be resolved quickly. Besides the strengthening of his soul, his immortal golden body also became stronger with the realm advancement. Lin Moya felt that with just his immortal golden body alone, he could challenge any other shore realm cultivator. Without using any techniques, just his fists could kill an other shore realm cultivator. Those who haven't cultivated their physical bodies can't comprehend the terrifying power that comes with a strong body. After sensing his own strength, Lin Moya began to examine his soul world. The soul world had undergone the most significant changes. The soul world had become even more vast, expanding at least tenfold, truly like an independent world. The rule world still only maintained its shape, but in terms of scale, it was not much different from a Saint Sovereign's rule world. The size of the soul world, to a certain extent, determines one's strength. In most cases, the larger the soul world, the stronger one is. The smaller the soul world, the weaker one is, and the rule world constructed later will also be weaker. In the soul world, myriad points of starlight were scattered about, formed from refined starlight, twinkling and adorning this world, bringing light and vitality. Under the illumination of myriad starlight were numerous technique star cores. High above all was still infinite fusion, the most special. Although it was only a technique sun, it could dominate all technique star cores. Even origin techniques had to submit to it. The rules of infinite fusion were self-contained. Lin Moya suspected it might be chaos rules, but he had no evidence. However, this thing had already developed basic intelligence. Perhaps one day it would be able to speak, and then they could communicate. Below infinite fusion were 3 origin techniques: gather strength, strengthen army, and resurrect the dead. Gather strength and strengthen army were already too powerful on their own. Lin Moya's advancement to the other shore realm didn't affect them much. In fact, with each advancement, these 2 origin techniques changed very little. Lin Moya could understand this. After all, they weren't his own techniques, so he didn't expect much change. As long as they were usable, it was fine. Next was Resurrect the Dead, which had fused with the origin seed of the immortal flame. Resurrect the Dead was his own technique. After fusing with the origin seed of the immortal flame, it successfully advanced to an origin technique, greatly enhancing its effects. And with his advancement to the other shore realm, Resurrect the Dead was strengthened once again. This is the difference between one's own techniques and external techniques. Lin Moya checked the specific changes in Resurrect the Dead. There were no major changes, only alterations in time and quantity. The existence time changed from 1,000 days to 2,000 days, and the total number changed from 1 billion to 2 billion. Both time and quantity doubled, and it could still be put into dormancy to extend the existence time. It was already strong enough, and being able to strengthen further made Lin Moya very satisfied. Chapter 2203. Chapter 2203, 2203. Chapter 2203, Combat Power to directly challenge a Saint Sovereign. Under the 3 major origin techniques, there are 5 passive techniques. Lin Moya was very clear about how important these 5 passive techniques are. In his own battles, the role of these 5 passive techniques is not inferior to those attack techniques. They are still at the white star level and have not undergone qualitative changes, but their effects have been enhanced. The number of resurrections for the undead spirit has increased from 6 to 7, and the cooldown time has been reduced from 90 seconds to 80 seconds. As a result, the undead legion has become even harder to kill, indirectly increasing its combat power. Next are the 2 resistance techniques, physical resistance and elemental resistance. Their role is to reduce damage. Because of their existence, the undead can almost always win against opponents of the same level. After all, when you hit me, the damage is reduced, turning a serious injury into a minor one. And when I hit you, you suffer a serious injury. Over time, the gap widens completely. The two resistance techniques have increased their rule-based damage reduction from 5 times to 6 times, and their law-based damage reduction has increased to 2 times. Damage transfer and status immunity remain unchanged, with no significant changes. Lin Moyo, like an emperor, inspected his techniques as if reviewing his troops. In addition to the origin techniques and passive techniques, a faint white mist appeared on the other techniques. They originally carried rules, and now some of these rules have sublimated into the power of laws, making the techniques stronger. The level is still at the white star level, but the strength of the techniques has changed. The technique representing the undead gaze, the white star, has unknowingly ignited the undead flame. It exudes an aura somewhat similar to the bone hell. Lin Moyo found that it seemed to be approaching the bone hell, with signs of fusion between the two techniques. The power of the undead gaze has always followed the level of cultivation. Now, using the undead gaze can completely severely injure those at the other shore realm. Some souls at the weaker end of the other shore realm might even be killed instantly. Corpse explosion has also become stronger, with its power increasing from 100% of the corpse's life force to 120%. Although it only increased by 20%, it is enough to instantly kill enemies of the same level and even kill enemies across levels. The Undead Wings technique at the White Star level has incorporated spatial laws, while the Time Curse technique at the White Star level has incorporated time laws. They did not carry the undead laws but directly chose laws that matched themselves for fusion. Different laws have caused some changes in the two techniques. Undead Wings, White Star level summon undead wings, carrying spatial laws, opening the space gate, which can cross distances depending on the level of cultivation. Time Curse, White Star level continuously burns the target's soul, causing continuous damage to the soul, while comprehensively reducing the target's various abilities. The technique carries time laws, allowing the caster to control the duration of the soul burn, with a maximum of 100 years and a minimum of 3 seconds to unleash all damage. The specific distance that can be crossed depends on Lin Moya's level of cultivation. Lin Moya also knows that he cannot cross millions of light years like Luo Shen. Luo Shen is a saint sovereign, and a very powerful one at that. Her spatial laws have all sublimated into rules, and she has constructed a rule world. Using the power of the rule world, she can open the space gate and instantly cross millions of light years. What effect his own space gate will have needs to be tested to know. In comparison, the time curse is much simpler. The effect is the same, still a curse attack on the target's soul. After incorporating time laws, the duration of the curse can reach up to 100 years, becoming a true long-term curse. It can also choose to unleash all damage within 3 seconds. The same damage, slowly occurring over 100 years, and instantly occurring within 3 seconds, are completely different. Based on past experience, the power of the time curse is similar to that of the undead gaze. It is estimated that it will not be a problem to severely injure those at the other shore realm. Of course, if a strong person at the other shore realm has a soul treasure for protection, that would be a different matter. The bone hell has not changed much. After devouring countless living beings, it is still a bit away from the other shore realm. The bone hell is already independent of his own level and does not change with his level. It has its own independent upgrade system. Finally, there are the summoning techniques, which are his main combat techniques, and Lin Moyo has the highest expectations for them. Just from the information of the techniques, it is impossible to see the strength of the summoning techniques. They must be actually summoned to know. Thinking and doing, Lin Moya summoned a skeleton god general. The technique linkage was activated, and Death Knight, Legion Ruler, appeared one after another. In the blink of an eye, the starry sky was filled with undead. Anyway, the starry sky is big enough, and Lin Moya did not intend to take them back, just let the techniques summon automatically. The good thing about technique linkage is that you don't have to worry about anything. It will stop automatically when full and will keep summoning as long as it is not full. Lin Moya began to feel the power of the undead legion. The skeleton god general exuded the power of rules all over its body. Its rule power was already quite rich, with almost half of the rules already transformed. It is a solid other shore realm. If compared with cultivators at the other shore realm, the combat power of the skeleton god general should be in the upper middle position among them. Those who have just entered the other shore realm are not opponents of the skeleton god general. This refers to one-on-one situations. If compared in numbers, the skeleton god general can completely crush the opponent. Next is the Death Knight, which is stronger than the skeleton god general. Its lower body is wrapped in undead flames, with a dragon body emerging from the flames. The giant dragon it rides has also evolved, looking more like a holy dragon, starting to break away from the form of an elemental dragon. Of course, it is just bones, still different from a holy dragon with flesh and blood. Its upper body, a knight in white bone armor, is imposing, holding a shield in the left hand and a sword in the right, exuding an astonishing aura. Its combat power is enough to confront some powerful beings at the other shore realm. As for the Legion ruler, after forming a legion and activating the Dominion technique, its combat power has reached the peak of the other shore realm, infinitely close to a saint sovereign. Without forming a legion, the combat power of the Legion ruler is similar to that of the Death Knight, but it has healing abilities, making it slightly stronger than the Death Knight in actual combat. Finally, Lin Moya's mind moved, and blazing flames ignited in the starry sky. A huge skeleton throne appeared, with the skeleton king sitting on it, wearing snow-white battle armor, with a crimson cape fluttering behind. A delicate helmet appeared on the skeleton king's head, with a pair of eyes glowing red behind the helmet. The throne turned into a bone sword, falling into the hands of the skeleton king. The skeleton king gathered the power of 1 billion skeleton god generals, making it the strongest among all summoned beings. As soon as the skeleton king appeared, the aura of a saint sovereign spread in the starry sky. The starry sky beasts that were following all exploded in fear, fleeing desperately. The aura of the Skeleton King was full of aggression, extremely terrifying. Ordinary god sovereigns would suffer soul damage just by looking at it. Lin Moyo carefully sensed the combat power of the Skeleton King, which had indeed reached the level of a Saint Sovereign, but it was the weakest among them. The Skeleton King did not have a rule world, just like the avatars of those demon sovereigns. It was an avatar without a rule world. Compared to someone like the symbol Saint Sovereign, it was much weaker. But no matter what, a Saint Sovereign is a Saint Sovereign, crushing the other shore realm without any problem. Moreover, the Skeleton King is numerous, not just one. If one-on-one doesn't work, it can be a group fight. Finally, I have the strength to directly challenge a Saint Sovereign. Lin Moya smiled slightly. Facing a Saint Sovereign, he no longer needed to use any trump cards. Just relying on his own techniques, he could directly face a Saint Sovereign without any fear. Chapter 2204. Chapter 2204, 2204. Chapter 2204, ahead, there is a path. Lin Moya was very satisfied. Although it seemed weaker than before, considering that previously he was a 2nd level god veneration fighting a 7th level, and a 5th level fighting the other shore. But the gap between each level back then was nothing compared to now. Now that he was already in the other shore realm, the gap within the other shore realm was even greater. The difference between someone who has just entered the other shore and an experienced other shore cultivator is even greater than the difference between several levels of god veneration. Lin Moyo had just entered the other shore realm and could already compare to a Saint Sovereign. This indicated that summoning type techniques not only did not weaken but were even stronger than before. My ability to fight across levels has not diminished with the increase in realm but has instead become stronger. This seems to defy common sense and is not the usual case. Lin Moya's attention naturally fell on the World Tree. The World Tree was his innate talent, and the talent would amplify the effects of techniques. His ability to possess such powerful combat strength was inseparable from his talent. The technique linkage continued, and the summoning went on without stopping. Lin Moya focused on the World Tree, which had been absorbing the power of the World Crystals recently, becoming more lush than before. To describe the current World Tree as lush would be an understatement. The present World Tree already covered the sky and occupied nearly half of the vast soul world. The spiritual flowers on the branches were about to bloom, not only more numerous than before but also seemingly about to burst into full bloom. Under the spiritual flowers hung numerous fruits. The world fruits had grown significantly and were getting closer to maturity. The world crystals had a significant effect on the World Tree, as the world essence contained within the crystals was the best nourishment. Lin Moyo examined his talent, and the World Tree sensed his gaze, shaking and making a rustling sound. The branches drooped down, gently touching Lin Moya's face, appearing very intimate. The talent information was transmitted and received by Lin Moyo. Lin Moya's eyes immediately sparkled with boundless joy. World Tree, Juvenile Stage. Ability 1, Amplification, amplifies technique effects by 1,000 times. Ability 2, Connection, all members of the Undead Legion share damage in life and spirit, reducing damage received by 10 times. Ability 3, Rebirth, the Undead Legion and the Master will be reborn when receiving fatal damage, instantly recovering to peak state, and all techniques will reset their cooldowns. This ability can be triggered 3 times consecutively, with a cooldown time of 20 seconds after 3 triggers. Ability 4, Fruit, the World Tree will bear world fruits. Consuming a world fruit can accelerate the evolution of the rule world, enhance the rule world, and has a chance to promote the rule world to perfection. If consumed by someone below the Saint Sovereign, it has a chance to give birth to a rule world. Ability 5, Spiritual Flower, the blooming flowers can re-nurture members of the Undead Legion, granting them intelligence. Only members above the other shore realm can undergo re-nurturing. Ability 6, Leaves, the leaves of the World Tree can be used for refining tools and alchemy. The 3 functions of amplification, connection, and rebirth had not changed and were the same as before. Lin Moyo thought it might be because the World Tree was still in its juvenile stage. Although he had advanced to the other shore realm, the World Tree had not yet advanced and was still in its juvenile stage, so there were no changes. The growth of the World Tree was much slower than he had imagined. Besides these, the World Tree also had 2 abilities, Fruit and Spiritual Flower. The Spiritual Flower had not changed and was the same as before. The ability of the fruit had changed somewhat, as it could now enhance the rule world and had a chance to promote the rule world. Lin Moya knew that promoting the rule world was extremely difficult, and ancient Saint Sovereigns often had to pay a huge price to promote their rule world. The rule world determined whether a Saint Sovereign could step into the Supreme Realm, so treasures that could promote the rule world were priceless. Unexpectedly, the world fruits of his World Tree could achieve this effect, which was indeed surprising. Lin Moyo immediately thought of several Saint Sovereigns in the human race, and the changes in the world fruits might be their hope. Finally, the World Tree had a new ability, Leaves. The leaves of the World Tree contained the power of origin and could be used for refining tools and alchemy. At this moment, the leaves of the World Tree were already materials of the other shore realm and were very precious. Moreover, the material grade of the World Tree leaves would increase with his realm, meaning he had an inexhaustible material library. I wonder if the leaves of the World Tree can replace some materials for building the God's Path. If they can, it would be much more convenient. Lin Moya felt there should be no problem and was filled with confidence about building his new God's Path. As long as he could devour the origin of the battle world and let the Great World runes condense the 101st rune, he could attempt to build a God's Path. Once successful, the Great World would have a Supreme, capable of facing the Great World runes and finding ways to repair them. Lin Moya thought a lot and looked into the distance, feeling that he was no longer at a dead end. Ahead, there is a path. Lin Moya sighed deeply, gently patting the world tree twice. Thank you. The world tree trembled slightly, its branches rubbing against Lin Moya in response. The summoning continued for half a month before finally stopping. The starry sky was densely packed with skeletons, and the white light emitted by countless skeletons was brighter than the stars. The surrounding starry sky was illuminated white, and the vast rule power stirred waves in the starry sky. Whether it was the skeleton god general, death knight, legion ruler, or the strongest skeleton king, they all shared a common rule: the previous bone law, now the bone rule. Lin Moyo had already experienced the power of the bone rule from the skeleton king, where a single attack by the bone rule directly inflicted thousands of attacks on the enemy's soul. The damage to the soul would feed back to the body, causing severe injuries with a single attack. With the bone rule, the attack power of the undead legion became even stronger, attacking both body and soul, which ordinary people could not withstand. After the summoning ended, Lin Moya finally knew the total number of his undead legion. The number of skeleton god generals increased fivefold, reaching 2.5 billion. The number of death knights also increased fivefold, reaching 500 million. The number of legion rulers increased the least, doubling from 2 million to 4 million. However, the number of legion rulers did not need to be many, as there were not enough skeleton god generals and death knights to supply them. Now, the combined total of skeleton god generals and death knights was 3 billion. With 100,000 as one army, it could form 30,000 large armies. This was less than 1% of the legion rulers. The summoning techniques seemed to balance each other, forming a whole. The elemental lich had not changed and was still 10 in number. For it, materials were the key, and nothing else mattered. One useful elemental lich was enough, more would be useless. With 2.5 billion skeleton god generals, it meant there could be up to 25 skeleton kings. 25 skeleton kings with the combat power of Saint Sovereigns made Lin Moya feel he could single-handedly challenge the 100 Races Alliance. Chapter 2205. Chapter 2205, 2205. Chapter 2205, The Sword of World Destruction Comes From Beyond. A legion composed of 3 billion other Shore Realm cultivators is enough to sweep through everything in this era. Lin Moya's gaze was cold as he looked towards the distant starry sky, in the direction of the demon clan. Your time is running out. Now is not the time to deal with the demon clan. Even those who have fled, Lin Moya has no intention of hunting them down. He has just completed his enlightenment, and the power of enlightenment still remains in his body. If he were to eliminate the demon clan now, it would affect the results of his next enlightenment. In the state of enlightenment, the speed of cultivation will greatly accelerate. Now he needs to sublimate the laws into the power of rules, which requires a considerable amount of time. He needs enlightenment to save that time. So in his plan, eliminating the demon clan and the golden eagle clan will have to wait. In his eyes, these two clans have already become tools, and he can destroy them whenever he wants. Since that's the case, why not find a way to maximize his own benefits? In the sword realm, Lin Mohan's rule world is taking shape. A terrifying rule sword, covered in layers of black flowing light, is enough to make a god veneration-style heart collapse with just one look. This sword is called the Sword of World Destruction, possessing the power to destroy worlds. The entire sword realm trembles, and the sword intent within the sword realm is absorbed by the Sword of World Destruction, becoming its nourishment. There are countless treasured swords in the sword realm, ranging from the Saint Sovereign realm to the Supreme realm, and now all these swords are trembling. They simultaneously fly up, saluting the Sword of World Destruction as if paying homage to a king. Even the Heaven and Earth sword cannot withstand it, automatically flying out and keeping a certain distance from the Sword of World Destruction. The Heaven and Earth sword was once the treasure of a heavenly sovereign and the inheritance sword of the Heaven and Earth sword sect. It has seen many things, but upon seeing the Sword of World Destruction, the Heaven and Earth sword completely lost control. It flew far away, and a small figure appeared on the sword. The small figure was only palm-sized, looking like a 3-year-old child. It is the sword spirit of the Heaven and Earth sword, and when it looked at the Sword of World Destruction, its eyes were filled with fear. Master's sword is too terrifying. Compared to the Sword of World Destruction, it finds Lin Mohan even more terrifying. After all, she is the master of the Sword of World Destruction, a truly terrifying existence. The Sword of World Destruction is about to take its final form. Lin Mohan took out the Rule Godstone, which is now 1/3 less. Since the beginning of constructing the Rule World, Lin Mohan has been absorbing the power of the Rule Godstone. Now that the Rule World is about to take its final form, it also needs the Rule Godstone to push it forward. The Rule Godstone comes from the Rule World of a Heavenly Sovereign, containing a large amount of the Heavenly Sovereign's power. Absorbing the Rule Godstone is equivalent to absorbing the power of a Heavenly Sovereign. The power of a Heavenly Sovereign contains the power of reality and illusion, which is the most important step in completing the Sword of World Destruction. The Rule Godstone was thrown into the Sword of World Destruction. The Sword of World Destruction buzzed, emitting a sword cry, then gradually faded and disappeared from sight. A few seconds later, the Sword of World Destruction reappeared, its power seemingly stronger than before. In the alternation of light and dark, reality and illusion, the Sword of World Destruction gained the power of reality and illusion, becoming increasingly powerful. The sword spirit of the Heaven and Earth sword widened its eyes. The new master is amazing. To possess the power of reality and illusion at the Saint Sovereign realm, more powerful than those supremes back then. No wonder the master looks down on the inheritance of the Heaven and Earth sword sect. The master's own inheritance is even more powerful. But the Heaven and Earth sword sect is already the strongest sword inheritance in this world. Could the master's inheritance be from another world? The sword spirit of the Heaven and Earth sword knows many things. After all, it has existed since ancient times. It has always been in the sword realm and is not clear about the outside world. But it is certain that the Heaven and Earth Sword sect was the strongest sword inheritance back then, without exception. The Soul Sword sect is slightly weaker than the Heaven and Earth Sword sect, but no matter which sword inheritance, none can compare to Lin Mohan's Sword of World Destruction. Its small head thought for a while and felt that there was only one possibility: Lin Mohan's inheritance did not come from the Great World. The Sword of World Destruction absorbed the power of the Rule God Stone and the alternation of reality and illusion, becoming increasingly powerful. The terrifying pressure swept through the sword realm, turning into countless sword chi, almost tearing the sword realm apart. The sword realm roared continuously, and countless ancient formations were activated, starting to operate to protect the existence of the sword realm. The Heaven and Earth Sword also flew into the air, landing in its original position, presiding over the formation. As the inheritance sword of the Heaven and Earth Sword sect, it naturally cannot watch the sword realm be destroyed, but it doesn't know if it can withstand the power of the Sword of World Destruction. In the Demon Clan, several Saint Sovereigns were listless. This great battle was lost, and lost very thoroughly. The 100 Races Alliance collapsed, and the Abyss Demon Sovereign fell. They fled back like dogs that lost their homes. If they hadn't fled, they would have died too. The combat power of the human Saint Sovereigns far exceeded their imagination. They felt that the human race had become unfamiliar, and the strength of the human race cast a shadow in their hearts. Not only was the front line lost, but the new home was also lost. The Eagle Emperor fled, the Demon Lord's avatar was forced to self-destruct, and the new home was torn to pieces by the Undead Legion. Many races were exterminated, and only a few escaped, homeless. They couldn't go to the outer domain, as the borderland was sealed. Those guys would eventually die under the butcher's knife of the human race. Flames rose, revealing a demonic face. "Come to me." The voice of the Demon Lord sounded, and several Saint Sovereigns immediately got up and flew towards the Demon Lord's location. They entered the true core of the Demon Clan, where two flames were burning. One flame was crimson, the fire of hell. The other was dark green, the fire of the abyss. The Demon Clan is divided into two factions, the Hell faction and the Demon faction, and their origins come from the fire of hell and the fire of the abyss. They followed the guidance of the flames and continued forward. The two flames began to converge, eventually forming the black fire of the demon. The fire of the demon is the original fire of the Demon Clan. Once, there was a supreme in the Demon Clan who controlled the fire of the demon. As a half-step supreme, the Demon Lord also controls the fire of the demon. Several Saint Sovereigns entered the world of the Demon Lord, a world purely composed of the fire of the demon. Normally, they are not qualified to enter. Inside the world, there is a huge space, and a not very tall demon sits there, motionless. This demon is already dead, without any vitality. Several Saint Sovereigns came to the demon and knelt respectfully, shouting in unison, "Greetings, my lord." Flames rose from the demon's corpse, and the originally dead demon suddenly raised its head and moved again. It did not come back to life, but someone was controlling its body, making it move. "Follow me." The Demon Lord turned and walked towards the sea of fire. He walked slowly, step by step, as if getting used to this body. The sea of fire automatically parted, revealing a scorched path. Several Saint Sovereigns looked puzzled, as they had never been here before. They followed the Demon Lord all the way forward, walking for a long time, and finally saw an altar. The altar was originally hidden in the sea of fire, now revealed as the sea of fire parted. The Demon Lord said, "Each of you, select 100,000 clansmen and bring them back here. I will send you away." Chapter 2206. Chapter 2206, 2206. Chapter 2206, "No need, I'll go back myself." A massive army was charging towards the border region. Tens of millions of Golden Eagle clan members, led by the Eagle Emperor's avatar, with over 20 other Shore Realm cultivators and tens of thousands of god venerations in the ranks. The remaining god kings were also elites of the Golden Eagle clan, all top talents within the clan. They charged towards the border region like an arrow, intending to pierce through it. The border region had already been sealed off by the celestial dragons, with countless starry beasts forming a large net under the celestial dragons' orders. The number of starry beasts in the border region was incalculable, making this net very difficult to break through. But no matter how difficult, the Golden Eagle clan had to break through, as it concerned the survival of their entire race. The Golden Eagle clan no longer had any Saint Sovereigns, creating a gap in their power structure. When the human army arrives, it will be the time of extinction for the Golden Eagle clan. The Eagle Emperor was very clear about this point and had to leave behind some seeds of hope. Perhaps there would still be hope in the future. The Golden Eagle clan and the Demon clan were doing almost the same thing, both making final preparations for the continuation of their races. Near the human Suumyu star region, space began to distort, reaching an extreme in an instant, and space folded. Then a space gate appeared, and Lin Moya flew out of the space gate, flapping his undead wings. Lin Moya tried it out and found that with his current ability, using the space gate, he could cross a maximum distance of 10,000 light years. The whole process took about 10 seconds. Compared to Luo Shen's ability to casually cross hundreds of thousands of light years, there was still a big difference. Luo Shen had already completely elevated her spatial laws to rules, allowing her to freely manipulate and change space, which was beyond Lin Moya's current capabilities. After trying several times, Lin Moya gradually mastered the space gate, and his precision also improved. Combined with star charts, the error range of the space gate would not exceed 10 billion kilometers. Complete mastery of spatial laws also greatly increased his speed. Without opening the space gate or using time laws, each step could reach 200 million kilometers. If he used time laws, he could slow down time flow by 4 times for himself. 1 second could be used as 4 seconds, and the spacetime power could also increase the effect of spatial laws by 4 times. As a result, his maximum speed had reached 3.2 billion kilometers per second. This speed had already reached the level of a Saint Sovereign, surpassing all other Shore Realm cultivators. Even the other Shore Realm cultivators of the Golden Eagle clan couldn't reach this speed. Combining his own speed with the Spacegate, the 10 billion kilometer error could be corrected in just a few seconds. Moreover, he could draw runes. The 3-light rune was no longer keeping up with the pace, and Lin Moya felt he could draw stronger spacetime runes to gain even greater enhancement effects. Speed was just one aspect. Spatial laws and time laws both possessed extremely strong attack power. The spacetime power formed by their fusion had even more astonishing attack power. After trying a few times, Lin Moya was very satisfied with the effects. These two powers could be used directly, or corresponding techniques could be researched, or corresponding runes could be drawn to make the power stronger. But all of this required time, and there was no rush for now. With spacetime power flowing, Lin Moya covered 3.2 billion kilometers with each step, entering the Suanmia star region in just a few seconds. The Human Emperor Network immediately sensed Lin Moya and said directly in his ear, "You're back." Lin Moya nodded slightly. "Where are the Saint Sovereigns?" The Human Emperor Network said, "Tian Saint Sovereign, Hao Saint Sovereign, and Fu Saint Sovereign have returned to the Divine City. Sword Saint Sovereign went to the military, War Saint Sovereign returned to the War God Temple, Kill Saint Sovereign." The great battle had temporarily concluded, and now the Saint Sovereigns only needed to stay in the Divine City to issue orders. Lin Moyo asked, "Where's my sister?" The Human Emperor Network replied, "Lin Mohan is in the Sword Realm, constructing her rule world, preparing to advance to Saint Sovereign. I can't sense the situation inside the Sword Realm, but there's an aura of a rule world emanating from the Sword Realm. Lin Mohan should be fine." Lin Moya naturally knew his sister's situation. With their blood resonance plus Lin Mohan's own cultivation talent bonus, and the assistance of the Rule Godstone, constructing a rule world to advance to Saint Sovereign was a natural progression. Lin Moya wasn't worried about Lin Mohan at all and said, "Then I'll head back to the Divine City too." The Human Emperor Network said, "I'll arrange teleportation and a warship for you right away." Lin Moya now had authority equivalent to a Saint Sovereign and didn't need to wait for the monthly opening of the port star. He could go to the Divine City at any time. Lin Moya smiled, "No need, I'll go back myself." He flapped his undead wings, and spatial laws surged from the wings, immediately distorting the space in front of him. Through spatial laws, he sensed a spatial location 10,000 light-years away. Then space folded, connecting the space in front of him with the space 10,000 light-years away. A space gate appeared before him, and Lin Moya flew into it, flapping his undead wings. In just a few seconds, he appeared in the starry sky 10,000 light-years away. By now he had entered the heartland of human territory. The undead wings repeated the process, continuing to advance towards the Divine City star region. After Lin Moya left, the Human Emperor Network's voice sounded in the starry sky, "A space gate is indeed more convenient than teleportation." Lin Moya continuously activated space gates, and within a few minutes, he had entered the Divine City star region. Then he shortened the transmission distance of the space gates, advancing towards the Divine City. In the central hall of the Divine City, Tian Saint Sovereign, Hao Saint Sovereign, and Fu Saint Sovereign were sitting together, discussing what to do next. Lin Moyo had already told them the general framework, and he didn't interfere with the specific details. Little Mist wasn't here. She was riding Little Cow and playing in the Divine City. With the Human Emperor Network watching, nothing would go wrong. Tian Saint Sovereign calmly said, "At the current rate, in about 50 years, all the star systems of the 100 Races Alliance can be reclaimed by the human race. By then, the amount of resources our human race will have." Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly stopped and looked towards the outside of the hall. A figure appeared at the entrance of the hall, walking in step by step. His pace seemed slow but was actually very fast. In just a few steps, he had already come before the 3 Saint Sovereigns. The 3 Saint Sovereigns sensed the other Shore Realm aura on Lin Moyo and revealed shock in their eyes. It had only been this long, and Lin Moyo had already reached the other Shore Realm from the 5th level of God Veneration. Lin Moya's cultivation speed was indeed fast, but it hadn't been this fast before. They felt that after Lin Moya reached the God Veneration realm, his cultivation speed not only didn't slow down but became even faster. During the battle, he was only at the 5th level of God Veneration, and now he had reached the other Shore Realm in one go. His cultivation speed was faster than light. Amidst their shock, Hao Saint Sovereign laughed heartily, "Congratulations, young friend Lin, on advancing to the other Shore Realm." Tian Saint Sovereign also said, "Congratulations, young friend Lin, on your great increase in strength." Fu Saint Sovereign's eyes gleamed, "Congratulations, Master Lin." Lin Moya's advancement to the other Shore Realm had a different significance. The other Shore Realm can use the power of rules and can draw ancient runes. With Lin Moya's attainments in runes, he would surely quickly master the method of drawing ancient runes. Combined with Lin Moya's own techniques, Undead Legion, his combat power could no longer be measured by realm. Lin Moya smiled, "You 3 elders must have been very busy lately." Tian Saint Sovereign immediately said, "It's just a matter of moving our mouths. After all, young friend Lin has already set the general framework. We're just making detailed operations within it." Fu Saint Sovereign said, "We're collecting resources, but there are too many star systems, so it still takes time." Chapter 2207. Chapter 2207, 2207. Chapter 2207. I need to go to the ancient ruins. Fu Saint Sovereign recounted the recent actions of the human race, which Lin Moya listened to carefully. Indeed, everything was proceeding according to his plan. There might be some minor deviations, but nothing significant. The people of the Hundred Races Alliance had already fled, hiding and trembling in some dark corner. The human race was now focused on collecting resources and not pursuing them. Lin Moyo had said there was no rush for this matter, and collecting resources was the main priority. Lin Moyo asked, "What about the demon race and the Golden Eagle clan? Have they made any moves?" Fu Saint Sovereign said, "The demon race hasn't shown any activity. They've contracted some star regions and strengthened their defenses. The Golden Eagle clan has indeed made a move. They sent a team charging into the border region. We don't know what happened inside the border region." Lin Moya's lips curled into a slight smile. "The Golden Eagle clan is acting as I expected. To preserve their bloodline, they can only leave for the outer domain. The border region is sealed off. Whether they can break through depends on their luck." Hao Saint Sovereign said, "This time, the Golden Eagle clan is led by the Eagle Emperor's avatar. It might not be easy for the celestial dragons to stop them." Lin Moya smiled. If they really wanted to stop them, they certainly could. But the celestial dragons also have limitations. They can't interfere too much with matters inside the great world. It doesn't matter. Even if they escape, they're just small fry. They'll be caught sooner or later. The outer domain is not a good place. There are many dangers there, and with bad luck, the entire clan could be wiped out. Even if some of them manage to survive by chance, it doesn't matter. It won't affect the big picture. However, the demon race's inactivity was unexpected. Lin Moyo pondered for a few seconds. Given the demon lord's nature, the demon race will surely make a move. They might have some backup plan to reach the outer domain. Fu Saint Sovereign, please use the Hopewood ancestral tree to closely monitor the demon race and see if they make any moves. Fu Saint Sovereign said, "I've already had people focus on watching them." The information transmitted back by the Hopewood ancestral tree was too complex, with both useful and useless information coming back. Fu Saint Sovereign had arranged quite a few people to handle this matter. When all the resource planets are gathered, it will be time for the human race to take up arms again. The demon race, the Golden Eagle clan, the Black Blood Great Realm, and those who slipped through the net. The human race won't let any of them go. They must all be cleaned up thoroughly. The real great cleansing hasn't begun yet. Lin Moyo wasn't in a hurry, taking it step by step. After the domain is completely cleared and the great world has thoroughly severed its karmic ties, they will need to start preparing to welcome the arrival of the battle realm. For the great world, this is the true disaster. If not handled well, the entire great world could be destroyed. Compared to the battle realm, the Hundred Races Alliance is just child's play. The group discussed for a while, formulating plans for the next steps. The overall framework remained unchanged, with only some details modified. It was still left to the Saint Sovereigns to handle. Lin Moyo, as the planner, very candidly played the role of a hands-off boss. In the core of the Divine City, where the Lost Star Sea is located, Star Elder was sitting there fishing. With a hookless fishing rod, who knows what he had caught over countless years. Perhaps he was just fishing for a state of mind, something in the realm of thought. Lin Moya came here and also quietly watched Star Elder fishing, without saying a word. He didn't disturb Star Elder, and the two maintained extreme silence. After a long time, Star Elder put away his fishing rod and said to Lin Moyo, "Little fellow, congratulations on reaching the other shore. It seems you're not far from becoming a Saint Sovereign, Ed." His tone carried a hint of teasing, as if he was sincerely congratulating but also joking. Lin Moya didn't mind and said, "Star Elder, there's something I need to tell you." Seeing Lin Moya's serious expression, Star Elder also put away his smile. "What is it?" Lin Moya called out, "Human Emperor." As soon as he spoke, the Human Emperor's projection appeared beside them. The Human Emperor said nothing, just looking at Lin Moya, as if asking, "Why did you call me?" Lin Moya said, "I went to the ancestral land of the Ox Demon clan earlier and learned some things. Behind the Ox Demon clan, there's a force from outside the realm. I judge that this force comes from the Buddhist clan." Buddhist clan? Star Elder's eyebrows raised, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. The Human Emperor remained calm, as if nothing could stir his emotions. Star Elder and the Human Emperor were clear about the history of the Buddhist clan's appearance and knew that they actually came from another world. Their purpose for coming here was self-evident. It was for the Great World. To be precise, it was for the world origin of the Great World. Lin Moya recounted how the Buddhist clan had killed the Ox Saint Sovereign, adding some of his own guesses and judgments. "I think that since the Buddhist clan wanted to use the Ox Saint Sovereign, it shows that they have many limitations in trying to descend here. This time, when the Ox Saint Sovereign sought help from the Buddhist clan, they might have felt that the Ox Saint Sovereign was beyond saving, so they killed him and left. It's also possible that after years of accumulation, the Ox Saint Sovereign and the others had lost their usefulness, and the Buddhist clan no longer needs them to descend." Star Elder said, "All of these possibilities you mentioned could be true, but ultimately, the Buddhist clan will descend eventually. It's one wave after another. We haven't resolved the issue with the battle realm, and now the Buddhist clan is coming. To be able to kill the Ox Saint Sovereign, even if they used some special methods, it shows that the person from the Buddhist clan is not weak, at least a half-step to supreme. Human Emperor, what do you think?" The Human Emperor closed his eyes, quickly analyzing through data, and soon arrived at an answer. "From Lin Moya's description, we can deduce that the person from the Buddhist clan should be a heavenly sovereign. Only a heavenly sovereign could promise the position of supreme. Descending from an infinite distance, from another world, there must be some loss. It can't be a heavenly sovereign, it should be a supreme, with a high probability of being a peak supreme. If it's just a Supreme, it's still manageable, but if it's a Peak Supreme, that would be much more troublesome. Star Elder sighed, internal troubles and external threats. Lin, what do you plan to do? Lin Moya said, we'll deal with things as they come. There's no use in worrying too much. According to what the Ox Saint Sovereign said, they still need quite some time to descend, so there's no immediate danger. The battle realm is still over 1,000 years away. As long as we make good preparations, we should be able to handle it. I plan to go to the ancient ruins. Star Elder nodded. Given the current situation, only the ancient ruins still hold hope. Lin Moya said, I haven't told the Saint Sovereigns about this yet. We can tell them after the domain is settled and karmic ties are severed. Star Elder said, indeed, there's no rush to tell some things. We'll handle matters one by one. This old man can't do much anymore, it's all up to you now. Lin Moya was very humble. The human race has been safe and able to recover its vitality over these many years, thanks to your great contributions. Star Elder shook his head, chuckled a few times, and said nothing more. Lin Moya bid farewell to Star Elder and also left the Divine City. He was going to the ancient ruins, the 6 most dangerous ancient ruins. 3 of them are within the domain, one of which is in the Divine City Star region. This was part of the plan he had made early on. Perhaps in the ancient ruins, they could find a way to defeat the battle realm. After all, there might be remains of heavenly sovereigns or peak supremes there. Just as Lin Moya left the Divine City, the Human Emperor Network's voice suddenly sounded, please follow me. Chapter 2208. Chapter 2208, 2208. Chapter 2208. Chao Zhantian has always been here. In the central area of the Human Emperor Network lies a massive core. For countless years, the Human Emperor Network has been emitting immense power, extending tens of thousands of light years, enveloping the entire human race. Originally, there were many other shore realm cultivators cultivating outside the core, but now there is no one, making it seem somewhat desolate. Like the god venerations, the other shore realm cultivators have all gone to work as porters. Guided by the Human Emperor Network, Lin Moya approached the core of the Human Emperor Network. Although the other shore realm cultivators lived and cultivated here, they always kept a certain distance from the core of the Human Emperor Network. In fact, no one had ever truly contacted the core of the Human Emperor Network. Lin Moya, filled with curiosity, wondered, why did the Human Emperor Network call me here? Following the guidance provided by the Human Emperor Network, a gap appeared on the core, resembling a passage. Lin Moya flew in and followed the passage, reaching the interior of the Human Emperor Network. Inside was a vast space, and upon arriving, Lin Moya's eyes narrowed as he saw something incredible. Within the core's internal space were numerous devices. These devices were peculiar, emitting lights of various colors. The key wasn't the lights but the fact that these devices looked very much like computers from Lin Moya's previous life. However, upon closer inspection, they were fundamentally different from computers. These devices clearly had the aura of laws and were crafted artifacts. The power system of this world is completely different from my previous life. There is no technology here. The devices were arranged in a circle, with a bright sphere about 10 meters in diameter floating in the center. The sphere was very bright, with countless runes flowing inside like fish. Lin Moya immediately recognized that these runes were ancient runes and extremely powerful ones at that. However, some of the ancient runes were damaged and incomplete. The Human Emperor appeared in front of the sphere. What you see now is my true form. Let me introduce myself. I am the Human Emperor, once a member of the human race. My name was Chao Zhantian. Lin Moya was stunned on the spot. Chao Zhantian. The Human Emperor was actually Chao Zhantian? He wondered if he had misheard. How could the Human Emperor be Chao Zhantian? Countless questions arose in his mind as he stared at the Human Emperor, hoping to get answers from him. The Human Emperor's power surged, interfering with reality, and a tea table appeared in the space. Tea utensils appeared on the table and began brewing tea automatically. The Human Emperor said, since I called you here, I intend to tell you everything. No rush, have some tea and listen to my story. The two sat down, and Lin Moya remained silent. After the tea was brewed, the Human Emperor took a sip and then began to speak. You don't need to doubt it. Chao Zhantian is indeed me. At that time, I repelled various races, reached the half-step supreme realm, and led the remaining human forces to counterattack. I knew very well that if I didn't do this, the human race would never find true peace. Only by killing them all, making them fear us, could the human race hope for a respite. Fortunately, my decision was correct. I killed one race after another, countless people, and became a feared existence among all races. I fought my way into the demon race, had a battle with the demon lord, and we both got injured. The demon lord was severely injured, and I, dragging my wounded body, fought the Eagle Emperor. The Eagle Emperor was also severely injured, but my injuries were worse, shaking my foundation. After a round of battles, many races were either dead or fled. I stopped the slaughter and returned to the human race to hold the fort. As long as I was there, no one dared to come again. The human race had a chance to breathe and began to recuperate. I established the War God Temple, focusing on cultivating combat talents and integrating the secret methods obtained from various races into one suitable for our human race. I recuperated for 20,000 years, and my injuries finally stabilized, but the possibility of complete recovery was slim. Although the Demon Lord and the Eagle Emperor were severely injured, their foundations were not shaken and they must have recovered by now. Due to my damaged foundation, my lifespan was running out. At that time, the human race had not yet produced a new half-step supreme. If I left, the tragedy would repeat. I came up with a plan, refining the deceased god venerations of the human race into Lost Stars, forming the Lost Star Sea, and using it as the foundation. With my talent as the core, I nurtured the spirit of the Star Sea, which is the Star Elder you see. At this point, Lin Moya was completely stunned, his heart in turmoil. The identity of the Star Elder turned out to be this: he was personally refined by Xiao Zhantian. The human emperor continued, the Star Elder is unaware of this, and I have never told him, so you don't need to mention it. I regard the Star Elder as the new foundation of the human race, meant to protect it, but that alone might not be enough. My talent was gone, my combat power greatly diminished, and my foundation was shaken again, further shortening my lifespan. The human race still had a World Sea shell, so I left the Great World to seek opportunities in the World Sea. The World Sea is fraught with dangers but also holds many opportunities. Perhaps I still had a chance. I ventured into the World Sea repeatedly, and after 1,000 years of searching, I finally found it. It's the set of things you see now, technology artifacts from an unknown world. Yes, technology artifacts. That world follows a different path from ours. In their world, cultivation and technology are integrated, forming a new cultivation system. Although I haven't been to that world, I know it must be very powerful. I brought this set of things back and integrated into it. From then on, Xiao Zhantian ceased to exist, and the human race gained the Human Emperor network. Xiao Zhantian's story finally ended, and Lin Moya fully understood the origins of the Human Emperor and the Star Elder. Xiao Zhantian neither died nor left. He has always been guarding the human race, never leaving. The title of War God is well deserved. Lin Moya asked, why are you telling me this? He knew that these secrets were unknown to the Star Elder and the Saint Sovereigns. He didn't understand why the Human Emperor was telling him these things. The Human Emperor chuckled while sipping tea. It's nothing really. It's just that I've kept this in my heart for too many years and wanted to tell someone. Others are not suitable, but you are. Having said it, I feel much lighter. Lin Moya smiled. Do you think I can protect the human race? The Human Emperor shook his head. Not just the human race, I think you can protect the great world. Lin Moya laughed. War God, you seem to overestimate me. The Human Emperor disagreed. It's not an overestimation. From my perspective, I can accurately analyze everyone's potential, including the Saint Sovereigns. I'm rarely wrong. But you, I can't analyze you. The same goes for your sister. It's as if you are beyond data. In other words, you are beyond the control of fate. Only someone like you has a chance to change the fate of the great world. I'm telling you this not to pressure you but to let you know how unique you are. Unique? Perhaps. Lin Moya indeed felt somewhat unique. The Human Emperor continued, the small world you were born in is itself very unique. Lin Moya asked, do you know about the group of people who came out before me? About 1,000 years earlier. The Human Emperor Network said, I know. When so many people came out of the small world, I naturally paid attention. At that time, the human race arranged a place for them, but they disappeared. I don't know how they disappeared, but they just did. I investigated and sensed the power of time and space. That power was very strong, beyond my ability to interfere. Chapter 2209. Chapter 2209, 2209. Chapter 2209, The Demon Ancestor Above, Bless My Clan. The Human Emperor, who was once Xiao Zhantian, had many conversations with Lin Moya. From him, Lin Moya felt his deep love for the human race and his sincere heart in protecting it. In his era, it was the darkest time for the human race. At that time, the human race was almost finished. If it weren't for him, there would no longer be a human race. The later War God Temple and other human forces inherited his will and worked hard for the revival of the human race. Xiao Zhantian also split himself into two, using the Lost Star River as the foundation, integrating his talent to evolve into Star Elder. He himself merged with technological artifacts, becoming the Human Emperor Network. It can be said that he gave everything for the human race, exhausting all his efforts. The current prosperity of the human race is as he wished, and his efforts were not in vain. He saved the human race from peril and protected it for tens of thousands of years, giving his all. If it weren't for the limitations of the great world, if he had been born in ancient times, with Xiao Zhantian's talent, he would have likely become a heavenly sovereign. To this, Lin Moya could only sigh, what a pity. Time and fate are so peculiar. Lin Moya left the core of the Human Emperor Network, pondering Xiao Zhantian's words. This world is full of wonders. Xiao Zhantian ventured into the World Sea many times and saw many miraculous things. The World Sea is not safe, and Xiao Zhantian almost perished several times. Beyond the great world, there is a broader universe, and what Xiao Zhantian saw was just a drop in the ocean. Lin Moya had long sensed this. He had only been to the World Sea for 10 minutes and already realized the insignificance of the great world. The small world where he was born was equally peculiar. Thinking back, everything in sight seemed deliberate. It was as if an invisible hand was orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. Lin Moya felt too weak, not qualified to explore these questions. Facing the impending battle realm and the ever-watchful Buddhist clan, the human emperor felt the crisis. In his words, there was a hint of helplessness. Perhaps due to his integration with technological artifacts, his emotions were stable, with few fluctuations. But Lin Moya could still sense his worry about the future. The reason the human emperor told Lin Moya these things was mainly that he placed his hope on Lin Moya. Not just the hope of the human race, but also the hope of the great world. He had strategized for the human race for tens of thousands of years, seeing countless geniuses, but Lin Moya was one of the only two he couldn't fathom, the other being Lin Mohan. The human emperor instinctively felt that if anyone could save the great world, it would be Lin Moya and his sister. Outside the Divine City Star region, an ancient ruin floated like a mist. Its shape resembled a finger, left behind by the ancient rune warriors created by the rune Heavenly Sovereign. The ancient rune warriors completely collapsed in the end, with most of the ancient runes being obliterated and a few falling into the Divine City Star region, evolving into various secret realms. Only this finger remained relatively intact, becoming an extremely dangerous ancient ruin. There are many ancient ruins, such as the Sword Realm and the Cloud Mist Sect's inheritance site. These ancient ruins are not particularly dangerous, and the human race has explored all of them. After tens of thousands of years of exploration, the human race finally defined 6 ancient ruins as extremely dangerous, where even a Saint Sovereign would face life-threatening danger. The broken finger of the ancient rune warrior outside the Divine City Star region is one of them. A space gate appeared, and Lin Moya flew out, taking 2 steps to arrive outside the ancient ruin. The ancient ruin is usually a forbidden zone, not allowing anyone to enter. It is covered by formations controlled by the Human Emperor Network, and only with its permission can one enter. In the past 1,000 years, only the Heavenly Saint Sovereign had entered once, gaining nothing and even getting injured. When Lin Moya arrived, the formation automatically opened a passage for him, as if welcoming him. Standing outside the ruin, Lin Moya carefully sensed its aura. This ruin has a name, called the Finger Ruin. The Finger Ruin is shrouded in mist, which appears thin but is impenetrable by any means. The Finger Ruin is enormous, with a height of 70 light-years and a width of 10 light-years. From Lin Moya's position, he couldn't see the end. Based on calculations, the ancient rune warrior's height exceeded 1,500 light-years, and a single slap could destroy multiple star systems. To many, this is an unbelievable existence. Lin Moya once thought so too, but after receiving the rune Heavenly Sovereign's inheritance, he learned the origin of the ancient rune warriors. Their size wasn't initially that large. The rune Heavenly Sovereign used space rune formations, not just one but many, to expand their size and enhance their power. In fact, when the rune Heavenly Sovereign created them, their height was less than 100,000 meters. After sensing for a while, Lin Moya smiled. As expected, he came here. After the ancient war, the rune Heavenly Sovereign visited the Divine City Star region and entered several secret realms, including the Finger Ruin. Even after so many years, a trace of the rune Heavenly Sovereign's aura still lingered. Lin Moya couldn't guess the rune Heavenly Sovereign's purpose for coming here. He wouldn't come for no reason. A Heavenly Sovereign wouldn't be so idle. Their actions always had a purpose. Based on the secret realms, although the Finger Ruin has enough runes and is relatively dangerous, it shouldn't be this dangerous. It should have something to do with the rune Heavenly Sovereign. He must have done something inside, greatly increasing the ruin's danger. But while increasing the danger, he must have left something behind. Lin Moya speculated based on his understanding of the rune Heavenly Sovereign. The rune Heavenly Sovereign was very particular about balance, much like runes. If he made the ruin more dangerous, he would certainly leave corresponding treasures to balance it. Danger and opportunity coexist. Perhaps there will be gains. Lin Moya took a step forward and entered the ancient ruin. The mist rolled, space began to distort, and the long-silent ancient ruin welcomed a new visitor. In the demon clan's ancestral land, 3 Saint Sovereigns returned. They brought their clansmen in warships, each bringing 100,000, totaling 300,000. The soul-devouring demon sovereign's voice was low and filled with reluctance. Demon Lord, do we really have to leave? The demon lord sat there, controlling the dried corpse. Go, leave a spark for the demon clan. It won't be long before the human race arrives. Even if you reach the outer domain, it won't necessarily be safe. When the time comes, you 3 must separate and go to different places. Perhaps in the future, there will be a chance. The demon lord activated the altar, which ignited with blazing flames, and a vast power surged from it, distorting space. The altar was accumulating power to open a portal to the outer domain. 3 clusters of demon fire appeared on the demon lord's body, flying into the hands of the 3 Saint Sovereigns. This is the origin fire of the demon clan. As long as it exists, there is hope for the demon clan. We lost this battle, but we have won before. The human race's luck won't always be this good. One day, we will have a chance. Go, disperse in the outer domain and wait for the opportunity. 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, don't rush. The portal above the altar finally opened, and the aura of the outer domain surged in. The soul-devouring demon sovereign, hell demon sovereign, and lava demon sovereign bowed to the demon lord and left with their clansmen. After they left, the portal closed, but the flames on the altar did not extinguish. The demon lord controlled the dried corpse to walk into the flames, murmuring, "Demon ancestor above, bless my clan through this calamity." The demon lord controlled the dried corpse, standing motionless in the flames. The flames seeped into the dried corpse, and this corpse, dead for countless years, began to show signs of life. Chapter 2210. Chapter 2210, 2210. Chapter 2210, Fighting with the Heavenly Sovereign is incredibly fun. Lin Moya examined the ancient ruins. From a sensory perspective, they were not much different from secret realms. Opening the Eye of the Soul, the Peak Saint Sovereign's Eye of the Soul saw many runes. Countless runes flew around every corner of the ruins. Unlike secret realms, which are often evolved from one or half an ancient rune, the ruins contained many ancient runes, most of which were well preserved. The world evolved from these runes was more real and also more dangerous. Lin Moya understood that everything he saw could also be seen by Saint Sovereigns who had been here before. But seeing was one thing, deciphering the ruins was another. The fact that no Saint Sovereign had deciphered the Finger Ruins over the years was enough to show its high difficulty. Lin Moya stood still, carefully observing. He was looking for the vein of the runes. The runes flying all over the sky did not come out of nowhere, they were all evolved from ancient runes. They were the key to the ruins. After watching for a while, Lin Moya suddenly frowned and quickly retreated several steps. A beam of light fell from the sky, slashing down like a sword. The ground melted, and a bottomless pit appeared on the surface. This attack came silently. If he had reacted half a second slower, he would have been hit. Seeing this, Lin Moya swung his fist towards the ground. Gray flames emerged from his fist, with golden light flickering within the flames. The immortal golden body was activated, and the power of this punch was immense, enough to injure even an Othershore realm cultivator. Bang! With a light sound, Lin Moya felt his fist hit something soft, like cotton, which was not satisfying. It seemed as if his power had nowhere to go. Then, with another light sound, Lin Moya was sent flying. His power was rebounded by the ground, sending him flying along with it. Lin Moya stopped in midair, looking at the spot where his fist had landed. The ground had a small pit, about half a meter in diameter and no more than 10 centimeters deep. This punch could shatter a star, but here, it only caused such insignificant damage. This showed the immense defensive power of the ground. Lin Moya's eyes showed contemplation. This seemingly insignificant punch actually revealed many problems. Firstly, the light that attacked him earlier had incredible penetration power, far exceeding his punch. If hit directly, he would surely be injured. Secondly, the ground's defensive power was astonishing. The ground was evolved from ancient runes and could be considered part of the ancient rune warrior. This indicated the terrifying defensive power of the ancient rune warrior. In the blink of an eye, the mark left by Lin Moya's punch had already been repaired, and the ground returned to its original state. The small hole pierced by the light was also quickly recovering. Lin Moya stood in midair, looking into the distance. At the moment the runes launched their attack, he seemed to have found a trace of the vein. Suddenly, another beam of light fell from the sky. In an instant, Lin Moya captured a rune, which was glowing. He dodged the attack, his eyes firmly locked on the attacking rune. This rune represents the Starlight Law. No, it's not just the Starlight Law, it also contains sharp metal runes. The Starlight Law and Sharp Metal Law are fused, forming an extremely penetrating attack. There are countless such runes. In the sky, identical runes were innumerable, impossible to count, covering the entire ground. Lin Moya was not flustered but was thinking about another question: but what triggers their attacks? Having experienced many dungeons and secret realms, combined with his understanding of runes, he quickly figured out the attack conditions. That was, whether he moved or not. As an outsider, he was locked on as soon as he entered the ruins. As long as he didn't move for a certain period, the runes would launch an attack. Recalling the previous two attacks, Lin Moya determined that the time was 3 seconds. As long as he didn't move for more than 3 seconds, the attack would come. 3 seconds was not enough to find the vein of the runes, making it impossible to find the correct path. Lin Moya guessed that the purpose of such a rule was to prevent him from easily finding the correct path. He was also sure that as time passed, the frequency of attacks would increase, forcing him to keep moving, leaving no time to think. Let's use the old method. Lin Moya didn't dwell on the problem. With a thought, a massive number of skeleton god generals appeared, quickly flying in all directions. He also started moving, choosing a direction at random. In this place, he couldn't stop. The skeleton god generals flew in all directions. The speed of the Othershore realm skeleton god generals was extremely fast, like teleportation, disappearing from sight in an instant. The ruins are vast, with a diameter of over 70 light-years and a width of 10 light-years. Such a large area must be divided into multiple regions. Even for an Othershore realm cultivator, exploring it would take a considerable amount of time. As Lin Moya thought, he suddenly frowned. Some skeleton god generals encountered attacks, and the attacks were strong, unable to be blocked by the skeleton god generals. More and more skeleton god generals encountered attacks from all directions. It seemed that no matter which direction they went, they would be attacked. Lin Moya took a step forward, quickly catching up with the skeleton god generals. In front of him, light and shadow intertwined, countless runes flashing in the air, shooting out numerous beams of light. Each beam was incredibly sharp, easily piercing through the skeleton god generals, shattering their bodies. The skeleton god generals died in the attacks, then revived, only to be attacked again and die once more. No matter how many times the undead revived, their resurrection times would quickly be exhausted. The attack speed was too fast, and the skeleton god generals couldn't dodge. Lin Moya frowned. What's going on? With a thought, he retracted the skeleton god generals. In an instant, the runes stopped attacking. Lin Moya tried to fly forward. As he entered the area where the skeleton god generals were attacked, 2 runes suddenly glowed, and 2 beams of light shot down silently. Lin Moya sensed them immediately and dodged the attacks, continuing forward. The runes in the sky continued to launch attacks, each time with 2 runes attacking together, more than when he first entered the ruins. After trying for a while, Lin Moya retreated again. He found that as long as he left a certain range, the attacks would stop. Sure enough, it's divided into multiple regions, and it also distinguishes the number of people. The more people, the more runes participate in the attack. This arrangement doesn't seem to be a natural evolution, it should be the work of the rune heavenly sovereign. Lin Moya could distinguish between naturally evolved ancient runes and deliberately arranged ones. The rune heavenly sovereign had been here and altered the evolution process of the runes, making them more dangerous. Since that's the case, let's see if your arrangement can stump me. With a smile, Lin Moya took a step and disappeared without a trace. Fighting with the heavens is incredibly fun, and fighting with people is even more so. Now, fighting wits with the Heavenly Sovereign, only Lin Moya could feel the joy in it. Separated by millions of years, the Heavenly Sovereign set up the layout, and Lin Moya deciphered it, to see who was more formidable. Lin Moya took a step, covering 200 million kilometers. As soon as he appeared, 2 runes lit up. The beams of light pierced through Lin Moya, and his figure shattered like smoke, disappearing. Lin Moya had already left, and the beams of light hit only the afterimage he left behind. Chapter 2211. Chapter 2211, 2211. Chapter 2211, turns out, it's about borrowing power. Lin Moya's every step covered 200 million kilometers, averaging 1 step per second, always disappearing just before the rune's attacks arrived. After 50 steps, he flew 10 billion kilometers in one direction. The runes in the sky suddenly increased to 3 attacking simultaneously, and their attack speed also accelerated. Lin Moya clearly sensed this change and sped up accordingly. His teleportation speed increased, maintaining high precision with an error margin of no more than 10 meters each time. Lin Moya remained calm, ignoring the rune's attacks. He muttered to himself, "I have to thank the profound star secret realm. Without the profound star secret realm, the precision of his teleportation wouldn't be so high, and increasing the frequency without using spacetime power wouldn't be so easy." If he accidentally teleported into a pile of runes, Lin Moya couldn't predict the consequences. The runes in the sky gave Lin Moya a sense of danger, so it was best not to touch them if possible. After another 10 billion kilometers, the attacking runes increased from 3 to 4, and their speed increased by another 10%. Lin Moya also adjusted his frequency, remaining unflustered. The results from the profound star secret realm played a significant role here. Every bit of progress would eventually bear fruit one day. Lin Moya believed this saying, and it was indeed true. Sometimes, seemingly insignificant efforts could prove to be of great use in the future. The number of attacking runes increased, and their speed accelerated. Lin Moya noticed that every 10 billion kilometers, the number of attacking runes increased by 1, and the attack frequency increased by 10%. When he reached 50 billion kilometers, the number of attacking runes had reached 6, and their speed had doubled. At this point, Lin Moya's teleportation frequency had reached once every 0.5 seconds, exactly double the previous rate of once per second. This was his current maximum speed. To go faster, he would have to use spacetime power. With spacetime power, 1 second could be used as 4 seconds, quadrupling the frequency and distance of each teleportation. He continued forward, and upon reaching 60 billion kilometers, the number of attacking runes increased again, along with their frequency. Finally, it exceeded his normal limit, and Lin Moya had to use spacetime power. Time and space laws fused to form spacetime power. Wrapped in spacetime power, Lin Moya couldn't actively increase his teleportation frequency. His current maximum speed was 3.2 billion kilometers per second. Lin Moya traversed the ruins at an astonishing speed, leaving behind countless afterimages. The rune's attacks could only shatter the afterimages, never touching him. Lin Moya didn't know how far he had teleported. It was difficult to count. The attack frequency of the runes in the sky kept increasing, becoming faster and faster, seemingly without end. The number of attacking runes also increased rapidly, becoming more and more numerous. Light beams began to intertwine, forming large nets. Lin Moya gradually realized something was wrong. If this continued, the rune's attacks would exceed his limit. Even with spacetime power, he would eventually be hit by the ever-increasing rune attacks. No, my method is wrong. Lin Moya realized his mistake. The rune Heavenly Sovereign had altered the runes, and merely dodging the rune's attacks was useless. Through the space laws, he sensed that the space here seemed problematic, as if it had no end. Lin Moya stopped advancing and began to retreat, contemplating other solutions. Soon, he returned to the starting point, and the runes stopped attacking. The first attempt ended in failure. This area had no end. He couldn't force his way through with speed. If speed doesn't work, let's try brute force. The skeleton god generals reappeared, flying into the sky to attack the runes. Sword Chi fell on the runes, shattering them in an instant. The skeleton god general's attack seemed to trigger an attack signal. In an instant, countless runes lit up, and dense beams of light shot towards the skeleton god generals. Damn! The thousands of skeleton god generals were instantly obliterated by the dense attacks, leaving nothing behind. The shattered runes in the sky reappeared after a few seconds, looking as if nothing had happened. Truly a case of pulling one hair and moving the whole body. Dodging doesn't work, attacking doesn't work, so what's the solution? What kind of puzzle did the rune Heavenly Sovereign set up? Lin Moya pondered the secret realms he had experienced and the trials left by the Heavenly Sovereign, searching for clues. A person's behavior pattern doesn't change much. The same person's setups must have commonalities. Even if he is a Heavenly Sovereign, it's the same. He has tested combat power, observation, and comprehension. What is he testing this time? Lin Moya was certain that the current situation was arranged by the rune Heavenly Sovereign. Over the years, the methods that should have been tried by the Saint Sovereigns had all failed. He had tried as well, and it didn't work. What could it be? Dodging every 3 seconds, Lin Moya pondered the key to the problem. If the sky doesn't work, could the correct path be underground? He summoned the skeleton god generals to attack the ground. The ground was split by Sword Chi, but the gap was shallow, no more than half a meter deep. Immediately, a powerful Sword Chi rebounded onto the skeleton god generals, sending them flying. All attacks were returned in kind. Lin Moya observed this, noting it was the same as when he punched the ground. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hit him, and he thought of a possible solution. It seems I need to borrow power. The skeleton god generals stood on the ground and attacked the runes. Several runes in the sky shattered in the sword chi, triggering a chain reaction. Countless runes attacked the skeleton god generals. Dense beams of light descended, accurately hitting the skeleton god generals. The skeleton god generals died instantly, reviving in the white star technique. The ground was blasted into a large pit by the beams. This time, it wasn't just one beam but thousands of beams converging from different angles, creating a pit over 10 meters in diameter. Lin Moya looked down from above, seeing that the pit was bottomless but rapidly recovering. Once isn't enough, let's continue. The skeleton god generals charged into the pit, attacking the runes from within. The runes in the sky were stimulated again, collectively going berserk and obliterating the skeleton god generals. The pit grew larger and deeper. Lin Moya sighed inwardly, sorry, my friends. He summoned the skeleton god generals again, repeating the process. He felt a bit guilty, as the skeleton god generals were his comrades in battle, now sacrificing themselves for his sake. Fortunately, they could revive and wouldn't truly die, but he still felt uncomfortable. With each attempt, the pit grew larger, expanding from 10 meters to several hundred meters in diameter. The depth also increased continuously, seemingly endless. Lin Moya firmly believed in his judgment and didn't give up. Finally, after countless attempts, a bright light appeared beneath the ground. It's done. Chapter 2212. Chapter 2212, 2212. Chapter 2212, Why Evolve the Black Blood Great Realm. After the light appeared, the ground that had been continuously recovering suddenly stopped. The runes in the sky simultaneously dimmed, no longer shining as brightly as before. The light beneath the ground revealed an ancient rune. Lin Moya descended and looked at this ancient rune. The ancient rune was extremely complex, and it was clear that its level was very high, no less than level 5. Even a rune saint sovereign could only draw a 3rd level ancient rune at most. To draw a 4th level ancient rune would require a significant amount of time. How Saint Sovereign had a 3rd level ancient rune, obtained from a relic, which he used as his attack method. Lin Moya carefully examined the ancient rune and finally understood its identity. Like the Xian Star ancient rune he had obtained before, it was one of the 12 core ancient runes of the ancient rune warriors. At that time, the rune Heavenly Sovereign had said that relying on the core ancient runes, it might be possible to recreate the ancient rune warriors. He hadn't thought much about it then, as many materials had disappeared in the current era, making it nearly impossible to recreate the ancient rune warriors. However, if he could gather all 12 core ancient runes, or at least most of them, and combine them with existing materials, it might be possible to create rune puppets, even if recreating the ancient rune warriors was impossible. With at least a 5th level ancient rune as the core, the combat power of the rune puppets could rival that of ordinary supremes. Facing the upcoming battle realm, having one more supreme level combat power would be invaluable. Now that he was in the other shore realm, with considerable rule power, he could directly observe the ancient runes. He would no longer get a headache or find it difficult to remember after just one glance. After reaching the other shore realm, not only could he directly observe the ancient runes, but with a little practice, he could also draw them himself. After storing the core ancient rune, Lin Moya used his soul to sense its function. This ancient rune was called the Gold Star Rune, primarily used for attacks. Its attacks included both active attacks and reflecting the enemy's attacks, serving as a weapon for the ancient rune warriors. The Xian Star Rune focused on transformation, while the Gold Star Rune focused on attacks. Lin Moya stored the Gold Star Rune in his treasure ship's warehouse. As soon as the Gold Star Rune disappeared, the ground collapsed, and the runes in the sky dissipated like dust. Lin Moya saw a passageway, not far above his head, which automatically appeared after the runes disappeared. Actually, this puzzle isn't difficult. You just need to prepare some other shore realm puppets to solve it. But no one would have thought that the key to breaking the puzzle was borrowing power. I won this round. I wonder what the next puzzle will be. Lin Moya was filled with interest. Solving the rune Heavenly Sovereign's setup gave him a sense of accomplishment. After all, it was a Heavenly Sovereign's work. The sense of achievement from solving it was naturally different. Lin Moya rushed into the passage, ready to face the second puzzle. He didn't know how many puzzles the rune Heavenly Sovereign had set up here or what rewards they would bring. But one thing was certain, danger and opportunity coexisted. The greater the danger and difficulty, the better the rewards. The passage was pitch black. After flying for a while, Lin Moya estimated he had flown at least billions of kilometers before finally seeing a bit of light. The light rapidly expanded in his vision, and Lin Moya finally exited the passage. Dark red light filled his vision. Before he could see clearly, his soul warned him of impending danger. Lin Moya instinctively teleported 1,000 meters away, and a thin red line sliced through his afterimage. A man in black, wielding a blood-red sword, was charging at him. The speed was extremely fast, reaching him in an instant. Lin Moya's body ignited with gray flames, activating his immortal golden body, with golden light flickering within the gray flames. Boom! Lin Moya was sent flying by a tremendous force, and a wound appeared on his fist. The wound wasn't deep, and the blood was locked in place, not flowing out. It healed in less than half a second. Meanwhile, the opponent's long sword shattered, and he was also sent flying. In terms of strength, the two were evenly matched, and Lin Moya didn't gain any advantage. An other shore realm from the Black Blood Great Realm. Lin Moya frowned slightly. The man in black was clearly an other shore realm expert from the Black Blood Great Realm, but he wasn't real. He was evolved from the ancient runes. The people of the Black Blood Great Realm had extremely strong physical strength, much stronger than the cultivators of the Great World. Despite being in the other shore realm and having cultivated the immortal golden body, Lin Moya didn't gain any advantage. The opponent's long sword also recovered completely, and Lin Moya saw runes flowing on the sword. What is the rune Heavenly Sovereign trying to do? Lin Moya didn't understand why the rune Heavenly Sovereign would evolve people from the Black Blood Great Realm. At this moment, the man in black raised his long sword, and the blade emitted a dark red bloodlight. Lin Moya felt his blood and chi become sluggish, and his movements slowed. He immediately thought of an ability of the Black Blood Great Realm's cultivators, controlling blood and chi. They could affect others' blood and chi, slowing their movements. The man in black influenced Lin Moya's blood and chi and charged at him like lightning. Lin Moya snorted coldly, and his immortal golden body shone brightly. He rained punches on the man in black. He chose to go head-to-head with the man in black, even without a weapon. So what? Both were in the other shore realm, and the immortal golden body was invincible. His fists constantly burst with wounds but quickly healed. The man in black's long sword was broken again. Lin Moya didn't give him a chance to recover, punching him repeatedly as if trying to turn him into minced meat. In an instant, the man in black took millions of punches. The space roared, and the ruins shook. Lin Moya's punches were powerful, seemingly capable of destroying the ruins. Finally, under Lin Moya's relentless attacks, the man in black was shattered into countless runes, dissipating into the starry sky. Awesome! Lin Moya roared. It had been a long time since he felt this exhilarated. He remembered his time in the small world, where he transformed into a warrior, posing as different professions, and fought against others with swords and spears. The feeling of such battles was very satisfying and worth reminiscing about. Unfortunately, after coming to the great world, he rarely had the chance to personally engage in such battles. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, he fought heartily, relishing the feeling of every punch landing. After defeating the man in black, Lin Moya began to examine the area. The area was dim, and the ground seemed to be covered in blood. Dark clouds covered the sky, with red lightning flashing occasionally. The sky is dangerous, I can't go there. Lin Moya's first reaction was to avoid the clouds, sensing they were unsafe. He trusted his intuition, believing it wouldn't be wrong. The ground shook, and a team flew from afar, heading straight for him. This was a team of 12, all evolved from runes, and all were other shore realm experts from the Black Blood Great Realm. 12. Lin Moya remembered this number. During the ancient war, the cultivators of the Black Blood Great Realm liked to form teams of 12. Each team consisted of 12 members, engaging in battles with the human race. Why did the rune Heavenly Sovereign evolve them? Lin Moya knew that the rune Heavenly Sovereign wouldn't do anything meaningless. Since he evolved them, there must be a deeper purpose. Facing the approaching team, Lin Moya's mind stirred, and tens of thousands of skeleton god generals flew out. White sword chi swept through, illuminating the ground and instantly engulfing the entire team. The team was swallowed by the sword chi, but not all the black blood cultivators died. They emerged from the sword chi, covered in blood light. They were strong, stronger than the skeleton god generals in one-on-one combat. But it wasn't a one-on-one situation, and the skeleton god generals wouldn't fight them one-on-one. Under a flurry of attacks, the black blood cultivators were quickly killed, turning into runes and disappearing. Lin Moya's eyes gleamed. I know what the rune Heavenly Sovereign wants to do. Chapter 2213. Chapter 2213, 2213. Chapter 2213, Weapons of War from the Black Blood Great Realm. The human race has always adhered to the principle of knowing oneself and knowing the enemy, regardless of who the enemy is. Therefore, the rune Heavenly Sovereign used runes to simulate the cultivators from the Black Blood Great Realm, allowing the human race to understand the combat methods of the Black Blood people and thus respond accordingly. Unfortunately, the development of events later completely exceeded the expectations of the rune Heavenly Sovereign. No one could enter the Finger Ruins to see his arrangements. The human race later did not engage in a great war with the Black Blood people but instead fought with various other alien races. It can only be said that things do not always go as planned, and even a Heavenly Sovereign cannot foresee everything. Now, with the 100 races pacified, the Black Blood people are already on their last legs. What use is there in leaving these things behind? So, the rune Heavenly Sovereign knew that the Black Blood Great Realm had not been completely eradicated. At least he knew that some Black Blood people were hiding in the Great World. But as a Heavenly Sovereign, with the ability to set these things up, why didn't he completely eradicate the Black Blood Great Realm? Lin Moya couldn't understand the thoughts of the rune Heavenly Sovereign for a moment. If he was in a hurry to leave, why bother to come here and make these arrangements? If you're leaving, just leave. Why leave so many things behind? Anyway, you won't come back. The life and death of the Great World have nothing to do with you. Lin Moya muttered to himself, feeling disdain in his heart. He had no appreciation for the arrangements left by the rune Heavenly Sovereign. As he said, the Heavenly Sovereigns had already left, so leaving these arrangements was meaningless. Did they expect future generations to sing praises of the Heavenly Sovereigns and glorify their names? The skeleton army moved out again, flying in all directions to explore this area. Unlike the previous rune world, discoveries were made quickly. The skeleton god generals encountered teams from the Black Blood Great Realm, and both sides immediately engaged in combat. There were many teams from the Black Blood Great Realm, each consisting of 12 members, constantly roaming around here. They would attack any outsiders, regardless of who they were. The skeleton god generals fought their way through, constantly expanding their territory. The whole process gave Lin Moya a strange feeling, as if he was really fighting against the Black Blood Great Realm people, as if the ancient war had started again. Lin Moya's territory grew larger and larger, and he finally saw something else. It was a fortress. When he saw the fortress, Lin Moya's eyes narrowed slightly. The War God Fortress was not a real War God Fortress but was also evolved from runes. The War God Fortress was in battle, fighting against a planet. The planet was entirely black, clearly modified, transformed from an ordinary planet into a war star. The war star and the War God Fortress were evenly matched, neither side gaining the upper hand. This is a weapon of war from the Black Blood Great Realm. The Black Blood Great Realm did not only have cultivators, they also had weapons of war, the most powerful of which were the war stars. At the peak of the war between the two races, the Black Blood Great Realm deployed war stars comparable to Supremes, and the human race also had War God Fortresses comparable to Supremes. Compared to the current War God Fortress owned by the human race, those were much more powerful. In ancient times, the War God Fortress might not have been called the War God Fortress, its name has been lost in the river of history. Both sides fought fiercely, neither giving an inch, while in the distance, the human races strong formed battle formations and were engaged in fierce combat with the Black Blood Great Realm people. All of this was evolved from runes. As a third-party observer, Lin Moya could see all the combat methods of the Black Blood Great Realm, gaining an understanding of them. These were all arranged by the Rune Heavenly Sovereign, who wanted the human race to become familiar with the Black Blood Great Realm. When facing the Black Blood Great Realm, they would not be caught off guard. But unfortunately, his arrangements were of no use. This also showed the gap between the Rune Heavenly Sovereign and the Mysterious Master, as their calculations for the future were completely different. Lin Moya watched for a while, already understanding a lot, and did not want to waste more time. 100,000 skeleton god generals appeared in the sky, rolling forward with overwhelming momentum, quickly crushing the Black Blood Great Realm's army. With no opponents left, the human army evolved from runes began to attack the War Star. The skeleton god generals also launched an attack on the War Star. Both sides were evolved from runes, originally evenly matched, but Lin Moya's involvement broke the balance. The War Star was quickly defeated, and in just over 10 minutes, the powerful War Star was shattered into pieces, exploding in mid-air. The War God Fortress's gate opened, and the human army returned to the fortress. The War God Fortress hovered in the air, emitting a faint light, motionless. It shot out a stream of light, like a beacon guiding Lin Moya. Lin Moya understood, and with a flash, he stood on the War God Fortress. The War God Fortress roared and flew up, rushing towards the distance. The War God Fortress's speed was very fast, constantly shuttling through space, faster than Lin Moya's spacetime power. This speed had already surpassed that of a Saint Sovereign, comparable to a half-step Supreme. Although Lin Moya disdained the Rune Heavenly Sovereign's arrangements, he had to admire the Rune Heavenly Sovereign. To play with runes to this extent, no one else could do it but him. The War God Fortress flew for a while and then suddenly slowed down and stopped. The gate opened with a roar, and the human army rushed out from the fortress. A War Star and the Black Blood Great Realm's army appeared ahead, and a new battle began. Lin Moya directly deployed the Undead Legion, crushing forward. He already understood that the Rune Heavenly Sovereign had simulated the ancient war with the Black Blood Great Realm in this area using runes. So what he had to do was simple, just help the human race defeat the Black Blood Great Realm. After understanding the Rune Heavenly Sovereign's intentions, things became simple. 1 billion undead legions flew out, divided into 1,000 teams of 1,000,000 each, sweeping in all directions. The undead legion quickly encountered various battlefields, swiftly clearing out the Black Blood army within. In a month's time, the War God Fortress took Lin Moya to various battlefields. The undead legion also swept through various battlefields during this month. As a result, efficiency skyrocketed. Finally, after a month, Lin Moya saw other War God Fortresses. Hundreds of War God Fortresses gathered together, forming a terrifying army, advancing forward. Lin Moya knew that the final battle was coming, and he became the leader of this war. A War Star emitting grey-white light appeared in sight. Just one look made Lin Moya feel as if his body was about to be torn apart. This War Star is unusual. Lin Moya immediately thought of a special type of star in the great world, a neutron star. Planets, stars, white stars, neutron stars, black holes. These are the basic classifications of stars in the great world. His techniques sublimated from stars became white stars. If white stars sublimated again, they could become neutron stars or even black holes. Neutron stars are extremely terrifying and very rare in the great world, few in number. Unexpectedly, the Black Blood Great Realm had transformed a neutron star into a war star. Although it was evolved from runes, it indicated that neutron war stars truly existed in ancient times. The great battle was about to break out, with countless human armies flying out to attack the war star. The war star also sent out the Black Blood army, clashing with the human army. This battle was grander in scale than the war with the 100 Races Alliance. Every warrior here was in the other shore realm, numbering in the millions. The battle spread over an endless area, shaking the ruins continuously. Not only were the armies fighting, but the War God Fortress also launched a fierce attack on the War Star. Kill! Lin Moya shouted in a low voice, and the Undead Legion launched a full-scale attack. Chapter 2214. Chapter 2214, 2214. Chapter 2214, The Indestructible Neutron War Star. The eye of the soul gazed at the Neutron War Star. The Neutron War Star was covered with ancient runes, both inside and out, not just a single rune. Lin Moya realized the power of the Neutron War Star. Even the Rune Heavenly Sovereign needed several ancient runes to evolve a Neutron War Star, showing its immense strength. The current power displayed by the Neutron War Star was slightly stronger than that of a Saint Sovereign. Fortunately, the War God Fortresses had formed a battle formation, connecting with each other, creating a powerful combat network that could rival the Neutron War Star. Originally, this great battle would not have erupted. Both sides were evenly matched, and over countless years, it had become a rule that there would be no further developments. It could be said that the plot was always at the starting point, never progressing. Until Lin Moya's appearance broke the balance, the plot began to develop. In this fictional great battle, the human race began to gain victory, advancing step by step, defeating the Black Blood Great Realm. Lin Moya played various roles, such as leader, hero, and commander, leading the human army in battle. Lin Moya, along with the Undead Legion and the human army, quickly crushed the Black Blood Great Realm. Now, the final battle erupted. The Neutron War Star was right in front of them. As long as they could crush it, they could break this situation. There was no puzzle in this situation. It required almost no thought, only combat power. One force can subdue 10 meetings. In the face of true strength, the role of strategy is greatly diminished. The Rune Heavenly Sovereign is trying to teach me this principle. How strange, the Rune Heavenly Sovereign doesn't seem like someone who would do such a thing. If he were really so responsible, he wouldn't have left. Lin Moya muttered to himself. He had interacted with the Rune Heavenly Sovereign the most and had some understanding of his character. The Rune Heavenly Sovereign had a strange temperament, difficult to fathom, and had never made Lin Moya feel any sense of responsibility. It could be said that those who left, the Heavenly Sovereigns, were more concerned with themselves rather than the great world. From this, it could be inferred that the Rune Heavenly Sovereign wouldn't go to great lengths to set up these things. This was also what Lin Moya couldn't understand. The Undead Legion crushed the Black Blood Army. In less than half a day, the Black Blood Army was completely cleared out, and they began to besiege the Neutron War Star. The Neutron War Star was very strong. It had no formation barriers and relied solely on its own strength to withstand all attacks. Whether it was the skeleton god generals, human warriors, or the war god fortress, all attacks on it were ineffective. It was like an indestructible iron lump, standing firm amidst countless attacks. This defense, if considered as a physical body, has already reached the supreme realm. The Neutron War Star evolved from ancient runes is so strong. If it were in ancient times, the real Neutron War Star would be even stronger. Facing the siege, the Neutron War Star launched a frenzied counterattack. It evolved countless blood-colored swords, slashing down one by one. The war god fortresses connected into a formation, blocking the attacks. Both sides fell into a stalemate, forming a delicate balance where neither could overcome the other. Lin Moya knew that to break the current situation, he could only rely on himself. This was also the key to breaking the situation. If he couldn't do it, he wouldn't be able to pass this level. Lin Moya chose the simplest and most brutal method. With a light touch of his finger, the undying flames exploded like fireworks. The starry sky was instantly ablaze with raging flames. The gray flames illuminated the heavens and earth, dyeing the entire world gray. The exquisite and majestic skeleton thrones emerged from the flames, with skeleton kings sitting on them. The skeleton kings wore exquisite battle armor, their capes fluttering, and the skeleton thrones transformed into bone swords in their hands. A total of 25 skeleton kings, all exuding the aura of the Saint Sovereign Realm. Above their heads, 25 Rule Star rivers appeared simultaneously. The Rule Star rivers were filled with white bones, surging with waves. With Lin Moya's thought, the skeleton kings simultaneously drew their swords. Technique, God-slaying. The God-slaying sword fell on the Neutron War Star, and its light instantly became several times brighter than usual. The originally slowly rotating Neutron War Star stopped in place, and even its attacks ceased. Lin Moya saw debris flying off its surface. Finally, there was some effect, but that was all. The Neutron War Star resumed its rotation after a few seconds and continued its attacks. Even the God-slaying technique from 25 skeleton kings, which could kill or severely injure a Saint Sovereign, only caused minor damage to the Neutron War Star. Its sturdiness far exceeded Lin Moya's imagination. The Neutron War Star evolved from ancient runes had no soul, so the bone rules did not take effect, which also weakened the skeleton king's attacks to some extent. Lin Moya's mind stirred, and 2,500 drops of rainbow water flew out, evenly distributed among the skeleton kings, 100 drops each. At the same time, 250,000 units of faith power burned simultaneously, also evenly distributed among the skeleton kings. Over the years, Lin Moya had accumulated a vast amount of faith power, so much that even he couldn't count it. He only knew that the daily increase in faith power was over 10,000 units. The well of ancestral water contained 10,000 drops of rainbow water, and 1 drop of rainbow water was produced every 10 days. Lin Moya would regularly collect the excess rainbow water for direct use when needed. With the addition of rainbow water and faith power, the combat power of the skeleton kings was greatly enhanced. But it didn't end there. Lin Moya let out a low shout, and the power of Origin surged forth. Origin technique, strengthen army. The damage caused by the Undead Legion instantly increased tenfold. This was the skeleton king's strongest state. The 25 skeleton kings swung their swords again, and the sword light was several times brighter than before, shining on the Neutron War Star. Lin Moya seemed to see countless skeleton shadows appearing on the Neutron War Star, swinging their swords and slashing down. The Neutron War Star stopped rotating again, with more debris flying off. With a tenfold increase in power, the skeleton king's attacks caused more damage to the Neutron War Star, but it was still only superficial damage, not very effective. It's really sturdy. Lin Moya sighed inwardly. With a thought, the skeleton kings simultaneously pounced on the Neutron War Star. If techniques didn't work, they would use bone swords to hack directly. The bone swords were extremely sturdy, comparable to the blood-colored long swords of the Black Blood Great Realm's Saint Sovereigns, and could rival the rune swords made by the Heavenly Sovereigns. The bone swords struck the Neutron War Star, causing a series of roars. Each strike could chip off some debris from the Neutron War Star, but at this rate, it would take hundreds of years of continuous hacking to destroy it. The neutron warstar continued to rotate and counterattack, evolving blood-colored longswords that slashed at the Skeleton Kings, preventing them from fully attacking. The Skeleton Kings also failed. Lin Moya sighed. Conventional methods had lost their effectiveness. The neutron warstar was indeed an indestructible iron lump, even in ancient times, causing headaches for the human race. Lin Moya's eyes revealed contemplation: either rely on sufficiently powerful combat strength to shatter it, or find another way to break its defense. Now that conventional methods had lost their effectiveness, Lin Moya pondered other solutions. The world-destroying fire was useless. It targeted souls and wouldn't cause much damage to the neutron warstar. The Staff of Calamity should work, but it was the final trump card. Lin Moya didn't want to rely on the Staff of Calamity unless there was no other way. After thinking for a moment, Lin Moya came up with a method. Let's give it a try, it might work. He murmured to himself, and 4 rule star rivers appeared simultaneously. Time and space rules surged, merging into spacetime power, pressing down on the neutron warstar. Chapter 2215. Chapter 2215, 2215. Chapter 2215, Using Spacetime Power to Kill. Using spacetime power to kill, Lin Moya had seen it before but had never used it himself. Once, those god venerations outside the small world were silently wiped out by spacetime power, and he himself almost died under it. The power of spacetime can be imagined: the soul and body are separated, placed in different times and spaces, dying without knowing how. The neutron warstar has no soul, but it has runes. It itself is evolved from many ancient runes, not a real neutron warstar. If it were a real neutron warstar, perhaps I would be at a loss, but ancient runes. Lin Moya regarded the ancient runes as the soul, and spacetime power wrapped around the neutron warstar, silently infiltrating it. Spacetime power is ethereal and difficult to resist, no matter how strong the defense. Spacetime power eventually wrapped around each ancient rune, then suddenly surged. Each ancient rune instantly entered different times and spaces, and their time flows became extremely chaotic. Originally, the ancient runes were connected in some way, forming a whole. Now, they each entered different times and spaces, and their connections were severed. The neutron warstar instantly stopped, no longer attacking or rotating. Without the ancient runes, its defense was almost instantly dismantled, and the undead legion and human warriors' attacks continued, causing it great damage. Debris flew everywhere, and numerous pits appeared on the neutron warstar, making it uneven. It's effective. Lin Moya's heart moved, and the power of death surged out. As his innate law, part of it had already transformed into rule power, greatly enhancing its power. The power of death surged like waves, crashing into the neutron warstar and then infiltrating the ancient runes, directly starting to corrode them. The power of death corrodes everything, from intangible souls to tangible matter. Nothing can resist it. The ancient runes would also be corroded. If they were still connected, supporting each other, the power of death might not have much effect. But now, they were acting independently and could not resist the corrosion of the power of death. Soon, the ancient runes became incomplete and then exploded with a bang, turning into dust and dissipating. As the ancient runes shattered, a large piece of the neutron warstar also collapsed. More and more ancient runes were corroded by the power of death, and the neutron warstar broke apart piece by piece. In the blink of an eye, the originally round neutron warstar had become oddly shaped. In just a few minutes, the neutron warstar completely collapsed. It's done. Lin Moya exhaled, the first time he used spacetime power to kill, and the effect was excellent. He knew very well that if he used spacetime power against a living Saint Sovereign, the effect might not be as good. A Saint Sovereign is a living being and wouldn't stand still for you to kill. But against such a dead object, the effect was surprisingly good. As the neutron warstar collapsed, the war god fortresses and human warriors simultaneously stopped their attacks. The gates of the war god fortresses opened, and the human warriors returned to the fortresses. Hundreds of war god fortresses simultaneously emitted light, the light connecting into a single entity, illuminating the heavens and earth. The light grew stronger and stronger, bursting with powerful force, pushing Lin Moya away. Lin Moya looked at the light illuminating the heavens and earth. It's over, time for the reward. The Rune Heavenly Sovereign's setup has always been like this: as long as you pass, there is a reward. He is very particular about balance. In the light, Lin Moya felt a strong aura of ancient runes, not ordinary ones, at least level 4 or above. Lin Moya's heart moved. Could it be? He guessed what the reward was. Until the light completely disappeared, 3 ancient runes appeared before his eyes. The 3 ancient runes emitted a powerful aura, their surfaces shimmering, all of them level 5 ancient runes. Sure enough, they are core ancient runes, and giving 3 at once, how generous. Lin Moya chuckled and put away all 3 core ancient runes. Given the high difficulty, even if all the Saint Sovereigns of the human race were here, they would have no way to deal with the neutron warstar. Even if the Star Elder Emperor came, he might not be able to solve the neutron warstar. So, the reward of 3 core ancient runes is not too much. To create a rune warrior, 12 core ancient runes are needed. Now, 5 have been obtained, with 7 more to go. Lin Moya couldn't help but suspect that the remaining 7 core ancient runes were all in the finger ruins. Thinking about it, the possibility is very high. A vortex appeared in the sky, and Lin Moya soared into it. After he left, the space collapsed, and everything was wiped out. It was as if the task had been completed, and there was no longer any need for existence. The vortex felt similar to a secret realm and somewhat like the dungeons in the small world. He experienced a transmission in the vortex, and when his vision recovered, he had entered another space. This time, what kind of game is it? Is it a puzzle or a battle, or both? After the rune Heavenly Sovereign's manipulations, the evolution of the ancient runes could no longer be judged by common sense. Instead, it depended on the rune Heavenly Sovereign's thoughts, which wasn't necessarily a bad thing. No matter what the rune Heavenly Sovereign did, there were traces to follow. Just follow his thinking. Lin Moyo looked around the space. The sun was shining brightly, and a warm sun hung in the sky. But strangely, on the other side of the sky, there was a full moon. The sun and moon shining together, such a scene is rare. In the great world, not every star system has a moon. Many star systems have no moon, but they do have two stars. In the small world, there were both sun and moon, which was the environment Lin Moyo was most accustomed to. Lin Moyo looked at the warm sun, feeling the warmth of the sunlight, very comfortable. But his eyes narrowed slightly. Who is watching me? His extremely sensitive soul told him that someone was secretly watching him. Since entering this space, the feeling of being watched had always been there, but he couldn't find out who was watching him or where they were. Lin Moyo didn't dwell too much on the issue of being watched. Since he couldn't find the other party, he chose to ignore it. Most likely, it's the rune Heavenly Sovereign. Thinking this, Lin Moyo walked forward. This world was not desolate, there were mountains and waters, and a road under his feet. At the end of the road, he vaguely saw a city. The city was located between two high mountains, surrounded by clouds and mist, making it difficult to see clearly. But Lin Moyo could feel that the city was very majestic, more so than any human city in reality. Lin Moyo walked along the road, discovering that his space laws were restricted, unable to move quickly. He couldn't take steps of billions of kilometers, and without using time laws, each step was only about 100 meters. The space had changed, and Lin Moyo tried to adapt but found it impossible. The space here was very special, like waves, constantly surging and changing. No surge was the same, making it impossible for him to adapt. The change in space also limited his speed. He could fly, but his flying height and speed were less than 1/10,000th of normal. He had no choice but to walk step by step. The road was very quiet, with no pedestrians, only the road itself. The city seemed close but was actually very far away. As he walked, the entire space became quiet, even the sound of the wind disappeared. This world had no night. Day and night alternated only between light and dark. When the warm sun dimmed and the full moon brightened, it signaled the arrival of night. In the alternation of light and dark, Lin Moyo walked for 100 days. The sound of the wind reached his ears, and the city in his vision finally changed. Chapter 2216. Chapter 2216, 2216. Chapter 2216, Rune Evolution, Ancient City. The first changes appeared on both sides of the road. At some point, green trees appeared along the road. The trees formed a canopy, blocking the sunlight. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, creating beautiful beams of light. Lin Moyo instinctively activated the Eye of the Soul and was surprised to find that there were no runes on these trees. How can this be? Everything in the ruins was evolved from runes, and the Eye of the Soul could see the truth in the runes. But now, the runes were gone, and everything seemed incredibly real. Lin Moyo even began to doubt whether he had entered the real world. The city hidden in the mountains and clouds in the distance finally revealed its majestic appearance. It was an unimaginably grand city, with walls towering 10,000 meters high, reaching into the clouds and with no end in sight. On the city walls, a light projection cast 3 large characters into the sky: Ningfu City. Lin Moyo stood still and could see figures moving on the city walls. There were even people standing in mid-air above the city. These people wore long robes, looking like immortals. Please make way. A shout suddenly came from behind, and Lin Moyo turned to see a team approaching from behind. Instinctively, he stepped aside to let the team pass. Leading the team was a large carriage, pulled by 8 giant horses, taking up half the road. These horses were not ordinary, each stood 10 meters tall, with flames burning under their feet. Starry beasts. Lin Moyo immediately recognized that these 8 horses were all starry beasts. The aura they emitted was at least at the Other Shore Realm. Using Other Shore Realm starry beasts as carriage pullers was quite extravagant. Behind the carriage was a team of about 100 people. They wore uniform clothing, all in long robes, with characters embroidered on them. Ningfu Academy. Academy? This term was rarely seen nowadays, but in ancient times, there were many academies. Lin Moyo had read some information in ancient times. Academies were like sects, established by the human race for learning and cultivation. Watching them pass by and gradually disappear from sight, Lin Moyo felt a slight tremor in his heart. Could this be an ancient city evolved here? He couldn't help but feel a strong curiosity about this city. He also wanted to see what an ancient city was like. But before that, Lin Moyo activated the Undead Vision. The Eye of the Soul could see the truth, while the Undead Vision could see souls. With both in use, there were few things in the world that could escape his notice. Under the Undead Vision, soul flames were flickering. Indeed, they are not ordinary beings. Although there were soul flames, making them look like real beings, Lin Moyo immediately recognized that these soul flames were evolved from runes. Even though the Eye of the Soul couldn't see the runes, the presence of these soul flames confirmed that this was indeed a world evolved from runes. The Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign truly deserves to be called a Heavenly Sovereign, capable of creating such realistic illusions. Lin Moyo sighed. Without the Eye of the Soul, even he couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion. Lin Moyo followed the team forward. The team moved quickly, soon leaving him behind and disappearing from sight. Lin Moyo didn't chase after them, they had their path, and he had his. As he got closer to the city, the road became busier. Pedestrians appeared from nowhere, all heading towards the city. They were discussing various topics loudly, without any intention of hiding. Lin Moyo listened and was slightly surprised. They were discussing runes, and all of them were rune masters. In ancient times, runes were highly popular, and many cultivators studied them. During that time, the path of runes was very prosperous, and the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign was the undisputed leader in the field. This was a world evolved from runes, and everything that happened could be the key to breaking the situation. Lin Moyo listened carefully, not missing any details. Gradually, he understood some things. Mingfu City was a city dedicated to rune cultivation, home to countless rune masters. Among them, Mingfu Academy was undoubtedly the best, gathering the strongest rune masters. The head of Mingfu Academy was a rune master who had reached the supreme realm. This time, Mingfu Academy was holding a grand rune competition in the city, and the winner could obtain an ancient rune. This ancient rune was said to have been created by the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign himself, a 5th-level ancient rune that had been eternally solidified. When Lin Moyo heard this, he immediately realized the significance of this ancient rune and knew what he had to do. This ancient rune should be one of the 12 core ancient runes. He needed to participate in the rune competition, win, and obtain the core ancient rune. This was the challenge set by the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign, and winning was the way to break the situation. There was no puzzle, no battle, just a competition of runes. Senior Heavenly Sovereign, what are you trying to do, going to such lengths? Lin Moyo muttered to himself. He knew that even for a Heavenly Sovereign, evolving such a world was not an easy task. The Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign must have put in a lot of effort to set all this up. What was his ultimate goal? Compared to the tricks he had played in Secret Realms, this was far too elaborate, not in line with the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign's usual style. At this point, Lin Moyo had no other choice but to take it one step at a time. Following the crowd, Lin Moyo entered the city. There were many people along the way, but none paid any attention to Lin Moyo, which was quite unusual. Lin Moyo's clothing was distinctly different from others, clearly from a different era. If it were normal people, they would surely come over out of curiosity to ask questions, but now, no one did. Lin Moyo felt that this was another detail the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign had missed. To evolve a real world, some details were overlooked. He had always known that the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign wanted to use runes to evolve real life, to glimpse the secrets of the Tao Sovereign. Unfortunately, the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign never succeeded. Now it seemed that he still lacked attention to detail. Evolving real life is difficult. Even a Heavenly Sovereign creating a race is not creating something from nothing but merging existing life forms. The difference between the two is significant and cannot be compared. After walking for several days and nights, the city was finally within reach. The 10,000-meter-high gate was wide open, exuding a terrifying aura from within. Countless strong individuals were inside, including those at the other shore realm, Saint Sovereigns, and possibly even Supremes. With curiosity, Lin Moyo entered the city, observing the buildings inside. So this is what an ancient city looks like. The city had tall buildings, many reaching 1,000 meters high. The buildings were tall but had few floors, mostly only 9. Rune formations were almost everywhere, countless in number. Occasionally, powerful auras emanated from the buildings, indicating the presence of strong individuals inside. Other shore realm cultivators are everywhere. So this is the ancient era? Truly prosperous. Lin Moyo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Here, other shore realm cultivators were everywhere, and Saint Sovereigns were also common. There were too many to count. If the ancient era was truly like this, then the current era is indeed pitifully weak. The entire human race combined couldn't compare to a single city from the ancient era. The gap is too vast. Following the road, Lin Moyo arrived at the gate of Mingfu Academy. Countless people were registering to participate in the rune competition. Everyone had to pass the tests according to the rules to officially become participants. Lin Moyo followed the crowd and registered as well. Chapter 2217. Chapter 2217, 2217. Chapter 2217, isn't this just a containment rune array? There were many people registering, and Lin Moyo received a number, 95,270. This meant that over 90,000 people had already registered before him. Countless rune masters were interested in the rewards offered by Mingfu Academy. Although Lin Moyo knew these people were all evolved from runes, considering the rune standards of the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign, he dared not be careless. After receiving his number, he left Mingfu Academy and wandered around Mingfu City. It was a rare opportunity to admire an ancient city, and he didn't want to miss it. From Mingfu City, he deeply felt the prosperity and strength of the human race in ancient times. There were countless such cities in ancient times. Lin Moyo walked for a long time. Mingfu City was enormous and seemed endless. A day later, the entire Mingfu City suddenly lit up, and a massive rune array appeared in the sky. Mingfu City was located between two high mountains, and the rune array shone brightly, connecting the two mountains and forming a large net. Amidst the clouds and mist, a palace emerged. Countless people looked up at the sky, exclaiming in awe, "It's Mingfu Academy! Mingfu Academy has appeared, how magnificent! I wonder if the palace master will appear. I really want to see the palace master, he is my idol." Various voices filled the air, and Lin Moyo smiled. These voices were repetitive. After walking a certain distance and passing a few hundred people, he found they were all saying the same things. Details, details. Lin Moyo chuckled silently. The Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign indeed lacked some finesse in the details. A majestic voice echoed in the air, "The rune competition is about to begin. All registered participants, enter the rune array for the initial assessment. Those who pass the assessment can enter the official competition." The rune array above flashed with light, and countless people in Mingfu City flew towards it. Lin Moyo also rushed into the rune array. He felt like he had entered an independent space, which felt somewhat familiar. Isn't this the assessment room of the Rune Master Association? Lin Moya laughed silently. It turned out that the assessment room of the Rune Master Association was modeled after the ancient times. Ahead was a dim starry sky, and a majestic voice sounded in his ears. The assessment requirement is to draw the same runes as those you see. The time limit is 10 minutes. Drawing 10 runes counts as passing. The scene brightened, and hundreds of runes appeared. These runes were all high-level runes and didn't seem difficult. However, Lin Moya immediately noticed the problem. These runes weren't visible to just anyone. One needed a corresponding soul realm to see these runes. Lin Moya sensed that at least a peak god veneration soul was required to see these runes. Without a sufficient soul realm, one couldn't even see the runes, let alone draw them. This alone would eliminate a portion of the participants, as many registrants didn't have a soul realm at the peak god veneration level. Lin Moya casually drew the runes at an incredibly fast speed. It took him just over 3 minutes to draw all 100 runes, almost 2 seconds per rune. Then, his vision blurred, and he was transported away. He appeared in a plaza, with Ming Fu Academy directly ahead. At this moment, there were a dozen people standing in the plaza, all participants like him. Very fast. Lin Moya realized that these people were very fast, even faster than him. Their realms were all at the Saint Veneration level, higher than his, although they were also at the other shore realm. Lin Moya knew that these people were also evolved from runes, and their speed was due to the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign's arrangements. Lin Moya didn't think much of it. This was just the initial assessment. The main competition hadn't started yet, so there was no need to rush. The dozen Saint Venerations were solemn and silent, not talking to each other. Soon, more people were transported over as they completed the assessment. After 10 minutes, no more people were transported, marking the end of the initial assessment. Less than 10,000 people stood in the plaza, far fewer than the number of registrants. A glow appeared above Ming Fu Academy, and a rune master in a white robe appeared, holding an ancient rune in his hand. It's indeed a core ancient rune. Lin Moya immediately recognized it as one of the core ancient runes. The white-robed rune master announced loudly, "Congratulations to all of you for standing out from the 100,000 registrants. You now have the qualification to approach the ancient rune of the Heavenly Sovereign. The ancient rune in my hand comes from the Heavenly Sovereign. This rune competition is also initiated by the Heavenly Sovereign. This ancient rune is just one of the rewards. The winner will qualify for the final competition." Upon hearing this, everyone present showed respect and learning, except for Lin Moya. Lin Moya noticed that their expressions were uniform, too consistent. Even clay figures couldn't be made this identical. Details. Lin Moya sighed inwardly. The Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign was somewhat narcissistic. When mentioning himself, he wanted others to worship him. The white-robed rune master continued, "Now I will announce the competition rules. Here is an ancient rune, a third-level ancient rune. Whoever can replicate it the fastest will be the winner." As he spoke, he tossed the competition's third-level ancient rune into the air. The competition rules were very simple, with no rounds or complex formats. There was only one round. Whoever replicated the third-level ancient rune first would win. Lin Moya muttered to himself, "This doesn't match the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign's usual style. He used to make things incredibly complex. In the past, to obtain the inheritance, he had to go through numerous trials and puzzles, all extremely complicated and easy to fail. Although he learned a lot from it, the process was not enjoyable, and any mistake could lead to failure. Now, the rules were suddenly so straightforward that Lin Moya felt a bit uncomfortable. He couldn't help but wonder, has the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign been possessed? As he thought this, his gaze fell on the third-level ancient rune. The white-robed rune master tossed the third-level ancient rune into the air, where it hovered above everyone's heads, slowly rotating for all to see. Many people flew up to observe the rune from different angles. This ancient rune. Lin Moya also looked at the third-level ancient rune, finding it increasingly familiar. Suddenly, he realized, isn't this just a containment rune array? The containment rune array was one of the powerful runes inherited from the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign. At that time, the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign had said that the containment rune array was his creation. The entire containment rune array was composed of numerous runes, using the technique of splitting runes, making its structure quite complex. Unexpectedly, the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign had further refined it into an ancient rune, and a third-level one at that. A third-level ancient rune was the limit that an Other Shore Realm cultivator could master, and Saint Venerations were also at the Other Shore Realm. For any rune master who hadn't reached the Supreme Realm, a third-level ancient rune was a significant challenge. Several rune masters frowned, but unfortunately, their expressions were almost identical. In terms of details, the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign still had a lot to improve. Some rune masters began drawing after observing for a while, but Lin Moya knew immediately that they were wrong. The predecessor of this ancient rune was the containment rune array, unique to the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign. The foundation of the containment rune array was the technique of splitting runes, which was not something an ordinary rune master could do. Lin Moya smiled and began his performance. Since reaching the Other Shore Realm, he hadn't formally drawn an ancient rune. However, he was confident that with his understanding of runes, first to third-level ancient runes were no problem. He was too familiar with the containment rune array, having drawn it countless times. Now, he just needed to refine the containment rune array into an ancient rune. Without a model, he might need to study it carefully. But with a model right in front of him, there was no need for research, he just had to copy it. Lin Moya exuded confidence. "Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign, are you overestimating yourself or underestimating me?" In just a few minutes, while other rune masters were still struggling, Lin Moyo had already drawn a containment ancient rune, looking identical to the one in the air. Chapter 2218. Chapter 2218, 2218. Chapter 2218. This guy seems to be in a hurry. The containment ancient rune drawn by Lin Moyo automatically flew up, and the two containment ancient runes floated side by side in the air, making it difficult to distinguish which one was the replica. Anyone with eyes could see that Lin Moyo's replica was flawless. The white-robed rune master publicly announced, "Rune master number 95,270 has successfully drawn the rune and is the fastest. He is the champion of the competition." As soon as the words fell, the sky was filled with radiance, and everyone except Lin Moyo disappeared, seemingly sent away. Lin Moyo's eyebrows twitched. Is it really this casual? This completely disregards the details. At this moment, it felt as if the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign was in a hurry. From the changes in the process, Lin Moyo could clearly feel the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign's state at the time very anxious. But if he was in such a hurry, why make such arrangements? Could there be some unspeakable reason? Lin Moyo couldn't fathom the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign's mindset at the time. It was just very strange. The white-robed rune master held the core ancient rune and approached Lin Moyo. "Rune master number 95,270, do you want to continue the competition or stop here? If you stop here, this 5th level ancient rune will be yours, and you can leave with it. If you continue the competition, you might lose this 5th level ancient rune." Lin Moyo asked, "If I continue the competition and win, what reward will I get?" The white-robed rune master replied, "You will get more ancient runes." As he spoke, he raised his hand, indicating that the ancient runes to be obtained were of the same level as the one in his hand. It was obvious that if he continued the competition, the ancient runes he would obtain would also be one of the 12 core ancient runes. Now, Lin Moyo had already obtained 5 of the 12 core ancient runes. If he could collect the remaining 7, he might have a chance to create a rune warrior. In terms of combat power, it would certainly not be as strong as the one created by the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign, but Lin Moyo thought it should be comparable to a supreme. After all, it would be a supreme level combat power, and the more, the better. Lin Moyo almost didn't hesitate. "I choose to continue the competition." The white-robed rune master nodded. "Alright, the next competition will be held in the Holy Rune City. Take this, it will guide you there." Holy Rune City. A city named after the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign, Lin Moyo thought to himself, could it be the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign's hometown? Taking the core ancient rune from the white-robed rune master, the core ancient rune emitted a glow, and the space instantly became distorted. Lin Moyo saw with his own eyes that Mingfu City below him disintegrated and collapsed, while he seemed to undergo a teleportation, everything before his eyes becoming a dreamlike illusion. Clouds and mist shifted beneath him, and the wind howled in his ears. Lin Moyo felt himself rising, constantly flying higher. This space was boundless, with no end in sight. He didn't know how far he had ascended. Under normal circumstances, he should have already left the planet and entered the starry sky. Lin Moyo felt a strong sense of unreality, as if he were in a dream world. Finally, he stopped, standing on clouds and mist. In the distance, a massive city floated. The city was grand and majestic, like a heavenly palace, indescribable in words. The overwhelming sense of awe struck him deeply. Even Lin Moyo, who was accustomed to seeing galaxies collapse and stars explode, was awed by this city. Holy Rune City, the city of the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign, exuded the aura of the Heavenly Sovereign. Before he could take a closer look, the clouds and mist had already covered the city again. 100 meters away, the space twisted, and several figures appeared. A total of 6 people, each holding an ancient rune like him. Each ancient rune was one of the core runes. They seemed to be the winners of the rune competitions from various cities, gathered here for the second round of the competition, trying to win each other's runes. The plot development is hasty, but at least it's reasonable. Will the pace accelerate again next? Lin Moyo thought to himself, and suddenly a figure appeared in the sky. The figure was somewhat blurry, and his true appearance couldn't be seen, but Lin Moyo recognized him at a glance. It was the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign. Having interacted with the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign many times, he wouldn't mistake him. "I thought he had completely left, but it turns out he left a remnant soul here." Leaving remnant souls everywhere, besides his inheritance, what is he trying to do? Lin Moyo pondered silently. In the sky, the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign waved his hand, and the 6 ancient runes in the hands of the 6 people simultaneously flew up, gathering in mid-air. The Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign's gaze swept over everyone, and his majestic voice sounded, "Today's competition, the winner takes all. There is only one round of competition. The winner will get all 6 runes, and the losers will get nothing." The Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign waved his hand, and the clouds and mist churned, forming numerous runes. The runes ranged from basic to advanced, totaling exactly 999. The competition rules are as follows. Select some runes from the 999 runes to refine rune puppets. The rune puppets you refine will engage in a melee. The winner takes all. The time limit is 100 hours. After 100 hours, the melee will begin. The plot pace accelerated again. Given the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign's personality, he certainly wouldn't arrange it so simply. Lin Moyo felt that the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign seemed to be watching him. This feeling was identical to what he felt when he first entered this space. From the moment he entered here, he felt someone was monitoring his every move, and it was clearly the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign. It should be said it was a remnant soul of the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign. The Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign didn't reveal it, and Lin Moyo naturally wouldn't expose it. If he wanted to act, Lin Moyo would play along to the end. In the end, he would see what the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign's true purpose was. The 100-hour time limit was neither long nor short. The 999 runes could be fused with each other to form new advanced runes, or they could be combined in various ways, with almost infinite combinations. The key was not which runes were used, but whether the chosen runes were reasonable, whether they could complement each other, and ultimately exert powerful combat power. This was a 6-person melee, and it wasn't enough to just crush one person. To ensure a 100% victory, the refined rune puppet must be able to crush the other 5. Both defense and attack are needed, and both must be the strongest. Only these runes can be combined, which also limits the final combat power of the rune puppet. There is also a time limit of 100 hours, which is very tight. The other rune masters had already started drawing runes and refining puppets. Lin Moya remained motionless, still contemplating how to combine the runes to make the puppet more powerful. Ordinary combinations wouldn't work. What he could do, others could also do. His opponents were all evolved from runes by the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign, and their rune skills were strong. Ordinary methods wouldn't be decisive. To win, he had to come up with something they couldn't. After glancing at the actions of the other 5 rune masters, Lin Moya knew what he had to do. The methods they used to refine rune puppets were very ordinary, and the puppets they refined would be mediocre. The Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign's method of refining rune puppets was very different, involving many unique techniques. The most basic was to break down the runes and combine them into rune arrays before refining. Having received the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign's inheritance, Lin Moya naturally understood this. He knew what to do and felt he could do even better, because he could perfectly fuse each rune without any mistakes. Even the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign might not achieve this. An hour later, Lin Moya began to act, selecting a dozen runes. He multitasked, breaking down and recombining some runes, while directly fusing others into new runes. Then he fused the new runes a second time, forcibly combining ordinary runes into 3-dimensional runes, giving them the characteristics of ancient runes. Chapter 2219. Chapter 2219, 2219. Chapter 2219, The Final Test, A Massacre. Lin Moya wasn't sure if the 3-dimensional runes he had combined counted as ancient runes. They should count. They do possess some characteristics of ancient runes. But compared to ancient runes, they seem to be missing something. Lin Moya thought for a moment and realized what was missing. They lacked rules. Without the infusion of rule power, the 3-dimensional runes he had combined were still somewhat different from ancient runes. Lin Moya used the Undying Rule to inject the power of life into the runes. The combined runes immediately burst with vitality, emitting the true aura of ancient runes. Because this ancient rune used the technique of splitting runes and contained the power of life, even if it was shattered, it could still independently evolve. Of course, Lin Moya knew his power was weak and couldn't achieve the same as the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign, whose shattered rune fragments could still evolve into secret realms. He couldn't do it now, but he believed he could in the future. He had already grasped the key core of rune evolution, so the remaining tasks were no longer difficult. Different rule powers can give ancient runes different characteristics. Combined with the function of the ancient runes themselves, the effect of the rule power can be multiplied. Lin Moya gradually understood that he possessed 4 major rules: Undying, Time, Space, and Starlight. Lin Moya murmured to himself, the power of life from the Undying Rule as the core ensures that the puppet can quickly recover after being injured. Time and the power of death as the sword, becoming the strongest sword. Starlight as the shield, protecting the entire body. Space as the defense, preventing the enemy's attacks from crossing over. With a clear plan in mind, he began to work quickly. One by one, runes were picked up by him, dismantled, and then recombined, carrying the power of rules. Using himself as a model, Lin Moya created a rune puppet. Due to the lack of corresponding materials, this rune puppet wouldn't last long. Once the power within the runes was exhausted, the puppet would disappear. But no matter what, it was more than enough for a fight. The puppet held a shield in its left hand, with the Starlight Rule providing strong defense. In its right hand, it held a sword composed of metal runes, carrying the Time Rule and the power of death. The puppet's body was covered in armor, with space rules flowing on the armor, containing a vast internal space. To break this armor, an attack would have to cross billions of miles of space to hit it, by which time the attack would have been weakened countless times. Beneath the armor was the core rune, filled with the power of life, along with some backup runes. Even if some runes were damaged, the power of life could quickly heal them, and the backup runes could quickly take over. 100 hours was too short, and Lin Moya could only achieve this much. When the time was up, the 6 rune masters stopped simultaneously. Each had refined a rune puppet, each with a different form, but all looked impressive and emitted strong auras, all reaching the peak of the god veneration realm. After all, the runes provided by the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign were limited, and without corresponding materials, reaching this level was already strong. Looking similar is one thing, actual combat power will be revealed in the fight. The voice of the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign rang out, time's up. All rune puppets, begin the melee. As soon as the words fell, Lin Moya and the other rune masters automatically retreated, leaving space for the rune puppets. The battle between the rune puppets erupted instantly. Lin Moya's puppet swung its longsword, and a flash of sword light appeared. The speed of the sword light was astonishing, breaking the limits of time and space, hitting a rune puppet instantly. With the blessing of the Time Rule, the time belonging to the sword light was slowed down, making its speed appear faster in reality. 1 second for others was 2 seconds for it. The distance that originally took 2 seconds to reach now took only 1 second. This distortion of time was quite peculiar. The sword light exploded, and the power of death swept out, corroding most of the opposing rune puppet almost instantly. The rune puppet collapsed on the spot, turning into dust. With one sword strike, one rune master was eliminated. Lin Moya's eye showed no surprise. He knew his puppet well. With the blessing of 4 major rules, it could even entangle a real Othershore realm cultivator for a while. Not to mention these rune puppets, which were nothing. Lin Moya's puppet, like a god of death, charged forward, the sword light flashing, eliminating one puppet after another. Some rune puppets tried to resist, but their attacks were blocked by a shield of starlight, to no effect. There was no intense battle, nor any prolonged entanglement. Lin Moya's puppet almost crushed the others, slaughtering all the remaining puppets in less than a minute. Each time a puppet was eliminated, the corresponding rune master also disappeared. Their storylines ended, and they returned to dust and runes, going back to where they came from. In the end, only Lin Moya and the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign were left, staring at each other. Lin Moya smiled. "Long time no see, senior." The Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign's eyes also gleamed. "It seems you have indeed received my inheritance." Each remnant soul of the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign existed independently, with no shared memories. But Lin Moya's techniques couldn't deceive him. This remnant soul immediately recognized his own inheritance. Lin Moya openly admitted, "Thank you, senior, for your guidance. Your inheritance has been of great help to me." Lin Moya spoke the truth. Without the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign's inheritance, without the Concealment Rune and the Containment Rune array, his plans wouldn't have gone so smoothly. The Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign waved his hand. "Being able to obtain all my inheritance proves your aptitude, and reaching this point further proves your strength. Counting these 6, you should have obtained 11 of the 12 core ancient runes by now." As he spoke, he pushed the 6 core ancient runes in front of Lin Moya, who accepted them without hesitation. Indeed, only one remains. Lin Moya knew that since the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign said so, the last core ancient rune must also be here. The Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign chuckled. "The first core ancient rune you obtained was the Xian Star rune. The Xian Star rune is ever-changing, meaning the ancient rune warrior has countless combat and attack methods. And the last ancient rune is called the True Spirit rune. It is the most important of the 12 core ancient runes. Its existence is like the soul of a living being. You understand its specific function." Lin Moya instantly understood. The body is the vessel, but the soul is the essence. The same applies to ancient rune warriors. Without a soul, they can only mechanically follow their master's orders. But with a soul, they gain a certain level of intelligence. The simplest analogy is that the ancient rune warrior gains a semblance of sentience. Of course, this sentience isn't very strong, but it's sufficient. The difference between having it and not having it is significant. Lin Moya pondered. The ideal state would be for the ancient rune warrior to develop its own artifact spirit, but that's clearly not achieved. The ancient rune warrior is too powerful, making it extremely difficult to develop an artifact spirit. So the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign used another method, directly using runes to give the ancient rune warrior a semblance of sentience. The Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign's goal of evolving real life seems to have never been extinguished. Lin Moya asked, "What must I do to obtain the True Spirit rune?" The Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign chuckled and pointed, and a vortex appeared in the void. "Enter and kill everyone inside. The True Spirit rune will be yours, and I will also tell you the detailed method of refining ancient rune warriors. Let me warn you, it's very dangerous inside, and you might die." Lin Moya laughed heartily and, without hesitation, transformed into a stream of light and rushed into the vortex. Chapter 2220. Chapter 2220, 2220. Chapter 2220, I'll do it myself. Danger? Lin Moya had faced danger countless times, so many that he had lost count. Many times, he had narrowly escaped death. If he were truly afraid of death, he wouldn't have entered the finger ruins. Besides, Lin Moya had confidence in his own strength. No matter how dangerous it was inside, there would be limits. He had trump cards, and even if he faced a supreme, he could still fight. Rushing out of the vortex, Lin Moya saw the boundless starry sky. The starry sky was extremely prosperous, with countless stars shining behind him. The density of the stars was thousands of times greater than that of the current great world. So this is the great world of the ancient era. Lin Moya muttered to himself. Just by looking at the number of stars, the ancient era was far more prosperous than the present. The Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign appeared beside Lin Moya. "Your enemies are in front of you, and your allies are behind you. The task is to eliminate the enemies in front. Do you want to be the commander or one of the warriors? As my inheritor, I give you the right to choose." A large number of human warriors appeared in the starry sky. Each one had a powerful aura, almost all of them at the Othershore realm, numbering in the tens of millions. Leading them were 10 saint sovereigns. Among them was an extremely powerful presence standing at the forefront, a supreme. Knowing that this was an evolution of runes, Lin Moya couldn't help but sigh. The human race was truly powerful back then. Millions of Othershore realm cultivators were just a part of it. The human race's combat power was far beyond this. On the other side of the starry sky, countless enemies emerged. The invaders from the Black Blood Great Realm, the rebels from various races, and the controlled starry beasts all were here. Lin Moya felt as if he had returned to the ancient era, participating in a great war. The number of enemies far exceeded that of the human race, at least 20 million. The number of saint sovereigns also far exceeded that of the human race, reaching 20, with one supreme. Excluding the supreme, the number of enemies was exactly twice that of the human race. The two sides were separated by billions of kilometers, and the Great War could break out at any moment. Whether as a commander or a warrior, the goal was the same, to eliminate the other side. On the surface, the human race was at a disadvantage, and victory seemed almost impossible. Lin Moya frowned slightly. This test was too difficult for ordinary people. He calculated in his mind that at least half-step supreme strength was needed to lead this great war. The Supremes would battle each other, and he would have to kill the enemy Saint Sovereigns, then let the Saint Sovereigns slaughter the other Shore Realm cultivators. But that was for ordinary people. For Lin Moya just wanted to say, is that all? In his view, this difficulty was not as troublesome as the neutron war star. The Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign smiled. So, do you choose to be a warrior or a commander? Lin Moya shook his head. Neither, I'll do it myself. As his words fell, Lin Moya transformed into a stream of light and rushed into the battlefield. At the moment he moved, the war erupted. The human army launched a charge, and the enemy did the same. But Lin Moya was faster. He stepped on the Rule Star River, space laws surged, and within 2 or 3 steps, he was already in the midst of the enemy army. The Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign squinted his eyes. What is he trying to do? He hadn't paid attention to the first 2 trials in the Finger Ruins and didn't know what Lin Moya had done before. If he had known, he might not have been surprised. In the next second, the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign's eyes widened. Could it be? In the starry sky, a massive undead legion suddenly appeared. Skeleton god generals, death knights, and legion rulers appeared almost simultaneously. White sword chi illuminated the dim starry sky. Countless enemies were swallowed by the sword chi, turning into runes and disappearing. The undead legion, with an absolute numerical advantage, achieved a counterkill in an instant. The enemies evolved from runes were numerous, but Lin Moya's undead legion was even more numerous. Next, the undying flames burned fiercely, and 25 skeleton kings flew out, charging at the Saint Sovereigns. The legion rulers also unleashed attacks, cooperating with the skeleton kings. By the time the human army of tens of millions arrived, 1/5 of the enemies had already been killed. A battle that was supposed to be a sure defeat for the human race became incredibly easy with Lin Moya's intervention. The battle quickly turned one-sided, with the human race gaining an absolute advantage. Boom! A Saint Sovereign self-destruct, the immense power sweeping through the starry sky, killing many undead legion members. But this was a world evolved from runes. The self-destruction of the Saint Sovereign did not destroy the starry sky, nor did it cause deep space chaos. The undead legion members who were killed quickly revived and continued to fight. One Saint Sovereign after another began to self-destruct. Unable to win, they self-destruct before dying. The undead legion also died in batches, but with the effect of the undying undead, they could quickly revive. With Lin Moya's intervention, the war became completely one-sided. In just half an hour, the enemies were slaughtered clean. Even the Supreme fell in the siege. Among them, the human Supreme played a crucial role, while Lin Moya's undead legion played a very minor role. Even the skeleton kings were not very useful against the Supreme. Lin Moya estimated that it would take at least 1,000,000 Saint Sovereign level skeleton kings to possibly exhaust a Supreme, and that would be a relatively weak Supreme. At that level, quantity becomes increasingly insignificant. The life and death of a race are often determined by the top combat power. After the battle ended, everyone turned back into runes and disappeared. Lin Moya returned to the side of the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign. Senior, the battle is over. The Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign looked at Lin Moya with a strange expression. Lin Moya felt uncomfortable under his gaze. Senior, is there a problem? The Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign shook his head and smiled, reaching out to grab 2 stars from afar, which instantly flew into his hand. One of the stars turned into an ancient rune, the True Spirit Rune. As one of the 12 core runes, the True Spirit Rune exuded a sense of spirituality, different from the other 11 runes. With this, all 12 core runes needed for the ancient rune warrior were complete. The other star turned into a pearl, containing the detailed method of refining the ancient rune warrior. It included various details, such as what materials to use, what materials could be substituted, and the effects of using different materials. It was clear that the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign had made countless attempts and efforts to refine the ancient rune warrior. No wonder he said that the ancient rune warrior was the culmination of his life's work. After giving the True Spirit Rune and the pearl to Lin Moya, the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign continued to look at him. Lin Moya felt increasingly strange. Do you have something to say? The Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign said, I was wondering, what is your true identity? This question was odd. Wasn't he a human? What other identity could he have? Could he see that I came from another world? Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat, unsure. The Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign shook his head. No, I mean, what is your relationship with him? Why was he so certain back then that you would come here and insisted that I make all these arrangements? Originally, most of the 12 core runes were shattered, and I didn't have time to repair them. But he. Chapter 2221. Chapter 2221, 2221. Chapter 2221, The Great World Can Also Be Reborn. The Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign spoke of an ancient secret, which happened to explain Lin Moya's previous doubts. At that time, the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign had already made all preparations, left his inheritance, and was ready to leave this world. He hadn't planned to come to the Finger Ruins. Most of the 12 core ancient runes were already shattered, and the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign had no intention of staying. This matched the situation when Lin Moya first obtained the Xian Star Rune. At that time, the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign gave him the same feeling. The entire world had been ruthlessly abandoned by these heavenly sovereigns, with little nostalgia. Leaving the inheritance was, in his view, the greatest grace. It was at that time that he was approached by the mysterious master. Who was he? The Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign didn't explicitly say, but it wasn't hard to guess that he was the mysterious master. The mysterious master found the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign and had him do some things. Even though the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign was reluctant, he had no choice but to comply. The Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign recollected the remaining core ancient runes, repaired the shattered ones, and made arrangements in the finger ruins. But he was in a hurry at the time he needed to leave the Great World. Leaving the Great World wasn't something that could be done at will. Certain conditions had to be met. Those conditions didn't appear just any time. This also explained why the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign's behavior in the finger ruins was so abnormal, completely different from what had been seen before. The appearance of the mysterious master completely disrupted the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign's plans. In the end, the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign completed the mysterious master's request and left the Great World. The Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign sighed with a hint of helplessness. I thought his prediction that someone would come to take the core ancient runes was just a guess. I didn't expect it to be true. He really sees further than we do. It's a pity that back then, he was just a bit short. Otherwise, we wouldn't have needed to leave. The outside world is full of storms. It's not necessarily better. After all, it's leaving one's homeland. The Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign sighed deeply. Despite his eccentric personality, this remnant soul seemed to be quite sentimental. Lin Moyo asked, Senior, did any Heavenly Sovereigns really die back then? The Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign glanced at Lin Moyo. Are you planning to search for the remains of the Heavenly Sovereigns? Lin Moyo admitted frankly, yes. The Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign's tone became serious. I advise you not to seek death. Lin Moyo quickly said, Please guide me, Senior. The Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign said, Heavenly Sovereigns are different from Supremes. The rule world within a Heavenly Sovereign doesn't collapse after death but evolves on its own. No one knows what it will evolve into, but I can tell you it will be extremely dangerous. Not just you, even a peak Supreme might not return safely. Heavenly Sovereigns are on another level. If you have the chance to reach that level in the future, you'll naturally understand. Sighing, the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign continued, the hope for this world is already dim. What he did back then, I think, was meaningless. Lin Moyo didn't argue. Standing in different positions naturally led to different views. He and the mysterious master stood on the same side, believing that the Great World could still be saved. The Heavenly Sovereigns had already made their decisions, so they had no right to make sarcastic comments. The fate of the Great World no longer concerned them. The Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign squinted his eyes, looking around, and finally sighed, This remnant soul of mine is about to dissipate. Since you are my inheritor, I'll leave you something more. The Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign's body emitted a faint glow, and the aura of a Heavenly Sovereign rapidly ascended, pushing Lin Moyo away with an invisible force. The power of a Heavenly Sovereign was too strong, so strong that Lin Moyo couldn't resist at all. Even just a remnant soul had enough power to kill a Supreme. A rune appeared in the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign's palm, ancient, powerful, and exuding an astonishing aura. It was a 6th-level ancient rune, stronger than the 12-core ancient runes of the Rune Warrior. The strength of the Rune Warrior lay in its combination, using 12 5th-level ancient runes as the core, along with a large amount of top-tier materials and countless other runes, ultimately forming a 7th-level Rune Warrior. A single core ancient rune wasn't as high-grade as the one before him. Lin Moyo admired it like a piece of art, but the more he looked, the stranger it seemed. Although this ancient rune was powerful, Lin Moyo felt it had only one function, escape. The Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign condensed the 6th-level ancient rune, consuming a vast amount of power, making his remnant soul almost disappear. When the 6th-level ancient rune was fully condensed, the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign's remnant soul was nearly gone. He handed the ancient rune to Lin Moyo. This is a life-saving rune. If you truly enter the remains of a Heavenly Sovereign, this rune can save your life. Remember, there's only one rune. Once used, it's gone. The life-saving rune was permanently solidified by the power of the Heavenly Sovereign, just like the core ancient runes. As long as it wasn't used, it wouldn't dissipate. Lin Moyo put away the life-saving rune and sincerely bowed to the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign. Thank you, Senior. The Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign laughed. This world has nothing to do with me anymore. Good luck. With that, the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign completely disappeared. From the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign's words, Lin Moyo could feel the helplessness he felt when he decided to leave. Standing in the starry sky, watching the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign dissipate, Lin Moyo couldn't help but sigh. What happened to the Great World? Why did the Heavenly Sovereigns of ancient times think the Great World was beyond saving? 2 million years, such a long time, why didn't the Heavenly Sovereigns try to save the Great World? Suddenly, a voice rang out, because they couldn't save it. Lin Moyo looked up sharply and saw a mass of mist. The voice was too familiar, unforgettable after hearing it once. The mysterious master had arrived. Here, not only was there a remnant soul of the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign, but also a mark left by the mysterious master. The mysterious master's methods were more advanced than those of the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign. Clearly, the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign didn't know of his existence. Only after the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign dissipated did the mysterious master appear, as if everything was within his calculations. Greetings, Senior. Lin Moyo bowed to the mysterious master. Please enlighten me, Senior. The mysterious master, hidden in the mist, spoke in his unique voice. The runes of the Great World have undergone some changes. You can understand it as the source of the Great World being severely damaged, and this damage is irreversible. Over time, the damage to the Great World will grow until it eventually collapses. If it can devour the source of other worlds, there might be a chance. The Heavenly Sovereigns went to the World Sea and saw the future of the Great World. In the next million years, no world will encounter the great world. At that time, there were only two paths for the heavenly sovereigns. One was for someone to ascend to the Tao sovereign and use the power of the Tao sovereign to repair the source of the great world. The other was to leave the great world, severing all causal ties with it. Lin Moyo immediately understood, but with the source of the great world damaged, the path to becoming a Tao sovereign is blocked. The heavenly sovereigns actually had only one path. The mysterious master said softly, exactly. As Lin Moya spoke, he carefully sensed, but he couldn't detect the mysterious master's soul fluctuations. Without leaving a remnant soul, how was he communicating with him? The mysterious master had once again touched upon a realm that Lin Moya couldn't understand. Unable to comprehend it, Lin Moya stopped trying. But why didn't you leave, Senior? The mysterious master replied, I have my reasons for staying. Lin Moya said, Senior believes there is a third path, that the great world can still be saved. The mysterious master let out a light laugh. Then what do you think all my efforts are for? This statement, Lin Moyo inexplicably felt that the mysterious master's tone was somewhat familiar. The mysterious master continued, the great world can indeed be saved, but it's very difficult. However, if successful, the great world will have a chance to be reborn. Chapter 2222, Chapter 2222, 2222, Chapter 2222, Are you willing? The mysterious master spoke with certainty. From his words, Lin Moya could tell that he had deep feelings for the great world, far surpassing those of the heavenly sovereigns who had fled. It wasn't just feelings, he was also full of confidence in the great world, believing that it had not yet reached its end. He had calculated far ahead, seen far ahead, and glimpsed the trajectory of fate. Fate, however, constantly changes. What he saw might not necessarily happen. At most, it was just a higher probability, but every step the mysterious master took was calculated accurately, proving his prowess. The mysterious master continued, I have indeed seen a lot. Although it was just a fragment of fate, it was enough. Your appearance, your existence, is the opportunity for the great world. For this, I have made many preparations, which might be of help to you. The reason the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign repaired the shattered core ancient runes was because of the mysterious master. Not only that, but he also left behind the world-destroying fire, which could allow one to refine world crystals and construct a perfect rule world. Lin Moyo thought he might have other arrangements as well. Senior, what if I fail? Lin Moyo asked. The mist surged, and the mysterious master chuckled, if you fail, then it can only be said that fate is so. But if you don't try, are you willing? Are you willing? Lin Moyo's heart trembled slightly. The mysterious master's words were deafening. Are you willing? If I don't try, how could I be willing? Lin Moya's voice was firm, his choice identical to that of the mysterious master. How could he be willing if he didn't try? The mist surged more violently, as if the mysterious master was laughing, but no sound came out. After a moment, a flame suddenly lit up in the mist, growing brighter and brighter, flying out of the mist and turning into a flame. This was the world-destroying fire, which Lin Moya naturally recognized. But the world-destroying fire before him was much purer and stronger than his own. The mysterious master said, this is the origin of the world-destroying fire that I condensed. You can absorb it to enhance your own world-destroying fire. When your world-destroying fire is strong enough, refine this relic. I once integrated the rule worlds of two supremes into this relic. It can be refined into world crystals. Lin Moya's eyes lit up. This was the mysterious master's second gift. The first time, he had passed on the world-destroying fire to him. Later, the world-destroying fire had helped him several times, playing a huge role. This time, he gave him the origin of the world-destroying fire to enhance his own. Lin Moyo felt a bit moved. The mysterious master had seen him in the river of fate and made various arrangements. Separated by millions of years, the two shared the same goal of saving the great world. From his words, Lin Moya could feel his deep affection for the great world. Although Lin Moya's feelings for the great world were not as deep, he had to save it for his wife, friends, and family. There were too many things he couldn't let go of, unlike the heavenly sovereigns who abandoned everything for their own path. Lin Moyo asked, Senior, is it really impossible to obtain the heavenly sovereigns' corpses? The mysterious master calmly said, there is nothing in the world that is truly unobtainable. The world is like this, and so are the heavenly sovereigns' corpses. It's just a matter of difficulty. If a Tao sovereign wanted to obtain the heavenly sovereigns' corpses, do you think he could? Lin Moya nodded. In the end, it's still a matter of strength. The mysterious master chuckled, besides strength, sometimes luck is also important. You've always had good luck, and with the inheritance of the Cloud Mist sect, many dangers can be easily resolved. The Cloud Mist sect's inheritance is excellent. Study it well. The interplay of reality and illusion is fundamental. The mysterious master's voice gradually faded, and this remnant soul began to dissipate. Since handing over the origin of the world-destroying fire, the remnant soul had been dissipating at an alarming rate. His task here was complete, and there was no need for him to exist any longer. Lin Moya sighed softly and respectfully saluted, farewell, Senior. For some reason, this mysterious master gave Lin Moya a sense of familiarity. At the same time, he felt that the mysterious master had not truly left. The arrangements left by the mysterious master were not limited to this. Perhaps they would meet again somewhere. Lin Moyo carefully pondered the mysterious master's words. It seems that a heavenly sovereign did indeed die. It's just that obtaining the heavenly sovereign's corpses is extremely difficult and dangerous, but not entirely impossible. Luck is important, the Cloud Mist sect's inheritance is important, but merely understanding the interplay of reality and illusion is not enough. Luck, fortune, karma. Little Mist has comprehended the law of fortune. Perhaps I can borrow her power. Lin Moya thought of many things, considering various possibilities. Finally, he stopped his rapidly spinning thoughts and focused on the origin of the world-destroying fire. This flame exuded a strong aura of origin. Absorbing it could greatly enhance his own world-destroying fire. Cultivating the world-destroying fire was difficult. The world tree continuously supplied soul power as nourishment, but it would take thousands or even tens of thousands of years for the world-destroying fire to grow. Before that, the world-destroying fire could only refine some broken worlds. When facing larger worlds, it would be powerless. The relic contained the rule worlds of two supremes. With his current world-destroying fire, it was almost impossible to refine. Now, as long as he could absorb the origin of the world-destroying fire, he could quickly enhance his own. Lin Moya no longer hesitated and began to absorb the origin of the world-destroying fire. He had a premonition that the world-destroying fire would be of great use in the future. In the central hall of the Divine City, the Rune Saint Sovereign brought the latest news. The Rune Saint Sovereign's eyes were serious, as Lin Sure predicted. The Demon Race and the Golden Eagle Clan have already left their seeds in the outer domain. The Golden Eagle Clan, led by the Eagle Emperor, paid a huge price to break through the border region. The Eagle Emperor's avatar fought a battle with the Celestial Dragon, and it seems the Eagle Emperor's avatar was severely injured. On the Demon Race's side, we detected an ancient power being activated. According to the Human Emperor's database, it should be the Demon Ancestor altar being activated. After the altar was activated, the aura of the Demon Race's Saint Sovereigns disappeared. It seems they were sent to the outer domain. We are currently searching for the hidden location of the Black Blood Great Realm and have locked onto several star regions. Relying on the surveillance system left from ancient times, the Rune Saint Sovereign obtained a lot of information, combined with the intelligence heard from the Hopewood ancestral tree. Through rigorous analysis, they obtained relatively accurate results. The Heavenly Saint Sovereign sneered, "It's fine. As long as the main forces are still here, some minor issues can be ignored for now. The outer domain is not a good place. They may not survive even if they get there." The Hao Saint Sovereign said, "Indeed, it is as Lin Xiao predicted. The demon race, as one of the powerful races, once produced heavenly sovereigns and would certainly have some heritage." The Rune Saint Sovereign expressed some concern. Lin Sure has been in the Finger Ruins for several months now. We don't know when he will return. The Heavenly Saint Sovereign shook his head. It's hard to say. The Finger Ruins are vast and full of dangers. It might take a considerable amount of time. Lin Xiao left a skeleton before he went. As long as the skeleton is fine, he is fine. The Hao Saint Sovereign said, "Believe in Lin Xiao's strength. He will be fine." In the corner of the central hall, a skeleton as white as jade stood quietly, motionless. As long as it was fine, it meant Lin Moya was safe. In the outer domain starry sky, 3 demon race Saint Sovereigns stopped. Behind them, each had a team of hundreds of thousands. They had left the domain and had been flying in the outer domain for several months. The Hell Demon Sovereign said, "Let's part ways here. I hope we can meet again in the future. There will be a chance. One day, we will return and destroy the human race." The voice of hatred echoed in the outer domain, and the 3 teams parted ways, disappearing into the darkness. Far away from them, a team from the Golden Eagle clan was also flying rapidly, getting farther and farther away. Chapter 2223. Chapter 2223, 2223. Chapter 2223, Refining the Relic, Burning the Soul. Lin Moya's entire body was enveloped in flames. The undying golden body spontaneously activated, and the undying flame flowed over the surface of his skin. Outside the undying flame was the world-destroying fire. The 2 flames looked very similar but were fundamentally different. The undying flame contained the power of life, a force that could revive beings who had been dead for countless years, turning them into resurrected beings. The world-destroying fire, on the other hand, was pure death, burning and refining everything, completely annihilating it. As Lin Moya's realm grew higher, he could see more and more. He discovered that the undying flame and the world-destroying fire were opposites, completely different. This was very similar to the undying law, which also contained both the power of life and the power of death. The 2 flames seemed to coexist without conflict. So he enveloped his entire body in the world-destroying fire, with the undying flame flowing on the surface. As expected, the 2 flames did not conflict at all. One positive, one negative, one illusory, one real. The undying flame appears real but actually contains the power of illusion, seemingly connected to time and fate, able to find traces from the distant past to perform resurrection. The world-destroying fire, on the other hand, is the power of reality, burning the world, destroying everything, erasing all traces. Lin Moya's eyes were filled with contemplation as he sensed the world-destroying fire and the undying flame, understanding their similarities and differences. He wanted to know not only how but also why. Days passed, and in the blink of an eye, 10 years had gone by. Lin Moya remained motionless in the relic, comprehending for a full 10 years. In these 10 years, he not only completed the absorption of the world-destroying fire's origin but also enhanced his own world-destroying fire by at least 10 times. At the same time, his understanding of the world-destroying fire greatly improved, making it more effortless to control. 10 years later, Lin Moya's eyes carried a hint of madness as he muttered to himself, "The world-destroying fire can burn the world, even burning the world's origin. Then the Tao poison in my body should also be burnable. Lin Moyo felt confident in his judgment. After long periods of enlightenment, much of the Dao poison remained, and only a portion had dissipated over 10 years. According to previous calculations, it would take at least another 30 to 50 years for the Dao poison to be completely cleared. If the world-destroying fire could eliminate the Dao poison, the next steps could be advanced, saving a lot of time. Lin Moyo located the Dao poison, a small, inconspicuous mark on his soul. It was a mark planted by the Great World's runes, and various methods had been tried to remove it, all in vain. Even after self-destructing his soul and using the rebirth talent, the Dao poison couldn't be removed. A Buddhist chant echoed, and the Buddha Lich appeared beside him. Using the true sight technique, Lin Moyo tried to verify through the law of fate whether his idea was feasible, whether the world-destroying fire could eliminate the Dao poison. As soon as the true sight technique was activated, the Buddha Lich let out a sharp scream, and flames suddenly erupted from its body, instantly turning it to ashes. Lin Moyo was stunned for a moment. The Buddha Lich was dead. The world-destroying fire had just flickered and directly burned the law of fate, simultaneously burning the Buddha Lich. It seems the Buddha Lich was too weak. Once it involves too powerful a force, it can't function. This wasn't the first time the Buddha Lich's limitations were too low, unable to handle overly powerful forces. It seems I can only try it myself. Lin Moyo's heart stirred, and he used the fortune explosion technique to maximize his luck. He blessed himself, hoping the fortune explosion technique might bring him good luck. Whether it worked or not, boosting luck was never a bad idea. With a dragon's roar, the world-destroying fire touched the Dao poison. A sizzling sound seemed to echo, and intense pain surged from his soul. Lin Moyo groaned, gritting his teeth. Burning the soul really isn't pleasant. Though it was painful, his eyes were filled with joy. The Dao poison was indeed decreasing under the burning of the world-destroying fire. Even the Dao poison could be refined and burned. The power of the world-destroying fire was astonishing. Painful as it is, as long as it works. Lin Moyo gritted his teeth and endured. He proceeded cautiously, fearing that a single misstep might burn away his soul. Half an hour later, the Dao poison was finally completely cleared, and Lin Moyo immediately moved the world-destroying fire away. The world tree transmitted abundant soul power, replenishing the consumption. Lin Moyo gasped for breath, feeling the pain recede like a tide, and self-mockingly said, "Burning my own soul with fire, probably only I have ever done that." No matter how painful the process, clearing the Dao poison was a great achievement. Lin Moyo's eyes became resolute. "Next, it's time to refine you." The world-destroying fire floated from his palm, exploding in the void. In an instant, the world-destroying fire crossed space, sweeping through the entire relic within seconds. Numerous runes collapsed under the burning of the world-destroying fire, and space twisted and collapsed as well. The world-destroying fire burned souls and refined the world, its power extremely terrifying. Even the remnant souls of heavenly sovereigns couldn't resist the world-destroying fire. The rule worlds left behind by supremes after their death, without their masters, were even less able to resist. Lin Moyo could clearly feel the world collapsing, with countless rule powers emerging from the rule world, all being burned away. After being burned, the rule power turns into a pure, impurity-free force. This force has no attributes, contains no laws or rules, but seems capable of evolving into any law. This force should be the world's origin power. Lin Moyo realized that the world's origin power was extremely important to the Great World and was key to its restoration. During the refining of the rule world, part of the origin power returned to the heavens and earth, re-entering the Great World. Another part was refined into world crystals for his own use. This part of the origin power had no marks and was of little use to the Great World. After the death of supremes and heavenly sovereigns, most of their power would return to the Great World, cycling endlessly. But the heavenly sovereigns left, taking the power that belonged to the Great World with them, breaking the cycle. Lin Moyo finally understood why the heavenly sovereigns felt they had failed the Great World. Their departure further harmed the already wounded Great World. It was like rubbing salt into a wound. As beings of the Great World, they naturally felt guilty. Lin Moyo understood but felt helpless. After all, they were heavenly sovereigns. They had left, so what could be done? Now, the only hope for restoring the Great World was the Battle Realm, which would arrive in over 1,000 years. Refining the Battle Realm and allowing the Great World to absorb its origin power might be the only way to restore the Great World. The finger ruins rumbled and shook, continuously collapsing. It grew smaller and smaller, gradually disappearing. 10 days later, the finger ruins completely vanished from the starry sky. As soon as the finger ruins disappeared, the Rune Saint Sovereign received the news. They knew Lin Moyo had succeeded. Laughter echoed from the central hall of the Divine City. Lin Xiao was indeed formidable, even ancient relics couldn't stop him. The Hao Saint Sovereign also laughed. Of the 6 ancient relics, only 5 remain. Lin Xiao will probably visit them all. That's right, I will visit them all. Lin Moyo appeared at the entrance of the central hall, striding in. The Saint Sovereigns all stood up. Lin Xiao, you're finally back. Congratulations on your safe return, Master Lin. Chapter 2224. Chapter 2224, 2224. Chapter 2224, Sweeping the Starry Sky, Searching for Dragon Balls. During the 10 years Lin Moyo spent at the Finger Ruins, the human race's god venerations were continuously transporting resources from star systems. They encountered some sporadic resistance, but it was futile, merely resulting in more deaths. The 100 Races Alliance had completely collapsed, and the Demon Race and the Golden Eagle clan had each closed off their star regions. They knew what fate awaited them. The decisions made by the Eagle Emperor and the Demon Lord were essentially to leave a way out for their respective races. Only the Black Blood Great Realm people had not been found yet. They were like pests hiding in dark corners, difficult to discover. Lin Moya was not in a hurry about these matters. Now that he had a method to clear the Dao poison, the next steps would be easier. The human race's plan remained unchanged. Transporting star systems would still take decades. Lin Moya returned to the Divine City and shared with the Saint Sovereigns what he had encountered in the Finger Ruins. He mentioned the 12 core ancient runes and the possibility of recreating ancient rune warriors in the future. Lin Moya handed the 12 core ancient runes to the Rune Saint Sovereign and provided detailed methods for their refinement, allowing him to study them first. He had other matters to attend to and didn't have time for this at the moment. After discussing in the central hall for half a day, Lin Moya left again. He arrived at the Sword Realm and stood outside it. The Sword Realm was already sealed. Standing outside, he could feel the sword intent within. Traces of rule power seeped out, and Lin Moya sensed his sister's aura. Lin Mohan's aura was much stronger than before. Lin Moya knew she had already stepped into the Saint Sovereign Realm and was currently constructing her rule world. Constructing a rule world is a complex process that takes a long time. Most Saint Sovereigns first construct an outline and then gradually perfect it, making it stronger. The entire process could take anywhere from 100 to several hundred or even 1,000 years. Lin Moya didn't know how far along his sister was, but he knew he couldn't disturb her. Lin Mohan seemed to sense Lin Moya's presence, and a sword cry echoed from within the Sword Realm, reaching outside. After hearing this, Lin Moya took a step and disappeared. The starry sky became quiet again as Lin Moya moved silently through it. Space warped and folded, and space gates continuously appeared. Lin Moya kept opening space gates, and in the blink of an eye, he had left the human star region. Next, he had two tasks. First, to search for the remnants of the various races. Most of the 100 Races Alliance had been exterminated, but some remnants still existed. To Lin Moya, these remnants represented karma and were also rewards for the Great World. To sever karma for the Great World, these people had to die. The second task was to search for the Dragon Balls. He had promised the Celestial Dragon, and he intended to fulfill that promise. Lin Moya arrived at the edge of the domain and began to slow down. Each time he opened a space gate, he moved about 100 light-years. Every 100 light-years, Lin Moya would release 10,000 skeleton god generals to search the nearby area. He had 2.5 billion skeleton god generals, enough to cover a vast star region. Once the skeleton god generals were used up, he still had 500 million Death Knights. The Undead Legion possessed undead vision, which could see soul flames from incredibly far distances. No matter how the remnants hid, it was useless. Especially after the Undead Legion collectively advanced to the Other Shore Realm, their undead vision became even stronger. Even if hidden in formations or shattered stars, they could still be seen. The massive Undead Legion spread out in the starry sky, beginning a grand search and sweep. Soon, remnants were discovered, and facing the Other Shore Realm Undead Legion, their fate was sealed. While searching for remnants, Lin Moya also began searching for the Dragon Balls. Of the 5 Dragon Balls, 3 were within the domain. 1 had already been found, and 2 were still missing. Before taking action, he had already searched the human star region but hadn't found any Dragon Balls. The domain was vast, and searching it was quite laborious. Lin Moya had no better method and could only search bit by bit. The fortune explosion technique continued to operate, bringing good luck to Lin Moya. After understanding the power of illusion and reality, Lin Moya knew how miraculous the fortune explosion technique was. Sometimes, luck is more important than strength. The starry sky gradually became sparse as more and more stars were transported away. The number of stars in the human star region increased, and with the increase in resources, the human race's fortune also grew stronger. In recent years, many geniuses had emerged within the human race. They were exceptionally talented and cultivated at an astonishing speed. The emergence of many geniuses was also a sign of the human race's rise to prosperity. The human race was entering a golden age of cultivation, and everyone was filled with confidence. In the past 10,000 years, things had never been this good. In the demon race's ancestral land, the demon ancestor altar burned with flames year-round. The demon lord manipulated the corpse of a supreme demon, sitting in the altar, enduring the burning flames. The vitality in the corpse continuously increased, especially in the past 10 years, occasionally letting out low growls. The growls were filled with anger and hatred. Each growl brought more flames, which drilled into the corpse. In the past year, red light began to shine from the corpse's eyes, filled with intense killing intent. "Humans, I will make you pay." Finally, the dried corpse let out a voice filled with hatred amidst the growls. It continued to absorb the flames, and the demon ancestor altar kept shaking and glowing, with continuous rumbling sounds. In the Golden Eagle clan, the Eagle Emperor's face was grim. His avatar had fought a bloody battle, finally breaking through the boundary and escaping to the outer domain. But not long ago, they encountered a disaster in the outer domain. They came across an ancient human warship, which attacked their team without warning. The warship had the combat power of a Saint Sovereign, and the Eagle Emperor's avatar was no match for it. Many clan members died under the warship's attacks. In the end, he let his clan members escape while he chose to perish with the warship. His avatar died, and his clan members scattered, their fates unknown. He had completely lost contact with his clan members. The outer domain was not a safe place, and it was uncertain how many of his clan members would survive. All the Saint Sovereigns in the clan had died in battle, and now even his avatar was dead. All of this was caused by the human race. He let out a roar, transforming into a golden eagle, flying towards the core area of the Golden Eagle clan. Humans, even if we have lost, we will not let you have it easy. His voice echoed within the Golden Eagle clan, filled with hatred, shaking the starry sky. Lin Moya woke up from his state of enlightenment once again. Over the years, about 1/5 of the domain's space had been searched. Several more races had been exterminated, and Lin Moyo had entered a state of enlightenment several times. The duration varied, sometimes lasting over 10 days, sometimes just 1 or 2 days. Each time he entered enlightenment, it meant another race had been exterminated, severing another piece of karma for the great world. This time, the enlightenment lasted 3 days, and the exterminated race was a small one. Lin Moya's body was enveloped in rule power, which had grown much stronger compared to before. Now, 1/3 of his laws had been sublimated into rule power. The speed of sublimation during enlightenment was very fast. 3 days were equivalent to 1 or 2 years. Having 4 laws to sublimate is indeed slower than ordinary other shore realm cultivators. Lin Moyo chuckled. While 4 laws were powerful, sublimating them into rule power also required 4 times the time. Without the help of enlightenment, this step alone would take Lin Moyo at least 100 years, and he wouldn't be able to move during that time. Now, with the help of enlightenment, the required time was greatly reduced. The world-destroying fire ignited, and Lin Moyo let out a muffled groan. The newly formed traces of Dao poison were cleared by the world-destroying fire. Let's continue. Lin Moya's heart stirred, and he opened a space gate, crossing hundreds of light years while taking out the dragon-seeking orb. A faint light shone in the starry sky, and the dragon-seeking orb finally reacted. Chapter 2225. Chapter 2225, 2225. Chapter 2225, returning the favor twice as much today. Finally found it. A look of joy appeared in Lin Moya's eyes. After searching for the Dragon Balls for over 10 years, he finally got a response. The dragon-seeking orb could sense Dragon Balls within 1,000 light-years, and the distance was still quite far. The space gate opened several times, each time spanning 100 light-years, and Lin Moya quickly approached the location of the Dragon Ball. As he got closer to the Dragon Ball, the joy in his eyes gradually faded and was replaced by caution. This was a dark starry sky with very little light. Vaguely, he could see a space in a twisted state, unlike the obvious vortex of a secret realm entrance. This twisted starry sky was very inconspicuous, and one could easily fly into it by accident. On the human star map, this area was marked in red, indicating it was extremely dangerous. This was one of the 6 ancient ruins. Now that the finger ruins were gone, the 6 ancient ruins were now called the 5 Great Ruins. This ancient ruin was named the Stonefall Ruins. 70,000 years ago, there was a saint sovereign named Shiryun in the human race. Back then, Saint Sovereign Shiryun came here to explore and ultimately fell inside. At that time, torrential rain fell over half of the human star region for half a day. Since then, this ruin was named the Stonefall Ruins. Among the 6 ruins, 3 had saint sovereigns fall within them and were classified as particularly dangerous. The Stonefall Ruins were one of them. In terms of danger, the Stonefall Ruins were much more dangerous than the Finger Ruins. The Finger Ruins were not naturally evolved. After being modified by the Holy Rune Heavenly Sovereign, they were more like a high-difficulty secret realm, not very dangerous. But the Stonefall Ruins. I didn't expect the Dragon Ball to be inside here. This result is really bad. Lin Moya would rather the Dragon Ball be in the hands of the Demon Lord or the Eagle Emperor than in such a dangerous ruin. Things didn't go as he wished. This was the reality. Lin Moya thought for a moment and did not rush in immediately. The ruins were full of dangers, and he didn't know what might happen. At this moment, the Undead Legion was busy. If he recalled the entire Undead Legion, the previous arrangements would have to be redone, which would be too time-consuming and labor-intensive. Let's come back later. After all, the Dragon Ball won't run away. Since he already knew the Dragon Ball was here, Lin Moya didn't need to rush. He immediately turned around and left, continuing to search for another Dragon Ball. In the following years, Lin Moya continued to search for the Dragon Balls, occasionally entering a state of enlightenment. One by one, the remnants were found and killed, leaving none behind. More and more laws were sublimated into rules, and Lin Moya gradually established himself in the other shore realm. After 60 years of sweeping, the domain space was thoroughly cleaned by Lin Moya, and most of the remnants were found. Unfortunately, in these 60 years, he still couldn't find the whereabouts of the third Dragon Ball. However, Lin Moyo had roughly locked onto the Dragon Ball's location, most likely with the Golden Eagle clan. By this time, the starry sky had finally been cleaned up, and the number of stars in the human star region had multiplied several times. Lin Moyo could see the human star region shrouded in a mist of fortune. This was the fortune of the human race. Resources and fortune are closely related. The more resources occupied, the stronger the race's fortune. Lin Moya didn't think his actions were cruel. Even if there was a mistake, it wasn't his fault. Those races should have been exterminated in ancient times, but the human race was too kind back then, leading to the ultimate mistake. He was just correcting the past errors. Lin Moya could say with a clear conscience, "I have no regrets." The War God Fortress flew out of the human star region. Now, the human race once again drew their swords, targeting the demon race and the Golden Eagle clan. Lin Moya waited outside the star region. When the War God Fortress arrived, he entered it. "Greetings, seniors." Inside the War God Fortress, all the saint sovereigns of the human race were gathered. This time, the human race did not dispatch a large army, only sending 8 saint sovereigns in the War God Fortress, without even mobilizing the other shore realm. With the Undead Legion, there was no need to mobilize the other shore realm. Lin Moya's undead army was stronger than the human army. 30 billion other shore realm undead, a terrifying number. The Heavenly Saint Sovereign and others repeatedly felt fortunate that Lin Moya belonged to the human race. If Lin Moya were a demon race member, it would be the human race that was doomed. At this time, the human race had 8 Saint Sovereigns. The Flame Saint Sovereign had perfected his rule world, and his aura was much stronger than before. Lin Mohan stood aside, her beautiful face frosty, occasionally showing a slight smile only to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu cleverly stood beside Lin Mohan, occasionally whispering to her. After greeting everyone, Lin Moya came to Lin Mohan. Xiao Wu originally wanted to rush over and hang on Lin Moya, but Lin Mohan stopped her with a glance. Xiao Wu was very obedient to this big sister. Sister, how is your cultivation going? Lin Moya walked side by side with Lin Mohan to another place. Lin Mohan nodded slightly. It's going well. The rule world is more than half complete, just one last step. Lin Moya sensed something different. What is the last step? What conditions are needed? Lin Mohan said, kill someone, dye the sword with blood. How many do you need to kill? Just one, the stronger, the better. Lin Moya understood, then leave the demon lord to you. I'll just watch the show. Lin Mohan chuckled. Who else could handle the demon lord? Her tone wasn't disdainful, just full of confidence in herself. Among those present, besides Lin Moya, only she could handle the demon lord. This was a fact, no need for humility. Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat, thinking of the mysterious master. The mysterious master's tone was somewhat similar to Lin Mohan's. How strange, maybe it's just a similar way of speaking. Could it be that my sister is the reincarnation of the mysterious master? It's said that Lin Mohan is the reincarnation of an ancient power. If she were indeed the reincarnation of the mysterious master, it wouldn't be impossible. But so what? Even if she were the reincarnation of the mysterious master, Lin Mohan was still his sister, and that wouldn't change. Lin Moya dismissed the unnecessary thoughts and said, alright, leave the demon lord to you. We'll handle the rest. The War God Fortress silently sank into deep space, heading towards the Demon Star region. For 60 years, the Demon Star region had been completely sealed off, becoming extremely quiet. They were waiting for the storm to come, and now, the storm had arrived. The War God Fortress appeared outside the Demon Star region without any warning and suddenly launched an attack. The starry sky trembled, barriers shattered, and alarms blared within the demon race. Countless stars were activated, and barriers lit up one after another, but they couldn't stop the War God Fortress. Lin Moya silently disappeared, continuously opening space gates, circling the Demon Star region, and releasing the Undead Legion. The Undead Legion formed a large net, surrounding the Demon Star region. The purpose was simple, not to let a single demon escape. The War God Fortress advanced all the way. Without the Saint Sovereigns, the demon race couldn't stop it. Within the demon race, starlight shone, and flames erupted, forming powerful demons rushing towards the War God Fortress. Barriers evolved, and the demons made their final resistance. The space gate opened, and Lin Moya appeared inside the demon race. With a light touch of his finger, the bone hell flew out, covering the starry sky and devouring star systems. They've been hungry for a long time. Enjoy your meal. A cruel smile appeared on Lin Moya's lips. What the demon race had done to the human race in the past would be repaid twice as much today. Chapter 2226. Chapter 2226, 2226. Chapter 2226, Lin Mohan's world-destroying sword. The Undead Legion was merely standing guard and not attacking. The demons were food for the Bone Hell, and they wouldn't compete for it. During the 100 Races War, the Bone Hell had already devoured a large number of living beings. Then, after exterminating the Ox Demon clan, it devoured even more. At that time, Lin Moya had infused the Bone Hell with the Undying Law. After the fusion of the powers of illusion and reality, the Bone Hell was now on the verge of advancing. According to Lin Moya's calculations, the demons were enough to allow the Bone Hell to advance to the Other Shore realm. For the Bone Hell, advancing from the God Veneration realm to the Other Shore realm was a huge leap. In the future Great Wars, the Bone Hell would undoubtedly play a significant role. This had long been part of Lin Moya's plan. The Saint Sovereigns would lead the War God Fortress in the assault, and the rest would be left to Lin Moya. If they encountered the Demon Lord, Lin Mohan would handle it, so there was no need to worry too much. However, Lin Moya had still made a backup plan. He gave the Eye of Corruption to Little Mist, along with a resurrected being from the Black Blood Great Realm at the Other Shore realm. If things went wrong, Little Mist would use the Eye of Corruption against the Demon Lord. Large swaths of star systems were devoured, and countless living beings became food for the hellish fiends, nourishing the Bone Hell. The river of hellfire roared, raising massive waves that swept many demons into it. The demons swallowed by the river of hellfire screamed in agony as their bodies quickly melted, leaving them no chance to escape. Even God Venerations were no exception facing the river of hellfire. They too met their end. The demon race was an old and powerful race, possessing 10,000 star systems, second only to the human race. Compared to them, the Ox Demon clan was insignificant. The gap was immense. The more star systems, the more demons, and naturally, more food for the Bone Hell. Lin Moya could feel the Bone Hell rapidly growing, approaching the Other Shore realm. On the other side, the Saint Sovereigns controlled the War God Fortress, advancing with unstoppable momentum. The demon race had countless barriers, but they all shattered under the Saint Sovereigns' fierce attacks. With a determination to kill, the Saint Sovereigns charged into the core area of the demon race. Countless demons emerged from the core area, including God Venerations and Other Shore realm beings. This was the stronghold of the demon race, where they were most numerous and powerful. However, the Saint Sovereigns of the demon race had all left, and relying solely on the Other Shore realm and God Venerations was akin to courting death. The Sword Saint Sovereign snorted coldly, a bunch of trash. She swung her long sword, unleashing countless sword chi that swept across the starry sky. The sword of a saint sovereign was unstoppable by mere god venerations and other shore realm beings. Even the aftermath of her attacks killed some weaker god venerations. The faces of the other shore realm demons changed drastically, and they unleashed their full power to resist the sword chi. Retreat quickly. The other shore realm demons roared, taking the brunt of the sword chi to protect the god venerations. Blood splattered in the starry sky, and countless severed limbs and flesh flew around. Although the other shore realm beings didn't die, they were all severely injured. Despite all being in the other shore realm, the combat power of a saint sovereign completely crushed ordinary other shore realm beings. The god venerations fared even worse, with dozens dead and hundreds severely injured. The sword saint sovereign snorted coldly, and her rule world appeared, ready to strike again. The heavenly saint sovereign spoke up, "Take it easy, don't destroy the star systems, these are resources." The sword saint sovereign raised an eyebrow, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." She lightly swung her long sword, retracting most of her power. In an instant, the starry sky transformed into a sea of swords, with countless sword chi weaving into a net, enveloping the demons. Despair filled the demons' hearts, they had no power to resist against a saint sovereign. A giant hand appeared out of thin air, engulfed in roaring flames, and with a bang, it extinguished the sea of swords. The sea of swords was extinguished, the sword momentum was interrupted, and the sword saint sovereign frowned, feeling uncomfortable. The saint sovereigns immediately became vigilant, knowing that the demon lord had arrived. The demon lord, after all, was a half-step supreme, extremely powerful. An endless sea of fire appeared in the starry sky, and a hoarse voice came from within, "All of you, retreat." The war god fortress slowly came to a halt, facing the sea of fire from a distance. The saint sovereigns saw a demon appear within the sea of fire, looking like a dry corpse, with no flesh or blood. It emitted a powerful aura, pressing down on the saint sovereigns, making their blood flow sluggish. "That's not the demon lord. Where did this demon come from? Such a strong aura, even stronger than the demon lord." The saint sovereigns exchanged glances, uncertain. The House Saint Sovereign's eyes flickered, as if he had thought of something. It said that the demon ancestor altar of the demon race has the power to resurrect demons. If the demon race preserved a supreme-level demon corpse and the demon lord controlled it to resurrect. The Saint Sovereigns became even more serious, realizing that things had taken an unexpected turn. The demon lord had controlled a supreme-level demon. Although it might not fully exhibit supreme-level combat power, it was still a supreme. Stronger than the demon lord himself, otherwise, the demon lord wouldn't have gone to such lengths. A supreme-level demon, even the weakest among supremes, was still a supreme. The Saint Sovereigns felt a headache coming on. How could they fight this? Suddenly, a sharp shout rang out, "Little Mist, do it!" Lin Mohan transformed into a longsword and flew out of the War God Fortress, charging straight at the demon lord. Little Mist also shouted, and a hazy rule star river appeared above her head. The fortune law rolled, and Little Mist shouted, "I want you to fall." The demon lord's fortune was drastically weakened, and Little Mist's face turned pale. Using the fortune law to alter fortune across realms came with significant backlash. Fortunately, the opponent wasn't a true supreme, otherwise, Little Mist would have suffered even more severe backlash, at least severe injuries. The demon lord felt as if he had lost something, a strange feeling as if his connection with the dried corpse was forcibly weakened, making his movements less agile. He roared in anger, the flames around him surging wildly, trying to expel the discomfort. Lin Mohan slashed through the flames, reaching the demon lord. Her rule world unfolded, and a terrifyingly massive sword appeared in the starry sky. Lin Mohan's rule world was revealed for the first time. The giant sword stretched billions of miles, its tip unseen. The sword emitted an aura of despair, and just a glance made the Saint Sovereign's souls ache. What kind of sword is this? Such a terrifying sword. Fairy Han's rule world is this strong. I feel like I can't withstand her sword. Me neither, even with the War God Spear, I might not be able to block it. They were horrified, feeling that just a glance at the sword made their rule world seem like they were about to shatter. The sword Saint Sovereign smiled wryly. According to Mohan, this sword is called the World-Destroying Sword. The World-Destroying Sword, a sword that could destroy worlds. Not just a name, it could indeed destroy worlds. At least, a Saint Sovereign's rule world couldn't withstand a single strike. One sword to destroy the world. Lin Mohan pointed, and the world-destroying sword fell with a roar, laws crumbling, the starry sky shattering. The demon lord sensed the threat and roared, summoning his rule world. Demonic fire erupted from the rule world, and a terrifying demon appeared. The demon spread its massive wings, and a giant flaming fist roared towards the world-destroying sword. The terrifying aura sent the War God Fortress flying backward, and the Saint Sovereigns were horrified. This isn't the demon lord's rule world, it's the rule world of that supreme corpse. Not only was the corpse preserved, but even the rule world was preserved. This is bad. The demon's fist collided with the world-destroying sword, unleashing a tremendous force. A nearby star system collapsed instantly, and the War God Fortress was sent flying uncontrollably. The fortress was covered in dense cracks. The power of a supreme was truly terrifying. Lin Mohan was also sent flying by the collision, and the world-destroying sword was knocked away by the demon's punch. "All of you must die, you must all die." The demon lord roared, his voice filled with rage, his killing intent boiling in the starry sky. Chapter 2227. Chapter 2227, 2227. Chapter 2227, Splitting the Sea with One Sword, Splitting the World Sea. Lin Mohan was blasted a million miles away. The demon lord roared continuously, "You all must die." The demon from the rule world charged out, heading straight for Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan snorted coldly, stretched out her hand, and grasped the void sword. "Come." the world-destroying sword suddenly appeared in Lin Mohan's hand. At this moment, the heavens and earth roared, and it seemed as if countless world-destroying swords appeared in the starry sky. The world-destroying sword fell into her hand, and the starry sky around her collapsed in an instant. The terrifying aftermath spread again, and several star systems within a light-year radius collapsed, countless demons dying on the spot. The War God Fortress was once again blasted away, like a floating leaf in the sea, completely out of control. For the first time, the Saint Sovereigns tasted such a feeling, becoming mere spectators, unable to intervene. The sword in the Sword Saint Sovereign's hand hummed continuously, the tip uncontrollably pointing towards Lin Mohan, as if wanting to worship her. At this moment, Lin Mohan became the master of 10,000 swords, and all the sharp swords in the great world had to obey her command. The Sword Saint Sovereign swallowed hard, she has grasped her rule world. The Heavenly Saint Sovereign was also in disbelief. How did she do it? This is impossible. Although the rule world belongs to the Saint Sovereign and can be freely manipulated, no one had ever heard of anyone being able to grasp the rule world in their hand. Even if the rule world is in the form of a weapon, at most, it can be controlled to attack and kill. It is impossible to hold the rule world in one's hand. After all, it is a world, and holding a world in one's hand is beyond the capabilities of a Saint Sovereign. But Lin Mohan did it, and her strength surpassed that of a Saint Sovereign. Previously, she said that when she became a Saint Sovereign, she could cut down a half-step supreme with her sword. At that time, some people thought she was boasting, but now it seems she was not boasting at all and was even conservative. The War Saint Sovereign said, "I take back what I said before. Even with the War God Spear, I can't block her sword." The House Saint Sovereign sighed, her brother is already monstrous enough, and now it seems the sister is no less monstrous. The whole family is monstrous. The Saint Sovereigns all agreed, reaching a consensus. The world-destroying sword buzzed and lit up, creating spatial ripples, and the Demon Lord, who had just charged over, was blasted away. The originally somewhat illusory world-destroying sword began to become real in Lin Mohan's hand. Lin Mohan shouted in a low voice, "Heaven and Earth Sword, come out." With a sword cry, the Heaven and Earth Sword flew out from behind Lin Mohan and merged with the world-destroying sword. The world-destroying sword completely solidified, turning into a real treasure sword capable of destroying worlds. One sword to destroy the world. Lin Mohan swung her sword again, and a large area of the starry sky collapsed. Terrifying energy swept out, causing distant star systems to explode. This sword affected hundreds of light years, dozens of star systems, and countless demons, all annihilated by this sword. If there were a world where the sword pointed, it would also be split apart. The Demon Lord roared continuously, trying to dodge, but suddenly found the demon corpse becoming difficult to control. What's happening? What's going on? The Demon Lord didn't know that Xiao Wu had weakened his fortune, and he began to experience bad luck. The sword light approached, and it was impossible to dodge. The Demon Lord could only take it head-on. With a punch engulfed in demon fire, he collided with the world-destroying sword. With a scream, the Demon Lord was blasted away, and countless cracks appeared in his rule world. This sword severely damaged his rule world. Lin Mohan snorted coldly, transformed into a long sword, and chased after him, holding the sword with both hands and slashing down. One sword to split the sea. Suddenly, the sound of waves echoed in the starry sky, as if an ocean appeared, enveloping the Demon Star region. The sword momentum fell, splitting the ocean in two, along with all the living beings within it. In the distance, Lin Moya trembled slightly, the aura of the world sea. Lin Mohan's sword didn't split an ordinary sea but the world sea. One sword to split the sea was stronger than one sword to destroy the world. The Demon Lord roared madly, and the dried corpse suddenly swelled up, flames bursting from its body and merging into the rule world. At this moment, the Demon Lord's rule world and the dried corpse's rule world merged into one, reaching their peak power. Suddenly, the Demon Lord let out a miserable scream, and the originally well-merged rule world suddenly split apart. He experienced bad luck again at a critical moment, which could be fatal. Xiao Wu's eyes curved into crescents. "I told you, you're going to have bad luck." The sword momentum approached, and the Demon Lord encountered a problem at this moment. At the last moment, he controlled the dried corpse to charge out, rushing towards the world-destroying sword. The dried corpse exploded with a bang, and the Demon Lord retreated quickly, escaping at high speed. The explosion of the dried corpse was like the end of the world, blasting the starry sky into pieces. Laws and rules were annihilated at this moment, and Lin Mohan groaned, being blasted away on the spot. After all, this was the body of a supreme, and its self-destruction was extremely powerful. The world-destroying sword in her hand automatically protected its master, instantly activating and blocking most of the attack for Lin Mohan. The Saint Sovereigns looked at each other, knowing that if it were them, they would have died in this explosion. Lin Mohan's face was pale, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth, clearly injured, but her aura was still stable, and the injury wasn't too severe. However, she had exhausted her strength and had no power left to fight. The Demon Lord escaped quickly and was not affected by the explosion, revealing his figure billions of miles away. Although the dried corpse was lost, he still maintained his full combat power. Lin Mohan had lost the power to fight. The Demon Lord roared in anger, "You all must die." He charged again with rage and hatred, his half-step supreme aura fully unleashed, and the demon fire surged behind him. The human Saint Sovereigns simultaneously summoned their treasures, preparing for battle. At this moment, Little Cow's ears twitched, and the containment rune array was spat out from its mouth. A black-clad figure emerged from the containment rune array, exuding the aura of the other shore realm. In his hand, he held a bleeding eyeball, the Eye of Corruption. The resurrected being held the Eye of Corruption towards the Demon Lord. His aura quickly withered, and all his power was poured into the Eye of Corruption, including his life. The Eye of Corruption emitted a blood-red light, and an indescribable evil aura appeared in the starry sky. A drop of blood suddenly appeared above the Demon Lord's head, as large as a star, and accurately fell on the Demon Lord. The Eye of Corruption and the resurrected being both turned to dust, completely dissipating. The resurrected being sacrificed himself, and the Eye of Corruption was also a one-time item, turning to dust after use. A scream echoed, and the Demon Lord was surrounded by blood, his power rapidly dissolving, his body and soul turning into blood. The rule world collapsed quickly, and everyone knew that the Demon Lord was finished. The House Saint Sovereign sighed at this scene. The Eye of Corruption was originally intended by the Black Blood Great Realm to deal with the Star Elder. Unexpectedly, it was used against the Demon Lord. The Heavenly Saint Sovereign said, the Demon Lord is actually the spirit of the Demon Ancestor Altar. Back then, Xiao Zhantian fought his way into the demon race and severely injured the then Demon Patriarch. The Demon Patriarch, before dying, threw his soul into the Demon Ancestor Altar, giving birth to the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord has had a long life, and it was he who has been guarding the demon race all these years. The House Saint Sovereign said, now that the Demon Lord is dead, the demon race is truly finished. The Rune Saint Sovereign looked relieved. Fortunately, Lin Shi planned meticulously, even preparing the Eye of Corruption. The Sword Saint Sovereign said, Lin Xiao's calculations were accurate, but without Mohan's extraordinary combat power, this plan wouldn't have succeeded. The War Saint Sovereign laughed heartily. Indeed, Fairy Han's combat power is truly extraordinary, the best in the human race. A Saint Sovereign challenging a Supreme alone was unprecedented, setting a historical precedent. The Kill Saint Sovereign relaxed completely, smiling as he put away his 7 swords. Alright, our task is complete. Now we just need to watch Lin Xiao's performance. According to the plan, the rest would be handled by Lin Moyo alone, and they didn't need to worry. They could even return home now and let Lin Moyo handle the rest. Chapter 2228. Chapter 2228, 2228. Chapter 2228, Advancement, Neutron Star Level Technique. The Demon Lord is dead, the Saint Sovereigns have fled to the outer domain, and the fate of the demon race is sealed. The Bone Hell swept through one star system after another, exterminating the demons, and the star systems were packed up and taken away. Lin Moyo moved skillfully, his actions becoming increasingly swift. In just 2 months, 1/3 of the star systems had disappeared, and the number of dead demons was beyond count. The Bone Hell was finally full, reaching the limit of the God Veneration realm. A massive mist with a diameter of 10 billion kilometers floated in the starry sky, with fierce spirits roaring inside and the hellfire continuously boiling. Finally, it's time for advancement. The Bone Hell was finally advancing, beginning its sublimation. In the Soul World, the white star representing the Bone Hell technique began to shine brightly, becoming increasingly luminous, quickly surpassing the other technique stars. At this moment, it became the brightest star, the most dazzling among all the technique stars. Infinite Fusion seemed displeased, buzzing with light as if issuing a warning. The brilliance of the Bone Hell immediately dimmed by 3 parts, not daring to compete with it. Lin Moyo watched this and couldn't help but laugh. This guy is really obedient. The World Tree sent a massive amount of soul power, providing support for the Bone Hell's advancement. This advancement was different from the past. It was a leap across a major realm, a transformation for the Bone Hell. What it would ultimately become, Lin Moyo was unsure. The fierce spirits in the Bone Hell roared more intensely, jumping into the river of hellfire, bathing in the flames. The flames turned into armor, transforming the fierce spirits into terrifying warriors. Deep within the Bone Hell, the portal to the real hell reappeared. The gate of hell opened a crack, and the power of hell continuously surged out, pouring into the Bone Hell. Creak! A soul-piercing friction sound echoed as the crack in the portal widened, and the surging power increased dramatically. The roars of the fierce spirits grew even more intense. Thousands of light years away, several Saint Sovereigns who were drinking tea and chatting in the War God Fortress simultaneously shivered. The Heavenly Saint Sovereign asked, "What happened? Did you hear something?" The House Saint Sovereign whispered, "I heard it. It sounded like some giant beast roaring, very piercing, straight to the soul." The Sword Saint Sovereign looked towards where Lin Moyo was. "What's happening over there with young friend Lin?" The Kill Saint Sovereign was the calmest. "No need to worry, it's definitely Lin's Bone Hell advancing. That technique, tisk tisk, it's truly terrifying." The other Saint Sovereigns agreed. Lin Moya's techniques were all quite terrifying. Whether it was Corpse Explosion, the Undead Legion, or the Bone Hell, they were all top-tier killing tools. Such techniques were unheard of before Lin Moyo. The Rune Saint Sovereign glanced at Lin Mohan, who was meditating and adjusting her breath, and Xiao Wu, who was playing with little Cao beside her. Rest assured, Fairy Han and Xiao Wu have no reaction, which means Lin Shi is safe. As the Rune Saint Sovereign said, if something happened to Lin Moyo, the first to react would likely be Lin Mohan and Xiao Wu. The power from the Gate of Hell continued to pour out, merging with the power of the Bone Hell. Lin Moyo keenly sensed that the power from Hell belonged to the power of illusion, while the Bone Hell's power was of the same origin. His heart moved, and the power of the Undying Rule was injected into the Bone Hell. The Undying Rule belonged to the power of reality, and it fused with the power of illusion from Hell. Under the combination of illusion and reality, the Bone Hell made a soft sound, like an egg breaking its shell, breaking through its bottleneck and transforming. At the moment of the Bone Hell's transformation, the technique White Star also absorbed enough soul power and exploded. A pitch-black cave emerged from the explosion's center, drawing Lin Moya's attention. At the other end of the cave, Lin Moya once again saw the Great World Runes. This was the domain of the Great World Runes, with complex and exquisite runes floating in the void. 100 runes representing laws evolved from it. The damage to the Great World Runes seems to have worsened a bit. After many years, seeing the Great World runes again, Lin Moya found that the damage was more severe than before. He then saw a mist enveloping the Great World runes, seemingly repairing them. Lin Moya glanced and confirmed that it was the power of the illusory mist Heavenly Sovereign. At that time, the illusory mist Heavenly Sovereign said he had something to do, and this was it. Using the last of his remnant soul's power to delay the collapse of the Great World runes as much as possible. In reality, this had minimal effect, almost meaningless. Perhaps it was just to ease his own guilt. Lin Moya's gaze swept past the Great World runes, and this time he saw more. On the other side of the Great World runes, coffins floated, forming a cemetery. The coffins contained Supremes who had died in battle and returned here. Within the rule worlds of the Supremes lay the origin power of the Great World. After their deaths, their rule worlds collapsed, and the origin power returned to the heavens and earth, with a large part returning here. At the same time, the Great World runes would guide the Supremes here, forming the Supreme Cemetery. No one knew why the Supreme Cemetery formed. As for Supremes like the 100 Battles Supreme, who died but whose rule world remained intact and whose origin power did not return, they would not be guided by the Great World runes and could not rest here. The worst outcome was for those heavenly sovereigns and supremes who left the Great World, taking with them the origin power that belonged to the Great World, making it even weaker. Lin Moya saw the Supreme Cemetery and continued to explore beyond it, seeing dozens of massive tombs. The tombs emitted an astonishing aura, and just a glance made Lin Moya's mind tremble, his consciousness scattered. His soul opened its eyes, filled with indescribable shock. These are the tombs of the heavenly sovereigns. Beyond the Supreme Cemetery were the tombs of the heavenly sovereigns. He murmured to himself, indeed, Supremes return, and so do the heavenly sovereigns after death. The Great World has existed for countless years, and the lifespan of a heavenly sovereign in the Great World is only 500,000 years. Over so many years, many heavenly sovereigns must have died of old age. The origin power of the heavenly sovereigns is even greater, and the Great World gives them better treatment, building tombs for them. Lin Moya seemed to understand something, gaining some insights, but it felt like nothing much. Scattered fragments might one day come together, eventually forming a complete understanding. Lin Moya was in no hurry and instead focused on the technique stars. The white star of the Bone Hell technique had disappeared, replaced by a gray star. The gray technique star's light was not strong, completely different from its previous brilliance, but Lin Moya knew it had become extremely powerful, distorting the surrounding soul space, giving the illusion of being twisted just by looking at it. Neutron star. Lin Moya softly uttered 3 words, feeling that this was very similar to the neutron battle star in the Finger Ruins. Perhaps because it was a technique star, it was gentler than the neutron battle star, but the essence was the same. Lin Moya could feel its weight, far exceeding other technique stars. His soul communicated with the technique star and obtained specific information. Bone Hell, neutron star level transforms a designated area into Bone Hell, connected to the real Hell. All enemies within will be attacked by the power of Hell. Terrifying fierce spirits from the real Hell will be born in the Bone Hell, and all who die within will have their true spirits absorbed by the fierce spirits. The more power absorbed, the stronger the fierce spirits become, and their numbers will increase accordingly. As long as the real Hell is not destroyed, the Bone Hell will never be destroyed. Even if shattered, it will recover after a certain time. As the master of the Bone Hell, you will always be protected by Hell. The Bone Hell will mark all attackers, and once marked, they cannot escape your soul lock. Chapter 2229. Chapter 2229, 2229. Chapter 2229, Golden Dragon coiling around the body, bloodline suppression. The promotion of a technique from the white star level to the neutron star level is of great significance. It pointed out the path for Lin Moya. The path of technique promotion is from planet, star, white star, neutron star, all the way to black hole. Lin Moya wanted to use the Great World as a model to construct his own rule world, so he naturally needed to fully understand the promotion system within the Great World. What was previously just speculation was now completely confirmed. Lin Moya already had a clear idea for his rule world. His consciousness detached from the soul world. After the promotion of the technique, he still needed to see the real changes. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in the Bone Hell. Is it this big? Lin Moya was truly shocked. After the promotion, the Bone Hell had become much larger, expanding from 100 billion kilometers to 1 trillion kilometers. 1 trillion kilometers is equivalent to 0.1 light years. A single technique that can cover 0.1 light years has already surpassed the limits of a Saint Sovereign. At least among the Saint Sovereigns Lin Moya knew, none had a technique that could cover 0.1 light years. The battles between Saint Sovereigns indeed have a wide impact, but it's only tens to hundreds of billions of kilometers. However, the range covered by the Bone Hell reached an astonishing 1 trillion kilometers, which is terrifying. 1 trillion kilometers can simultaneously cover several star systems, greatly increasing efficiency. Roars came from the Bone Hell, and a river of hellfire, as vast as an ocean, ran through the Bone Hell, rippling in the starry sky like a long river of stars. Its momentum was no weaker than that of the Rule Star River. On both sides of the river, the blooming flowers of the other shore were even more vibrant, exuding death within their enchantment. Countless fierce spirits floated in the river of hellfire, bathing in the flames. More fierce spirits were distributed everywhere, also bathing in the firelight from above. In the sky above the Bone Hell, 10 clusters of flames appeared, like 10 stars, burning fiercely and scattering boundless firelight. The number of fierce spirits in the Bone Hell also increased dramatically, from 1 billion to 10 billion. 10 billion fierce spirits at the other shore realm were enough to make a half-step supreme despair. After reviewing everything, Lin Moya glanced into the distance. Go, eat to your heart's content. The bone hell flew out at an astonishing speed, directly traversing space and enveloping a star system. In just 1 minute, it left the star system, having devoured all the demons within, leaving nothing behind. Following Lin Moya's orders, the bone hell roamed the demon star region, turning one star system after another into uninhabited areas. The vitality in the star region was rapidly decreasing, and the number of demons was sharply declining. As the news spread, the demons began to flee. They encountered the undead legion guarding outside and were slaughtered by the skeleton god generals. Even the demons at the other shore realm couldn't withstand the siege of the skeleton god generals. Facing Lin Moya, they had no chance to escape. The existence of the demon race entered a countdown. Lin Moya leisurely followed behind the bone hell, using containment rune arrays to pack up all the planetary resources. In the distance, the Saint Sovereigns looked at each other. At some point, they had come over out of curiosity and saw the bone hell. The heavenly Saint Sovereign exclaimed, "I feel that Lin Xiao can single-handedly challenge all of us." The Hao Saint Sovereign laughed, "Indeed, even you and I, if enveloped by Lin Xiao's technique, might not be able to escape." The heavenly Saint Sovereign nodded, "Even the Demon Lord would find it hard to escape." The Rune Saint Sovereign said, "Someone once said that when Lin Shore reaches the other shore realm, it will be a nightmare for all races." Now it seems that this statement is not wrong. The War Saint Sovereign said, "Next, we have to deal with the Golden Eagle clan. Perhaps we only need to watch the show." The Kill Saint Sovereign sneered, "Didn't you watch the show this time? Did you make a move?" Thinking about it, they hadn't made a move this time either, they were just watching the show. The Demon Lord was defeated by Lin Mohan, and the demon race was exterminated by Lin Moyo. The siblings directly wiped out a powerful race. If Lin Moyo had reached the other shore realm earlier, there might not have been a need for the 100 races war. Lin Moyo alone could have dealt with the 100 races. 4 months later, the Demon Star region was almost empty. Over 10,000 star systems were taken away by Lin Moya using over 10,000 containment rune arrays. These planets were all resources. After returning to the human star region for transformation, it wouldn't take long for them to become human planets. By then, the human race would have more resources, stronger fortune, and could cultivate more talents. Now, only the core area of the demon race remained. This area was shrouded in demonic fire, like a fireball, burning for countless years without extinguishing. Lin Moyo and Lin Mohan stood side by side. At this moment, Lin Mohan had finished adjusting her breath and returned to her peak state. Lin Moya said, "The origin power is inside." Lin Mohan nodded, "I want this origin power." Lin Moya smiled slightly, "As long as sister likes it. Do you want me to do it for you?" Lin Mohan shook her head, "No need, I'll get it myself." Lin Moya could clearly sense that within the demon ancestral land, there was a massive origin power. Initially, this origin power appeared on the Abyssal Dragon Demon. At that time, the Abyssal Demon Lord had lent the origin power to the Abyssal Dragon Demon. At first, it was thought that the Abyssal Demon Lord was the owner of the origin power, but later it was discovered that the Abyssal Demon Lord had also borrowed the power from the Demon Lord. He was just a middleman. Now that the Demon Lord was dead, the origin power returned to the demon ancestral land at the moment of his death. Lin Moya finally saw clearly that even the Demon Lord was just a middleman. Lin Mohan rushed towards the demon ancestral land, and a dragon's roar sounded from Lin Moya's body as the fortune explosion technique activated. Lin Moya checked his sister's luck. He wanted to boost Lin Mohan's luck to the extreme. With good luck, everything would go smoothly. Then Lin Moya saw a golden light and countless golden dragons. Golden dragons coiled around Lin Mohan's body, without any numerical value, just golden dragons. Wow, sister's luck is this strong. He needed to use the fortune explosion technique to turn his luck into dragons. But Lin Mohan didn't need to do anything, she was already surrounded by golden dragons, reaching the pinnacle of luck. In this state, Lin Mohan could turn misfortune into fortune, and everything she did would go smoothly. Her obtaining the origin power was almost a certainty. Anyone who opposed her would be suppressed by her luck and become unlucky. Looking at Lin Mohan's golden dragons and then at his own faint luck dragon, Lin Moya smiled bitterly. Sister is indeed sister, truly a bloodline suppression. Saying this, he followed Lin Mohan's steps and entered the demon ancestral land. The power of rules wrapped around him, forcibly parting the flames as he charged in. Lin Mohan disappeared into the sea of fire, searching for the origin power. Lin Moya advanced through the flames towards the demon ancestor altar. The demonic flames transformed into countless illusory demons, but they were blocked by a faint mist, unable to stop him. Lin Moya walked leisurely as if returning home. The demon ancestral land was filled with demonic fire. This was the birthplace of the demon race, and the demonic fire was the fundamental power of the demon race. Without the demonic fire, the foundation of the demon race would be severed, and the saint sovereigns who escaped wouldn't last long. Looking at the demon ancestral land, Lin Moya knew he understood the interplay of illusion and reality, so he could see everything clearly. The demon lord couldn't see the changes between illusion and reality, so he couldn't understand. If he truly wanted to preserve the foundation of the demon race, he should have sent the demon ancestral land away, not the saint sovereigns. What he did now was destined to be futile. The demon race was finished. Lin Moya stepped onto the demon ancestor altar, which erupted with flames, unwelcoming to Lin Moyo. A mere dead object dares to resist. Lin Moya stomped his foot, and with a roar, the demon ancestor altar shook, cracking with countless fissures. A peculiar aura rushed out from the cracks, and Lin Moya frowned. This is Chapter 2230. Chapter 2230, 2230. Chapter 2230, How is this related to the Celestial Spirit Clan? The demon ancestral land, known as the birthplace of the demon race, holds many secrets. In the demon race's most prosperous times, only supremes were qualified to come here. At that time, the demon race had produced a heavenly sovereign. Although that heavenly sovereign didn't live long, it was still a source of pride for the demon race. After the ancient war, the demon race also declined. Without supremes, half-step supremes became their limit. Now, the demon race is on the brink of extinction. But one must admit, the demon race still has some foundation. The demon ancestor altar was cracked by Lin Moya's stomp, which surprised him. After all, this was the demon ancestor altar. How could it crack so easily? It wasn't until he saw the scene beneath the crack that he understood why. With another heavy stomp, the demon ancestor altar collapsed, revealing what lay beneath. Under the demon ancestor altar, there was a palace. The palace didn't look large, but Lin Moya could feel the power of space, indicating that the palace existed in another dimension and was much larger than it appeared. The palace was burning fiercely, continuously absorbing and releasing flames from the ancestral land. The demon ancestor altar was just a facade, the palace was the core. Lin Moya looked at the palace and sensed an unusual aura from it. The aura felt familiar, as if he had encountered it before. With a step forward, the scene before him twisted, and he entered the dimension where the palace was located. Is this the demon ancestor palace? Lin Moya looked at the three large characters above the palace entrance, written in the demon race's language, which he had studied before and could recognize. The palace was named the Demon Ancestor Palace, indicating that it belonged to the demon ancestor. The palace exuded an ancient aura, having existed for countless years. Lin Moya was cautious and didn't enter directly but observed the palace from the outside. The demon ancestor was likely the heavenly sovereign of the demon race. If this was indeed the palace of a heavenly sovereign, it was wise to be cautious. A skeleton god general appeared and ran into the palace. As soon as the skeleton god general entered the demon ancestor palace, countless demon flames erupted from within. The skeleton god general was blasted back, engulfed in flames, with half of its body already burned. The Legion ruler appeared to heal the skeleton god general and quickly extinguished the flames. The demon ancestor palace seemed to be activated, continuously rumbling and spewing flames. The independent space shattered, and the demon ancestor palace appeared in the ancestral land. It was engulfed in flames, covering itself. A demon's shadow appeared above the palace, roaring at Lin Moya, "The demon ancestor palace is not for you to enter. Leave." Lin Moya sneered, bluffing. The demon race has been exterminated, and even a mere palace spirit dares to shout. The bone hell emerged, instantly enveloping the demon ancestor palace. Countless fierce spirits from hell charged at the demon's shadow, tearing it apart in no time. The bone hell isolated the demon ancestor palace from the outside world, cutting off its supply of demon flames. Without the demon flames, the palace lost its power source. Lin Moya saw through it. The demon ancestor palace itself wasn't very strong, its power came entirely from the demon flames. As long as the demon flames were cut off, it was nothing. The fierce spirits of hell devour everything, and even the palace spirit couldn't escape. The bone hell completely surrounded the demon ancestor palace, extinguishing its flames, and Lin Moya finally felt safe to enter. The demon ancestor palace was spacious, with a layout different from human palaces. In the center of the palace stood a statue, a six-winged demon. A statue in the demon ancestor palace naturally represented the demon ancestor. Besides the statue, there was nothing else in the palace. The palace itself was a supreme-level artifact, but after countless years of erosion, it had become extremely weak, only a shell of its former self. Lin Moya examined the demon ancestor statue. The demon race produced a heavenly sovereign, but unfortunately, this heavenly sovereign lived too short a life to properly refine and transform the demon ancestor palace. If it had been transformed into a heavenly sovereign-level artifact, the demon ancestor palace could have become a powerful weapon. This statue is quite good, but it's a pity. Lin Moya punched the statue, causing it to crack. After several punches, the statue exploded. From the shattered statue, several crystals fell out. The crystals emitted a misty glow, looking crystal clear and exuding an overwhelming aura. These are indeed celestial spirit crystals, and of quite high quality. Lin Moya carefully sensed the crystals, feeling that they were extraordinary, at least at the supreme level, possibly even higher. Why are there celestial spirit crystals inside the demon ancestor statue? What is the connection between the demon ancestor and the celestial spirit clan? The celestial spirit clan was a race created by a human heavenly sovereign, with no connection to the demon race. But now, why is this happening? Lin Moya put away the celestial spirit crystals, planning to find an opportunity to ask Lillian about it. He didn't know where Lillian was now, probably hiding somewhere to cultivate, unaware of what was happening outside. As long as the celestial spirit clan had enough celestial spirit crystals, their cultivation speed was quite fast. Who knows what realm she had reached? After wandering around the hall and ensuring there was nothing else of interest, Lin Moya proceeded to the inner part of the palace. The demon ancestor palace was very simple, with no separate rooms, just an inner and outer layer. The outer layer was the main hall, and the inner layer was clearly where the demon ancestor resided. There was a large stone slab in the inner layer, with flames still burning on it, who knows for how many years. The stone slab was made of special material and had clearly been refined. It had a barrier drawn on it. The stone slab could be considered a supreme-level artifact, but after so many years, the stone slab couldn't withstand the erosion of time, and the barrier was already damaged. If I'm not mistaken, this stone slab was the demon ancestor's bed. Lin Moyo examined the stone slab and then punched it. After a few punches, the stone slab cracked, revealing a pit underneath. A strong aura emanated from the pit, and inside were a large number of celestial spirit crystals. The quality of these celestial spirit crystals was as high as those inside the demon ancestor statue. Lin Moyo collected all the celestial spirit crystals and then noticed something else. It was a palm-sized statue, depicting a human. Lin Moyo had seen similar statues before and had destroyed a few to help Lillian pass her trials. These small statues contained the inheritance of the Celestial Spirit Clan. Inheritance of the Celestial Spirit Clan. What is the connection between the demon ancestor and the Celestial Spirit Clan? Things seem to be getting more mysterious. How could the demon ancestor be related to the Celestial Spirit Clan? Lin Moyo pondered. In ancient times, there were many powerful races comparable to the demon race, but only the demon race produced a heavenly sovereign. It didn't seem strange before, but now it seemed puzzling. Logically, the world belonging to the demon race should have been devoured by the Great World. Without the support of the world's origin, it shouldn't have been possible to produce a heavenly sovereign. The appearance of a heavenly sovereign in the demon race was unusual and likely related to the Celestial Spirit Clan. After putting away the inheritance statue, Lin Moyo left the demon ancestor palace. The fierce spirits of hell swarmed in, devouring the palace completely, leaving not even a speck of dust. The flames in the demon ancestral land continued to burn. Lin Moyo sensed the direction of the origin power and walked towards it. After a while, he saw Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan was sitting cross-legged in the void, with the world-destroying sword floating behind her, its grey blade glowing with purple light. She had found the origin power and was absorbing it. The heaven and earth sword circled around Lin Mohan, protecting her. Lin Moyo didn't disturb her and waited quietly. Chapter 2231. Chapter 2231, 2231. Chapter 2231, The Third Path to Ascending to Supreme. The Sword of Destruction glowed with purple light, and Lin Moyo felt that this source power was somewhat different from his own source magic. It was more similar to the source spark given by the mysterious master. The source magic came from the small world, obtained after many trials. After entering the big world, the source magic provided great help. It could be said that without source magic, it would have been difficult to reach where he was today. The source spark only fused with one of the spells, though it was also very strong, but overall not as good as source magic. The source power Lin Mochen was now absorbing was similar to the source spark, able to enhance a certain combat ability, but unable to become an independent spell. This source power was similar to the colorful water in Lin Moyo's eyes, except the colorful water would be depleted, while the source power would not be exhausted and could be used repeatedly. The Sword of Destruction absorbed the source power, growing stronger and stronger. Lin Mochen's aura was also constantly strengthening along with it. The rule world is the core of a Saint Lord, no less important than the soul. If the soul dies, the body dies. If the rule world is destroyed, the body also dies. Similarly, strengthening the rule world can also enhance one's realm. The source power enhanced the Sword of Destruction, while also elevating Lin Mochen's realm. Lin Mochen was originally already a Saint Lord, and now she was advancing towards Half-Step Supreme. No wonder Big Sis wanted this source power. It turns out she wanted to use it to advance to Half-Step Supreme. If this source power was given to himself, at most it would be like Resurrection of the Dead, enhancing one spell. But given to Lin Mochen, it could directly enhance the rule world, even elevating her realm. Lin Mochen had a golden dragon coiled around her body, with incredible luck. Whatever she wanted to do, most things could come true as she wished. Lin Moyo knew his sister would certainly succeed. The human race would soon have a Half-Step Supreme, especially this Half-Step Supreme, with overwhelming combat power, likely able to fight against true Supremes. Outside the demon ancestral land, the war god fortress hung silently in space. They were waiting for Lin Moyo and Lin Mochen. Suddenly, a vast aura burst out from the demon ancestral land, and a low rumbling sound seemed to echo through space. At the same time, the shadow of a giant sword appeared in space, the projection of the Sword of Destruction emerging. Clatter, clatter. The teacups in their hands fell one after another. Several Saint Lords stood up simultaneously, looking at the demon ancestral land in disbelief. It's a Half-Step Supreme. Fairy Xian is about to advance to Half-Step Supreme. Good, good, good. Fairy Xian advancing to Half-Step Supreme means our human race has gained another top combat power. You're wrong, Fairy Xian will become our human race's most supreme combat power. Right, I misspoke. The several Saint Lords were so excited they could barely speak coherently. When Lin Mochen was a Saint Lord she could already contend with Supremes. Now that she had reached Half-Step Supreme, she could probably fight against true Supremes. This level of combat power had already surpassed Old Star and the Human Emperor. In this era, it could be called invincible. The aura of a Half-Step Supreme spread out from deep space, permeating far away. In the human race's Lost Star Sea, the Human Emperor revealed his form. Someone has advanced to Half-Step Supreme. Old Star slightly raised his eyes. Do you know who it is? The Human Emperor said, if my sensing is correct, it should be Lin Mochen. Old Star didn't have much reaction. A thoughtful look flashed in his eyes, and after a moment Old Star finally spoke. The domain is about to be pacified. Next we need to prepare to welcome the battle realm. It's time to tell them about those matters. The Human Emperor said, it is time to speak. Although the divine path is difficult to cultivate, at least there is still hope. Old Star chuckled, the battle realm is dangerous, but how is it not also hope? Perhaps our opportunity also lies here. The Sword of Destruction rang out continuously in space, its terrifying sword intent tearing apart space, ripping huge holes in the starry sky. Countless sword energies spread recklessly, each sword energy enough to destroy stars. The war god fortress had to retreat billions of miles to avoid being accidentally injured. The entire process lasted for several months before the sword of destruction finally disappeared and space finally calmed down. In the demon ancestral land, a purple line appeared on Lin Machen's sword of destruction. The purple line ran from the hilt through the blade, adding a touch of nobility to the sword of destruction. With the enhancement of the source power, the power of the sword of destruction increased at least several times over. Having successfully advanced to half-step supreme, Lin Machen's combat power far surpassed her previous level. Congratulations, Big Sis, on advancing to half-step supreme. Lin Moyo very naturally gave a compliment. Lin Machen exhaled. Half-step supreme is not difficult. What's difficult is supreme. Lin Moya said, the divine path is broken, unable to cultivate. Supreme is hopeless. Lin Machen said, after I advanced to half-step supreme, my inherited bloodline awakened a bit more. Actually, to advance to supreme, besides the divine path there are other paths, just very difficult. Lin Moya said, that mysterious master I encountered before told me that there are indeed other paths to advance to supreme. I remember, I seem to have told Big Sis about it. There really is more than one path to advance to supreme. Besides the divine path, there is another path. But that path, Lin Moya would not take. It was a path of no return. Using that method to advance to supreme would mean completely bidding farewell to the big world. That was not the path Lin Moya wanted to take. Lin Machen shook her head. No, I'm talking about a third path. Lin Moya was startled and blurted out, a third path. Lin Machen nodded solemnly. Advancing to supreme through this path would not mean leaving the big world. One would still be a supreme within the big world. It's just that this path is very difficult. Saying this, she glanced at Lin Moyo. This path is only suitable for me. You can't walk it. Lin Moyo asked, is it dangerous? Lin Machen said, I already said it's very difficult. How could it not be dangerous? But what of danger? Has your big sis ever been afraid? Lin Moyo laughed wryly. With his sister's personality, she really wasn't afraid of danger. Lin Machen was very special. Besides being his sister, she might also be the reincarnation of an ancient powerful being. Even if not a reincarnation, she at least had the inheritance of an ancient powerful being. So Lin Machen's path was different from others, and also different from his own. Let's go, it's time to leave. Lin Machen casually waved her hand, sending out a sword light. The sky was torn open with a huge rift, directly opening up the demon ancestral land. After becoming a half-step supreme, Lin Machen's combat power had increased by an unknown amount. A place like the demon ancestral land simply couldn't stop her. Lin Moya smiled and said, Big Sis go first, I'll refine this world. Be quick about it. Very soon. Lin Machen turned into a sword light and left. Lin Moya's hand leapt out with the world-burning fire. The world-burning fire exploded, instantly engulfing the demon ancestral land. The demon ancestral land was also a small world, containing the essence of the demon race. It could be completely refined by the world-burning fire. The demon ancestral land boiled completely, flames soaring to form one ferocious demon after another. The demon race essence was making its final resistance. Lin Moya's gaze was cold. Futile struggle, it's useless. The demon ancestral land simply couldn't withstand the refinement of the world-burning fire. Those illusory demons were instantly shattered. The demon ancestral land was rapidly shrinking, and the flames inside also began to extinguish. After just 3 days, the demon ancestral land was completely erased from space. Lin Moyo appeared in space, eyes tightly closed, sitting in the void. An aura of enlightenment permeated space. Chapter 2232. Chapter 2232, 2232. Chapter 2232. No problem, I'm an experienced player. Hell Demon Lord, Lava Demon Lord, and Soul Eating Demon Lord. The 3 remaining Saint Lords of the demon race were each leading their teams flying in outer space. They had long since separated, heading in different directions. They had no purpose, not knowing where they could find a new home. Every demon in the team was prepared for endless wandering. Suddenly, the 3 Saint Lords stopped simultaneously, their bodies trembling, eyes filled with fear and anger, and deep despair. The Demon Lord is dead, the demon ancestral land is gone. Our race is finished. We have no hope. Pessimism filled every demon. With the ancestral land gone, they had truly become homeless wretches. The ancestral land is extremely important to a race. Races whose ancestral land was destroyed by Xiao Zhantian, even if they survived by luck, could hardly recover. And those races whose ancestral land survived, no matter how severely injured, could slowly recover their vitality. The ancestral land represents the luck and origin of a race. Now that the demon race's ancestral land is gone, these surviving demons have also lost hope. With endless despair, they set off again, flying towards the deep space of the outer realm. Lin Moyo emitted an aura of enlightenment. At the moment the ancestral land was refined into a world crystal, the rewards of the great world suddenly descended, and Lin Moyo entered a state of enlightenment. In the state of enlightenment, the power of laws was sublimated into the power of rules. Lin Moyo carefully felt the difference between laws and rules. As the power of rules grew stronger, this difference became more and more apparent. Laws and rules are not just different in strength, but also fundamentally different. Laws are about doing things with the tools provided by the great world. Rules, however, are defined by oneself. The power of rules has its own imprint, and all power is under one's control. Within one's own rules, all other laws are erased, and only one's own rules can exist. Moreover, the power of rules can be used to do things that defy common sense. For example, the time rule can make time flow backward within a certain range, making dead flowers bloom again, but only for a limited time. When the power of rules dissipates, everything returns to its original state. The space rule can forcibly merge two planets, not by collision, but by making space overlap. Under the power of rules, all kinds of magical things can happen. This aspect of power is not obvious when first entering the Othershore realm, but it becomes prominent when reaching the Saint Lord level and having one's own rule world. In the rule world of a Saint Lord, the rules are entirely set by the Saint Lord. The Saint Lord's power is magnified, while external power is greatly weakened. In short, rules are magical. From the Othershore realm to the Heavenly Sovereign, one needs to continuously enhance the power of rules. Learn it, master it, and play with it. The demon race is a strong race, powerful, and deeply connected with the great world. This time, eliminating them made the great world much easier, and Lin Moyu, being the main contributor, received the most rewards. The enlightenment lasted for 20 days before ending, with a large amount of law power being sublimated into the power of rules. Lin Moyu mastered 4 laws, requiring several times more time than other cultivators. Now, nearly half of Lin Moya's law power has been sublimated, saving him hundreds of years of time through several enlightenments. Just as Lin Moya finished his enlightenment, Lin Machen's cold voice came to his ears. "Didn't you say it would be quick?" Lin Moya smiled slightly. There was an unexpected situation. He didn't expect the great world to suddenly reward him, thinking that the reward would come after he killed all the demons. After all, there were still 3 Saint Lords and hundreds of thousands of demons fleeing outside, not yet dead. Unexpectedly, as soon as the ancestral land was destroyed, the reward arrived. Lin Machin said, "Is it done now?" "One more thing, right away." As he spoke, flames ignited on Lin Moya's body, and his expression twisted in extreme pain. The soul being burned by the world-burning fire, how could it not be painful? Fortunately, it didn't last long. The world-burning fire burned for 2 seconds and then cleared the poison. The world tree immediately followed up, healing Lin Moya's soul. Lin Moya gasped, "Done." Lin Machin looked at him. "Be careful when playing with fire in the future." Her tone seemed to blame, but more was concern. She knew what Lin Moya was doing. The world-burning fire was very dangerous and could burn oneself to death if not careful. Lin Moya grinned, "No problem, I'm an experienced player. Stop joking around." Lin Machin scolded him, no longer paying attention to him. Lin Moya rarely joked with people, only becoming casual in front of a few individuals. Lin Machin was one, and Antares could be considered another. The two returned to the War God Fortress. As soon as they landed, several Saint Lords simultaneously saluted Lin Machin. "Greetings, Fairy Xian." In the great world, strength determines status, and the human race is no exception. Now Lin Machin is a half-step supreme, her status on par with Old Star and the human emperor. Several Saint Lords calling her Lord would not be an exaggeration. Lin Machin said, "No need to be so polite, I don't handle affairs, only killing." The Saint Lords understood Lin Machin's character. This young lady indeed didn't handle affairs. Fighting and killing were fine, but she rarely spoke during discussions. For handling affairs, it was more reliable to find Lin Moya. Lin Moya smiled, "No need to be so polite, seniors. Now that the demon race is destroyed, let's proceed according to plan." The War Saint Lord immediately responded, "All right." The War God Fortress turned towards the direction of the Golden Eagle clan. Lin Moyo handed over 10,000 containment talismans to the Talisman Saint Lord, containing 10,000 star systems. Lin Moya naturally didn't bother with such matters, only acting as a hands-off manager. The demon race's star domain became silent and dark, with all stars disappearing. The once bustling star domain turned into a dark void. The once powerful demon race was now wiped out. The wheel of time mercilessly rolled over. Once, the human race was almost crushed, but fortunately, they survived and pushed the wheel away. The demon race perished silently, and even when the War God Fortress arrived at the Golden Eagle clan's doorstep, the Golden Eagle clan had received no news. The Golden Eagle clan, like the demon race, closed their doors and tightened their defenses. Countless giant golden eagles hovered and flew in the star domain. This was the Golden Eagle clan's formation, evolving into golden eagles to protect the race. When the War God Fortress approached, the golden eagles immediately discovered it and continuously screamed to warn. The War God Fortress ignored it, continuing to charge towards the Golden Eagle clan. When the distance was still 10 million kilometers, the golden eagles charged like lightning, golden light filling the starry sky, launching a fierce attack on the War God Fortress. The War God Fortress glowed with a hum, smashing the golden eagles like tofu, then crashing into the Golden Eagle clan's star domain. The War God Fortress rampaged all the way, heading towards the core area of the Golden Eagle clan. The formations along the way couldn't stop it at all. Lin Moya left the War God Fortress first, space gates appearing continuously, and the undead army appeared in the starry sky. Lin Moya quickly deployed the undead army along the Golden Eagle clan's star domain, surrounding it. The method was the same as when dealing with the demon race. The method didn't need to be new, as long as it worked. The bone hell emerged, covering a large area of the star domain, directly swallowing 2 nearby star systems. The disaster belonging to the Golden Eagle clan had arrived. Chapter 2233. Chapter 2233, 2233. Chapter 2233, A bunch of cowardly Saint Lords. The Golden Eagle clan suffered an even worse fate than the demon race. In that great battle, none of their 4 Saint Lords survived. The Hawk Emperor's avatar led a large number of Golden Eagle clansmen to the outer realm, where they suffered heavy casualties in another battle at the border region. The Golden Eagle clan was now utterly depleted, with all their other Shore Realm experts gone and very few Divine Lord Realm experts remaining. The War God Fortress entered unopposed, with no one able to stop it. In just over 10 days, the War God Fortress had already reached the heartland of the Golden Eagle clan. In the core area of the Golden Eagle clan, a purple gold eagle could be seen. The purple gold eagle was the ancestral land of the Golden Eagle clan, as well as the totem of the Golden Eagle clansmen. The War God Fortress headed straight for the purple gold eagle. The Sky Saint Lord said, "The Hawk Emperor should come out now, right? It's about time." The Hawk Emperor is also likely a half-step supreme. He won't just watch his race be annihilated. After all, they are one of the strong races. The demon race had hidden strength, and they must have some too. We need to be careful. Even if they have some hidden strength, I'm afraid it won't help much, unless they can produce a true supreme. How could the Golden Eagle clan possibly have a supreme? If they really had a supreme, the human race would have been wiped out long ago. After fighting each other for so many years, everyone knew what cards the others held. The Demon Lord being able to control a Supreme Realm Corpse was already unexpected. Here in the Golden Eagle clan, there shouldn't be so many surprises, right? As the Saint Lords were talking, they suddenly all changed expression and looked ahead. A terrifying aura spread through space, and an immense pressure bore down on them, making their thoughts chaotic and extremely uncomfortable. A white gold light flew out from the ancestral land of the Golden Eagle clan, and dragon roars echoed through space. It was a dragon, over 100,000 meters long. Most strangely, its head was that of a golden eagle, and it had a pair of huge eagle wings on its body. Though its form was bizarre, its aura was truly that of a supreme. The Sky Saint Lord smiled bitterly. Who was the last to speak just now? Talk about a jinx. Indeed it was a jinx. They had just said the Golden Eagle clan wouldn't have a supreme, and then a supreme appeared. The Tao Saint Lord said in a low voice, "That's the Hawk Emperor. What did he do to himself to end up like this?" The War Saint Lord added, "It's definitely the Hawk Emperor, no mistake. He turned himself into a supreme, but he looks unstable." The Hawk Emperor opened his mouth and screeched, but what came out was a dragon's roar. His gaze was somewhat cloudy, as if he had lost his rationality. Dragon roars continued to sound as space churned into huge waves, directly forcing the War God Fortress back. Lin Machin flew out of the War God Fortress. "You all retreat. I'll go slay him." Little Mist responded, "Master's sister, Little Mist will help you." The Law of Luck rose up as Little Mist cursed the Hawk Emperor, her sweet voice ringing out, "You're going to have bad luck." Lin Moyo also heard the dragon roars and sensed the supreme aura. His mind stirred and he took out the dragon-seeking orb. The distance was too great, so the dragon-seeking orb had no reaction. The wings of the dead fluttered as a spatial gate opened. Lin Moyo instantly traversed tens of millions of light years to approach the battlefield. The dragon-seeking orb reacted, pointing directly at the Hawk Emperor. The Dragon Pearl is indeed here. The third Dragon Pearl was indeed in the Hawk Emperor's possession. That's why he had searched outside for so long without finding the third Dragon Pearl. At the time, he had guessed that as long as the Dragon Pearl was still within the domain, it was very likely in the Golden Eagle clan. The Hawk Emperor not only obtained the Dragon Pearl, but has now forcibly absorbed and fused with it, turning himself into the strange Dragon-Eagle hybrid monster. With the Dragon Pearl, the Hawk Emperor's aura had indeed reached the Supreme Realm, but his aura was very unstable. He was not a true Supreme. Lin Machin had already begun to attack. Lin Moya showed no concern in his eyes. This kind of opponent was not worth worrying about for his sister. The Sword of Destruction appeared, with a purple line running through the blade, adding a touch of nobility to the Sword of Destruction. Powerful sword intent surged through space, tearing apart the void. Lin Machin gripped the Sword of Destruction in her right hand, once again grasping her rule world. At this moment, she merged with her rule world, becoming stronger as her battle power rose sharply. The Heaven and Earth Sword also flew out, merging into the Sword of Destruction, further amplifying its power. Space trembled and swayed, as if unable to withstand the power of the Sword of Destruction, constantly collapsing. Star systems within 1 light year suddenly shattered at this moment. Even before officially striking with the sword, star systems were already unable to withstand it. The War God Fortress glowed all over as all its formations activated at full power, barely managing to defend against it. "Retreat quickly." The Sky Saint Lord called out urgently. The War Saint Lord immediately controlled the War God Fortress to retreat. Only then did they understand that when Lin Machin told them to retreat, she wasn't joking. The Tao Saint Lord said, "So powerful. What a pity about those star systems." The Kill Saint Lord joked, "Then why don't you ask Fairy Xian to go easy?" The Tao Saint Lord gave him a look. "Do I look like an idiot?" The Kill Saint Lord snorted, "Coward. Then why don't you go?" "Hell no. Please vote." The Sword Saint Lord calmly said, "A pair of cowards." The Hawk Emperor sensed Lin Machin's terrifying power, but his eyes were clouded, as if he had lost his rationality. Fusing with the Dragon Pearl did not come without a price. While gaining immense power, he also lost something. But if he didn't do this, he would have had no chance at all. Now, at least he could fight for a chance. The Hawk Emperor spewed out dragon breath that turned into golden mist rushing towards Lin Machin. At the same time, the scales on his body exploded, transforming into starry arrows raining down like raindrops. Lin Machin had built up to the extreme, and suddenly swung her sword. One sword to part the sea. A giant sword without borders appeared in space, simultaneously evolving into a vast sea. Lin Machin transformed into a supreme swordsman, slashing down with one sword to split open the sea. The worlds floating in the sea were all destroyed by this one sword strike. This sword was extremely terrifying, shockingly powerful. The same lords who had already retreated tens of millions of miles all spat blood at the same time, looking at each other in shock and terror. Even separated by tens of millions of miles, they still couldn't withstand the aftershocks, their souls simultaneously shaken. If they had faced this sword strike head-on, they probably wouldn't even have any remains left. Lin Machen's strength had reached such a level that her true battle power far surpassed a half-step supreme. All of the Hawk Emperor's attacks were like child's play under this one sword, completely destroyed. Space collapsed as laws were annihilated. The Hawk Emperor instinctively wanted to flee, but found he couldn't move. The Dragon Pearl seemed to have malfunctioned and was no longer under his control. He was engulfed by the sword light amidst screams. The sword light passed by, shattering several star systems along the way. Countless Golden Eagle clansmen died under the sword. The Hawk Emperor couldn't even withstand one sword strike before being obliterated. Only a Dragon Pearl hung motionless in space. Lin Machen stood with her sword sheathed. After her great increase in strength, she was not too weakened from unleashing this sword strike, and still had strength to fight. She turned and flew back, transmitting to Lin Moyu, "The rest is up to you." Lin Moyu and Lin Machen exchanged positions as he arrived next to the Dragon Pearl and took it in hand. The next part was his job. The Golden Eagle clan was on the verge of extinction, with no chance left. Even their ancestral land would be refined into a world crystal, becoming material for Lin Moya's path of advancement, or perhaps material needed for building the new divine path. The law of cause and effect once again demonstrated its power at this moment because from the past, the effect in the present. The bone hell drifted through space, bringing death. Chapter 2234. Chapter 2234, 2234. Chapter 2234, Habitual, Can't Change. Between the 4-star regions of the human race, there are areas of dark void. These are the remnants of the Black Blood Great World's invasion, scars left in the Great World. For millions of years, the dark void has persisted, a wound from the past that has never healed. Recently, the cross-domain teleportation arrays of the 4-star regions have collectively paused, and everyone is forbidden from entering the dark void. The human race's formations are operating, just like during the 100 Races War, activating defense mode. In front of the cross-domain teleportation array of the Suanmu star region, Lin Moyu and Lin Machen stood side by side. Lin Moyu was elegant and graceful, like a peerless young master. Lin Machen was heroic and beautiful, with an exceptional appearance. As the two stood there, they immediately attracted countless gazes. Their auras were concealed, making it impossible to discern their realms or how powerful they were. Their names and information were hidden, otherwise, it would be too conspicuous. Lin Moyu asked, "Sister, are you really going with me?" Lin Machen glanced over with her beautiful eyes, "Is there a problem?" Lin Moyu was at a loss for words. Of course, no problem. How could he dare say there was a problem? That would be inviting a beating due to the suppression from their bloodline. At this time, several months had passed since the Golden Eagle clan was exterminated. All the Golden Eagle clan members were killed, and their star systems were brought back to the human race and were currently being transformed. The ancestral land of the Golden Eagle clan was refined into a world crystal by the world-burning fire, becoming Lin Moya's material. Afterward, Lin Moya received another reward from the Great World, entering a state of enlightenment for over 20 days. Now, he had converted 2/3 of his laws into the power of rules, completely stabilizing within the other shore realm. The 100 races were exterminated, and the karma of the Great World was mostly severed. Now, the only remaining threat was the Black Blood Great World. Lin Moyo had spent decades searching for the Dragon Pearl while also looking for traces of the Black Blood Great World but had not found them. Having searched within the domain, Lin Moyo finally locked his target on the Dark Void, suspecting that the Black Blood Great World might be hiding there. Lin Moyo had considered going alone, but Lin Machen insisted on following. After all, it was the Black Blood Great World, a world that once fought fiercely with the Great World. Even if it was just residual strength, it was not comparable to demons or the Golden Eagle clan. Since Lin Machen wanted to follow, he naturally let her, not daring to oppose. Lin Moyo looked at the Dark Void and whispered, "Sister, after dealing with the Black Blood Great World, I need to prepare to welcome the Battle Realm." There were still over 1,200 years until the Battle Realm arrived. Exterminating the 100 races was faster than they expected, giving them more preparation time. Lin Machen said, "After dealing with the Black Blood Great World, I will also walk my own path." At this moment, a young cultivator approached, landing in front of the two. He was tall and handsome, exuding vitality, and had reached the realm of a minor god. However, his aura was still unstable, indicating that he had only recently reached the minor god realm. This was a young genius of the human race. In recent years, many young geniuses had emerged within the human race. The human race's luck was strong, continuously breaking previous records. Now, most human cultivators could break through to the super god realm before the age of 100, and those with great talent could break through at the age of 70. The previous standard of 100 years was no longer applicable. Those geniuses could reach the God King realm at 300 years old and the minor god realm at 600 years old. Their cultivation speed was much faster than the older generation, and it seemed that the human race's former glory was about to return. One genius after another emerged, gaining great fame within the human race. The young man in front of them was named Mulianjayo, a genius in the Suanmu star region. He had reached the minor god realm before the age of 700 and was expected to advance to the god realm within another 100 years. Mulianjayo approached the two, cupped his fists, and greeted, "Mulianjayo greets you, junior brother and junior sister." He felt that Lin Moyo and Lin Machen were younger than him, their auras concealed, and their cultivation should be lower than his, so he decisively called them junior brother and junior sister. Lin Moyo asked, "What's the matter?" Mu Lianjia said, "Lianjia saw that the two of you have extraordinary bearing, and you must be geniuses from a prestigious family. I came to make your acquaintance." He was straightforward and spoke the truth. However, he only told half the truth. His gaze was always attracted to Lin Machin, clearly indicating that he was mainly interested in her. Lin Moya nodded, "Understood, you may leave now, don't disturb us." Mu Lianjia was slightly taken aback. Why does junior brother reject people from 1,000 miles away? Lianjia just wants to make friends. Lin Machin suddenly smiled, "Yes, little brother, why reject people from 1,000 miles away?" Hearing Lin Machin call him little brother, Mu Lianjia was overjoyed. So they are siblings. Siblings, not a couple, that was great news. He almost called out brother-in-law. Seeing Lin Machin's smile, Mu Lianjia was stunned on the spot, murmuring, "How can someone be so beautiful?" Lin Machin's beauty was such that even those with a firm Dao heart in the other shore realm found it hard to resist, let alone a minor god. Just a smile could make people lose their minds. Not only Mu Lianjia, but some young people nearby were also captivated by Lin Machin's smile. Lin Moyo helplessly glanced at Lin Machin. His sister was teasing him again. He sighed, "Since I can't reject people from 1,000 miles away, then 10,000 miles it is." With a slight release of his aura, Mu Lianjia was instantly sent flying uncontrollably. He couldn't speak or move, flying further and further away, far beyond 10,000 miles. Everyone was stunned, not understanding how Mu Lianjia was suddenly sent flying. Moreover, he flew so far that he was out of sight. Lin Machin chuckled, "Little you is really straightforward." Lin Moya said, "Habitual, can't change." Lin Machin was usually cold, but when she joked, she was entirely different. Of course, this side of her was only seen by Lin Moyo. "Let's go." Lin Moya flew up, turning into a stream of light and entering the dark void. Lin Machin sighed, "Little brother is becoming colder." She also stepped lightly, entering the dark void. Seeing the two pass through the formation and enter the dark void, the onlookers were in an uproar. Heavens, how can they go out? Didn't the Human Emperor Network say no one could go out? Why can they go out? Why don't they have to follow the Human Emperor Network's orders? Do they have a special status? Their auras are concealed. I suspect they are at least gods, maybe even ancestors of the other shore realm. If they are indeed ancestors of the other shore realm, Mu Lianjia was really blind, deserved to be taught a lesson. By the way, that fairy is truly beautiful. I've never seen anyone so beautiful. At this moment, someone coldly said, "A bunch of ignorant guys, that's Mr. Lin and Fairy Han, figures on par with the Holy Sovereign." Mr. Lin, Fairy Han, are they Lin Moyo and Lin Machin? Indeed, it's them, no wonder. Various discussions continued, and the names of Lin Moyo and Lin Machin had reached their peak within the human race. Countless young people idolized them, working hard in cultivation, hoping to one day become pillars of the human race like them. In the dark void, the bone hell turned into a mist, advancing all the way. Further away, the undead army spread out, conducting a carpet search of the dark void. As long as the Black Blood Great World was here, it would be found sooner or later. Chapter 2235. Chapter 2235, 2235. Chapter 2235, when will you continue the family line? In the dark void, there were many cosmic beasts, second only to the border region in number and realm. These cosmic beasts were infected by the power of the Black Blood Great World, becoming extremely bloodthirsty with little rationality. Once they discovered other living beings, they would pursue and kill them. The existence of cosmic beasts became an obstacle for many cultivators, one of the dangers of the dark void. Besides this, there were also many ancient relics left behind here. These relics also contained dangers, the second danger of the dark void. In ancient times, the dark void was one of the battlefields, where many supreme saints had fallen, and many rule worlds had not completely shattered. After hundreds of thousands of years of evolution, many of these rule worlds became places worth exploring, where one could find inheritances left behind by ancient powerhouses. The human race had explored the dark void for many years, and many relics had been discovered, from which they obtained quite a few valuable inheritances. At the same time, many cultivators had paid with their lives for this. I once encountered a being here who had survived from ancient times to the present. His strength should have reached the supreme level in ancient times, but he was severely injured and used some special secret realms to survive until now. When he was discovered, his strength was no longer even at the half-step supreme level. I joined forces with Sky Saint Lord and House Saint Lord to kill him. This was also the first black blood person I killed. Lin Moya recounted his past experiences as a story, telling it to Lin Machin. Encountering cultivators from the Black Blood Great World in the Dark Void was just a small episode. However, this was also his first major battle with cultivators from the Black Blood Great World, and it was always a part of his memories. Over the years, the lives of the two had been completely different. Lin Machin's life was quiet and monotonous, constantly cultivating to become stronger, not doing much else. Lin Moya's life, on the other hand, was full of crises, constantly becoming stronger in the face of danger, growing ever more powerful. Lin Moyo had many stories, too many to tell. Lin Machin listened attentively. When Lin Moyo had finished speaking, she suddenly asked, "Sister Yuju must be very beautiful, right?" "Indeed, quite beautiful." Lin Moyo instinctively replied, then suddenly realized something was amiss and looked at Lin Machin. "Sister, what do you mean?" Lin Machin continued, "That star space mermaid princess must also be very beautiful." Lin Moya sensed something was wrong. His sister's thoughts seemed to be developing in an unpredictable direction. Lin Moya felt he should stop this topic, but Lin Machin didn't let him off. Little you, between Yu Zhu and the Star Space Mermaid Princess, who is more beautiful? Which one do you prefer? Lin Moya was exasperated. Sister, the topic has gone off track. Lin Machin shook her head. I told you in the small world that you need to continue the family line for the Lin family, but unfortunately you haven't been able to do so all these years. As your sister, I naturally worry for you. I didn't interfere before because there were other matters, but now that everything is settled, I naturally have to manage this. Lin Moya said, stop, I have wives, and you have sisters-in-law, 4 of them. Lin Machin didn't see it that way. The 4 sisters-in-law are still in deep sleep. You need to help them defy fate, at least reach the heavenly sovereign level, which is still far off. You know how difficult it is to reach heavenly sovereign, you might die any day. We can't count on the 4 sisters-in-law for now, so let's think about those we can count on, Yu Zhu, Yu Qingro, oh, and that Lillian. Lin Moya realized his sister had entered matchmaking mode, which was completely out of character. His eyes darted around, and Lin Moya asked, don't just talk about me, what about you, sister? Do you have someone you like? Now Lin Machin's reputation was at its peak, almost becoming the human race's #1 beauty, and many talented young men wanted to become her Dao companion. Lin Machin said, I don't care, as long as they can meet 2 conditions, I can consider marrying them. Lin Moya scoffed, with your 2 conditions, who could possibly meet them? Lin Machin said indifferently, then it's not my fault. Lin Machin had mentioned her 2 conditions before. First, the person must not be more than 5 years older than her. Second, they must be able to defeat her in battle. These 2 conditions, looking at the entire great world, were impossible for anyone to meet. People of the same age as Lin Machin were mostly still at the true god realm. To defeat Lin Machin was simply a pipe dream. Lin Machin then said, don't change the subject, let's continue talking about your matter. When exactly are you going to continue the family line? Lin Moya lived up to his name, remaining silent without uttering a word. In this situation, the more he said, the more mistakes he might make. It was better not to say anything. The bone hell brought a glimmer of light to the dark void, devouring countless cosmic beasts. After entering the dark void for over a month, the bone hell had devoured at least hundreds of thousands of cosmic beasts, but still showed no signs of change. After advancing to the other shore realm, the bone hell's upgrades had become extremely slow. Lin Moya could understand this. After all, with billions of other shore realm hellfiends, their mouths open wide, waiting to be fed, it wasn't easy to satisfy them all. Lin Moya wasn't in a hurry. The dark void was just an appetizer, the main course hadn't arrived yet. 2 months later, the undead army conducting a carpet search sent back news that they had discovered some anomalies. Lin Moya said in a low voice, we have a discovery. The wings of the dead spread out, the spatial law surged, and a spatial gate opened. The 2 passed through the spatial gate, traversing thousands of light years. They entered the depths of the dark void, not the center, still over 1,000 light years from the central point. It stinks. Lin Machin frowned, her eyes showing intense disgust. The space here was filled with an indescribable stench that reached directly into the soul. Even sealing off one's sense of smell had no effect. Lin Machin's body emitted a rosy glow, her soul power surging to block out the stench. Lin Moya did the same. He flicked his finger, and clusters of undying flames flew out, illuminating the dark void. Over there. In the gray light, they saw a mass of polluted blood. The polluted blood was black and foul-smelling, with bubbles constantly rising from it. It was over 100,000 meters in diameter, suspended in the dark void. Besides the stench, the polluted blood was also filled with the aura of the Black Blood Great World. Lin Moya said in a low voice, no mistake, it's the aura of the Black Blood Great World. This polluted blood should have been formed by cosmic beasts. What is the Black Blood Great World trying to do? Lin Machin said, who cares what they're trying to do, let's just destroy it. As she spoke, a sword light flashed from Lin Machin's hand, slashing towards the polluted blood. She inexplicably despised the polluted blood and struck without mercy. Lin Moya didn't stop her, but watched as the sword light hit the polluted blood. The sword light passed through the polluted blood and flew into the distance, but the polluted blood remained motionless, showing no change. It still floated in space, emitting a strong stench. It didn't work. Lin Moya was slightly surprised. His mind stirred, and the undead army immediately launched an attack on the polluted blood. Space shook, and the other shore realm attacks cracked space like a spider web. However, all attacks passed through the polluted blood without affecting it at all. Interesting. Lin Moya's lips curled into a smile. It had been a long time since he'd seen something so intriguing. His attacks actually had no effect. At this moment, his soul felt a slight pain, and an immense sword intent erupted beside him. The sword of destruction appeared behind Lin Machin, slashing down towards the polluted blood. From her appearance, it seemed she had truly become angry. Lin Moya found it strange why his sister would hate the Black Blood Great World so much. The disgust in Lin Machin's eyes was obvious and couldn't be hidden. The sword of destruction shattered space, large areas of space collapsed, exposing the deep layers of space. The spatial turbulence was immediately annihilated by the sword light. Chapter 2236. Chapter 2236, 2236. Chapter 2236, World Origin, River of Time. Lin Machin's sword strike was extremely powerful, capable of easily killing even those in the other shore realm. The polluted blood twisted in the sword light, but still wasn't greatly affected. The sword light passed through the polluted blood and disappeared into the deep darkness. Lin Moya said in a low voice, "Sister, don't try anymore, let me think." Lin Machin put away her sword, but the disgust in her eyes grew deeper. She simply closed her eyes, out of sight, out of mind. Even she didn't know why she hated the Black Blood Great World so much, it seemed like an innate instinct. Lin Moya looked at the polluted blood, pondering the situation just now. The polluted blood twisted in the swordlight, so there was some effect, just very weak. His mind stirred, and the skeleton general flew out, trying to touch the polluted blood. The skeletal hand passed through the polluted blood, with no contact between them. The polluted blood was visible to the naked eye, but couldn't be touched. Could it be time and space? Lin Moya's mind stirred, thinking of a possibility. Although it could be seen, it was in a different time and space, so it couldn't be touched. Lin Moya thought of when he had once encountered a powerful being from the Black Blood Great World in a secret realm. At that time he was still very weak, and saw the ancient great battle through an ancient talisman. The powerful being from the Black Blood Great World fighting the ancient talisman warrior seemed to see him through time and space. Thinking back now, it was still vivid in his mind. This could prove that the Black Blood Great World also had research on time and space, possibly even deeper than the Great World. It's just that their time-space laws were different, so Lin Moya didn't sense it at first. Lin Moya muttered to himself, if it really is the power of time and space, what exactly does the Black Blood Great World want to do? The best way to deal with the power of time and space is with the power of time and space. Ordinary levels of power are difficult to affect it. The time and space law star rivers appeared, and the power of time and space fused in Lin Moya's hand. At the same time, the bone hell also appeared in his hand, the power of time and space enveloping the bone hell in himself, connecting as one. The bone hell flew out towards the polluted blood. The moment the power of time and space enveloped his body, Lin Machin lost her sense of Lin Moya. Lin Moya was clearly in front of her eyes, but it was as if he had entered another layer of time and space, visible but untouchable. The bone hell made contact with the polluted blood, but the two didn't collide, seemingly overlapping but not touching. Lin Moya wasn't in a hurry, he began to adjust the power of time and space, from weak to strong, constantly changing its frequency. He didn't know how many layers of time and space there were, so he just controlled the power of time and space, constantly adjusting. Lin Moya's time flow speed kept changing, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, his whole person flickering in and out of existence. The power of time and space was very mysterious. Lin Moya knew he had only touched the surface, there was still a long way to go. Finally, the bone hell and the polluted blood entered the same time and space, instantly colliding. Like boiling water poured into hot oil, the polluted blood immediately boiled. Two powerful forces collided, time and space suddenly collapsed, and the two separated again. Lin Moya withdrew the power of time and space, returning to normal time and space. Although it was only an instant of contact, it was enough. The bone hell had completed its marking. I can't remember how long it's been since I used this technique. Lin Moya smiled, taking out corpse after corpse. Each corpse fragment was from the other shore realm, from various race powerhouses and cosmic beasts. As his strength grew stronger and stronger, the marking function of the bone hell was used less and less frequently. He didn't expect to be able to use it now. White Star level technique, corpse explosion. Bang! A corpse turned to dust. A violent explosion occurred on the polluted blood, but because it was in a different time and space, no sound was heard. The polluted blood boiled like a volcanic eruption. A large amount of polluted blood annihilated in the explosion, instantly reducing it by a large chunk. One characteristic of corpse explosion is that the attack ignores all obstacles and time limits. To put it bluntly, this characteristic can ignore the obstruction of time and space power, directly targeting the essence. Even hiding in different time and space is useless, it will still be attacked. Not bad. Lin Moya was very satisfied with the effect of the technique. Corpses continuously disappeared, explosions one after another. The polluted blood was annihilated at an alarming rate, becoming less and less. In the blink of an eye, only half of the polluted blood remained, and the stench had also lessened considerably. The polluted blood churned endlessly, and Lin Moya saw something unusual in it. What's that? Lin Machin also saw it. It looks like some kind of crystal. Lin Moya nodded. Let's blast away a bit more, to see it more clearly. The crystal hidden in the polluted blood was somewhat unusual, very likely the main reason for the formation of the polluted blood. It might also be some kind of arrangement by the Black Blood Great World. The Black Blood Great World arranging polluted blood here and using the power of time and space, their purpose was definitely not simple. After several more explosions, the polluted blood became even less, revealing most of the crystal. An unusual aura emanated from the crystal, and Lin Moya frowned. Origin power. Lin Machin also responded, that's right, it's origin power. Not ordinary origin power, but the origin power of the Black Blood Great World. The aura emanating from it made Lin Moya feel uncomfortable, and Lin Machin was extremely disgusted. Suddenly, the crystal began to shake. The power of time and space was stirred up, raising huge waves. Be careful. Lin Machin and Lin Moya reacted at the same time, immediately retreating, instantly withdrawing millions of miles. The space where they had been exploded, enveloped by a jet black light, everything within the light was ground to dust. The nearby undead army was swallowed by the black light, instantly dying. Even the immortal undead lost their effect and couldn't be revived. The grinding from the power of time and space was extremely powerful, even a Saint Lord would have trouble if encountered. The crystal was releasing the origin power of the Black Blood Great World, glittering in space. The origin power was very strong, churning time and space into a mess. The undead army launched attacks, but had no effect on the power of time and space. Lin Machin also tried swinging her sword, with the same result. The power of time and space was mysterious and powerful, ordinary attacks were ineffective. Using the origin of a world to set up an arrangement, the Black Blood Great World is really going all out. Lin Moya snorted coldly. Ordinary attacks were useless, but his corpse explosion might not be. Corpse explosion blasted out again, explosion after explosion. The crystal shook more and more violently. Its sturdiness exceeded Lin Moya's imagination. Although corpse explosion could shake it couldn't cause real damage. Lin Moya was about to use a Saint Lord corpse when suddenly both of them looked up. Several beams of light were seen shooting from afar, passing through the dark void, converging with the crystal of the Black Blood Great World. The originally lightless dark void suddenly lit up, and a giant river appeared in space. Lin Moya's expression changed slightly. This is the River of Time. In the Divine City, several Saint Lords flew out simultaneously. The human Emperor and Old Star also appeared together. They also saw the River of Time, vast and boundless, just floating there in space. Not just them, but any cultivator in the human race's star region, as long as they had reached the other shore realm, could see the River of Time. The human Emperor and Old Star's expressions changed drastically. Something's wrong. Chapter 2237. Chapter 2237, 2237. Chapter 2237, Supreme? It's not like we haven't killed one before. Something went wrong, and Lin Moya, the instigator, knew it too. The River of Time, a forbidden realm that even heavenly sovereigns find difficult to enter, is useless even for the Time Heavenly Sovereign. It has no rule threshold, yet it has the highest threshold. In the Great World, if anyone has ever entered the River of Time, it would only be that mysterious master. But whether he actually entered or not, nobody knows. The appearance of the River of Time made Lin Moya realize that things were not good. The other three sources of origin power came from three different areas of the Dark Void. The four areas of Dark Void were connected by origin power, vast and magnificent, yet also carrying a blood-colored terror. Lin Moya had a sudden realization. I know what they're trying to do. They're using the origin power of the Black Blood Great World to summon the River of Time, attempting to call forth the powerful beings from the Black Blood Great World's past. Summoning the powerful beings from the River of Time to the present world for battle. This method certainly couldn't last long, but it didn't need to. If they could summon a heavenly sovereign, even for just half a day, it would be enough to destroy most of the human race's star regions. Then all the efforts made before would be in vain. The most terrifying thing is that a heavenly sovereign can directly attack the Great World's runes. In their current state, the runes certainly couldn't withstand another heavy blow. The River of Time flowed slowly, with figures of people appearing in it. Each figure was a powerful being from the past, with terrifying auras. They were all powerful beings from the Black Blood Great World, once great existences in the history of the Black Blood Great World. Among them were several auras that Lin Moya knew he was no match for just by sensing them. If such figures descended to the present world, he would surely die, and any resistance would be futile. A fierce look flashed in Lin Moya's eyes as he gritted his teeth. What a vicious method. Naturally, he wouldn't sit idly by. He took out all the Saint Lord corpses he had, and the colorful water flew out recklessly, with a full 1,000 drops on each corpse. Over 10 million portions of belief power burned fiercely, pushing the power of the technique to the extreme. White Star level technique, corpse explosion. The Saint Lord corpses turned to dust, exploding violently on the crystal. The crystal rumbled continuously, finally showing cracks on its surface. Lin Moya spared no cost, using up all the Saint Lord corpses he had. Explosion after explosion continued, ignoring space and transcending time. The crystal endured the impact of corpse explosion again and again. Each explosion was more powerful than a Saint Lord's full power attack. The cracks on the crystal grew more and more numerous. Finally, after 6 consecutive corpse explosions, the crystal shattered. The origin power dispersed, and of the 4 sources of origin power, only 3 remained. The River of Time was shaken, and the auras that had appeared in it immediately weakened. Those few overwhelmingly powerful auras that inspired despair disappeared. This was all Lin Moya could do. The other 3 sources of origin power converged in the River of Time, and he was powerless to stop it. The Black Blood Great World's arrangements over countless years couldn't be so easily broken. Being able to weaken it was already no small feat. Lin Moya looked at the River of Time and murmured, the Black Blood Great World probably wasn't fully prepared. They were forced to suddenly activate their plan when we stumbled upon it. They've accumulated such an enormous power, using the blood essence of cosmic beasts as a catalyst and origin power as the main force to summon the River of Time. The more power they accumulate, the higher the realm of the powerful beings they can summon. The 4 areas of Dark Void are like 4 strongholds. Now that I've destroyed a quarter of the strongholds, the powerful beings they can summon should be weaker than before. I could sense the aura of a heavenly sovereign earlier, but now that aura is gone, what's coming should be a supreme. Lin Machin listened to Lin Moya's explanation and calmly said, even if it's a supreme that comes, they won't exist for long. As long as we can hold out, they'll return to the River of Time. Lin Moya said, the Great World will make corrections. If the Great World's power was strong and undamaged, they wouldn't even be able to summon anything. But now, the Great World is too weak, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to make corrections. Summoning powerful beings from the River of Time is essentially breaking the rules. The Great World naturally won't allow it and will make corrections. But the Great World's power is now very weak, and corrections will be very slow, meaning they'll need to hold out for a long time. Lin Machin suddenly chuckled, then let's not hold out. No matter who comes, we'll just kill them. Seeing this, Lin Moya suddenly felt relaxed too. Sister is right. We can't fight a heavenly sovereign, but a supreme? It's not like we haven't killed one before. He had killed the Forest Supreme, and although it wasn't directly by his hand in the end, it could still be counted as his kill. As for pseudo-supremes like the Demon Lord and Hawk Emperor, he had killed 2 of them. This kind of thing is nothing. The river of time rolled on, with countless figures surging and roaring within it, emitting terrifying auras. They were struggling frantically, trying to break out, but an invisible force blocked them, and they couldn't get out. The origin power of the Black Blood Great World continued to exert force, growing stronger and stronger, finally opening a channel. The channel only lasted for an instant, summoning a warrior from the River of Time. The person who left the River of Time wore black clothes and held a slender blood sword, emitting a shocking aura. Lin Moya sighed. Fortunately, it's not a heavenly sovereign. Lin Machin smiled. I don't know which era this powerful being is from, but since they've come here, let them disappear forever. Lin Moya also smiled. Indeed, we don't even need to leave the slightest trace. He didn't know which era this person was from, but Lin Moya knew that as long as he killed them, even their traces in the River of Time would be completely erased. That would be true death, with no trace to be found throughout history. Even the people of the Black Blood Great World would lose all memories of them. Everything would disappear. The black-clad person burst out of the River of Time, black chi rolling, letting out an angry roar. Fight! He took a deep breath, and light suddenly bloomed in the dark void. It wasn't that there was a light source, but that he had absorbed all the darkness, making a large area of space bright. The black-clad person's momentum was strong as he charged towards Lin Machin. Lin Machin let out a light shout, the sword of destruction appearing in her hand behind her back. The sword intent tore through space, rumbling loudly. One sword to part the sea. The starry sky transformed into a vast sea of realms, and Lin Machin, holding the sword of destruction, slashed to split open the sea, simultaneously destroying all the worlds within it. The sword light exploded, and an immense sword without borders appeared in space, slashing towards the black-clad person. Seeing this sword for the third time, Lin Moya still found it shocking. This sword was extremely terrifying and shockingly powerful. If Lin Machin's realm were a bit higher, reaching Supreme, she could probably instantly kill a Supreme of the same level. The black-clad person swung out countless bloodlines, forming a blood-colored great sword that clashed with the sword of destruction. Space shook violently, and within several light years, countless cosmic beasts instantly died. Their bodies were covered in wounds as if injured by sword chi, and their souls were torn to shreds by the sword intent. The enormous power shook the River of Time, causing it to distort under this attack. The black-clad person was forcefully blown away, though he didn't appear to be injured. Countless vines filled the starry sky, lashing out at the black-clad person. The Forest Supreme emerged from space, his attacks as dense as rain covering a large area of space, giving the black-clad person no chance to dodge. Chapter 2238. Chapter 2238, 2238. Chapter 2238, still underestimating the Staff of Calamity. After Lin Machin advanced to half-step Supreme, not only did her combat power increase tremendously, but her endurance also improved significantly. She was no longer like before, where she would become weak after swinging her sword once. Now she could continuously use her sword and fight for extended periods. One sword strike repelled the black-robed man, demonstrating Lin Machin's terrifying power. The opponent was a true Supreme, much stronger than the Hawk Emperor or Demon Lord. The Forest Supreme's sudden appearance launched a fierce attack on the black-robed man. The black-robed man swung his blood sword, slashing out countless blood-colored sword lights, constantly cutting through branches and vines. But the Forest Supreme's regeneration speed was astonishingly fast, especially after becoming a revived being. Its realm was even higher than when it was alive, and its combat power was stronger than before. It engaged in a fierce battle with the black-robed man, not expecting to defeat him, but at least to stall for a significant amount of time. The black-robed men came from the River of Time and couldn't stay for too long. Lin Machin attacked again, coordinating with the Forest Supreme to fight against the black-robed man. Sword chi crisscrossed through the starry sky, erasing laws and shattering space. The Forest Supreme and Lin Machin joined forces, barely managing to fight the black-robed man to a standstill. However, Lin Moya knew clearly that they were no match for the black-robed man. After all, the black-robed man was a Supreme, and a relatively strong one at that. The Forest Supreme was among the weakest of the Supremes. Even though being a revived being enhanced him, there was still a gap. The same was true for Lin Machin, who was only at half-step Supreme. Her combat power at best was only comparable to the Forest Supreme. Given enough time, they would inevitably be defeated. To deal with the black-robed man, they needed to find another way. Lin Moya's attention fell on the River of Time. The black-robed men came from the River of Time, so if they wanted to quickly resolve this, manipulating the River of Time would be the best method. With a thought, countless undead armies appeared densely in the starry sky. Skeleton generals, Death Dragon knights, and Legion rulers all appeared together. 3 billion undead troops were deployed all at once. Then the undying flames exploded, and 25 skeleton thrones flew out from the flames, with skeleton kings rising in response. Kill! At Lin Moya's command, the 3 billion undead troops launched a fierce attack on the River of Time. The starry sky was filled with white bones, and the attacks were dazzlingly brilliant. The bone law appeared, countless lost star rivers converged into a sea, turning into a vast ocean. Unfortunately, their attacks had no effect on the River of Time. All attacks disappeared as they fell into the river. The bone hell flew out and landed on the River of Time. Hellfire burned fiercely, and hell fiends pounced out, biting at the River of Time. The River of Time began to shake. It had always been high and mighty, but now it was actually being damaged. Lin Moya had a sudden realization of what was happening. Ever since the bone hell fused with the undying law, it gained the power of both reality and illusion. The hell fiends could devour anything, no matter what it was, they could take a bite out of it, even the River of Time was no exception. But the River of Time was too vast. Even 100 billion hell fiends were just a drop in the ocean. Lin Moya had an idea. The undying Lost Star River, Time Lost Star River, and Space Lost Star River all appeared beneath his feet simultaneously. In the next second, Lin Moya stepped on the Lost Star Rivers and arrived at the River of Time. As he approached the River of Time, Lin Moya sensed something was wrong. The closer he got to the River of Time, the more chaotic time became. What might have been just a second for him could have been half a day in the outside world. The power of time flowed, and Lin Moya used his own Time Lost Star River to envelop himself, resisting the power of the River of Time. Although this made time normal, he still found it difficult to approach the River of Time. My realm is still too low. Lin Moya mocked himself. In the next second, the undying law poured down like a waterfall. Dense death power fell onto the River of Time. The death power also possessed the characteristic of corroding everything. Previously, when the River of Time was not visible, Lin Moya couldn't touch it, so naturally, he had no way to deal with it. But now that the River of Time had been summoned and revealed itself, well, that was unfortunate for it. The death power fell into the River of Time, making a sizzling sound as it rampaged within. Faintly, Lin Moya heard angry roars coming from the River of Time. Time in the river boiled like waves, no longer calm. Lin Moya coldly snorted, "Since you've involved yourself in this matter, you must pay the price. Even if you are the River of Time, an existence that even heavenly sovereigns can't approach, so what? As long as you provoke me, I won't let you off easily either." Lin Moya continued to pour down death power relentlessly. He then fused his time and space powers together, forming spacetime power. With a thought, Lin Moya enveloped the River of Time with spacetime power, attempting to place it in a different void. His soul world rumbled as the terrifying power of the River of Time traveled along the spacetime power into his soul. A torrent of time rushed towards Lin Moya's soul. If his soul couldn't withstand the washing of the time torrent, he would be forever lost in time, and Lin Moya would no longer exist in reality. Lin Moya coldly snorted, unafraid, and didn't even let the world tree intervene. "Please vote." Just as the time torrent was about to arrive, his soul raised the Staff of Calamity. The seemingly unremarkable Staff of Calamity had two equally unremarkable gems embedded in it, the Soul Gem and the Elemental Gem. Lin Moya had no idea how to use these two gems. For now, he could only use the Staff of Calamity as a baton. It worked well as a baton, hitting accurately every time. Even facing the time torrent, Lin Moya was confident he could smash it to pieces. When his soul raised the Staff of Calamity, the time torrent suddenly braked, making a sharp turn at the last moment and fleeing rapidly. It fled much faster than when it came, almost in a panic. Lin Moya was stunned on the spot. What's going on? He realized that the River of Time had consciousness and knew what he was doing. His actions had angered it, so it launched an attack on him. He was merely at the other shore realm, less than an ant in front of the River of Time. Crushing him wouldn't take any effort at all. But when it saw the Staff of Calamity, the River of Time became afraid and fled for its life. Is the Staff of Calamity really that powerful? Lin Moya discovered that he had still underestimated the Staff of Calamity. This thing wasn't just tough, it should be very strong. At this moment, he suddenly thought of his small world. Back then, it was said that a strange treasure had fallen into his small world. Now thinking about it, could it have been the Staff of Calamity? Besides it, there didn't seem to be anything stronger in the small world. This was something that even the River of Time feared. It was hard to imagine how high its level was. In the next second, he took out the Staff of Calamity from his soul world, and with a mischievous smile, he charged towards the River of Time. Normally, it would be difficult for him to approach the River of Time, but he had spacetime power. Using spacetime power, he entered another layer of spacetime, using this to counter the resistance of the River of Time. The River of Time was very strong, and Lin Moya's approach was slow, but he was still getting closer. The River of Time rumbled continuously. It seemed to be trembling, afraid. Suddenly, the River of Time began to fade. It was retreating. Using time, it began to escape. In just 3 seconds, the vast and boundless River of Time disappeared from the starry sky, as if it had never appeared. As soon as it left, the black-robed man froze, then dissipated like smoke. Without the support of time, this powerful being from an unknown era also lost all power. Chapter 2239. Chapter 2239, 2239. Chapter 2239, Arrangements starting from ancient times. The River of Time was frightened away by the Staff of Calamity. The River of Time has consciousness and knows how formidable the Staff of Calamity is. This indicates that at some point in the past, the Staff of Calamity had displayed an incomparably terrifying power, a power sufficient to make the consciousness of the River of Time feel fear. Otherwise, given how powerful the River of Time is, how could it possibly be afraid? However, there's another possibility: the River of Time was summoned here by someone using origin power, so it also has many limitations. Otherwise, according to Lin Moya's thinking, the River of Time could simply find a few heavenly sovereign level experts from the ages and crush him countless times over. No matter how powerful the Staff of Calamity is, it wouldn't be able to hit a heavenly sovereign. Lin Moya silently pondered, considering various possibilities. The facts proved the formidability of the Staff of Calamity, but such a powerful treasure was ultimately shattered. 5 gems were scattered to various places. Lin Moya has only found 2 so far, with the other 3 still missing. Perhaps they can be found, or perhaps they'll never be found again. The world is vast, and the 3 gems may not necessarily be in the Great World. Finding them would be no easier than becoming a Dao sovereign. Lin Moya didn't have high hopes. For things like this, it depends on fate. If it's fated, they'll naturally be found. If not, there's no use forcing it. Putting away the Forest Supreme, Lin Moya let out a sigh of relief. Those guys from the Black Blood Great World probably never imagined their plan would end this way. Lin Machin also relaxed at this point. If the plan had succeeded, it truly would have been a killing blow. The human race would have suffered heavy losses. According to the Black Blood Great World's plan, the 4 areas of Dark Void and 4 origin crystals working together would have been enough to summon a heavenly sovereign from the River of Time. However, their plan was disrupted by Lin Moyo, forcing them to act prematurely when preparations were insufficient. Even so, they still had a chance to summon a heavenly sovereign. Later, when Lin Moya destroyed one of the origin crystals, their power was greatly weakened, resulting in only summoning a supreme. A supreme is very powerful. Even with Lin Machin and the Forest Supreme joining forces, they were helpless against him. Given enough time, they would have been defeated. One can imagine the consequences if a powerful Supreme had invaded the human race's star regions. In just half a day, a Supreme could destroy numerous star systems, causing countless casualties. If given more time, the damage to the human race would be immeasurable, possibly even shaking their foundations. If that had happened, the Black Blood Great World's plan would have been half successful. They didn't expect Lin Moya to possess the Staff of Calamity, directly scaring away the River of Time, leading to the complete failure of the Black Blood Great World's plan. With the River of Time fleeing and the origin power receding, Lin Moya coldly smiled, found them. When the Bone Hell appeared earlier, it had interacted with the Black Blood Great World's origin power, marking it. Now that the origin power has receded, the mark still exists, essentially giving Lin Moya an accurate location. They completely exposed themselves. Of the 4 areas of Dark Void, 3 remain. Lin Moya only needs to search them one by one to quickly find them. A space gate opened, and the 2 traversed vast distances, heading towards another area of Dark Void. Each space gate could cross 10,000 light-years, moving extremely fast. In just a few minutes, they had passed through the Suanmu Star region and entered another area of Dark Void. The first stop was the Dark Void between the Suanmu Star region and the Qinglong Star region. With the mark as a guide, Lin Moya found the target location almost effortlessly. The foul-smelling polluted blood, identical to before, floated and sank in the Dark Void. The polluted blood was surrounded by the time-space power of the Black Blood Great World, placing it in another layer of time-space. Ordinary attacks were completely ineffective against it. This is precisely why the Black Blood Great World was so reckless. Even if discovered, what could the human race's Saint Lords do? They just didn't expect to encounter an anomaly like Lin Moya. Lin Moya didn't disturb the polluted blood. He knew that as soon as he touched it, the Black Blood Great World would sense it. These vermin were hiding too deeply. They needed to be dug out all at once and eliminated in one fell swoop. Lin Moya dispatched the undead army, radiating outward from the polluted blood to search, but after half a day, they found nothing. He judged that if the Black Blood Great World people were hiding, they wouldn't be too far away. Even the slightest trace wouldn't escape the undead army's search. Lin Machin remained motionless. She was meditating with closed eyes to recover her strength. Her previous consumption had been significant, and there would surely be a big battle ahead. She needed to maintain her peak condition. Lin Moya wasn't in a hurry. After searching around the polluted blood for 10 days, he finally gave up. They're not here. Let's go to the next location. The Black Blood Great World had been hiding for so many years and had taken root. They couldn't escape in such a short time, so there was no need to rush. Space gates opened one after another, and the 2 arrived at the Dark Void between the Qinglong Star region and the Zuk Star region. Quickly finding the location of the polluted blood, Lin Moya repeated the process, continuing to search. After another 10 days, still no results. Next stop. The 2 headed to the final location, the Dark Void between the Zuk Star region and the Beha Star region. The polluted blood remained unchanged, showing no difference. The polluted blood in the 4 areas of Dark Void looked identical, with no discernible differences, maintaining some kind of balance. The polluted blood was just the surface. The real core was the origin crystal inside. Lin Moya searched for another 10 days, still with no results. His eyes narrowed. Could I have guessed wrong? Is the Black Blood Great World not hiding near the polluted blood? Or did I miss something? Lin Moya pondered. He felt his judgment shouldn't be wrong. The hiding place of the Black Blood Great World certainly wouldn't be too far from the polluted blood. Lin Machin finished her meditation, restored to her peak condition. Although she had been meditating along the way, she had also been thinking. She usually didn't like to use her brain much, preferring to let her sword do the talking in most situations. But this doesn't mean she can't think. There are no fools among the Saint Lords in the world. It's just a matter of whether they're willing to think or not. Lin Machin said, "Little you, how do you think the Black Blood Great World's arrangements maintain balance?" Lin Moya's eyes suddenly lit up, a flash of inspiration. Lin Machin's words gave him an idea. He waved out a star map, which appeared in 3 dimensions, displaying the entire domain space. The 4 areas of Dark Void occupied a significant portion of the star regions, appearing to be evenly distributed between the 4 star regions. If the 4 star regions were divided into 8 parts, the Dark Voids would be perfectly balanced with the 4 star regions. This situation hadn't seemed significant before, but now as Lin Moya looked at it again, he had a different feeling. The Dark Void seemed more like the result of deliberate arrangement. If such an arrangement had persisted from ancient times until now, that would be terrifying. What kind of arrangement could last from ancient times until now, taking so long? The purpose behind it must be incredibly shocking. Lin Moya murmured, "It's possible that summoning the River of Time was just one step. The true core purpose may not lie here." Lin Machin also said, "The Black Blood Great World is the main culprit behind the Great World's decline. Their strength cannot be underestimated. Whatever arrangements they make, we shouldn't be surprised." Lin Moya nodded slightly, his finger lightly tapping to mark all the locations of the polluted blood, including the one that had been destroyed. Lines were drawn connecting the 4 polluted blood locations as coordinates, avoiding the areas occupied by the human race, forming numerous intersection points. Countless intersection points formed a straight line. The black blood great world was very likely hiding somewhere along this line. Lin Moya's expression suddenly changed. This line passed through the human race's divine city and the human emperor's body. This situation was very abnormal. It indicated that the black blood great world knew the exact locations of the divine city and the human emperor's body. From this, it could also be deduced that the black blood great world's arrangements were certainly not limited to the River of Time. They must have other plans in store. Let's go. The space gate opened once again. Chapter 2240. Chapter 2240, 2240. Chapter 2240, want me to bow down? No way. The space gate opened repeatedly, and the two of them traversed tens of thousands of light years, leaving the human star region. Following the straight line drawn earlier, Lin Moya began his search. He continuously opened space gates, limiting the distance of each gate to 10 light-years, while simultaneously releasing a massive number of skeleton generals to conduct a carpet search within this 10 light-year range. Thanks to his previous training in the Xianqing secret realm, Lin Moya had an extremely precise grasp of spatial scales, with minimal error. Lin Moya felt a vague sense of unease. What could the Black Blood Great World be planning? They've been setting this up for so many years. Besides the River of Time, what else are they trying to do? Lin Moya's concerns were not without reason. His extremely sensitive soul was warning him that things were far from over. Lin Mochen said, think positively. At least we discovered their setup in advance. Just like the River of Time, their power hasn't yet reached its peak. If their power had reached its peak, those setups would have been activated long ago. Lin Moya said, we'll take it as it comes. For now, they could only respond to each move as it came. Before coming here, he had returned to the human race and informed the human emperor of his suspicions and judgments. The human emperor immediately activated the formations to protect the entire human star region. At the same time, the Saint Lords and Old Star all went on alert, ready to face a great battle at any moment. The incident with the River of Time had already taken them by surprise. The human emperor analyzed a massive amount of data and found that Lin Moya's words made sense. The existence of the dark void was not simple. All the star regions of various races had been emptied, leaving the star systems very sparse. After more than 10 days of searching, they finally made a discovery 10,000 light-years away from the human star region. In the dim starry sky, there was an area densely packed with debris and remnants. A great battle had once taken place here, shattering the stars into countless fragments that drifted in this area. This area was inconspicuous. In the vast starry sky, such areas were common, and normally no one would come here. Lin Moya found traces of the Black Blood Great World here, including the presence of polluted blood, identical to the polluted blood in the Dark Void. Lin Moya stood before the polluted blood, eyes reflecting deep thought. The 5th batch of polluted blood. When they summoned the River of Time earlier, it didn't activate, but I have a feeling it's connected to the other batches of polluted blood. He summoned the star map again, connecting the 5th batch of polluted blood to form a new star map. It seemed nothing was unusual. At this moment, Lin Mochen lightly tapped a spot on the star map. What if there's another one here? Lin Mochen pointed to another end, also on the straight line that ran through the human star region, located at the other end of the line. If there was another batch of polluted blood here, it would mean that 6 points of polluted blood formed a cage, completely surrounding the human star region. Lin Moya drew the lines but still felt something was off. Not just this, there must be more. With a thought, the lines on the star map extended further, eventually reaching different areas. Lin Moya was suddenly shocked. The 4 battlegrounds. Lin Mochen softly said, it should be. It indeed connects to the 4 battlegrounds. Lin Moya said, let's go back and inform the human emperor. The space gate opened, and the two returned at the fastest speed. The 4 battlegrounds Zuk, Sunliu, Qinglong, and Beihu. The history of the 4 battlegrounds also dates back to ancient times, extremely distant. In the 4 battlegrounds, there are many imprints left from ancient battles. Lin Moya had once discovered mysterious manners, ancient battlefields, and strange beings that had survived from ancient times. Lin Moya didn't understand before, only knowing that resources could be obtained and training could be conducted in the 4 battlegrounds. Now, thinking back, the resources of the Great World are difficult to regenerate. The only place where new resources might appear is the 4 battlegrounds. Clearly, for the Great World, the 4 battlegrounds are also a very special existence. Why they are special, Lin Moya didn't know. In Lin Moya's plan, the 4 battlegrounds were also included. After completely severing karma, the human race would send a massive number of gods to the 4 battlegrounds to bring back a large number of resources, further enhancing the human race's luck. The combined star regions of the 4 battlegrounds are larger than the star regions occupied by the human race. If the Black Blood Great World truly has arrangements within, searching will be extremely difficult. Returning to the human star region, Lin Moya immediately contacted the human emperor and informed him of his findings. The human emperor began analyzing immediately, searching for answers through a massive amount of data. This analysis took the human emperor a long time, a full day before he got an answer. The answer was not far from Lin Moya's guess. The 4 battlegrounds, the 4 dark voids, and the polluted blood connecting both ends of the human star region formed a giant net, completely enveloping the human star region. Moreover, the human emperor obtained some information from extremely ancient records. In ancient times, the Black Blood Great World had once triggered a black blood frenzy. A sea of blood submerged vast star regions, devouring countless beings, and many human supreme beings died in the sea of blood. The formation of the four dark voids was also related to that black blood frenzy. According to records, the black blood frenzy required the use of world origin power. Combining this with the current situation, the human emperor concluded that the probability of the black blood great world triggering a black blood frenzy exceeded 50%. Now the problem had become very troublesome. Lin Moya no longer had Saint Lord corpses and couldn't continue to destroy the remaining polluted blood. Currently, the great world has no supreme beings, almost rendering them helpless against the black blood great world. Even if they found the remnants of the black blood great world, it wouldn't necessarily stop the black blood frenzy from happening. Now, all the human emperor could do was reinforce the formations, in case a black blood frenzy did occur, to minimize damage. Lin Moya pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, "I'll go find Tianlong." The human race's understanding of the black blood frenzy was limited. Perhaps Tianlong would know more. Moreover, he had the second dragon pearl. Even if Tianlong didn't give him face, he would have to give face to the dragon pearl. Lin Machan softly said, "I won't go." Lin Moya nodded slightly. It was good that Lin Machan wouldn't go. She could focus on her cultivation. In case something happened, she could help. At least she was currently the strongest combat power of the human race, stronger than Old Star and the human emperor. The space gate opened, and Lin Moya headed to the boundary at the fastest speed. Each time, he crossed 10,000 light years. Lin Moya's current speed was second only to the Saint Lords of the Starry Sky Fish Clan. Crossing hundreds of thousands of light years, Lin Moya rushed into the boundary and quickly entered Tianlong's domain. Before he got close to Tianlong, he heard Tianlong's roar from afar, filled with anger. Lin Moya was slightly stunned. Is someone fighting with Tianlong? But there was no sign of battle in the space. Tianlong was not fighting but arguing. "Come with us. The punishment you've received here is enough. The elders have granted you permission to return. As long as you go back and admit your mistake, the past will be forgiven, and the elders will find a way to restore your dragon pearl." A familiar voice came, and Lin Moya saw the old familiar dragon, Xingguang. Xingguang was currently transforming from a holy dragon to a divine dragon. His appearance had changed somewhat from before, but he still needed some time to complete the transformation. Tianlong glared angrily at Xingguang. "Go back and tell those old guys that even if I die, I won't go back. Want me to bow down? No way. Let them give up on that idea." Xingguang said softly, "This world is about to be destroyed, with only 1,000 years left. Why persist?" Tianlong snorted coldly, "It's just death. And no one knows if this world will be destroyed. Those old guys just saw fragments of fate, which can't be trusted." Chapter 2241. Chapter 2241, 2241. Chapter 2241, Both sides suffer. Tianlong and Xingguang exchanged a few more words. From their conversation, Lin Moya could deduce that Xingguang's status within the dragon clan was not as high as Tianlong's. Tianlong was a divine dragon, while Xingguang was merely a holy dragon. The hierarchy within the dragon clan was very strict, with elemental dragons, holy dragons, and divine dragons each having distinctly different statuses. Although Xingguang was conveying the words of some elders within the dragon clan, his tone was noticeably respectful. Tianlong seemed to have made a mistake and was punished by being sent here, losing 5 dragon pearls in the process. However, Tianlong clearly refused to admit his mistake. He didn't believe he was wrong, so how could he admit it? Tianlong's situation was very similar to Antares's, but Antares's situation was even worse. At least Tianlong was still in the boundary region and could move freely within it. Antares, on the other hand, was trapped in a small world, unable to move. Before meeting Lin Moya, Antares didn't even have anyone to talk to. In comparison, Tianlong's situation was slightly better. Unable to persuade Tianlong, Xingguang could only leave in frustration. After Xingguang left, Tianlong looked towards Lin Moya's location. "Come out." Lin Moya removed the concealment talisman. The concealment talisman could fool Xingguang but not Tianlong. Currently, Xingguang was still at the Saint Lord level, while Tianlong, having retrieved a dragon pearl, had returned to the half-step supreme level. Tianlong looked at Lin Moya. "You heard everything?" Lin Moya nodded. "Yes, I heard it all." Tianlong asked, "What do you think?" Lin Moya waved his hand. "Although I don't know the details, my sister once said something that suits you well." Tianlong's eyes swept over, as if asking, "What did she say?" Lin Moya said, "Do what you believe is right. Do what you believe is right." Tianlong chewed on this phrase and suddenly let out a fierce dragon roar. "Well said, do what you believe is right. Your sister is quite something." After a burst of wild laughter, Tianlong looked at Lin Moya. "Tell me, what brings you here this time?" Lin Moya waved his hand, tossing the dragon pearl to Tianlong. "I found the second dragon pearl for you. I also know where the third one is. I'll retrieve it when I get the chance." Seeing the dragon pearl, Tianlong's eyes filled with joy, followed by confusion. "If you know where the third one is, why wait for the opportunity?" Lin Moya said, "The location of the third one is very dangerous. I'm not entirely confident I might die. Moreover, the human race is currently facing some troublesome issues that need to be resolved first." Tianlong carefully examined the dragon pearl and casually said, "What kind of trouble could the human race have?" After speaking, he breathed out a dragon breath, which turned into flames enveloping the dragon pearl. Tianlong muttered to himself, "This dragon pearl has been used by someone, contaminated with impurities, and needs to be purified. Which filthy creature dared to contaminate my dragon pearl? If I find out, I'll kill them with a single breath." Lin Moya said, "You won't have the chance. The Eagle Emperor is already dead. Tianlong responded with an "oh, lucky for him. If I were around, I'd refine his soul for thousands of years. Tell me, what trouble is the human race facing? Let's see if I can help." Lin Moyo had been waiting for this question and immediately asked, "Do you know about the Black Blood Calamity?" While purifying the dragon pearl, Tianlong muttered, "Black Blood Calamity, sounds familiar. Let me think." The Dragon Clan had arrived in the Great World in ancient times. Throughout the ancient Great War, the Dragon Clan had always been observers. Perhaps the dragons of that time were not the same as Tianlong now, but the Dragon Clan's information had been passed down. Lin Moyo thought Tianlong might know. After thinking for a moment, Tianlong finally found the answer in his distant memory. "I remember now. The Black Blood Calamity is an attack triggered by the origin power of the Black Blood Great World." Lin Moyo immediately asked, "Is the Black Blood Calamity very powerful?" Tianlong chuckled, "What do you think? Anything involving origin power can't be weak. Indeed, anything involving the word origin is very powerful. Even in the small world, there is origin power." When Lin Moya sought to become the master of the small world and gain its recognition, he put in a lot of effort. The origin power of the great world is even more powerful. Lin Moya continued to ask, "Is there a way to stop the Black Blood Calamity?" Tianlong continued, "Nothing in the world is unstoppable, but first, you need to understand it to stop it fundamentally." Lin Moyo perked up his ears, listening carefully. Tianlong was about to start teaching. First of all, the origin of the Black Blood Great World is blood. Their laws, power, and attacks all come from blood. They can consume and accumulate their own blood energy, transforming it into immense combat power. They can also absorb external blood energy and refine it into various treasures. The previous Eye of Filth was made by collecting thousands of filthy blood. The Black Blood Calamity is the same. It's an expression of the origin power of the Black Blood Great World. To stop it, you must destroy the origin. Back in the day, when the Black Blood Great World launched the Black Blood Calamity, your human race had no particularly good countermeasures. Even with the combined efforts of several heavenly sovereigns, it was difficult to stop. In the end, you had to use the origin power of the Great World to block it. But that time, the origin of the Great World was severely damaged. Although you won in the end, it was actually a situation where both sides suffered. Lin Moya suddenly understood. He finally learned about the ancient Great War from Tianlong. It turned out that because of the Black Blood Calamity, the two worlds fought with their origin powers, resulting in mutual destruction. A part of the mystery was unveiled, and Lin Moya saw the cause and effect. Lin Moya whispered, "The Great World was severely damaged and difficult to recover." "What about the Black Blood Great World?" "I went to the Boundary Sea and didn't see the Black Blood Great World." Tianlong laughed heartily. Not seeing it is normal, seeing it would be abnormal. Tianlong was in a good mood. The Dragon Pearl was being purified and would soon be absorbed, allowing him to regain some of his strength. He didn't hide anything from Lin Moyo. Even things he shouldn't say, he didn't care. Anyway, he had already fallen out with the Dragon Clan, and Tianlong had entered a state of indifference. After laughing for a while, Tianlong continued, "In the final stages of the ancient Great War, your human race should have been the victorious side. The heavenly sovereigns thought they could plunder the origin of the Black Blood Great World, just like they had plundered other worlds' origins before. If they had succeeded, the origin of the Great World would have reached a new level. Perhaps a Dao sovereign would have been born in the Great World. The strongest in the Black Blood Great World sacrificed themselves, using the origin of the Black Blood Great World to launch the Black Blood Calamity. The collision of the two worlds' origins severely damaged the origin of the Great World, and the Black Blood Great World directly collapsed. The Black Blood Great World actually collapsed. This result surprised Lin Moyo. No wonder he didn't see the Black Blood Great World in the Boundary Sea, it had already collapsed. Tianlong paused for a moment and continued, "The people of the Black Blood Great World didn't all die. They, along with the shattered Black Blood Great World, merged into the Great World. The origin of the Black Blood Great World was shattered but not exhausted." Lin Moyo understood. The cultivators of the Black Blood Great World didn't all die, and the origin of the Black Blood Great World wasn't completely exhausted. So over the years, the remnants of the Black Blood Great World had been searching and laying out plans, trying to trigger the Black Blood Calamity again. The River of Time earlier was just an appetizer, the Black Blood Calamity was the real killer move. Compared to the demons, the Black Blood Great World was much harder to deal with. However, Lin Moya thought of a possibility. Since the origin of the Black Blood Great World still exists, what if we let the Great World absorb it? Tianlong laughed heartily. "You're not trying to save the Great World, you're trying to kill it." Amidst the laughter, the Dragon Pearl finished purifying and was swallowed by Tianlong in one gulp. Chapter 2242. Chapter 2242, 2242. Chapter 2242, at most 1/3 will die. Tianlong laughed somewhat maniacally. After swallowing the Dragon Pearl, his aura began to rise rapidly. In an instant, he broke through from half-step supreme to full supreme. The return of the Dragon Pearl allowed his power to be restored. A huge rule world appeared, fundamentally different from a Saint Lord's rule world. A Saint Lord's rule world is constructed from their own rule power. A Supreme's rule world requires the integration of origin power. Lin Moya is from the Great World, so if he becomes a Supreme, his origin power would come from the Great World. Tianlong's origin power comes from the Dragon race. Of course, this isn't necessarily the case. If there are other ways to obtain origin power, one can also become a Supreme. Dragon roars echoed from within the rule world, becoming stronger and more real. Tianlong laughed excitedly. "How many years has it been? This old dragon has finally returned to the Supreme realm." Lin Moya also congratulated him. Congratulations on returning to Supreme. Tianlong was in an extremely good mood, laughing loudly. The origin of the Black Blood Great World is very special and cannot be absorbed. Forcibly absorbing it would only lead to contamination and eventually assimilation. You think those guys stirred up the Black Blood calamity to destroy the human race? You're mistaken. What they really want is to contaminate the Great World's origin. As long as they contaminate the Great World's origin, the Black Blood Great World can assimilate the Great World, ultimately replacing it and becoming a new Black Blood Great World. I know you have questions, but don't ask. The origin of the Black Blood Great World is terrifying. I can't speak of it, I can't. Tianlong seemed somewhat deranged in his laughter, perhaps due to excessive excitement. He ultimately didn't truly lose his sanity. There were some things that absolutely could not be said, and he wouldn't mention them. Lin Moya now fully understood the essence of the matter, but unfortunately, he couldn't think of a solution on his own. He could only continue to seek help from Tianlong. Then what about methods to stop it? Tianlong had said earlier that nothing in the world is unstoppable. Now that he understood the essence, Lin Moya just needed a method. Tianlong said, it's simple, just destroy the origin. Lin Moya said, the Black Blood Great World has placed the world origin in different spacetimes. I've already destroyed one, but for the remaining few, I'm powerless. Tianlong laughed, you may not have a way, but I do. I said before, if you bring back the Dragon Pearl, I can make a move for you once. For Antari's sake, I'll increase my promise a bit more. With several pops, 3 dragon scales below Tianlong's neck flew out, transforming into 3 palm-sized divine dragons that landed in Lin Moya's hand. Tianlong said, take these. They contain my origin power. Each divine dragon can consume 1 origin crystal. The origin of the Black Blood Great World is dangerous. You can't touch it or absorb it. Lin Moya didn't stand on ceremony and accepted them straightforwardly. Thank you, Tianlong. Besides this, are there any other methods? Tianlong said, of course there are. Don't you have the 4 battlegrounds? In each battleground, there's an origin divine beast. They were nurtured by your great world's origin power into cosmic giant beasts. They have ways to deal with the polluted blood. Lin Moya immediately thought of the huge vermilion bird in the core of the vermilion bird battleground, and the egg in its belly. It's said that the vermilion bird possesses the ability of nirvana. The vermilion bird in the battleground has existed for countless years, always maintaining the same state, showing no signs of undergoing nirvana. Hearing Tianlong's words, Lin Moya finally understood the origin of the vermilion bird, so their origin divine beasts nurtured by the Great World. They're not dead yet. Tianlong said, as long as the Great World doesn't perish, they won't die. However, when the Great World was severely injured, they were also heavily wounded and have been in slumber ever since. You can try to awaken the vermilion bird. It's the most special among the 4 origin divine beasts, possessing the ability of nirvana. Perhaps it can be revived. But even if it can't be revived, it doesn't matter. The origin of the Black Blood Great World is no longer sufficient. You've destroyed 1 portion yourself, and I'll help you deal with 3 more. Even if they can launch the Black Blood Calamity, I'm afraid it won't do much to the human race. At most, it might submerge 1/3 of the human race's star regions, or even less. Tianlong spoke as if it were a matter of course, but Lin Moya felt his scalp tingle as he listened. 1/3 of the human race's star regions, how many people would that be? 10 trillion? Or 100 trillion? This level of loss is something the human race cannot bear. Lin Moya naturally wouldn't let such a thing happen. He said to Tianlong, I'll go back and deal with the Black Blood Great World first. Once I've taken care of them, I'll go retrieve the 3rd dragon pearl for you. Tianlong smiled and said, go on then. I believe you can handle it. Lin Moya nodded, spread his wings of the dead, opened a space gate, and turned to leave. After Lin Moya left, Tianlong muttered to himself, perhaps the Great World can still be saved. But even if it perishes, so what? Even if the Great World is destroyed, this old dragon won't die. His form became illusory, coiled around the great tree, emitting light. The sound of water could be heard around him. The projection of the boundary sea appeared in space. Tianlong's consciousness left the Great World and appeared above the boundary sea. The Great World came into his view, and at the same time, he saw the battle realm in the distance. The battle realm was drifting towards the Great World. In another 1,200 years, the two would collide. Tianlong muttered to himself, that world looks a bit small. If it plunders the origin of the Great World, it could grow quite a bit larger. At worst, this old dragon can move house and stay in that world. It's just that finding dragon pearls might be difficult. I hope that little fellow doesn't disappoint this dragon. Tianlong had confidence in himself. Even if the Great World were destroyed, he could still live well. So there was no way Xinguang could persuade him. Lin Moya returned at the fastest speed. Along the way, he began to consider which origin crystals to destroy. Should it be the 2 that run through the human race's star regions, or the 3 in the dark void? If the Black Blood Calamity is viewed as a formation, then each origin crystal is a node of the formation. If the appropriate nodes are destroyed, perhaps the Black Blood Calamity could be prevented. But Lin Moya didn't understand the formations of the Black Blood Great World. He didn't know if there were connections between the origin crystals, or if nodes were even necessary. He thought of what Tianlong had said, the power of the Black Blood Calamity would be greatly reduced, but not eliminated. In other words, no matter which nodes he destroyed, the Black Blood Calamity would still occur in the end. Lin Moya thought for a moment and knew what he should do. He couldn't gamble on probabilities, so he would deal with the 3 origin crystals closest to the human race. Re-entering the dark void between the Vermilion Bird and White Tiger regions, he quickly found the location of the polluted blood. The origin crystal was enveloped by the polluted blood, completely invisible. Previously, using other Shore Realm corpses to clear the way, he had blown up a large amount of polluted blood to see the origin crystal. Lin Moya took out one divine dragon and placed it on the polluted blood. The two were in different spacetimes and didn't collide. Then the divine dragon suddenly grew larger, instantly becoming over 10,000 meters long, transforming into a majestic divine dragon. With a resounding dragon roar, the divine dragon breathed dragon breath towards the polluted blood. The dragon breath contained a trace of Tinlong's origin power, evolving into infinite flames that ignored spacetime limitations and directly burned the polluted blood. Lin Moya immediately sealed off his soul. When the polluted blood burned, the stench instantly increased 100-fold, enough to kill a divine lord. He couldn't withstand it at all. The dragon breath quickly burned away the polluted blood, revealing the origin crystal. The divine dragon roared and charged forward, swallowing the origin crystal in one bite. Chapter 2243. Chapter 2243, 2243. Chapter 2243, Stealing the Bird's Egg. Lin Moya could sense that the divine dragon contained Tinlong's origin power. Although the origin power wasn't strong, its purity was very high, containing a vast and majestic aura. The origin crystal of the Black Blood Great World also contained origin power, but it was more sinister and terrifying, exuding an aura of decay. The two types of origin power were completely different and collided with each other. The divine dragon's body rapidly expanded, starting to inflate dramatically. Lin Moya instinctively retreated over 10,000 miles, watching from afar. The divine dragon didn't explode. After its body expanded to a certain degree, it suddenly shrank like a deflating balloon. As it shrank, its body began to dissolve, finally disappearing completely. The origin crystal of the Black Blood Great World was also gone, having perished together with the divine dragon. So this is the result of origin powers clashing. Lin Moya couldn't help but sigh. Back then, the Great World had also fought like this, using origin power to resist, and ended up severely injured. The Black Blood Great World was even more shattered, breaking apart on the spot. It seemed like the Great World had won, but the result was actually mutual destruction. After dealing with one origin crystal, Lin Moya headed to the next area of Dark Void to deal with the other two origin crystals. Tinlong's power was very strong. Lin Moya felt that the origin power within it was not just at the ordinary supreme level. He thought Tianlong might possibly be a heavenly sovereign, or at least at the peak of supreme realm. When all the dragon pearls were retrieved, it was hard to say how powerful Tianlong would become. Lin Moya worked tirelessly, resolving the origin crystals of the Black Blood Great World at the fastest speed. In this way, the arrangements the Black Blood Great World had made over many years were directly dismantled by more than half. Lin Moya didn't know where the remnants of the Black Blood Great World were hiding, but he could imagine they must be furious now. All their hard work and arrangements over so many years were so easily destroyed, how could they not be angry? You only have yourselves to blame for emerging earlier. If you hadn't shown yourselves, we might not have thought of you. Lin Moya muttered to himself as he returned to the human race's star region and contacted the Human Emperor Network, briefly explaining what he had done. The Black Blood calamity hadn't been completely resolved yet, so he still needed to continue. The Human Emperor's voice came through. A large number of cultivators have already headed to the 4 battlegrounds. They will search for the Black Blood Great World's location first. Be careful yourself, the Vermilion Bird is not easy to approach. Lin Moya said, I'll be careful. In the past, some people had tried to approach the Vermilion Bird, hoping to obtain the egg under its belly, but they were all burned to ashes by the Vermilion Bird's fire. The Vermilion Bird's fire contained the origin of the Great World. Not just ordinary cultivators, even Saint Lords couldn't withstand it. Lin Moya also didn't know if he would succeed on this trip, but he had to at least try. With the space gate, travel became extremely convenient, much faster than transmission arrays. In just half a day, Lin Moya had already arrived at the core area of the Vermilion Bird battleground. Thinking of how he had almost gotten lost here before, Lin Moya couldn't help but smile self-mockingly. Looking back now, he was so weak then, but his experiences were incredibly rich. At that time, Zhu Kaiwo had taken good care of him, but now he was so busy he didn't even have a chance to have tea with him. Since he started cultivating, even his closed-door cultivation time was carefully calculated. He truly hadn't stopped for a moment. Born to toil. With self-mockery, he arrived at the area where the Vermilion Bird was located and felt the omnipresent heat. The Vermilion Bird's flames continuously emitted heat, hotter than even stars. It not only scorched the flesh but also burned the soul. There were many cosmic beasts here, mostly at the Divine Lord realm. They absorbed the heat but didn't dare to get too close. Lin Moya's knowledge was now different from before, far surpassing the former Zhu Kaiwu. The Vermilion Bird contained origin power, which was released along with the flames. This power was beneficial to the cosmic beasts. Lin Moya's arrival didn't attract anyone's attention. The cosmic beasts here had grown lazy, almost abandoning their territorial instincts. If you didn't provoke them, they wouldn't provoke you. Lin Moya turned into a stream of light and flew towards the Vermilion Bird. As the distance decreased, the heat began to rise sharply. Soon the heat exceeded the Divine Lord realm, reaching a level that could harm those in the other shore realm. The undying golden body activated, covering his body's surface with a layer of undying flames, with golden light flickering like stars within. The undying golden body blocked the heat, and at the same time, flames suddenly ignited outside his soul world, starting to roast his soul. Anyone approaching the Vermilion Bird would have their soul subjected to the burning of flames. Fortunately, Lin Moya's soul world was strong enough to temporarily withstand the vermilion bird's flames without issue. When the distance was reduced to 10,000 miles, the intensity of the flame burning increased again, reaching the Saint Lord level. Before setting out, the human emperor had mentioned that the limit a Saint Lord could reach was 10,000 miles. Going any further would be dangerous. Lin Moya had his rule world to maintain his form, coupled with a Saint Lord level soul. Standing here, he could barely withstand it. As for his flesh body with the undying golden body, the pressure was relatively much less. If he continued to approach, there would indeed be danger. From 10,000 miles away, Lin Moya could clearly sense that the vermilion bird was in deep slumber. It had no consciousness and couldn't communicate. He tried calling out with his soul, but even the call was burned by the flames, unable to transmit over. I must get closer. Lin Moya pondered ways in his mind. To get closer, he would need to be at least at the half-step supreme level, or possess origin power. Half-step supreme, origin power. Lin Moya had a sudden idea. I can try the origin spell. After reaching the other shore realm, Lin Moya didn't know where his limit was. Origin spell, gather power. With a thought, an aura of origin power rose from his body. His aura immediately awakened many cosmic beasts. One by one, they looked towards Lin Moya, the origin power highly attractive to them. But when they saw Lin Moya's position clearly, they all backed down. That was an area they couldn't approach. Getting close meant death. The fact that Lin Moya could stand there meant his strength was terrifying. Cosmic beasts might not have brains, but their instincts told them not to seek death. Lin Moya's realm began to rise rapidly, getting stronger and stronger. From the early stage of the other shore realm, he quickly rose to the middle stage, then to the late stage. At the late stage of the other shore realm, which is the Saint Lord level, one begins to construct their own rule world. Lin Moya didn't construct his own rule world, but his power had truly reached this level. It was a very strange feeling. He clearly didn't have a rule world, yet possessed the power of a Saint Lord. One could only say that there are countless paths in the world's Tao. Perhaps reaching Saint Lord doesn't necessarily require a rule world. Lin Moya had no time to ponder this question for now. He was still continuously drawing power, raising his realm further. Soon, he touched upon the power of an even higher level, the Supreme Realm. However, it was just initial contact, seeing some of the mysteries of the Supreme Realm. This level, not quite supreme but higher than Saint Lord, is called Half-Step Supreme. The moment he reached Half-Step Supreme, Lin Moya knew he had reached his limit state and couldn't improve further. He didn't waste even 0.01 seconds, directly crossing over 10,000 miles to charge towards the vermilion bird. Raging flames instantly ignited on his body, the flames scorching his flesh and soul. Lin Moya ignored it all, rushing to the vermilion bird's side in one breath. Just as he was about to reach out and touch the vermilion bird, his soul sent a warning that he couldn't do this, it would be dangerous. Lin Moya immediately withdrew his hand and turned to look at the vermilion bird egg under its belly. Chapter 2244. Chapter 2244, 2244. Chapter 2244, Vermilion Bird's Nirvana, Origin Divine Beast. The warning of danger still echoed in his soul. Touching the vermilion bird egg was equally dangerous, but it was slightly better than directly touching the vermilion bird. The flames of the vermilion bird grew even more intense, giving Lin Moya the illusion that he could be burned to ashes at any moment. Lin Moya steeled his heart, gathering the laws of time and space together. The power of time and space flowed, temporarily allowing him to enter a different time and space. In a different time and space, he should theoretically be immune to all harm, as the two were in different dimensions and shouldn't be able to interact. However, reality proved otherwise. The vermilion bird's flames contained a trace of origin power, which could traverse time and space, continuing to burn his flesh and soul. The vermilion bird's origin power can penetrate time and space, so it can naturally attack the origin crystal of the black blood great world. Tianlong was right, the vermilion bird indeed has the ability to deal with the origin crystal. Now, I just need to awaken it. Lin Moya was both surprised and delighted. With determination, he endured the flames and touched the vermilion bird egg. The intense damage was shared by the 3 billion undead army. The Legion rulers went mad with healing, and the undead army was busy with spells. Finally, Lin Moya touched the vermilion bird egg. At that moment, a vast life force transmitted from the egg. The flames on the vermilion bird's body erupted, surging into terrifying flames far surpassing a stellar explosion. The terrifying power swept through the starry sky, and Lin Moya was uncontrollably blown away. Time and space were pierced by the flames. Lin Moya was engulfed in fire, his undying golden body burning, intertwining with the vermilion bird's flames, making it impossible to distinguish between them. Lin Moya felt the terrifying power of rules. The rule power within the flames shattered his undying golden body, causing intense pain throughout his body, which was rapidly disintegrating. His soul was also affected, with large holes burned into his soul world, allowing the flames to invade and attack his soul directly. The World Tree wanted to intervene, but Lin Moya stopped it. His soul was covered by a layer of yellow light, provided by the soul gem within the Staff of Calamity. It was the last line of defense for his soul. The yellow light blocked the vermilion bird's flames, making his soul feel hot but not harmed. However, the yellow light was also weakening and wouldn't last long. Lin Moya remained incredibly calm, not panicking at all. He took a step back, distancing himself by over 30 billion kilometers. Then, with 2 more steps, he was 100 billion kilometers away from the vermilion bird. His aura then exploded, pushing the Gather Power spell to its limit, attempting to break through to the Supreme Realm. The Gather Power spell exceeded its limit, causing his body to explode on the spot, along with his soul. As his body and soul shattered, the vermilion bird's flames lost their target and extinguished. Half a second later, purple light flashed, and Lin Moya was reborn. His flesh and soul were recreated out of thin air, everything returning to normal. The river of time. Just after his rebirth, Lin Moya was momentarily stunned. During his rebirth, his power of time and space hadn't disappeared. In that instant, he seemed to see the shadow of the river of time, as if his rebirth was connected to it. However, the moment was too brief for Lin Moya to determine if it was an illusion. It had been a long time since he activated his rebirth talent, and he hadn't experienced death in a long time. Lin Moya felt a bit nostalgic. He remembered the times in the small world when Antares killed him repeatedly, all for the sake of refining his spells. His gaze fell on the vermilion bird 100 billion kilometers away. The vermilion bird was now engulfed in flames, releasing intense heat. The heat in the space was hundreds or thousands of times stronger than before, waking countless cosmic beasts, which fled in panic, unable to stay in their original positions. Within the vermilion bird's scorching flames, Lin Moya sensed a touch of vitality. The previously dormant flames began to show signs of life. Activating his soul eye, Lin Moya saw more clearly. The vermilion bird's body was melting, flowing into the vermilion bird egg-like flames. Thump, thump. Heartbeats echoed from the vermilion bird egg, growing stronger and more powerful. The flames became more intense and dangerous. Through his soul eye, Lin Moya saw a force entwined within the vermilion bird egg, also spreading through the flames. This force wasn't abundant but was extremely powerful. It was this force that allowed the flames to penetrate time and space and nearly burn him to death. World origin. Lin Moya murmured to himself. Tianlong had mentioned that the vermilion bird was an origin divine beast nurtured by the Great World, inherently containing the world's origin. This divine beast was not a cosmic giant beast but far stronger. It could be considered the Great World's favored child, naturally powerful. The heartbeat grew stronger, and minutes later, a crack appeared on the eggshell, quickly spreading across the entire egg. With a crisp sound, the egg shattered, and a small bird flew out, letting out a loud cry. The cry pierced the soul like a sharp sword, shaking Lin Moya's soul world. If it affected him this much, it was even worse for the cosmic beasts. Nearby cosmic beasts fled in terror, running as far as they could. While the origin aura was beneficial, it wasn't worth risking their lives for. Survival was the first instinct of all living beings, including cosmic beasts. Only Lin Moya stayed, quietly watching the vermilion bird's nirvana. The newly hatched vermilion bird quickly grew, reaching over 1,000,000 kilometers in size, resembling a massive star in the starry sky, majestic and imposing. The flames receded, and the heat in the starry sky rapidly diminished until it disappeared. The reborn vermilion bird retracted all its power, its sharp gaze falling on Lin Moya. With a flap of its wings, its massive body crossed 100 billion kilometers in an instant, appearing before Lin Moya. A majestic and terrifying voice echoed, "Why did you disturb me?" Its gaze was dangerous. If Lin Moya weren't human, he would have been burned to death by now. Lin Moya could sense the vermilion bird's realm, a true supreme, stronger than most supremes, capable of easily killing him. Lin Moya looked at the vermilion bird without fear. The Great World is in danger and needs you. The vermilion bird was nurtured by the Great World, its primary task being to protect it. During the ancient Great War, the four origin divine beasts fought for the Great World until the end. They were the Great World's favored children, perhaps its last line of defense. The heavenly sovereigns had their own plans. If things got too dire, they might leave the Great World and not necessarily fight to the end. Hearing that the Great World was in danger, the vermilion bird's gaze became extremely dangerous. Explain clearly. Lin Moya recounted the Black Blood Great World's plan to trigger the Black Blood Calamity. Upon hearing about the Black Blood Great World, the vermilion bird's eyes turned fiercely murderous. Take me there. The vermilion bird's voice was filled with danger, sending chills down one's spine. Lin Moya spread his wings of the dead, the laws of space vibrating as he opened a space gate. The space gate wasn't large enough for the vermilion bird to pass through. With a cold snort, the vermilion bird's body rapidly shrank from 1,000,000 kilometers to just 10 meters. With a flap of its wings and a cry, the vermilion bird rushed into the space gate. Chapter 2245. Chapter 2245, 2245. Chapter 2245, The Surprising Appearance of the Black Blood Frenzy. The space gate opened repeatedly, spanning the starry sky, as Lin Moya led the vermilion bird to a location where polluted blood was present. Now, all the polluted blood in the four dark voids had been completely cleared. In the human star region, there were still 2 locations with polluted blood remaining. The vermilion bird looked at the polluted blood with eyes full of disgust. As expected, it's those filthy things. They want to use polluted blood to contaminate the Great World. They must be courting death. Without another word, it opened its mouth and spewed flames. At the same time, its body was also engulfed in raging flames. The terrifying fire contained origin power, so even Lin Moya didn't dare to touch it directly. The flames burned the polluted blood, and the origin power pierced through the boundaries of time and space, destroying the polluted blood in the fire. The origin crystal was exposed, and the vermilion bird's flames became even more intense. Even its eyes shot out 2 beams of fire, like light beams, directed at the origin crystal. Countless black mists emerged from the origin crystal, like boiling black blood vaporizing, quickly being burned away. Under the vermilion bird's attack, the origin crystal gradually shrank, on the verge of being destroyed. Seeing a crack appear on the origin crystal, Lin Moya suddenly felt uneasy, and a warning echoed in his soul. Not good. As soon as the thought arose, the origin crystal exploded with a bang, and a drop of black blood emerged from it. The black blood rapidly expanded, transforming into a vast ocean, engulfing Lin Moyo and the vermilion bird. The black ocean merged with the starry sky, appearing boundless. Lin Moyo felt his power being eroded. The ocean contained the origin power of the black blood great world, infiltrating every pore and contaminating him. This was the origin power from the black blood great world, so powerful that even the great world's runes would be severely damaged. Its terrifying nature was unimaginable. The only thing that could counter origin power was origin power. The undying golden body, having integrated origin fire, had some resistance but couldn't last long. Lin Moya's heart stirred, and the undying law emerged, with the power of death enveloping his entire body. The power of death corrodes everything, even black blood. However, facing origin power, the corrosion was slow, and Lin Moyo felt powerless. The power of death couldn't completely counter the erosion of the black blood, but it bought Lin Moyo some time. In front of him was nothing but black blood, and the vermilion bird was nowhere to be seen. Lin Moyo couldn't find it and had to leave first. He tried to use the space law, but in the black ocean, the space law was restricted and couldn't be used. It felt like he had entered another world, losing his connection with the great world. With no other choice, Lin Moyo randomly chose a direction, hoping to break out. In the black ocean, he couldn't last long and would eventually be eroded. Lin Moyo didn't know if the direction he chose was correct. Here, he had lost his sense of direction. He released the undead army, but the skeletons were immediately swallowed by the black ocean, losing contact with him. Methods that had always worked before were now ineffective. Lin Moyo felt deeply uneasy, sensing that this time he might be in big trouble. Is this the black blood frenzy? It's indeed terrifying. No wonder even Supremes died in it. I wonder if the containment talisman array can contain the black blood frenzy. Lin Moyo thought of a method, unsure if it would work. With no other options, he had to try every possibility. The containment talisman array flew out and activated, beginning to absorb the black blood. With a bang, the containment talisman array exploded on the spot, unable to withstand the black ocean. The containment talisman array doesn't work either. Lin Moyo sighed inwardly. This result wasn't unexpected. He thought of the ancient containment talisman, which might have a slim chance. With no other options, Lin Moyo began drawing the ancient containment talisman. At that moment, a red light appeared before him, with flames flickering. He felt like he had stepped on something. Sensing a familiar aura, Lin Moyo was overjoyed. In the flames, the vermilion bird flew out with a sharp cry, carrying Lin Moyo on its back and breaking through the ocean. Light returned to his vision, and familiar starlight entered his eyes. Lin Moyo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. Lin Moyo thanked the vermilion bird. Finally breaking out, he was fortunate to have the vermilion bird, otherwise, he would have been in danger. The vermilion bird didn't respond. After breaking out of the black ocean, its eyes became even sharper. The black blood frenzy, they really triggered the black blood frenzy again. Fortunately, you destroyed several origin crystals, so this black blood frenzy isn't very powerful. Lin Moyo also observed the black ocean spreading across the starry sky, seemingly endless. Sensing it, he estimated it spanned several light years. This was an incredibly vast black ocean. A small drop of black blood could transform into such an ocean, which was unimaginable. The power of origin was so strong that those who hadn't encountered it couldn't imagine it. Lin Moyo asked, "What should we do now?" The vermilion bird, though disgusted, remained rational and said in a low voice, "Don't rush, wait." Wait for what? Lin Moyo soon understood what they were waiting for. Before long, 5 streams of origin power flew in from the distant starry sky, crossing space and injecting into the ocean. This scene was very familiar, just like when the black blood great world summoned the river of time. Without Lin Moyo, there should have been 10 origin crystals, far more powerful than now. Moreover, the activation area wouldn't be here, it should be in some dark void, closer to the human race and more threatening. After the 5 streams of origin power were injected into the ocean, it rapidly expanded, becoming even larger. The entire area grew from several light years to over 100 light years. The black ocean began to move, rolling towards the human star region at high speed. It wouldn't take long to reach the human star region. The vermilion bird said, "Fortunately, it's still far from the human race. We still have time. To destroy the black blood frenzy, we must first destroy its origin. Now that the origins have surfaced, open the space gate, and let's quickly find them and destroy them one by one before dealing with the black blood frenzy." Lin Moyo said, "I have a way to accurately locate them." The vermilion bird's eyes lit up. "That's even better. Hurry up." The bone hell appeared, blocking the origin power of the black blood great world. The origin power was very strong, almost instantly piercing through the bone hell, but Lin Moyo completed the positioning. Following the method, the locations of the polluted blood in the 4 battlegrounds were quickly determined. "Found them all," Lin Moyo said, opening the space gate and sending the vermilion bird through. The space gate opened repeatedly, spanning hundreds of thousands of light years. The first stop was the polluted blood at the other end of the human star region. Without a word, the vermilion bird spewed flames, beginning to destroy the origin crystal of the black blood great world. Lin Moyo watched, murmuring, "First summon ancient powerhouses from the river of time to attack the human race. Then trigger the black blood frenzy to completely engulf the human star region and contaminate the great world." Turning the great world into a new black blood great world, what a plan! Lin Moyo had guessed the entire plan of the black blood great world, and it seemed accurate. Now, thanks to him, the black blood great world's plan was disrupted, forcing them to trigger the black blood frenzy prematurely. Not only did the powerhouses summoned from the River of Time fail to damage the human race, but even the power of the Black Blood Frenzy was greatly reduced. So far, the human race hadn't suffered any harm, and the Black Blood Great World's plan, prepared for countless years, was mostly ruined. The vermilion bird was spewing flames madly, and the origin crystal was resisting but to no avail. Suddenly, Lin Moya looked into the distance, seeing several red lines shooting towards them. The people of the Black Blood Great World had arrived. Chapter 2246. Chapter 2246, 2246. Chapter 2246, Bone Hell, Devouring the Origin. They finally couldn't hold back. Lin Moya coldly looked at the three people who came from the Black Blood Great World, all of them Saint Lords. As a terrifying world that could once rival the Great World, even though defeated, the number of Saint Lords wouldn't be too few, at least not fewer than the demon race. Over a million years, the Black Blood Great World had also been recovering, and with the origin in their hands, it was normal for them to produce a few Saint Lords. Previously, when their plans were disrupted and origin crystals destroyed, they never took action. Now they finally couldn't hold back anymore. It's good that they came. Lin Moya smiled coldly. The hidden vermin finally surfaced. He wasn't afraid of these kinds of creatures coming, he was only afraid they wouldn't show up. Once they appeared, there was nothing to fear. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed slightly. From the direction they flew in, he could analyze a lot of information. It should be the dark void between the Qinglong Star region and the Suanwu Star region. As expected, they were in the dark void. It seems I didn't search carefully enough. After dealing with the origin crystals, I'll search more thoroughly. The remnants of the Black Blood Great World certainly won't be in just one place. The 4 battlegrounds can't be overlooked either. There's still a lot to do. Lin Moya felt that to completely clear out this trash would still take quite some time, but it didn't matter. He still had time. The 100 Races War ended earlier than expected, giving him more time to work with. The vermilion bird also noticed the people from the Black Blood Great World and turned its head to look. Lin Moya said to the vermilion bird, "I'll handle them." The vermilion bird seemed to trust Lin Moya very much and turned its head back, no longer paying attention. It was in the middle of clearing away the polluted blood, which was a contest of origin powers, and couldn't spare attention for now. Lin Moya lightly tapped his finger, and undying flames exploded in space, with 25 skeleton thrones collectively appearing. A full 25 skeleton kings, each emitting the aura of a Saint Lord, looking incredibly powerful. 3 versus 25, not a fair distribution. Lin Moya muttered softly, too lazy to manage it himself, letting the skeleton kings allocate themselves. The auras of the 3 Saint Lords from the Black Blood Great World fluctuated violently. They seemed to be in shock. They didn't stop, thin blood swords appearing in their hands as the 3 simultaneously drew closer to each other. Killing intent spread, and the 3 fused into one, their aura rising sharply. One of the abilities of the Black Blood Great World's powerhouses was to fuse with each other. After the 3 fused into one, their power surged, instantly transforming into a half-step supreme. A half-step supreme indeed had the power to fight against 25 skeleton kings at the Saint Lord level, but that was just the power to fight. The skeleton kings weren't ordinary Saint Lords. If killed, Lin Moya could summon them again at any time. At this moment, a origin crystal appeared in the black-robed person's hand, which they directly put into their mouth. Origin power flowed through their body, their aura surging again, almost reaching the limit of half-step supreme. At the same time, due to the enhancement of origin power, their attacks would also increase greatly. Lin Moya coldly laughed, "Origin power? I have that too." He snapped his fingers, and an aura of origin immediately spread over the skeleton kings. Origin spell, strengthen troops. The origin spell also contained origin power, pure and powerful. The damage caused by the skeleton kings instantly increased tenfold, but this was just the beginning. Colorful water, belief power, Lin Moya spared no cost. Facing people from the Black Blood Great World, there was no room for holding back. As the distance shortened to 10 million kilometers, the skeleton kings also raised their swords at this moment. Spell, God Slayer. Sword light flashed, and 25 attacks simultaneously landed on the opponent. The damage was amplified tenfold, plus the enhancement from colorful water and belief power. The actual damage increased by who knows how many times. Anyway, Lin Moya felt that even a true half-step supreme couldn't withstand this sword strike. The half-step supreme let out a miserable scream as sword light exploded on their body, nearly blasting it to pieces. At the same time, the bone law erupted, countless attacks simultaneously affecting their soul, while their body exploded with dense wounds. The fusion shattered, and the 3 separated again, each severely injured with mutilated bodies, revealing corpse-like flesh. Too weak. Lin Moya shook his head lightly. After reaching the other shore realm, even half-step supremes were no longer his match. This is what it means to be invincible within one's realm. As long as he entered the other shore realm, there were no opponents within the other shore realm. Whether Saint Lord or half-step supreme, the result was the same. How can you be so strong? This is impossible. Even the top geniuses in the Great World couldn't be this strong. The Great World couldn't possibly produce a genius like you. The 3 Saint Lords cried out in disbelief. They were severely injured, with almost no strength to fight back. Lin Moya didn't bother to explain to them, only coldly saying, "I will find all of you and kill you clean, not leaving a single one." The 3 Saint Lords looked at each other, seeming to have made some decision. Although they were injured, the killing intent on their bodies grew even stronger. Someone like Lin Moya couldn't be allowed to live. The Skeleton Kings had already killed their way to the front, bone swords slashing through space, about to cut them into pieces. The three roared simultaneously, beginning to fuse again. Origin power erupted violently, forcibly pushing back the Skeleton Kings. The three disappeared, replaced by a slender sword over 10,000 meters long. Fresh blood flowed on the sword, with bloodlines writhing and crawling like snakes. On the sword hilt, there was also an origin crystal. This origin crystal was much smaller than the one the vermilion bird was dealing with, only about 1% of its size, like a fragment. Its presence greatly enhanced the power of the slender sword. The slender sword moved like lightning towards Lin Moyo, its speed surpassing spatial limitations, crossing billions of miles in an instant, far exceeding the speed of light. Lin Moyo felt himself locked on, with no way to dodge. He remained extremely calm, not surprised. How could the people of the Black Blood Great World not have a few secret techniques to threaten the Great World? The Bone Hell appeared, blocking in front of Lin Moyo. The slender sword pierced into the Bone Hell, instantly killing countless Hell Fiends. But more Hell Fiends pounced out, grabbing the slender sword without regard for their lives, biting down. For Hell Fiends, there was nothing they couldn't eat. No matter what it was, they could take a bite. If it weren't for the spacetime power being too strange, the Bone Hell could even eat the polluted blood and origin crystals for you. The slender sword struggled, erupting with origin power, shooting out countless sword energies. In the blink of an eye, millions of Hell Fiends were killed. But in the next second, even more Hell Fiends pounced on it, firmly trapping the slender sword. Sharp teeth bit down, and cracks appeared on the slender sword. The Hellfire River surged with huge waves, turning into giant hands that slapped down, working together with the Hell Fiends to smash the slender sword into the Hellfire River. The slender sword struggled frantically in the Hellfire River, but no matter how it struggled, it was useless. After advancing to the other shore realm, the Bone Hell had become extremely powerful and terrifying. Even Saint Lords would find it difficult to escape once inside. Now the three Saint Lords from the Black Blood Great World, already severely injured and weakened after transforming into a sword, similarly couldn't escape. Even with the aid of origin power, the result was the same. The Hell Fiends were inexhaustible when killed, and the power of the Hellfire River was endless. After struggling for a long time, the slender sword finally collapsed. The three Saint Lords transformed back, then were devoured to death. Lin Moyo left 3 pieces of flesh to replenish his previous consumption. That small origin crystal exploded in the Hellfire River, spreading countless black blood. The power of the black blood turned part of the Hellfire River black, but gradually, the power of the Hellfire River devoured it, and the Hellfire River returned to normal. Lin Moyo carefully sensed, confirming that the power of the Black Blood Great World had been completely devoured. After devouring the 3 Saint Lords and a bit of origin power, the aura of the Bone Hell surged greatly. The effect was even better than devouring billions of living beings and thousands of star systems. The Bone Hell can even devour origin power. If it weren't for the spacetime power, with just the Bone Hell alone, it could have thwarted the Black Blood Great World's plot. Chapter 2247. Chapter 2247, 2247. Chapter 2247, Ants Eating an Elephant. After Lin Moyo dealt with the Saint Lords from the Black Blood Great World, the battle between the Vermilion Bird and the polluted blood also reached its conclusion. Under the repeated roasting of the Vermilion Bird's flames, cracks appeared all over the origin crystal, finally reaching its limit and shattering with a boom. With one less source of origin power, the Black Blood Frenzy would become even weaker. At this moment, both the Vermilion Bird and Lin Moyo looked up. After they destroyed this origin crystal, the other 4 origin crystals seemed to become more violent. The originally calm origin power became more intense, injecting into the Black Blood Frenzy at an even faster speed. The Vermilion Bird said, "We need to speed up." Lin Moyo nodded and immediately opened a space gate. The two quickly headed to the next location, the Azure Dragon Battleground. With the marker, Lin Moyo could accurately locate the targets, finding them one by one without fail. The supply of origin power was becoming faster and faster, also indicating that the Black Blood Frenzy would become more and more intense. The Vermilion Bird grew increasingly anxious. The two moved extremely quickly, trying to resolve the polluted blood and destroy the origin crystals as fast as possible. Azure Dragon Battleground, Black Tortoise Battleground, White Tiger Battleground. Lin Moyo could sense that the aura on the Vermilion Bird's body was weakening. Its power was not infinite and would eventually be exhausted. They traveled back and forth across various battlegrounds, finally destroying all 4 origin crystals. By the time they reached the last one, less than half of the power remained in the origin crystal. The Vermilion Bird said in a low voice, "Next we need to deal with the Black Blood Frenzy. Fortunately, we destroyed the origin crystals, so the destructive power of the Black Blood Frenzy is only 1/3 of what it would have been." It had experienced the Black Blood Frenzy before, so its estimate shouldn't be wrong. This 1/3 referred to if all 10 origin crystals had been activated together, not compared to ancient times. Lin Moyo asked, "Was the Black Blood Frenzy in ancient times very powerful?" The Vermilion Bird recalled with some reminiscence, "Very powerful. Back then, the Black Blood Frenzy covered an area of about 10,000 light years. Wherever it went, nothing could grow. Even we and the Heavenly Sovereigns were powerless to stop the Black Blood Frenzy. In the end, it was the Great World that used its origin power to repel the Black Blood Frenzy. A world's origin power isn't something that can be used casually. There's a price to pay." When the origins collided, the Great World's origin won, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. We underestimated the power of the Black Blood Great World's origin. Its existence was extraordinary. The Great World's origin was injured, damaging its foundation, which was difficult to repair. We are origin divine beasts nurtured by the Great World. At that time, to repair the great world, we contributed most of our power and fell into slumber together. Although we all originate from the great world, the power nurtured in each of us is different. Among us, I am the most special, possessing the ability of nirvana. As they spoke, the two returned to where the black blood frenzy had erupted. The range of the black blood frenzy had already expanded to 500 light-years and was rolling towards the human race's star region. It was like a giant beast in the dark night, opening its huge mouth, leaving nothing in its wake. The vermilion bird continued, "Fortunately, this black blood frenzy isn't very powerful. I'll find a way to destroy it. I hope I can do it. I should be able to do it." The vermilion bird's power was almost depleted. Explaining these things was like giving its last words. If the great world were still intact, it wouldn't die at all. The power of the great world could revive it in minutes. But now the great world was in a different situation. If the vermilion bird died, it couldn't be revived before the great world recovered. Just as the vermilion bird was about to take action, Lin Moya stopped it. "There's still time. Let me try first. If I fail, you can take over." The vermilion bird didn't agree with Lin Moya's words. "Protecting the great world is my responsibility. This should be done by me." Lin Moya said, "As a member of the human race, also part of the great world, I have a share in this matter too. Moreover, you have other things to do." The vermilion bird was slightly stunned, not understanding what Lin Moya meant. Lin Moya smiled. "After we resolve the black blood frenzy, I'll tell you." Saying this, Lin Moya flew towards the black blood frenzy. Previously, when trapped inside, he was helpless. Now that he had escaped, he had enough time to deal with it. At the speed of the black blood frenzy, it would take at least 10 years to reach the star region where the human race was located. 10 years was more than enough time. The bone hell appeared, attaching itself to the black blood frenzy. The bone hell, only 0.1 light-years in size, looked pitifully small in front of the black blood frenzy, like an ant under an elephant's foot. Using the hell fiend's ability to devour anything, Lin Moya prepared to stage a scene of an ant biting an elephant to death. "Let's begin. Eat to your heart's content, eat as much as you can, eat your fill this time." As his thoughts surged, the bone hell began to seep into the black blood frenzy. The black blood frenzy crashed into the bone hell like huge waves, trying to completely extinguish the hellfire. The hell fiends roared madly as they rushed out, beginning to devour the incoming black blood frenzy. They bit and devoured one mouthful after another, continuously and at an astonishing speed. The hellfire river was also boiling, sending out countless flames to burn the black blood. Above the bone hell, 10 suns hung in the sky, spewing countless flames, joining with the hellfire river to burn the black blood. A battle between an ant and an elephant officially began. Although the bone hell looked like an ant, it had extremely sharp teeth, biting holes in the elephant's body. It stood firm against the erosion of the black blood frenzy, continuously eating away at it. Besides the hellfire and hellfiends, what surprised Lin Moya most was actually the spider lily. Since the spider lily appeared, apart from being beautiful, it hadn't had any other use. Facts proved that in the bone hell, nothing was useless. The spider lily bloomed with a gray-blue light, cold and in stark contrast to the hellfire. The black blood touched by this light would instantly lose most of its power, greatly weakening its erosion of the bone hell. Devouring, burning, weakening, the three worked together to deal with the black blood frenzy. A gap appeared on the black blood frenzy, like a wound on an elephant's body, bitten out by an inconspicuous ant. The vermilion bird was stunned on the spot, murmuring, "It really works. How did you do it?" Lin Moya said, "This is my spell. It's quite magical." The vermilion bird exclaimed, "So that's how it is." There was still confusion in its eyes, unable to understand. However, the confusion wasn't important. What mattered most was being able to resolve the black blood frenzy. Lin Moya suddenly asked, "Do you know about the mysterious master?" The vermilion bird shook its head. "We all know of him, but we don't know his true identity. We only know that he's very powerful. Even the heavenly sovereigns respect him greatly and follow his instructions. We four-origin divine beasts have never actually met him, so we don't know his true identity." Lin Moya showed some disappointment, not expecting that even the vermilion bird didn't know the identity of the mysterious master. He couldn't help but murmur, "He really is very mysterious." Chapter 2248. Chapter 2248, 2248. Chapter 2248, Great World, Heavenly Sovereign, Boundary Sea. The mysterious master still maintains his mystery, but fortunately he stands on the side of the great world, and everything he does is for the great world. Arrangements made from a million years ago seem to have never missed their mark. Unfortunately, even the vermilion bird doesn't know his true identity. Lin Moya controlled the bone hell, steadily and continuously devouring the black blood frenzy. The black blood frenzy was frantically resisting, but no matter how it resisted, it was useless. The elephant was too big and couldn't get rid of the ant that had already burrowed into its body. The bone hell was nibbling away at the black blood frenzy bit by bit, while digesting the origin power of the black blood great world. Lin Moya could clearly feel that the bone hell was getting stronger, and its range was gradually expanding. The bone hell could indeed devour all kinds of powers, truly accepting all comers. It could even devour powers that the great world couldn't. In 10 years' time, it would be enough for the bone hell to completely devour the black blood frenzy, leaving nothing behind. The black blood great world's plan had completely failed, their million years of preparation destroyed in an instant. The vermilion bird also completely relaxed, its aura receding, its body shrinking to only 10 meters in size, chatting with Lin Moya. At this moment, it had already regarded Lin Moya as a comrade in arms. After relaxing, the vermilion bird showed some fatigue. "What do you think will happen next?" Lin Moya said, in another 1,000 years or so, the Great World will face another crisis. There's a world that's going to collide with the Great World. The vermilion bird's feathers suddenly stood on end, and the flames that had just extinguished rose again. What did you say? It was clearly very nervous. It knew very well what the current situation of the Great World was. If it encountered another world, the Great World would be finished. Lin Moya comforted it, don't be nervous. Encountering another world is both a crisis and an opportunity. The Great World is currently on the verge of collapse. Without another world, it would collapse in a few years anyway. If we can absorb the origin of another world before that happens, perhaps the Great World can regain its vitality. The vermilion bird closed its eyes and remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. What you say makes some sense. The origin of the Great World has been severely damaged and urgently needs the power of another world's origin to repair it. The origin of the Black Blood Great World cannot be absorbed and utilized. If we could obtain the origin of another world at this time, there might still be a chance. The vermilion bird is an origin divine beast nurtured by the Great World and has an extremely close connection with it. It can sense the true state of the Great World. The encounter between the Great World and the Battle Realm is both dangerous and hopeful for the Great World. The vermilion bird suddenly asked, have you been to the Boundary Sea? Lin Moya nodded, I had the fortune to go there once. Vermilion bird, tell me about the appearance of that world, how big it is, and most importantly, how much of it has sunk into the Boundary Sea. Hearing the vermilion bird's question, Lin Moya found it strange. The vermilion bird, like the Red Star Heavenly Sovereign, was very concerned about how much of the Battle Realm had sunk into the Boundary Sea. It seems this point is very important. Lin Moya said, that world is called the Battle Realm. It's about 1/100th the size of the Great World, and about 1/3 of it has sunk into the Boundary Sea. Upon hearing this, the vermilion bird let out a sigh of relief. It's good that it's only 1/3. They probably don't have a Heavenly Sovereign. Lin Moya was puzzled. Is there a connection between having a Heavenly Sovereign and how much of the world has sunk into the Boundary Sea? The vermilion bird let out a light cry. That's right. All things are divided into real and illusory. Worlds are like this, and so is the Boundary Sea. To become a Heavenly Sovereign, one must first understand the real and illusory, yin and yang, but this alone is not enough. One also needs the support of the world. A Heavenly Sovereign needs a large amount of origin power, and it must be origin power that combines the real and illusory. If the world is not strong enough, it can't provide support, so naturally, a Heavenly Sovereign can't appear. The size of the world and how much of it has sunk into the Boundary Sea can both reflect whether the world is strong or not, especially the degree of sinking into the Boundary Sea, which is extremely important. At this point, a thoughtful look appeared in the vermilion bird's eyes, as if recalling something. After a moment, it continued, as far as I know, only when half of a world has sunk into the Boundary Sea does that world have enough origin power to produce a Heavenly Sovereign. If its size is only 1/100th of the Great World, even if half of it sinks into the Boundary Sea, it will only produce one Heavenly Sovereign, and not a very powerful one at that. The vermilion bird explained in detail to Lin Moya the relationship between worlds and the Boundary Sea. Whether a Heavenly Sovereign can be born is related to the degree to which the world has sunk into the Boundary Sea. At least half of the world must sink into the Boundary Sea for the world to produce a Heavenly Sovereign, and the number and strength of Heavenly Sovereigns are related to the size of the world. No wonder the vermilion bird and the Red Star Heavenly Sovereign insisted that the Battle Realm had not produced a Heavenly Sovereign. Lin Moya thought of his own Great World. The Great World is extremely vast, hundreds of times larger than the Battle Realm, and half of it has sunk into the Boundary Sea. This also proves that the Great World once produced many Heavenly Sovereigns, and these Heavenly Sovereigns were all extremely powerful. Unfortunately, those Heavenly Sovereigns are all gone now. Please vote. Lin Moya pondered. So, to produce a Tao Sovereign, even more of the world would need to sink into the Boundary Sea. Following this line of reasoning, it indeed seemed to be the case. Unfortunately, Lin Moya's idea was incorrect and was immediately refuted by the vermilion bird. No, Tao Sovereigns are different. Lin Moya looked up at the vermilion bird, his thirst for knowledge very strong. The vermilion bird shook its head. I once heard a Heavenly Sovereign say that Tao Sovereigns are different. They require opportunity. What kind of opportunity? No one knows. The person who came closest to becoming a Tao Sovereign was the mysterious master you mentioned. But he was too mysterious. I don't even know his identity. I only know he was very strong. Lin Moya understood. No wonder even a world as strong as the Great World hadn't produced a Tao Sovereign. It turns out it requires opportunity. Opportunity. What kind of opportunity is needed? Lin Moya thought to himself, but looking back, he felt that such matters were too distant for him. He had just recently become an Othershore cultivator, and now he was considering matters of Heavenly Sovereigns and Tao Sovereigns. It seemed a bit laughable. For now, the Black Blood Great World was still around, the Battle Realm was about to arrive, and the Great World was on the brink of destruction. Getting through these few things and allowing the Great World to recover should be the priority before considering other matters. Lin Moya stopped thinking further and continued to control the bone hell to devour the Black Blood Frenzy. The bone hell continuously devoured and refined the Black Blood origin power. This Black Blood origin power, which even the Great World found difficult to devour, could actually be refined by the bone hell. This made Lin Moya increasingly feel the wonder of the bone hell. It could devour the Black Blood origin power that even the Great World couldn't absorb and refine. In the distant human race star region, the talisman Heavenly Sovereign detected the Black Blood frenzy. He rushed into the central hall in a panic, informing the other Heavenly Sovereigns of this matter. When the Heavenly Sovereigns heard about the Black Blood frenzy, they all changed color simultaneously. That was the Black Blood Great World's ultimate killing technique, difficult to resist. Just as they were getting nervous, a flying sword talisman suddenly flew into the talisman Heavenly Sovereign's hand. After reading the contents of the flying sword talisman, the talisman Heavenly Sovereign immediately relaxed. The black blood frenzy has been resolved by young friend Lin. Young friend Lin actually awakened the Vermilion Bird Divine Beast in the Vermilion Bird battlefield. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. The Sky Heavenly Sovereign laughed heartily, as expected of young friend Lin, even able to awaken the Vermilion Bird. Too powerful. The How Heavenly Sovereign smiled and said, the Black Blood Great World scheme has failed. This round, we have won. Chapter 2249. Chapter 2249, 2249. Chapter 2249, it's really difficult. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed, and the black blood frenzy was almost completely gone. After devouring and absorbing a large amount of the black blood frenzy, the bone hell had grown significantly, now spanning 0.2 light years. The Hellfire River had become wider, and the spider lilies had become more vibrant. The 10 suns in the sky remained unchanged, but the flames they emitted had become more intense. Although the number of hell fiends hadn't increased and still numbered in the billions, their power had increased, and their auras had become stronger. They were like bottomless pits, never getting full no matter how much they ate. At this moment, the Vermilion Bird was completely at ease, its aura recovering, and the origin power it had previously consumed had partially returned. Finally, in the 7th year of the Black Blood Frenzy, the Bone Hell had completely devoured it, leaving nothing behind. Thus, the Black Blood Great World's million-year plan was declared bankrupt. The next task became simple: follow the direction from which the Black Blood Great World Saint Lords had come and search accordingly. Based on the direction, the hidden location of the Black Blood Great World should be in the dark void between the Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise Star regions, but other places couldn't be ruled out. In the end, all 4 dark voids and the 4 battlegrounds needed to be swept clean. This task was time-consuming and labor-intensive but necessary. The Black Blood Great World had to be completely eradicated, leaving no trace. The Vermilion Bird said softly, "It would be great if we could awaken the White Tiger." "Why?" Lin Moyo asked. The Vermilion Bird replied, "The White Tiger possesses a spell called Bloodline Tracking. With this spell, we can track the Black Blood Great World no matter where they hide." Such a spell existed? Lin Moyo had once revived people from the Black Blood Great World. From the revived individuals, he learned that the Black Blood Great World constantly changed locations. Every so often, their position would change. Moreover, those revived individuals didn't know about the Black Blood Frenzy, indicating that information within the Black Blood Great World was tightly controlled. Each person only knew their own task and didn't know what others were doing. This time, Lin Moyo had roughly pinpointed the area but couldn't guarantee finding them. If they had the White Tiger's spell, it would save a lot of trouble. While opening a space gate and flying towards the dark void, Lin Moyo asked, "How can we awaken the White Tiger?" The Vermilion Bird replied, "It's difficult. The White Tiger is different from me. It doesn't have the ability of Nirvana. There are only 2 ways to awaken it. One is for the Great World to awaken it. The second way is to attack it. As long as the attack is strong enough, it might awaken." Attack it? Lin Moyo felt that didn't seem too difficult. The Vermilion Bird shook its head. "It's very difficult to attack the White Tiger. You'll understand when you see it." The space gate opened repeatedly, and the 2 crossed star regions at the fastest speed, entering the dark void between the Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise Star regions. Upon entering the dark void, the Vermilion Bird's eyes showed disgust. The power of the Black Blood Great World is revolting. Now they knew that the dark void was the residue of the Black Blood Frenzy, containing the origin power of the Black Blood Great World. It was a scar left by the Black Blood Great World in the Great World. Lin Moyo asked, "Is there a way to clean it up?" The Vermilion Bird said, "The Black Tortoise can do it. Its origin water can purify everything, including the dark void. We 4 origin divine beasts each have different abilities and can accomplish different tasks." Lin Moyo was curious. "Actually, I'm very curious. Back then, there were many heavenly sovereigns and countless supremes in the Great World. Why did it need to nurture you?" The Vermilion Bird replied, "That's because we possess different origins and can accomplish many things that even heavenly sovereigns can't. For example, my flames can burn everything. The White Tiger's bloodline tracking can track enemies through their bloodline, leaving them nowhere to hide. The Black Tortoise's purification power can cleanse everything. And the Azure Dragon is the strongest in combat among us 4. At its peak, it could rival a heavenly sovereign." The 4 origin divine beasts each had their strengths and, to a certain extent, represented the Great World. Unlike heavenly sovereigns, they would never betray and would live and die with the Great World. Compared to heavenly sovereigns, they were much more loyal and reliable. In the dark void, Lin Moyo searched for many days but found nothing. It was unclear whether the Black Blood Great World had already fled or if their hiding methods were too good to be discovered. The Vermilion Bird said, "They should have fled. I can sense traces of black blood left here." Lin Moyo was somewhat helpless. "It seems we must rely on the White Tiger's bloodline tracking spell. Let's go. We'll try to awaken the White Tiger." He said this while opening another space gate, preparing to head to the White Tiger battleground. The Vermilion Bird reminded, "Don't get your hopes up too high." In the core area of the White Tiger battleground, a space gate appeared, and the Vermilion Bird flew out with a cry, followed closely by Lin Moyo. A gust of wind blew, almost blowing Lin Moyo away. Barely managing to stand firm, Lin Moyo exclaimed, "What a strong wind." The Vermilion Bird said, "We're still far away. It will get stronger." The 2 flew towards the center of the battleground, and the wind grew stronger and more violent. Lin Moya thought of a race he had once exterminated, called the White Tiger Clan. This white tiger was different from that one, vastly different, with no relation between the two. After traveling billions of kilometers, Lin Moya finally saw the white tiger divine beast. Its body was over 1,000,000 kilometers long, lying in the starry sky, emitting a pure white light. The origin aura on its body was even more intense than that of the vermilion bird, indicating its combat power was above the vermilion bird's. Gusts of wind emanated from the white tiger, sweeping across the starry sky, omnipresent. Even billions of kilometers away, Lin Moya could barely stand. He activated his undying golden body, barely resisting the wind. The wind had no special attributes, it was just extremely strong, with immense power and incredible speed. The wind speed had surpassed the speed of light, an almost unimaginable phenomenon. The sheer force of the wind was terrifying. If a divine sovereign stood here, they would be torn to pieces by the wind, leaving no bones behind. Unlike the area around the vermilion bird, where cosmic beasts absorbed the origin aura, the wind here left nothing alive. As they approached within tens of millions of kilometers, still 50 million kilometers away from the white tiger, Lin Moya felt he had reached his limit. If he got any closer, he would die. The vermilion bird said, "You can try attacking it." Lin Moya summoned the skeleton general and unleashed sword energy. The sword energy was dispersed by the wind before it could travel 10,000 kilometers, falling far short. Lin Moya tried to lock onto the white tiger, but it was impossible, his soul power couldn't extend that far. The wind not only dispersed spells but could also scatter souls. Unable to lock onto the white tiger, the Skeleton King's Godslayer sword would be useless, and his corpse explosion wouldn't work either. 50 million kilometers, a distance he couldn't cross. Lin Moya tried using the space law but found that the space here, though seemingly intact, was actually riddled with holes and fragments, making it impossible to traverse. The vermilion bird said, "Now you see, it's very difficult to approach the white tiger." Lin Moya agreed, it was indeed very difficult. His first thought was to have Lin Machin come and use her one sword to part the sea to strike the white tiger. Whether it would work or not was uncertain. The vermilion bird continued, "The wind around the white tiger contains origin power and can blow away anything. Whether it's laws, rules, or treasures, they will all be blown to pieces. Especially within 10 million kilometers of the white tiger, where the wind is the fiercest. That's the most difficult area." Around the white tiger, besides the fierce wind, there were countless tornadoes swirling, making it the most challenging place, as the vermilion bird had said. Lin Moya felt helpless, it was really difficult. Chapter 2250. Chapter 2250, 2250. Chapter 2250, Perverted Techniques, Perverted People. Lin Moya tried various methods, but he couldn't even fly past 10 million kilometers, let alone get close to the white tiger. He even tried the ancient containment talisman, which could indeed absorb a large amount of fierce wind, but it would quickly be shattered by the gales. According to the vermilion bird, the dense whirlwinds within 10 million kilometers of the white tiger were the most difficult area. Lin Moya felt like giving up, thinking that even if Lin Machin came, her sword intent might struggle to break through. Even if she could barely break through, how much attack power would be left? As Lin Moya pondered, he suddenly thought of a possibility. He looked at the vermilion bird and asked, "Can you get through?" The vermilion bird said, "Barely, but once I get there, I can only protect myself and won't be able to launch an attack. An attack that's not strong enough won't be able to awaken the white tiger." Lin Moya's eyes lit up. "As long as you can get through, that's fine. You don't need to attack, just being able to get there is enough." Lin Moya began drawing talismans, his full power erupting to form a barrier, temporarily blocking the fierce winds so as not to interfere with his talisman drawing. After about 10 minutes, an ancient talisman appeared before him. The ancient containment talisman was much more powerful than the containment talisman array. Lin Moya touched the ancient containment talisman with his finger, communicating with the vast space within, and placed the bone hell inside. To be safe, Lin Moya also summoned all 25 skeleton kings and put them inside as well. The vermilion bird watched Lin Moya curiously, not knowing what he was planning. After finishing, Lin Moya handed the ancient containment talisman to the vermilion bird. "Please take this over there for me, as close as possible." "Alright, I'll try." The vermilion bird opened its mouth and bit onto the ancient containment talisman. Its whole body erupted in flames, origin power surging as it flew towards the white tiger. Amidst the howling gales, a giant vermilion bird wreathed in flames broke through obstacles, braving the fierce winds as it traversed space towards the white tiger. Origin powers constantly collided and fought against each other as the vermilion bird sped through the fierce winds, getting closer and closer to the white tiger. The vermilion bird flew very steadily. The fierce winds were intense but didn't seem to affect it much. Lin Moya knew this was the difference in strength. The vermilion bird possessed supreme-level combat power, and with the boost from origin power, its combat ability was even stronger than ordinary supremes. Although Lin Moya had many techniques, in terms of raw power, he was far inferior to the vermilion bird. In the end, it all came down to realm being insufficient. As the vermilion bird entered the most difficult area, countless whirlwinds filled this region. The vermilion bird let out a sharp cry, its flames rolling as numerous whirlwinds were incinerated. But in the next second, even more whirlwinds pounced over. The vermilion bird's speed clearly slowed down here. Lin Moya's gaze also became sharp at this moment. Whether it would succeed depended on now. The vermilion bird struggled forward, passing through whirlwinds until it could advance no further. It had finally reached its limit, less than 10,000 kilometers away from the white tiger. The last 10,000 kilometers were like an impassable chasm. Even the vermilion bird found it difficult to get any closer. After several attempts, the vermilion bird determined it couldn't get any closer. Its wings suddenly flapped violently, sending out intense flames that forcefully carved out a path straight to the white tiger. It spat out the ancient containment talisman from its mouth, which flew along the path it had blasted open towards the white tiger. The ancient containment talisman turned into a stream of light, violently crashing into the white tiger's body. The white tiger's body was also covered in fierce winds. The ancient containment talisman instantly exploded upon impact. The skeleton kings flew out from the ancient containment talisman, immediately launching a fierce attack on the white tiger. The bone hell also expanded at the same time, trying to envelop the white tiger. Unfortunately, as soon as the skeleton kings tried to act, they were blown about by the fierce winds, completely unable to swing their swords. In less than half a second, the skeleton kings had already been blown to pieces. Luckily, the bone hell successfully expanded and enveloped the white tiger. Although it was instantly shredded by the fierce winds on the white tiger's body, it was enough for Lin Moyo. The marking was complete, and Lin Moya successfully locked onto the white tiger. The vermilion bird flew back, its aura noticeably weaker than when it set out, clearly having consumed a large amount of power. The vermilion bird asked, "How did it go?" Lin Moya smiled, "Watch my performance." His aura surged, temporarily blocking the fierce winds as he took out several corpse fragments. He had used up all the Saint Lord level corpses before, but after killing 3 Saint Lords from the Black Blood Great World, he had replenished some. He still had quite a few other Shore Realm corpses left. If other Shore Realm corpses were enough to awaken the white tiger, there would be no need to use Saint Lord level corpse fragments, better to save them if possible. White Star level technique, corpse explosion. With a thunderous boom, massive explosive waves erupted on the white tiger's body. He didn't need to worry about his attacks harming the white tiger. The white tiger's combat power was stronger than ordinary supremes. As an origin divine beast, its defense was incredibly formidable. How could it be easily injured? The vermilion bird stared wide-eyed. "Is this your technique?" Lin Moya nodded. "Yes, it's my technique." As he spoke, his hands didn't stop, triggering 2 more explosions in succession. Explosions rang out continuously, destroying part of the fierce winds. The power was quite impressive. Lin Moya concentrated the explosions on one point, as this was the only way to maximize their effect. The vermilion bird said, "Your technique is very powerful, ignoring space and time. If I'm not mistaken, you used this technique to destroy the first origin crystal." Lin Moya frankly admitted, "Yes, it was this technique." The vermilion bird seemed somewhat puzzled, "But your technique shouldn't have enough power to destroy an origin crystal." Lin Moyo explained, "The power of this technique depends on the strength of the corpse. The stronger the corpse, the more powerful the technique. To destroy the origin crystal before, I used 6 Saint Lord level corpses." "I see." The vermilion bird had a look of sudden realization. Then its eyes widened. "According to what you're saying, if you had a heavenly sovereign corpse, could you blow up a heavenly sovereign?" Lin Moya nodded. "Indeed, I could." Only then did the vermilion bird truly realize how perverted this technique was. Not only did it ignore time and space, but as long as there was a strong enough corpse, it was essentially a super weapon. The vermilion bird muttered, "How can there be such a perverted technique in this world?" Lin Moya knew his technique was very powerful, but hearing these words from the vermilion bird's mouth was somewhat different. After all, the vermilion bird had seen a lot, having interacted with heavenly sovereigns for a long time. It had seen all kinds of techniques. Lin Moya couldn't help but ask, "Is this technique really that perverted?" The vermilion bird said, "Your technique doesn't contain origin power, yet it can ignore space and time. As long as you have a strong enough corpse, you can kill enemies regardless of realm. Isn't that perverted enough? Come to think of it, the technique you used to devour the Black Blood Frenzy is also perverted, even more so than Supreme Realm techniques that incorporate origin power." The vermilion bird kept using the word perverted, and its gaze towards Lin Moyo had changed somewhat. Lin Moyo felt that he was now being viewed as a pervert by the vermilion bird. Following the vermilion bird's words, Lin Moyo asked, "Are there many items that contain origin power?" The vermilion bird shook its head, "Not many. Origin items also come in many types, some are very strong, some are garbage." Lin Moyo asked, "Can you explain in more detail?" Just as the vermilion bird was about to speak, a roar suddenly echoed through space. After being blasted over a dozen times by Lin Moyo, the white tiger had finally awakened. One roar followed another, the sound deafening and shaking their soul worlds. If it were an ordinary divine sovereign, their soul would likely have been shattered already. Chapter 2251. Chapter 2251, 2251. Chapter 2251. I wonder how the people of the battle realm will react. The white tiger's roar echoed through the starry sky, but the vermilion bird was indifferent. "Ignore it. This guy always roars for a while every time it wakes up. Let's continue." Origin power can be divided into several levels. The heavenly sovereigns of the past believed that the origin power of the great world was the strongest, followed by the origin power of small worlds, and then the origin power from the boundary sea. I don't know exactly where the origin power in the boundary sea comes from, but the heavenly sovereigns often went there, so there must be a source. However, that origin power is relatively poor, far inferior to that of the great world. The vermilion bird enjoyed teaching and considered Lin Moyo a comrade in arms, so it explained in great detail. The small worlds it mentioned were not like the small world Lin Moyo was born in. They were truly independent and complete worlds, just relatively smaller in scale, without heavenly sovereigns, and were called small worlds. The battle realm was also a small world, but it had grown to a certain scale. Perhaps one day it would give birth to a heavenly sovereign and become a great world. Whether a world has a heavenly sovereign is the key to its classification. Looking at the current great world, Lin Moya found it somewhat laughable. It was clearly a great world, but now all the heavenly sovereigns had left, the divine path was broken, and it no longer deserved to be called a great world. Lin Moya didn't know how strong the origin fire seed he had fused with was, but according to the Vermilion Bird, it should be a great world level origin fire seed. He also didn't know where the mysterious master had obtained this origin fire seed and kept it until now. Lin Moya suddenly asked, in the Boundary Sea, can you see the reality of the great world? He suddenly thought of another question. He had obtained a Boundary Sea shell and saw the battle realm approaching. The Supremes in the battle realm also had the opportunity to obtain Boundary Sea shells. He wondered what their reaction would be when they saw the great world. After all, the great world was so vast, hundreds of times larger than the battle realm. The people in the battle realm were probably already in despair. The Vermilion Bird said, actually, you can see some of it if you're strong enough, like at the peak Supreme level. At that level, origin power and the soul are fused, possessing extremely strong perception. They can sense some conditions within the world, such as the strength or weakness of its origin power, and whether there are heavenly sovereigns. Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat, so, it's very likely that the battle realm already sees the great world as a treasure trove. It seems we need the heavenly sovereign saint to conduct more divine travels and take a closer look at the situation in the battle realm. The white tiger's roar finally stopped, and it fully awakened. Which bastard disturbed my sleep? I'm going to eat you. The white tiger spoke human words, roaring as it looked towards Lin Moya. Upon seeing the Vermilion Bird, it was visibly stunned. Vermilion Bird. It raised its paw to rub its eyes, confirming it wasn't mistaken, and then roared, Vermilion Bird. The white tiger transformed into a whirlwind, shattering the starry sky, and instantly appeared in front of the Vermilion Bird. Its huge paw hugged the Vermilion Bird tightly. The Vermilion Bird didn't dodge. This clearly wasn't the first time, and it was already used to it. As origin divine beasts, they had fought together and experienced life and death, forming a deep bond. Vermilion Bird, I never thought I'd see you again. This is great, truly great. The white tiger shouted loudly, its voice deafening, and its huge body trembled slightly with excitement. The Vermilion Bird finally managed to stick its head out. All right, if you keep hugging me, I'll be strangled to death. When the white tiger let go, the Vermilion Bird tidied its ruffled feathers. Do you even know your own strength? The white tiger chuckled. Too excited, too excited. I didn't expect you to complete your nirvana. The Vermilion Bird said, it was Lin Moya who awakened me, otherwise, I don't know how much longer I would have needed. Only then did the white tiger notice Lin Moya. You awakened the Vermilion Bird. Lin Moya nodded slightly. From the brief exchange between the white tiger and the Vermilion Bird, he could tell that the white tiger had a straightforward and even somewhat naive personality. The Vermilion Bird continued, not only did he awaken me, but he also awakened you. The white tiger's eyes changed slightly. It knew its own situation while it slept. Fierce winds protected it, making it difficult for even ordinary Supremes to approach. How could Lin Moya, merely at the other shore realm, possibly awaken it? The Vermilion Bird said, enough talk. We have something to do. The Vermilion Bird's expression turned serious as it explained the situation with the Black Blood Great World. Upon hearing about the Black Blood Great World, the white tiger's eyes also showed deep disgust. Like the Vermilion Bird, it hated the Black Blood Great World from the depths of its soul. They were mortal enemies, irreconcilable. The white tiger said, using bloodline tracking is no problem. I've done it before. Just give me a corpse, the fresher the better, preferably with blood still wet. Before it finished speaking, a piece of flesh appeared before it. This was a fragment from a Saint Lord of the Black Blood Great World, with black blood still wet on it. Lin Moya asked, will this do? The white tiger's pupils contracted, and its nose twitched. A guy from the Black Blood Great World, still as stinky as ever. This will do. Step back, I'm going to cast the spell. Lin Moya and the Vermilion Bird stepped back, giving the white tiger space. The white tiger's eyes grew brighter, and its tiger eyes emitted a radiant glow. Lin Moya felt a strong sense of origin power. Next, two beams of light shot from the white tiger's eyes, enveloping the piece of flesh. Spell, bloodline tracking. The flesh silently melted into a mass of black blood. The black blood was extremely pure, and the stench became even more intense. The Vermilion Bird explained, people of the Black Blood Great World are rooted in blood. They dedicate all their essence blood to the world, which then feeds them back, granting them power. The blood they retain to sustain their lives is actually filthy blood. This cultivation method turns every person in the Black Blood Great World into something like a dried corpse, emitting a foul stench. Lin Moya learned for the first time that the cultivation method of the Black Blood Great World was so bizarre. Sacrificing essence blood, leaving only filthy blood, and then receiving immense power from the world's feedback. Lin Moya instinctively felt that this cultivation method was wrong. It shouldn't be like this under normal circumstances. But each world has its own characteristics, and with his current realm, he couldn't make an objective evaluation. Under the white tiger's spell, the black blood quickly transformed, splitting into numerous thin lines that disappeared into the void. Each thin line contained a trace of the white tiger's origin power, which only it could sense, invisible to others. The Vermilion Bird asked, how many locations are there? The white tiger replied, there are 4 locations in total, 3 within the domain and 1 outside, very far away. The Vermilion Bird immediately said, ignore the 1 outside for now. Let's deal with the 3 within the domain first. All right. The white tiger agreed immediately. Never mind, just get on my back. You're too slow. Only the white tiger could track them, others wouldn't know the exact locations. Its speed was unmatched, even the Vermilion Bird couldn't keep up, let alone Lin Moya. So it offered its back for the 2 to ride on. The Vermilion Bird shook its head, you're too slow. Lin Moyu, open the star map and let the white tiger point the direction. Chapter 2252. Chapter 2252, 2252. Chapter 2252, A Real Monster. The vermilion bird said that the white tiger was slow, which made the white tiger very unhappy. The white tiger said, among the four of us, if I say I'm second in speed, who dares to claim first? How can a little guy at the other shore realm be faster than me? The vermilion bird glanced at the white tiger without explaining further, as if saying, just watch and see. Lin Moyo had already opened the star map. The white tiger looked at it and muttered, why is this star map so different from our time? The vermilion bird said, have you thought about how long you've been asleep? The great world has changed a lot over the years. We'll talk about this later. First, mark the locations of the Black Blood Great World. The white tiger studied the star map for a while, finally matching the locations and marking them. The Black Blood Great World was hidden in 3 places, one near the Golden Eagle Clan star region, close to the boundary area, another in the Black Tortoise battleground, and the last in the dark void between the Vermilion Bird and Azure Dragon star regions. After calculating the distances, Lin Moyo had a plan. We'll go to the boundary area first, then the Black Tortoise battleground, and finally the dark void. When we go to the Black Tortoise battleground, let's see if we can awaken the Black Tortoise. The Vermilion Bird had no objections to Lin Moya's arrangement. The dark void indeed needs purification, but that guy is not easy to awaken. The white tiger patted its chest confidently, leave it to me. Waking that guy up is a piece of cake. But you, kid, hurry up and show me how fast you can be. Lin Moya smiled slightly, spread his wings of the dead, and activated the space law, opening a space gate. The white tiger was stunned for a moment, then shouted, space law, you're cheating. How can that count as speed? The vermilion bird snorted, are you stupid from sleeping too much? Who said anything about comparing speed? Just admit he's faster than you. The vermilion bird originally said the white tiger was too slow, never mentioning speed. It was the white tiger who kept talking about speed. In its eyes, the space gate and speed were unrelated. It considered it teleportation. What it meant by speed was flying speed. The white tiger was speechless, angrily turning its head away from the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird spread its wings and slapped the white tiger on the head. What are you standing there for? Get in. The white tiger muttered, you're cheating. Although it was very dissatisfied, it still entered the space gate. Each space gate covered 10,000 light years, opening every 10 seconds, which was indeed much faster than flying. In just a few minutes, they crossed hundreds of thousands of light years and reached their destination. The white tiger muttered, why has the great world become so desolate? We didn't see a single star along the way, and the area has shrunk a lot. Lin Moyo explained, there used to be many stars here, but we've moved them all back to the human star region. The white tiger was puzzled, why do that? The vermilion bird slapped the white tiger on the head again, why ask so many questions? With your brain, what's the use of knowing? The white tiger was indignant, vermilion bird, we're good brothers, but you can't insult my intelligence. The vermilion bird rolled its eyes, does your intelligence need insulting? The white tiger bared its teeth in anger. At this moment, the vermilion bird slapped it again, stop talking nonsense and lead the way. The white tiger snorted and flew in a direction. Lin Moyo found it amusing. The vermilion bird clearly had the upper hand over the white tiger, and the white tiger was indeed not as smart as the vermilion bird, always at a disadvantage. However, the two had a good relationship. Although they bickered, they never got truly angry. The white tiger was very fast. Although it didn't understand the space law, it could traverse the starry sky with its supreme power. Lin Moyo used the power of time and space to increase his speed to the limit of 3.2 billion kilometers per second, barely keeping up. The white tiger thought Lin Moyo couldn't keep up and looked back, only to find Lin Moyo right behind it. Seeing this, the white tiger exclaimed, the power of time and space, you even understand the time law. Understanding both the space and time laws, you must be a monster. Lin Moyo found it strange, weren't there space heavenly sovereigns and time heavenly sovereigns in ancient times? The white tiger shook its head, that's different, that's different. The vermilion bird also said, indeed, it's different. Lin Moyo was curious, can you explain in detail? The vermilion bird said, we'll talk about it later. Let's handle the matter at hand first. They arrived. In the dark starry sky, a drop of pitch-black blood floated there. The blood was very small, only the size of a fist, even smaller than a drop of blood from some cosmic beasts. The blood had concealed all its aura, had no smell, and no luster, almost perfectly blending with the starry sky. Even with the undead vision, it was hard to see anything special about the blood. The soul eye was the same, it was difficult to detect from more than a kilometer away. No wonder we couldn't find it. It's indeed very well hidden. Lin Moyo had to admit that the Black Blood Great World, after all, was a great world and had extraordinary means. Fortunately, the Great World also had countermeasures, and the white tiger's bloodline tracking could find them. The vermilion bird asked, what's the situation inside? The white tiger said, there are quite a few people inside. Let me count. There are 2 Saint Lords, over a dozen other shore realm cultivators, and the rest are small fry, tens of thousands of divine sovereigns. The vermilion bird turned to Lin Moyo, do you want to handle it, or should I? Lin Moyo said, I'll do it. You two take a break. The white tiger stretched lazily, alright, I just woke up and haven't fully recovered my energy. It was so brazen about being lazy that Lin Moyo couldn't help but admire its thick skin. Lin Moyo lightly tapped his finger, and the bone hell silently appeared, enveloping the black blood. Hell fiends rushed out, opening their mouths to bite. At the same time, the Hellfire River boiled, raising huge waves that directly engulfed the black blood. The Hellfiends could eat anything, and with a few bites, the black blood exploded. Space within the black blood collapsed, and countless cultivators from the black blood great world were blasted out. But they were already surrounded by the bone hell and were destined to be devoured. The people of the black blood great world struggled and roared, the Saint Lords leading the other shore realm cultivators in a frantic resistance. But against the endless Hellfiends, their resistance was futile. Dealing with the remnants of the black blood great world wasn't difficult, even if there were half-step supremes. The real challenge was finding them, as they hid very deeply, like pests. Now, with the White Tiger's help, the black blood great world had nowhere to hide. The White Tiger looked at the bone hell and exclaimed, "Your spell is very strong, it even contains origin power." The Vermilion Bird said, "It has fused with a great world-level origin fire seed. Of course, it's strong." The White Tiger's eyes widened. Wow, such good luck. Even the heavenly sovereigns used to fight fiercely over an origin fire seed. Lin Moya said, "White Tiger, you're too kind. I was just lucky." The White Tiger shook its head. No. Origin fire seed, power of time and space, this isn't just luck. Even the old fogey from the misty fog didn't have such good luck. The Vermilion Bird said, "Indeed, luck has its limits. Sometimes it's not just about luck." Like the space heavenly sovereign and time heavenly sovereign back then, they both wanted to understand each other's laws and form the power of time and space. But neither succeeded and had to give up in the end. Lin Moyo asked, "Is it that difficult?" The White Tiger interjected, "It's not just about difficulty. There are many restrictions. The laws of time and space are very special, and the power of time and space is even more special. I don't know the specifics, but it's very hard to fuse them." The Vermilion Bird said, "It's right. Among the many laws, some are very special. Time, space, fate, and causality are all related to the boundary sea. We don't know the exact reasons." The White Tiger continued, "Anyway, it's very special. For you to master the power of time and space, it can only be said that you're a real monster." Chapter 2253. Chapter 2253, 2253. Chapter 2253, the target is the Great World's origin. After clearing out the Black Blood Great World's hiding spot, Lin Moyo opened another space gate, heading towards the Black Tortoise battleground. The Vermilion Bird said, "Based on our experience, the other two groups of Black Blood Great World people should already know about our actions. They may be prepared, we need to be careful." The Black Blood Great World had their special communication methods. Their actions here would surely have alerted the other two hiding spots. They would certainly be prepared, waiting for them to arrive. The White Tiger didn't care, so what if they're prepared? Even if they manage to get a few supremes, I'll blow them away with one breath. The Vermilion Bird said, "Don't boast. Many of the Black Blood Great World's techniques are still troublesome." The White Tiger said, "Don't worry, I'm just saying. We've fought them before, what techniques haven't we seen?" The Black Blood Great World had many strange techniques that had once caused trouble for humans, even tricking heavenly sovereigns. Although they were ultimately suppressed by the heavenly sovereign's powerful strength, those techniques were still unpredictable. Lin Moya suddenly realized something. "Do you think the Black Blood Great World people hiding in the Black Tortoise battleground might have other purposes?" The White Tiger instinctively replied, "They're just hiding. What other purpose could they have?" The Vermilion Bird fell into thought because of Lin Moya's words. "You mean they might be trying to do something to the Black Tortoise?" Lin Moya said, "It's just a guess. The Black Tortoise has purification abilities. If I were them, the first thing I'd want to deal with is the Black Tortoise." The White Tiger snorted, "Even if we're in deep sleep, we're not that easy to deal with. Especially that Black Tortoise, it has the thickest skin among us four. To deal with it, unless a heavenly sovereign from the Black Blood Great World takes action, even peak supremes aren't enough." Lin Moya wasn't as optimistic as the White Tiger. Many things aren't determined by power levels alone. Who knows how many techniques the Black Blood Great World has? The Vermilion Bird said solemnly, "Don't be too optimistic. Some things are hard to say. Don't forget the Black Blood Great World has the ability to pollute and manipulate bloodlines." The Vermilion Bird's words made the White Tiger's expression change slightly, but it still stubbornly said, "Anyway, I believe the Black Tortoise will be fine. It's best if nothing happens." Space gates opened one after another as they traveled at the fastest speed to the Black Tortoise battleground. Following the White Tiger's bloodline tracking, they finally located a spot very close to the center of the Black Tortoise battleground. The starry sky here was dark, filled with a special aura. The Vermilion Bird frowned as soon as it left the space gate. They've indeed made a move against the Black Tortoise. The White Tiger shouted, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Despite acting the most confident, it was now the most anxious to act. The three rushed towards the central area at top speed. For now, they put aside the Black Blood Great World and focused on checking on the Black Tortoise first. The dark aura grew thicker, and bloodlines appeared, crossing the starry sky like a large net, flying towards the central area. When they were still hundreds of billions of kilometers away, an angry roar shook the starry sky. The White Tiger's expression changed. "The Black Tortoise is awake." The Vermilion Bird said, "The Black Tortoise must have been stimulated and woken up early." Lin Moyo activated his undead vision and saw the Black Tortoise's soul flame. The soul flame was very intense, indicating the Black Tortoise's aura was very strong. But within the soul flame, there was a strange blood color. The blood color wasn't thick, but it covered the Black Tortoise's soul like a large net, as if trying to devour it. Lin Moyo realized something was wrong. "The Black Tortoise is in trouble, hurry." The White Tiger roared angrily, "Get on my back." The Vermilion Bird and Lin Moyo jumped on without hesitation. The white tiger's body was enveloped in fierce winds that distorted space. It seemed to use space laws to teleport, instantly crossing hundreds of billions of kilometers to arrive within 10 million kilometers of the black tortoise. Here, bloodlight filled the area. The net formed by bloodlines had firmly surrounded the black tortoise. The black tortoise was struggling desperately within the blood net, but the net was getting tighter and tighter. The black tortoise couldn't break free. The vermilion bird's eyes narrowed sharply. There's even origin power. When the black blood great world's origin shattered years ago, it broke into many pieces. No one knows exactly how many pieces there were. The black blood great world has been searching for the scattered origin power all these years. Who knows how many pieces they've found? They used 10 pieces of origin power to trigger the black blood frenzy earlier. Unexpectedly, there's still more here. The black tortoise's power was constantly purifying the black blood origin, but the black blood origin was very strong. The two were locked in an intense struggle. The white tiger said in a low voice, "The black tortoise's condition seems off." Lin Moyo immediately said, "The white tiger's soul has been polluted." The vermilion bird's heart sank. Not good. The black tortoise can purify dark powers, but it can't purify its own soul. This was the black tortoise's weakness. It couldn't purify its own soul. With its soul polluted, the black tortoise's purification power was much weaker than usual, putting it at a disadvantage in the struggle against the black blood great world's power. According to Lin Moya's judgment, if this situation continued for another 100 years or so, the black tortoise would be completely polluted, turning from an origin divine beast into a puppet of the black blood great world. At that time, the great world's origin would be damaged again. The black blood great world might even be able to find the great world's origin through the black tortoise and pollute it. The black blood great world's scheme was extremely vicious. Their various methods all ultimately targeted the great world's origin. Strong auras rose as two black-robed figures appeared in the starry sky. They wore identical clothes, carried identical weapons, and their auras were almost identical. Both were half-step supremes. Lin Moyo murmured, "Two half-step supremes." The black blood great world was hiding quite deep. The white tiger snorted coldly, "Watch me bite them to death." At this moment, the two half-step supremes simultaneously took out origin crystals and put them in their mouths. Their auras skyrocketed, almost instantly reaching the supreme realm. Origin power enveloped their bodies, not inferior to the white tiger and vermilion bird. Behind them, several more powerful auras rose. 4 Saint Lords appeared simultaneously. The 4 Saint Lords fused in pairs, turning from 4 into 2. After fusion, they also reached the half-step supreme level. 2 half-step supremes temporarily ascended to supreme using origin power. 4 Saint Lords became 2 half-step supremes through fusion. In terms of combat power, they now surpassed Lin Moya's group of 3. Lin Moya said, "Can you two elders hold them off without any problems?" The white tiger replied without hesitation, "Of course, no problem. This kind of trash, I don't even take them seriously." The vermilion bird asked, "What are you going to do?" Lin Moya said, "I might have a way to help purify the black tortoise's soul, but I can't be disturbed." The white tiger immediately asked, "Are you serious?" The vermilion bird didn't doubt Lin Moya's words. "All right, we'll deal with them. You go save the black tortoise." Lin Moya said, "It won't take too long, an hour should be enough." The white tiger guaranteed, "Go ahead, I promise no one will disturb you." Lin Moya nodded slightly, took a step, and teleported, instantly appearing beside the black tortoise. He charged alone into the bloodlines. Countless bloodlines immediately covered Lin Moya like a net. Grey mist rose from Lin Moya's body as the bone hell appeared, instantly surrounding the blood net in return. The bone hell enveloped the blood net along with the black tortoise. Hell fiends rushed out and began to devour the blood net. On the other side, the vermilion bird and white tiger attacked simultaneously. Origin power surged as fierce winds and raging flames swept through the starry sky. Blood-colored sword light flashed as the black blood great world's powerful fighters swung their swords like rain, cutting through wind and fire. Both sides engaged in fierce battle. The starry sky rumbled as laws, rules, and space collapsed simultaneously. After 100,000 years, a supreme-level battle once again unfolded in the starry sky. Chapter 2254. Chapter 2254, 2254. Chapter 2254, Ice and Fire, Pain and Pleasure. The battle between Supremes was incredibly terrifying, especially when it involved origin power, elevating the intensity of the battle to unimaginable levels. The aftermath nearly swept across several light-years, leaving the starry sky shattered. Supreme, really strong. Lin Moyo experienced a battle between Supremes firsthand for the first time, and just the aftermath nearly destroyed his bone hell. Fortunately, the vermilion bird and white tiger shielded Lin Moyo from most of the impact, allowing the bone hell to hold on. They had promised not to disturb Lin Moyo, allowing him to focus on his task. The blood-colored net was extremely sturdy, containing a large amount of origin power from the black blood great world, making it difficult for the hell fiends to gnaw through. Lin Moyo approached the black tortoise. "My name is Lin Moyo, from the human race, a friend of the vermilion bird and white tiger." "I know." The black tortoise's voice was deep and heavy, clearly suppressing pain. Having one's soul eroded was undoubtedly painful, but fortunately, the black tortoise remained conscious. Seeing the arrival of the vermilion bird and white tiger, the black tortoise understood Lin Moya's identity. In ancient times, the 4 origin divine beasts and the human race were comrades in arms, fighting side by side. Lin Moya said, "I have a way to help you purify your soul, but it might be a bit painful." The black tortoise's voice remained calm and deep. "I'm not afraid of pain." Lin Moya nodded, "Then open your soul world and let me in." "All right." Without any hesitation, the black tortoise chose to trust Lin Moyo. This trust came from the vermilion bird and white tiger. The soul world is the most important part of a being, and it's not something to be easily opened. Lin Moyo entered the black tortoise's soul world, which was vast yet simple. Originally, its soul world should have been pure and empty, with only its soul present. Now, the soul world was filled with blood-colored threads, densely interwoven, occupying most of the soul world, leaving little space. The soul itself was also entangled with numerous blood threads, which were continuously eroding the black tortoise. Lin Moyo observed for a while, understanding that the black tortoise's situation was dire, with its soul surface already eroded by the blood threads. It couldn't remove these blood threads on its own. Lin Moyo's arrival immediately triggered a reaction from the blood threads. A large number of blood threads surged towards Lin Moyo, who raised his hand, and flames ignited in his palm. The world-burning fire burned fiercely, surrounding his soul. The blood threads that touched the world-burning fire were instantly incinerated. The power of the world-burning fire was immense, capable of refining even the entire world, let alone mere blood threads. Seeing this, a gleam of hope flashed in the black tortoise's eyes. It knew Lin Moyo wasn't lying, he could indeed deal with the blood threads. Lin Moyo, carrying the world-burning fire, burned a path through the interwoven blood threads in the soul world, reaching the black tortoise's side. It will be very painful. Lin Moyo warned one last time. The black tortoise let out a low cry. I can endure it. Lin Moyo didn't hesitate any longer. The longer he delayed, the worse it would be for the black tortoise. The world-burning fire surged, instantly enveloping the black tortoise's soul, cutting off all the blood threads entangled with its soul. With all the blood threads cut off, they had no support, and the black tortoise let out a low, comfortable groan. Lin Moyo then directed a small flame to touch the black tortoise's soul, being extremely careful. The world-burning fire was too strong and could burn the black tortoise's soul if not handled properly. Fortunately, Lin Moyo had experience with self-immolation and knew how to control the intensity. The world-burning fire shrank into a small flame, burning the surface of the black tortoise's soul, not penetrating deeply. Wherever the world-burning fire passed, the blood threads crumbled, along with parts of the black tortoise's soul. As the soul burned, the black tortoise trembled continuously, letting out muffled groans. Lin Moyo asked, "Are you okay?" The black tortoise suppressed its pain. "It's stimulating, keep going." Stimulating. It was probably finding pleasure in pain, comforting itself. No one whose soul was injured would describe it as stimulating. Lin Moyo had experienced this pain himself. Just burning a small piece of his soul mark was excruciating, and the black tortoise had to burn its entire soul, enduring pain many times greater. Lin Moyo controlled the flame as carefully as possible, trying not to harm the black tortoise's soul. Soon, a section of blood threads was cleared, creating a gap in the dense net. Similarly, a small gap appeared in the black tortoise's soul. The gap was insignificant, but for the soul, it was a considerable wound. Lin Moyo stopped, pointing his finger, and a white energy flew out, the power of life falling on the black tortoise's soul. The burned wound was nourished and immediately began to heal. Refreshing. The black tortoise suddenly roared, its voice filled with excitement. Its voice transmitted from its soul to the outside world, causing the vermilion bird and white tiger to pause in their battle. The white tiger exclaimed, "What the heck? Why is the black tortoise so excited?" The vermilion bird smiled. It seems something good happened. The black tortoise was as steady as its body, rarely showing emotional fluctuations. For it to be so excited, it must be something good. They both knew it was likely something Lin Moyo did that made the black tortoise so excited. It seemed Lin Moyo's method was working. They fought even more fiercely, wind and fire roaring, enveloping the cultivators of the black blood great world. The people of the black blood great world also heard the black tortoise's roar and grew anxious. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't break through the combined defenses of the vermilion bird and white tiger. After a few seconds, the power of life had mostly healed the previous wound. Lin Moyo resumed burning other areas, continuing his previous work. He alternated between burning and healing, gradually clearing the blood threads from the black tortoise's body. The black tortoise experienced alternating pain and pleasure, feeling both agony and comfort, like ice and fire. Half a day later, the blood threads on the black tortoise's soul were finally cleared. Lin Moyo released a large amount of life force, enveloping the black tortoise, making it feel extremely comfortable. Lin Moyo looked at the blood threads still densely packed in the soul world and snorted coldly. The world-burning fire exploded, sweeping through the entire soul world. The black tortoise's soul world roared continuously, and in an instant, all the blood threads were incinerated. The soul world became clear, and the black blood great world's attempt to erode the black tortoise was completely thwarted. The black tortoise's deep voice resonated, "Thank you." Lin Moyo waved his hand, "You're welcome. Rest and let your soul fully recover." With that, Lin Moyo left the black tortoise's soul world. The bone hell was still contending with the origin power of the black blood great world. The origin power was very sturdy, and the blood threads were difficult to gnaw through. The hell fiends had been gnawing for a long time, but most of it remained. However, the bone hell still had the upper hand. Given enough time, it could clear all the blood threads. Lin Moyo wasn't in a hurry and took his time. He transmitted to the vermilion bird and white tiger, "The black tortoise is fine now." Upon hearing this, both let out a long howl and fought with even more enthusiasm. After a while, the long silent black tortoise finally opened its eyes. Its roar shook the starry sky, and an endless ocean appeared out of nowhere. Origin power surged like giant waves, rolling and moving. Chapter 2255. Chapter 2255, 2255. Chapter 2255. Some things are hard to explain to you. The endless ocean contained the origin of the great world and possessed purifying power. Wherever it passed, the starry sky was purified and became clear. all powers not belonging to the Great World were washed away by the ocean, completely disappearing. The people of the Black Blood Great World who were fighting fiercely with the Vermilion Bird and White Tiger quickly began to retreat, trying to escape. They knew their operation had failed. The Black Tortoise had recovered, and if this battle continued, they would inevitably be defeated. Trying to escape. No way. The Vermilion Bird and White Tiger roared simultaneously. Flames swept across the starry sky, and beyond the flames were endless fierce winds, giving the Black Blood people no chance to escape. The ocean rolled in, and the Black Tortoise appeared above it. It rode the waves, roaring angrily from its mouth. The ocean exploded in the starry sky, almost instantly covering a range of several light years, vast and boundless, completely blocking the retreat of the Black Blood people. The Black Tortoise joined the battle, and the endless ocean surged towards the Black Blood people. The Black Blood people seemed to feel despair, knowing they could no longer escape. The two half-step supremes drew closer to each other. They took out the origin crystals from their mouths and touched them together. At the same time, the two transformed into polluted blood, flowing into the origin crystals. Terrifying power began to boil in the starry sky. Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat. They're going to self-destruct. The self-destruction of origin crystals would be more terrifying than even a supreme self-destructing. If the self-destruction succeeded, everything within a light year would likely be erased. The Black Tortoise let out a low voice, filled with deep disdain. It's useless. Your ancestors tried this before, and it was completely ineffective. Depurified, trash. With its roar, the ocean raised huge waves, the origin power surging rapidly, completely enveloping the starry sky. The Vermilion Bird and White Tiger retreated simultaneously. The White Tiger shouted loudly, "We'll retreat first, we'll leave this to you." The Vermilion Bird slapped the White Tiger's head. "Why so many useless words? Let's go quickly." At the same time, it said to Lin Moya, "Retreat." Lin Moya didn't hesitate and immediately followed. The three retreated 10 billion kilometers in an instant. Boom! With a huge explosion, the origin crystals self-destruct within the ocean. The Black Tortoise roared continuously, its origin power erupting again, suppressing the explosion. This was a contest of origins. The Black Tortoise's origin power purified all powers not belonging to the Great World. The White Tiger spoke with disdain, trying to self-destruct in front of the Black Tortoise? No way. Don't they remember how many Supremes self-destruct in front of it before? The result was just like letting out a fart, gone with a poof dot. The Vermilion Bird said, "The Black Tortoise has the strongest defense among us four, and it also has the ability to purify foreign objects. It can even purify the power of self-destruction." Lin Moya nodded slightly. Indeed, the self-destruction that should have swept across a light year only affected several billion kilometers of starry sky before being completely suppressed. The Black Tortoise's defensive power was not just its own defense, but also a defense for the Great World. Unfortunately, such a powerful origin divine beast could not purify its own soul. Nothing in the world is perfect, everything has flaws. The Black Tortoise could purify all things, but it could not purify its own soul. This was its flaw. All the power of the Black Blood Great World in the starry sky was purified. The White Tiger let out a loud roar, "Let's go." It followed the bloodline tracking towards the hiding place of the Black Blood Great World. The distance wasn't far, they arrived there in just a moment. It was again a drop of black blood floating in the starry sky, a very inconspicuous drop of black blood, but hiding the remnants of the Black Blood Great World inside. Lin Moya didn't say a word and directly used the bone hell to devour the black blood. The black blood exploded, and the Black Blood people hiding inside screamed incessantly under the encirclement of the bone hell. The Vermilion Bird said, "There's one more location. After dealing with it, let the Black Tortoise purify all the dark void." The White Tiger said, "The last location is outside the domain. We can't let them off either." The Vermilion Bird said, "No rush. Let's do things one by one. They won't be able to escape." A moment later, the Black Tortoise rode the waves and flew over. It said to Lin Moya, "Thank you." Lin Moya smiled, "You're too kind, Elder. I just did what I should do." The White Tiger joked, "Oh Black Tortoise, this is why I say you shouldn't sleep so deeply. If it weren't for us, you would have almost become the Black Tortoise of the Black Blood Great World." The Black Tortoise shook its head, "It wouldn't have happened. If things were irreversible, I would have self-destruct." The White Tiger liked to joke, while the Black Tortoise was extremely serious. The two formed a stark contrast. The Vermilion Bird said, "Don't waste time. Let's go to the next location." Lin Moya immediately opened a space gate, and the one human and three beasts headed towards the dark void without delay. In the dark void at the border of the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird star regions, Lin Moya and the Vermilion Bird had searched here once before but found nothing. Now knowing the hiding form of the Black Blood Great World, it was indeed difficult to discover. There was no light in the dark void, only endless darkness. In such circumstances, without the White Tiger's bloodline tracking, it would indeed be difficult to find. Entering the dark void, the three divine beasts all showed expressions of disgust. The power of the Black Blood Great World was too strong here. Lin Moya said, "We all say that the dark void is the scar left by the Black Blood Great World in the Great World." The Black Tortoise spoke in a low voice. Back then, facing the Black Blood frenzy, the origins of the two great worlds collided. The origin of the Black Blood Great World shattered, while the origin of the Great World was injured. As origin divine beasts, we also returned part of our origin power to the Great World, thus falling into slumber. But we never expected such areas to form. As it spoke, the Black Tortoise erupted with origin power, raising an endless ocean. Wherever the ocean passed, darkness dissolved, and starlight once again occupied space. The White Tiger said, "You purify slowly. We'll go deal with the Black Blood Great World first. Saying this, it led Lin Moyo and the Vermilion Bird towards where the Black Blood Great World was located. It was still an inconspicuous drop of black blood, only fist-sized, hidden in the darkness, completely undetectable. Neither the soul eye nor the undead vision could detect anything unusual. Even if Lin Moyo had conducted a carpet search, he would still have missed them. It must be said that the hiding methods of the Black Blood Great World were indeed astonishing. There was no resistance here this time. It seemed the Black Blood Great World had exhausted their methods. Lin Moyo directly used the bone hell to devour them. Watching the Black Blood people struggle and die in the bone hell, Lin Moyo felt neither joy nor sorrow. At this point, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. At last, it's all taken care of. The White Tiger said, there's still one location outside the domain, quite far away. After the Black Tortoise finishes purifying the Dark Void, we'll go there. The Vermilion Bird said, no rush for now. I think we should go find the Azure Dragon. The White Tiger asked in confusion, what for? Do you want to wake it up too? That guy, apart from fighting and killing, what else can it do? The Vermilion Bird glanced at it. The Vermilion Bird's gaze was like looking at an idiot, clearly not wanting to explain much to this guy. The White Tiger angrily said, Vermilion Bird, what's with that look? The Vermilion Bird said, some things are hard to explain to you. The Black Tortoise flew over, its gaze somewhat serious. I can sense the origin of the Great World. The situation of the Great World is very bad. The White Tiger's attention was immediately diverted. Right, you haven't told me what happened all these years. What exactly happened to the Great World? I also feel something's not right with the Great World. The Vermilion Bird said, no rush. Wait until we see the Azure Dragon, then we'll talk about it together. The White Tiger huffed angrily, you're keeping me in suspense. The Vermilion Bird ignored it, clearly meaning, that's how it is. What can you do about it? The Black Tortoise had a steady temperament and wasn't in a hurry. Chapter 2256. Chapter 2256, 2256. Chapter 2256, not the limit of laws. Wherever the vast ocean passed, darkness retreated and the starry sky regained its clarity. The dark void was truly vast. Even with Suinlia's speed, it would still take many years to purify it all. White Tiger was too impatient to wait. Under its nagging and urging, Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise had no choice but to temporarily pause the purification and head to the Azure Dragon battlefield first. After all, the purification wasn't urgent and could be continued later by Black Tortoise. Space gates opened repeatedly as the 1 human and 3 beasts quickly entered the Azure Dragon battlefield. White Tiger clicked its tongue, space gates are really convenient. Too bad your realm is still a bit low. When you reach St. Lord, you can cross 100,000 light years each time. At Half Step Supreme, you can cross 1,000,000 light years each time. Now that's fast. Lin Moya remained expressionless, but inwardly thought, so Luo Shen has already reached Half Step Supreme. Back then when Luo Shen opened a space gate to send him 1,000,000 light years away, Lin Moya lacked experience and thought Luo Shen was just a Saint Lord. He didn't expect Luo Shen had already reached Half Step Supreme. Lin Moya asked, then as a Supreme, wouldn't space gates be able to instantly cross tens of millions of light years and reach the edge of the world? How big was the Great World anyway? Probably only tens of millions of light years or so. Even if it was a bit bigger, it couldn't be that much larger. Other shore, Saint Lord, Half Step Supreme, each level increased the distance by tenfold. By that calculation, a Supreme space gate should indeed be able to cross tens of millions of light years. Vermilion Bird said, it doesn't work like that. Space gates have a limit of 1,000,000 light years. Even the Space Heavenly Sovereign back then, using his origin power, could only instantly cross 2,000,000 light years at most. Lin Moya said, so that's how it is. Space gates actually have a limit. Black Tortoise's deep voice sounded, all things have limits. Some things may seem limitless, but that's only because we haven't found their limit. It's not that they don't have limits, but that we can't find them, or we've reached our own limits. White Tiger shouted, Black Tortoise, you slept for so many years but you still talk like this. Can't you say something people can understand? Black Tortoise said, it's hard for me to explain to you. It tossed the exact same words as Vermilion Bird back at White Tiger, infuriating White Tiger. Lin Moya felt Black Tortoise's words made a lot of sense. It was like an ordinary person seeing an impossibly tall mountain they couldn't climb, thinking it must be the tallest mountain in the world. They might not realize there could be even taller mountains beyond. Ordinary people only see their own limits, not the true limits. Lin Moya said, I think perhaps this isn't the limit of space gates, but our own limits. Vermilion Bird pondered for a moment, what you say makes sense. I hope you'll be able to see higher mountains. Black Tortoise said, if you can get through this, perhaps you'll have the chance. White Tiger looked confused. What are you all talking about? Can't you say something normal people can understand? Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise turned away simultaneously, ignoring this guy. White Tiger's intelligence was really beyond help. Entering the core area of the Azure Dragon battlefield, Lin Moya finally saw the last origin divine beast, Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon's body glowed with a blue-green light, its form not much different from the divine dragons of the dragon race. It slept motionlessly in the starry sky, with a faint blue-green light radiating from its body. No origin aura was emitted. Even from billions of miles away, no aura could be sensed. This was different from divine beasts like Vermilion Bird. There were no other cosmic beasts here, but looking beyond the area of billions of miles, many fragments could be seen floating in the starry sky. The fragments emitted the aura of divine sovereigns, dead but not decaying. They were the shattered remains of cosmic beasts. They had died here, torn apart by an invisible force. Vermilion Bird said, within 100 million kilometers is Azure Dragon's killing domain. We can't get through. Among the 4 origin divine beasts, Azure Dragon had the strongest combat power, far surpassing the others. Vermilion Bird and the others were equivalent to Supremes. With their origin power, they could rival peak Supremes. But Azure Dragon could fight head-on with heavenly sovereigns. However, back then among the 4 divine beasts, Azure Dragon was the most severely injured. It was unclear how much it had recovered. Lin Moyo asked, then how do we awaken it? Black Tortoise said, I should be able to. Vermilion Bird also nodded, alright, be careful. If you can't do it, come back and we'll think of another way. White Tiger said, get ready, I'll give you a boost. Black Tortoise retracted its entire body into its shell. Then with its shell facing Azure Dragon, White Tiger whipped up fierce winds that pushed Black Tortoise towards Azure Dragon. With White Tiger's assistance, the shell's speed was much faster than usual. The method to awaken Azure Dragon was similar to White Tiger's, requiring a certain degree of stimulation. As soon as the shell entered Azure Dragon's domain, a deafening rumble sounded. The starry sky shook as space rippled like waves. The shell emitted a watery light, resisting the attacks from the killing domain. The power of the killing domain was very strong. The shell's speed kept decreasing. At this moment, White Tiger roared again. Its body enveloped in fierce winds, it charged forward, accurately hitting the shell a second time along its trajectory, giving it another boost. The shell accelerated again towards Azure Dragon, while White Tiger immediately retreated. Through his soul eye, Lin Moya saw White Tiger spraying blood from countless wounds. By the time White Tiger returned, its body was covered in horrific gashes. Lin Moya waved out life force to heal White Tiger. White Tiger's injuries quickly recovered. White Tiger excitedly shouted, that should do it. Tisk tisk, Azure Dragon's power is really terrifying. Vermilion Bird said, Azure Dragon's origin power governs killing, of course it's powerful. Azure Dragon's power wasn't leaked externally, but concentrated within its domain. The more concentrated it was, the more it proved its strength. The shell's speed decreased again under endless attacks. At this point, Black Tortoise erupted with its power, waves of water pushing it forward. It couldn't stop. If it stopped now, all their efforts would be wasted. Lin Moyo and the others watched nervously, hoping Black Tortoise would succeed. Finally, after being pushed by wave after wave, Black Tortoise managed to reach Azure Dragon. With Black Tortoise's roar, the waves suddenly became violent. Its speed abruptly increased as it crashed into Azure Dragon like a meteor. Azure Dragon's body flashed with blue-green light, blasting Black Tortoise away with a bang. Black Tortoise was sent flying millions of kilometers before finally leaving Azure Dragon's domain. Did it work? White Tiger asked dazedly. At this point, even Vermilion Bird wasn't certain. Black Tortoise had indeed hit Azure Dragon, but whether that was enough to wake it up was hard to say. Lin Moya used his undead vision and saw changes in Azure Dragon's soul flame. The originally calm soul flame began to grow active. Lin Moya's soul also sensed this change. It worked. Azure Dragon is starting to wake up. White Tiger said, how do you know when even I don't know? Lin Moya said, I can sense Azure Dragon's soul becoming active. Vermilion Bird said, your soul is very sensitive. Lin Moya nodded. His soul was indeed very sensitive, far surpassing others. Vermilion Bird continued, having a sensitive soul is a good thing, especially if you want to become a supreme or even a heavenly sovereign. It gives you a huge advantage. A sensitive soul doesn't guarantee becoming a heavenly sovereign, but all heavenly sovereigns have sensitive souls. The heavenly sovereigns call this soul sensitivity spiritual perception. Chapter 2257. Chapter 2257, 2257. Chapter 2257, The Beginning and End of the Great World. Spiritual perception. Lin Moya made note of these two words. From ancient times to the present, humans have experienced many great calamities, and much information has been lost. The existence of the 4 divine beasts like the Vermilion Bird can indeed bring back a lot of information from ancient times. Black Tortoise flew back. Its shell was covered in wounds, but fortunately it was hard enough to withstand the damage. The Azure Dragon was indeed powerful. Just its killing domain while asleep was enough to block most Supremes. The Vermilion Bird's nirvana, the White Tiger's fierce winds, the Azure Dragon's domain, that's why the Black Blood Great World ultimately chose the Black Tortoise. Only the Black Tortoise was the easiest to approach, but unfortunately their plan still ended in failure. Black Tortoise asked, how did it go, was it successful? Vermilion Bird nodded, it was successful. Black Tortoise grunted, that's good. If it didn't work I would have tried again. The Azure Dragon's soul was becoming more active, its soul aura starting to spread out. At this point, everyone could sense it. After waiting a while longer, the Azure Dragon's body suddenly moved. Its body, 100 million meters long, suddenly stretched out straight into a line, as if stretching lazily, before curling up again. The Azure Dragon was very quiet, not making a sound as it turned its head to look at the Vermilion Bird and the others. It retracted its domain, and its huge body flickered in the starry sky, instantly appearing in front of the group. At this point it had shrunk from 100,000 meters to just 10 meters, about the same size as the Vermilion Bird in White Tiger. How are you all awake? The Azure Dragon's voice was crisp, even sounding somewhat pleasant. Lin Moya could sense that the aura on the Azure Dragon's body was still somewhat weak. Its injuries didn't seem to have fully healed yet. After 100,000 years, its injuries still hadn't recovered. One can imagine how severe the Azure Dragon's injuries were back then. Vermilion Bird said, something happened with the Great World, so we woke up. Azure Dragon asked, what happened? I can sense that the Great World's origin seems very weak, the situation is very bad. White Tiger looked at Lin Moyu. Now can you explain in detail? The more detailed the better. Lin Moya nodded and recounted everything that had happened after the ancient Great War. He spoke for a long time, and the four origin divine beasts listened quietly. Sometimes White Tiger wanted to interject, but was stopped by Vermilion Bird's gaze. As Lin Moya narrated, the auras of the four divine beasts kept fluctuating, especially when he talked about what happened 10,000 years ago when humans nearly went extinct. Killing intent surged from them. Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Azure Dragon were all deep in thought. Only White Tiger kept looking around, not knowing what it was thinking. Azure Dragon slowly opened its eyes. I never imagined humans would face such great calamities. It really wasn't easy. However, I don't understand why the great world's origin has reached this state now. White Tiger said, if you can't figure it out then don't think about it. You may have been pretending to think just now, but I know very well that with your brain, you can't think of anything. Azure Dragon looked at it silently, itching for a beating. White Tiger raised its head. The truth hurts the most. Although you don't like hearing it, what I said is all true. Azure Dragon snorted, its tail suddenly lashing out and sending White Tiger flying out of sight with a bang. You know it but still say it. Your brain must be sick. Azure Dragon said disdainfully, with a hint of tsundere. White Tiger quickly flew back. It wasn't injured. Azure Dragon had held back. Azure Dragon warned, if you keep spouting nonsense, next time I'll hit you so hard you won't be able to come back. White Tiger snorted, I am unyielding in the face of violence. If you think you can deal with me through violence, forget it. Alright, stop arguing. Vermilion Bird suddenly spoke up, having finished its contemplation. Black Tortoise had also stopped thinking at this point and slowly said, I think I understand the general situation now. After the Black Blood Frenzy, the four of us fell into slumber. The great world's origin was damaged and difficult to recover. Those heavenly sovereigns went to the Boundary Sea, knowing that in their lifetimes, the great world would not collide with another world again. The Black Blood Great World's origin couldn't be absorbed, and they couldn't obtain origin from other worlds, so the great world's origin couldn't recover. They also couldn't advance to become Dao sovereigns. Vermilion Bird added, originally those heavenly sovereigns were still hoping to defeat the Black Blood Great World, and like before, seize the Black Blood Great World's origin to make the Great World ascend again, paving the way for them to become Dao sovereigns. No one expected the Black Blood Great World's origin to be so special that it couldn't be absorbed at all. Not only could it not be absorbed, it even caused severe damage to the Great World's origin. All the heavenly sovereigns' calculations and schemes ended in failure. How laughable indeed. Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat as he listened, and he blurted out, could it be that the Great World's encounter with the Black Blood Great World wasn't a coincidence? Black Tortoise chuckled, how could there be so many coincidences? After learning that the Great World couldn't recover and they couldn't advance to become Dao sovereigns, those heavenly sovereigns left. Their departure took away part of the Great World's origin, adding injury to injury for the Great World. Once they left, the Great World began to decline. In the Great War, all the divine paths were severed. It became difficult for supremes to appear in the Great World, let alone heavenly sovereigns. There was also no one who could repair the Great World. Black Tortoise's voice grew colder, and Lin Moya's heart grew more alarmed as he listened. The secrets of the Great World were finally revealed. The Great World's current state was inextricably linked to those heavenly sovereigns. Please vote. It was the heavenly sovereigns who altered the Great World's trajectory, deliberately causing a collision with the Black Blood Great World. The heavenly sovereigns wanted to use the Black Blood Great World to make the Great World ascend, paving the way for them to become Dao sovereigns. Unfortunately, they miscalculated. Not only did they ruin the Great World's chance to ascend, but they also cut off their own path to becoming Dao sovereigns. Knowing they could only wait for death in the Great World, these heavenly sovereigns left, and even took away some of the already insufficient origin of the Great World. This made the Great World's situation even worse. From then on, the Great World began to decline. The territory continued to expand, but resources could no longer regenerate. Its power grew weaker and weaker, and collapse was only a matter of time. Only the four battlegrounds, due to the presence of the four origin divine beasts, still had new resources being born. Everything developed in the worst possible direction, eventually reaching a point of no return. The Great World's current state, besides the many karmic causes, was partly brought about by those heavenly sovereigns. Those heavenly sovereigns, as people of the Great World, ended up abandoning the Great World. How laughable. Lin Moya spoke softly, his tone full of mockery. Vermilion Bird said, actually, we can't blame them. At the heavenly sovereign level, with nowhere to advance, that feeling is understandable. A heavenly sovereign once told me that for beings at their level, having no way to advance is an incredibly terrifying despair. So they would try everything possible to gain a chance to advance. As for this world, they had attachments to it too, but compared to advancing, the world was something they could abandon. Black Tortoise also added, it's not that the world can be abandoned. For the sake of advancing, there's nothing that can't be abandoned. There was also a heavenly sovereign who said that if they could become Dao sovereigns, they would come back to save the Great World. Lin Moya said disdainfully, after leaving the Great World, can they still advance to become Dao sovereigns? They can. Azure Dragon suddenly spoke up, giving Lin Moya a definitive answer. Black Tortoise also said, indeed they can, it's just much more difficult. Compared to staying in the Great World, the difficulty is much higher. With the Great World completely hopeless, they had no choice but to leave. Vermilion Bird looked at Lin Moya, do you hate them? Lin Moya shook his head, I don't hate them. I have no right to hate them. Because I'm not a heavenly sovereign, I can't understand their despair. I also don't know if I reach the heavenly sovereign level, whether I would make the same choice as them. I wouldn't now, but what about in 100,000 years or 200,000 years? Faced with death, would my thoughts change? I really don't know. Lin Moya was speaking the truth. Time can change many things. No one can guarantee that their future self will have the same thoughts as their present self. Chapter 2258. Chapter 2258, 2258. Chapter 2258, his level is higher than ours. Lin Moya did not blame those heavenly sovereigns. Each person has different positions and perspectives, and their choices naturally differ. He had no right to blame others, and he couldn't guarantee what choices he would make if he were in their position. He could only say what decisions he would make now. Lin Moya's Dao heart was firm. His current goal was to do everything possible to save the great world and restore it. White Tiger, after listening for a long time, muttered, "What's the point of talking about ancient matters? It's better to talk about the present and the future." Vermilion Bird surprisingly did not refute White Tiger's words. "Indeed, we should talk about the future." The four origin divine beasts did not have much sympathy for the tragic experiences of the human race. They belonged to the great world, not to the human race. As long as the great world still existed, even if the human race perished, they wouldn't be too sad. In their eyes, the human race was no different from the intelligent cosmic beasts. They had once fought alongside the human race, so their relationship with humans was relatively good. Black Tortoise said, "Now that I am awake, I will purify the remaining power of the black blood great world in the great world." White Tiger said, "There are still some remnants of the black blood great world outside the domain. I will go and deal with them." Actually, these are not the key issues. The key issue is that in over 1,200 years, that thing called the battle realm will arrive. According to what Lin Moya said, although there won't be any heavenly sovereigns in that world, there will be no shortage of supremes and peak supremes. And our current situation is so bad. Black Tortoise said, "Indeed, the great world can no longer withstand another impact. However, the arrival of the battle realm is also an opportunity. It might be the chance for the great world to recover." Azure Dragon said, "In ancient times, I once had the combat power of a heavenly sovereign, but now I no longer have it. There are still over 1,000 years left. I need to recover some of my strength." Back then, Azure Dragon returned most of its origin power to the great world, so its current combat power was no longer at the heavenly sovereign level. Not only Azure Dragon, but Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise were even weaker. Although they could still contend with peak supremes by borrowing origin power, the battle realm was also a world with origin power. In a real fight against the peak of the battle realm, except for Azure Dragon, the other three would mostly lose. Moreover, there were no supremes left in the human race. In this state, Azure Dragon, as the top combat power, needed to be as strong as possible to increase the chances of victory. Black Tortoise said, "I remember that many people left the domain back then. Among them, there seemed to be supremes, and some who retired from the battlefield were also supremes." White Tiger said, "Even if there are supremes, what use are they? Their lifespans have long been exhausted. Even if we find them, they would only be corpses." "Do you intend to make corpses fight?" Lin Moya's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought of a possibility. Corpses could indeed be used for fighting. Not only could they fight, but their combat power would be stronger than when they were alive, and they could self-destruct again after dying. Many thoughts emerged in Lin Moya's mind. At this moment, Vermilion Bird's eyes lit up. It said to Black Tortoise, "Do you mean to retrieve the origins of those supremes?" Black Tortoise nodded slowly, "That's right. After those supremes died, their rule worlds might not have dissipated, and there would still be some origin power left in their rule worlds. Even if they dissipated, they might have gathered their origin power for their descendants. The outer domain is not a good place. All kinds of things can happen. Those supremes would have tried various ways to protect their descendants. They might have even left their rule worlds for their descendants to live in." Vermilion Bird asked, "If we find them, what do you plan to do?" Black Tortoise said, "Bring back the origin. If they agree, bring the people back too. If they don't agree, kill them." It spoke calmly, as if discussing something trivial. Human lives were indeed insignificant in their eyes. To them, as long as they could save the great world, it didn't matter if the human race perished. White Tiger said, "After we eliminate the pests of the black blood great world, I'll use the blood of the human race to activate the bloodline tracking and find those guys in the outer domain. We still have time. I'll find them one by one. We can always find some origin. With origin, our combat power can also recover a bit." At this moment, White Tiger looked at Lin Moyo. "Lin Moyo, I need the blood of the human race for bloodline tracking, and the stronger the better. The strongest in your human race should be half-step supremes." Boom! Lin Moya's killing intent surged, and he stared at White Tiger with a hostile gaze. White Tiger was startled. "Lin Moyo, what are you doing?" The other three origin divine beasts also looked at Lin Moyo in surprise, not knowing what had happened to him. When they talked about killing people earlier, Lin Moyo had no reaction. Lin Moya said in a low voice, "That half-step supreme is my sister." White Tiger was stunned, its mouth twitching, and its voice softened immediately. Sorry, I didn't know. I was just joking. Actually, I only need a little blood, not much." Lin Moyo asked, "How much blood do you need?" White Tiger smiled, "Just 1 or 2 drops of essence blood will do." Lin Moyo extended his finger and forced out 2 drops of essence blood. "Is this enough?" The 2 drops of essence blood floated in the starry sky, radiating powerful energy. Although Lin Moya was only at the other shore realm, his physical body and soul were extraordinarily strong, far surpassing ordinary other shore cultivators. His soul was already comparable to a half-step supreme, and his physical strength was the same. With both his soul and body being strong, his bloodline was naturally powerful. Seeing Lin Moya's essence blood, the four origin divine beasts widened their eyes. How can this be? Such rich origin power. How is your origin power so strong? I feel like your origin power is stronger than ours. They looked at Lin Moya as if he were a monster. Lin Moya naturally knew that his blood contained origin power. Because he possessed origin spells, the origin power had long seeped into his bloodline and soul. He stared at White Tiger. Is this enough? Enough, enough. White Tiger nodded its big head repeatedly. Good, take it. Lin Moya waved his hand, sending the 2 drops of essence blood to White Tiger. Although essence blood was precious, he didn't lack it. His bloodline was strong, his energy like a dragon. Even if he gave away 1 or 2,000 drops of essence blood, it wouldn't matter. White Tiger was about to collect the essence blood when Black Tortoise said, "Wait a moment." White Tiger asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Black Tortoise looked at Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon, check if the origin power in the essence blood is useful to us. They were origin divine beasts, their power coming from the great world's origin, and they were extremely eager for origin power. If the origin power in Lin Moya's essence blood was useful to them, it would be a great joy for them. Azure Dragon's eyes emitted 2 beams of light as it began to sense. The 3 origin divine beasts watched it, not daring to breathe. Lin Moya was curious. If his essence blood was useful to them, he could give them some. Of course, it wouldn't be for free, there would be a price. Lin Moya had already thought of the price. If they became stronger, the chances of the great world winning the battle against the battle realm in 1,000 years would increase. Lin Moya wasn't worried they wouldn't work hard. Their lives were tied to the great world. As long as the great world lived, they wouldn't die. So they would fight desperately for the great world. Azure Dragon studied for a long time and finally sighed. No, it only contains the aura of origin, not the actual origin power. Even if it had origin power, we couldn't use it. Chapter 2259. Chapter 2259, 2259. Chapter 2259, the small world has disappeared? White Tiger opened its mouth. Why? Azure Dragon said, because his origin power does not come from the great world, but from the boundary sea. It quietly collected the 2 drops of essence blood without saying a word. Lin Moya found it strange. Isn't origin power all the same? What's the difference? Vermilion Bird said, whether your origin power comes from a more powerful world or the boundary sea, it's different from ours. We are the origin divine beasts of the great world, our origin power comes from the great world. The great world has the ability to devour and absorb other origin powers, but we don't. Well, if that's the case, Lin Moya had no solution. White Tiger took away the 2 drops of essence blood. After I deal with the pests of the black blood great world, I'll use your essence blood for bloodline tracking. You might feel something at that time, don't be surprised, it's nothing. Lin Moya nodded slightly. Alright, I understand. Azure Dragon let out a light cry. Let's each do our own tasks now. After saying this, Azure Dragon was about to return to the center of the battlefield to go back into hibernation. 1,000 years of time wouldn't allow it to recover much strength, but even a 1% increase would be good. Lin Moya suddenly called out to Azure Dragon, "Wait, Elder Azure Dragon, I have something else to ask you." Azure Dragon was very polite and had a good attitude. Go ahead. Lin Moya said, now that all 100 divine paths are broken, and divine paths are difficult to repair and can only be rebuilt, the talisman Heavenly Sovereign told me 3 methods. One of them is to completely dismantle a divine path, then a new divine path can be rebuilt on the original site. Azure Dragon let out a light hum. You want me to dismantle the divine path, right? Lin Moya frankly admitted, yes. Azure Dragon shook its big head. This is indeed a method, but unfortunately, we can't do it. The divine paths are related to the origin of the great world. Besides the origin, they also contain the power of heavenly sovereigns. I am an origin divine beast of the great world. I cannot use the origin of the great world to attack the divine paths. If I don't use origin power, my combat power is not strong enough to clear away the power left there by heavenly sovereigns. Lin Moya didn't doubt Azure Dragon's words. I see, it seems this path is not feasible. Azure Dragon said, so you only have 2 methods left. Either absorb the origin of the battle realm, perhaps the great world can evolve the 101st rune. However, given the current state of the great world, this probability is not high. The last method is to build a divine path that directly reaches the origin of the great world, but this divine path, even the heavenly sovereigns of ancient times couldn't build it, it's too difficult. Lin Moya wasn't disappointed in his heart, he had anticipated this answer. I understand, we'll take it one step at a time. Vermilion Bird chuckled, the great path is difficult, but there's always a glimmer of hope. Don't be discouraged, believe in yourself. Thank you. Azure Dragon returned to the center of the battlefield and went back into hibernation. Its domain enveloped the starry sky, and its aura began to rise again. This hibernation was different, it was voluntary. While hibernating, it communicated with the origin of the great world, hoping to recover as much power as possible. Black Tortoise let out a low growl. I'm going to purify the dark void. Vermilion Bird directly landed on White Tiger's back. Let's go to the outer domain to eliminate the last remnants of the black blood great world. Lin Moya nodded. I'll send you off. He opened space gates, sending the 3 divine beasts away one by one. He sent Black Tortoise into the dark void, then sent White Tiger and Vermilion Bird to the border area. White Tiger and Vermilion Bird passed through the border area towards the outer domain. This trip was not only to hunt down the remnants of the Black Blood Great World but also to search for humans who had been scattered in the outer domain since ancient times. Who knows if those people are still alive, perhaps they've all died out. The outer domain is not a good place. The further from the inner domain, the more dangerous it becomes. Most of these dangers come from the Boundary Sea. The power of the Boundary Sea seeps in from the edges of the world. The power of the Boundary Sea is very strong and can evolve all kinds of strange phenomena. Lin Moyo had been to the Boundary Sea once, and even he didn't dare to enter it. The Boundary Sea gave him a very dangerous feeling. If the world itself is strong enough, the power that seeps in will be weak, and naturally, the danger will decrease. But the current Great World is like a ball with holes everywhere. One can imagine how strong the power seeping in from the Boundary Sea is. Lin Moyo wasn't worried about White Tiger and Vermilion Bird. After all, they are the origin divine beasts of the Great World. They should be safe within the Great World. A day later, Lin Moyo returned to the Human Star region. As soon as he returned, the Human Emperor Network actively contacted him, inquiring about the situation. After learning that everything was fine, the Human Emperor clearly breathed a sigh of relief. The human race is very busy now. The resources brought back need a long time to be transformed and arranged properly. The human race is also bustling with activity, with the Human Emperor constantly issuing new tasks, involving the entire human race in the transformation. In addition, Lin Moyo learned from the Human Emperor that in a few days, the Starspace Fish people would come to visit. During the previous war between humans and the 100 races, the Starspace Fish people chose to remain neutral. In Lin Moyo's eyes, this choice was not the best. However, everyone knows the relationship between the Starspace Fish people and the human race. They were originally vassals of the human race, a race created by heavenly sovereigns. They have no karmic enmity with either the Great World or the human race, so the human race didn't bother with them. If it were any other race that dared not to take sides, they would have been directly eliminated. The human race didn't make a move, and the 100 Races Alliance would certainly have made a move. Now that the human race has achieved a great victory, with only a few races left in the entire Great World, countable on one hand, as long as the Starspace Fish people aren't too stupid, they would naturally come to visit and establish good relations. Lin Moyo didn't have much feeling about their visit. He didn't even want to participate. After all, he had past grievances with them. However, when he heard that the leader of the delegation was Yukingro, Lin Moyo changed his mind. This princess of the fish people had once risked her life to bring him information. Lin Moyo would not forget this favor. Not far from the Vermilion Bird Star region, in the starry sky that was once the border of the human race, this was also where Lin Moyo's small world was located. Lin Moyo returned here again. After many years, he wanted to see his small world again. But when he arrived here, Lin Moyo suddenly discovered that the small world had disappeared. The location of the small world couldn't be wrong, but the small world was really gone. How could this be? Thinking back to how the small world had been flickering before, it did seem like it was about to leave. It's not difficult for a small world to leave, even he could take the small world to other places. But where did the small world go? Where could it have gone? What about Antares? Wasn't he supposed to come out? Hundreds of years have passed, why hasn't he come out yet? What exactly happened in the small world? Suddenly, his connection with the small world appeared again. The small world just abruptly appeared before his eyes, as if what he had seen before was just an illusion. Chapter 2260. Chapter 2260, 2260. Chapter 2260, My Soul Zero. The small world indeed reappeared, so suddenly, without any warning. Lin Moyo was very close to the small world at this time, less than 100,000 kilometers away, which was not safe. Less than a second after the small world appeared, Lin Moyo's soul sent out a frantic warning. Danger! 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 Lin Moyo's heart stirred, and the laws of time and space intertwined, forming the power of time and space, enveloping his entire body. Mastering the two laws completely and intertwining them into the power of time and space was Lin Moyo's confidence in coming here again. The danger of the small world comes from the power of time and space. I will use the power of time and space to deal with it, hoping to reduce the danger significantly. As he thought this, a vast power of time and space already rushed towards him. The two forces of time and space collided, and Lin Moyo's whole body trembled, being forcibly shaken away. His soul was also impacted by the power of time and space, twisted and deformed by the collision. So strong! Lin Moyo marveled. The opponent's power of time and space far surpassed his own. At the same time, he also showed joy. His idea was correct. The power of time and space could indeed block the opponent's attack. At least his life was safe, but unfortunately, his power of time and space was not strong enough to counter it. Let's try again. Lin Moyo continued to envelop himself in the power of time and space and charged towards the small world, and another powerful force surged. With a bang, Lin Moyo was shaken away again. This time the force was stronger than before. Lin Moyo felt his power of time and space almost shattered. At the same time, he seemed to hear the sound of water. As he heard the sound of water, his connection with the small world rapidly weakened. The small world once again became illusory in his vision and disappeared in an instant. Only the sound of water continued, the sound of the Boundary Sea. The last time he came, Lin Moyo had heard the sound of the Boundary Sea. The disappearance of the small world is related to the Boundary Sea. Lin Moyo was now very certain that a mysterious strong person was manipulating everything behind the scenes. This mysterious strong person was outside the great world, trying to take the small world away. Such an existence had already surpassed the realm of heavenly sovereigns. Why take the small world? Is it for the staff of calamity? Antares is still in the small world. What should I do? Lin Moya thought for a long time but couldn't come up with a solution. He couldn't even get close, he could only watch the small world disappear. Lin Moya felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Antares, don't let anything happen to you. You said you would go to the Dragon Clan with me, you must be safe. At this moment, Lin Moya thought of the first batch of people who came out of the small world. They also mysteriously disappeared. Could it be that they were also taken out of the great world? Such a strange thing happening under the eyes of the Human Emperor Network. Now thinking about it, it was highly possible. Lin Moya watched from a distance, not approaching any closer. After a while, the small world reappeared. Then the small world disappeared again, and after a while, it reappeared. Disappearing, reappearing, constantly cycling. It was like starlight, flickering on and off. Compared to last time, the disappearance time was getting longer, and the existence time was getting shorter. This also indicated that the connection between the small world and the great world was getting weaker and weaker, and it was not far from completely leaving. In the end, it's still a matter of strength. The slight pride brought by exterminating the 100 races and clearing the remnants of the Black Blood Great World vanished at this moment. Even when facing beings like the Origin Divine Beasts, Lin Moya did not feel any frustration. Even if he had to fight, he dared to fight with all his might. But facing his birthplace, the small world, Lin Moya felt a sense of powerlessness. His consciousness entered his soul, and Lin Moya saw his soul world, a world full of vitality. Starlight glittered, stars dotted the sky, spell stars hung high, and the world tree naturally stretched out, covering the sky and the sun. Lin Moya saw the coffin of slumber, it was always by his side, and inside it, his 4 wives were sleeping. His soul reached out and gently touched the coffin of slumber, thoughts of longing surged. So tired. Qian, Yunar, Honor, I really feel a bit tired. Becoming a supreme is so difficult, becoming a heavenly sovereign is even harder, I don't know if I can succeed. But don't worry, I won't forget what I said, I will become a supreme, become a heavenly sovereign, I will defy fate. Lin Moya's soul felt tired, a feeling he hadn't had in a long time. Since entering the great world, he had been busy, never stopping in his pursuit of his goals. At this moment, facing the powerlessness of the small world, he felt exhausted. I really want to sleep. His soul touched the coffin of slumber, and unknowingly, Lin Moya fell asleep. The sleep of the soul, like the hibernation of an Origin Divine Beast, completely relaxed his soul. The world tree dropped countless branches, slowly wrapping around Lin Moya, sending a large amount of soul power into his soul. The wood god Flower King left by the talisman Heavenly Sovereign was rolled over by the world tree and sent into Lin Moya's soul. The wood god Flower King melted quickly upon touching his soul, wrapping around it like flowing water. The aura of his soul was rapidly strengthening. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal unknowingly completed its sublimation, a 10th color gradually appearing. Although still weak compared to the other 9, it was indeed a real 10th color. This was a miracle, even in the history of the Dragon Clan, such a miracle had never occurred. The 10-colored dragon soul crystal spat out a breath of dragon breath towards Lin Moya's soul. The dragon breath was warm and nourishing, making his soul more pure and clear. The divine cauldron, which had been silent for many years, automatically flew up, coming above his soul, pouring out a large amount of golden light. This mysterious substance called divine power seemed to amplify the effects of the world tree and the 10-colored dragon soul crystal, making Lin Moya's soul even purer. In the originally purple gold soul, a golden flame suddenly appeared. The aura of origin wafted from the flame, gradually spreading throughout the soul world. Lin Moya knew nothing of this, he remained in a state of deep sleep, his soul completely relaxed, sleeping soundly. Even in his sleep, his soul still held the Staff of Calamity, and at this moment, the soul gem on the Staff of Calamity lit up, emitting a faint light. The faint yellow light flowed like water, and wherever it passed, whether it was divine power, the dragon breath of the 10-colored dragon soul crystal, or the soul power of the world tree, all were fused together, forming a whole, completely absorbed by his soul. The soul gem on the Staff of Calamity acted like a commander, with all the various powers like soldiers, completely obeying the commander's orders. Under its effect, his soul absorbed all the energy, becoming more perfect. It looked like purple gold jade, with a flame burning in the center of the jade. Brat, didn't I tell you not to come? Why do you keep coming back to court death? I told you, I'm fine, don't come looking for death. Lin Moya vaguely heard Antares' voice, and his soul, which had been in deep sleep for an unknown amount of time, slowly awakened. Lin Moya opened his eyes and found himself still in the starry sky, with the small world billions of kilometers away. The small world was flickering, gradually disappearing, another cycle. For a moment, he couldn't tell if he had heard wrong, or if it was just a dream. Antares, is that you? Lin Moya sent a message towards the small world. If it was really Antares, he should be able to hear it. A few seconds later, Antares' voice boomed in his ears. Get lost, I told you not to come, so don't come. Lin Moya didn't leave, but continued to ask, when exactly can you come out? A few seconds later, Antares' voice sounded again, there was an accident, I'll be out soon. The more you come, the later I'll come out. Get lost, when I come out, I'll naturally find you. The small world disappeared, and Lin Moya's connection with it was completely severed. Instead, traces of the Boundary Sea's aura appeared in the starry sky. This time, the perception was clearer than ever before, like a nearsighted person suddenly putting on the right glasses. Not only the Boundary Sea, but Lin Moya felt the entire starry sky becoming clearer, as if he had opened the eyes of his soul. Ha! My soul! Chapter 2261. Chapter 2261, 2261. Chapter 2261, The Power of Origin, Soul of the Supreme. Lin Moya's attention fell on his soul, and he was surprised to discover that his soul had undergone a tremendous change. His soul was like purple gold beautiful jade, moist and noble, no longer looking like a soul but rather like a real living being. In the center of the soul, roughly where the heart would be, a golden flame was burning. As the flame flickered, strands of origin essence were emanating, permeating the soul world. With the origin essence, the entire soul world seemed to become stronger. Origin fire, Supreme Realm Soul. Lin Moya was shocked by himself. He had only slept for a while. How did his soul reach the Supreme Realm? I didn't cultivate, didn't receive any rewards, and didn't comprehend the Tao. Could it be that I was too tired usually, my soul was too tense, and now that I've relaxed, I can take a step further? The Tao follows nature. Could this be achieving the great Tao through natural non-action? After thinking about it, this was the only possibility. After confirming that his soul had ascended to the Supreme Realm, Lin Moya felt even stranger. The divine path was broken, and the road to Supreme in the great world was almost blocked. To become Supreme, one needed to cross the divine path, gain the recognition of the great world, obtain the origin of the great world, and have origin power contained in one's rule world. With origin power, the rule world of the Supreme would be greatly enhanced, far surpassing the Holy Venerable. But Lin Moya was very clear about the current situation of the great world. With the divine path broken, it was impossible to gain the recognition of the great world again, and it was very difficult to obtain origin power from it. Without origin power, one could not become supreme. So to become supreme in the great world, one needed to find origin power. The origin power was not the kind of origin spell that Lin Moya obtained in the small world, but something similar to origin crystals. It had to be ownerless origin crystals, such as those left after the destruction of a world, and they had to be non-conflicting. Even if he got special origin crystals like those from the Black Blood Great Realm, they would be useless. Lin Moya had never obtained origin crystals, and he was also very curious about where his origin power came from. His origin was not the origin of the great world at all. Although both were origin power, they felt completely different. With his soul's sensitivity, he could easily sense the difference between the two. The more he looked at the flame inside his soul, the more familiar it seemed. A golden flame. Isn't this just divine power? Lin Moya finally knew where his origin power came from, the divine power from the Divine State Cauldron. When he obtained the Divine State Cauldron back then, even Antares was surprised. Thinking back now, for something that could surprise even someone of Antares' level and strength, the Divine State Cauldron must be of an extremely high level. Later, the Divine State Cauldron rarely showed any activity. The most recent time was in the Cloud Mist sect, and it had been silent for hundreds of years since then. Who would have thought that the divine power inside it was actually origin power? No wonder the Divine State Cauldron has such miraculous effects. Divine power is origin power. But for my soul to become like this, the Divine State Cauldron alone is not enough. The law of time converged in the soul world, forming into a projection of a scene. Time reversal. Through the law of time, Lin Moya examined the past to see exactly what had happened to him. Scene after scene during his sleep was presented before his eyes, and Lin Moya finally knew what had happened to him. The World Tree, the 10-colored Dragon Soul Crystal, and the Divine State Cauldron worked together, finally led by the Soul Gem of the Calamity Scepter, ultimately bringing about this evolution. Without relying on the origin power of the great world, his soul had reached the Supreme Realm. For Lin Moya, half of his path to the Supreme Realm had been opened. He only needed to open the other half for his physical body to become supreme. He didn't need the divine path, nor did he rely on the great world. Lin Moya had known about this path for a long time. He had thought about looking for items containing origin power after helping the great world sever its karma. But now, before he even went looking, origin power had appeared on its own. It turns out I've been sitting on a treasure mountain without knowing it. The 10-colored Dragon Soul Crystal, the Divine State Cauldron, the Calamity Scepter, any one of these was a rare treasure. Even in ancient times, those heavenly venerables would have fought over them. Lin Moya's attention returned to reality. The breakthrough of his soul had not led to an increase in his realm. He was still at the other shore realm, not yet a holy venerable, and his rule world had not been constructed. The next thing to do was to elevate all his laws to rules, and then try to construct the rule world. The star refining of laws was not yet complete, still lacking some of the 10,000 stars, and there were not enough world crystals. Lin Moya had his own ambitions. He hoped that his rule world could surpass all holy venerables, not just the holy venerables of this era, but also those of ancient times. His ambition was great. He wanted to walk a path that no one had ever walked before. The rule world, not just perfect. After constructing the rule world, reaching half-step supreme, rebuilding the divine path, gaining the recognition of the great world, truly ascending to supreme. Rather than saying, reaching the supreme realm by relying on the Divine State Cauldron. Unless he also wanted to leave the great world, he couldn't escape this hurdle of the great world. There's still a lot to do. Taking one last look at the flickering small world, Lin Moya turned and left through the space gate that opened. The doors of the central divine hall were tightly closed, and a large number of arrays inside the hall were operating, exuding a peculiar aura. Little Mist sat on Little Ox, her big eyes filled with curiosity. What exactly is divine wandering like? Holy Venerable How smiled and said, divine wandering is a very special experience. When you have the chance in the future, Little Mist, you can try it too. Hearing this, Little Mist became excited and shouted, yes, yes, Little Mist wants to divine wander too. Holy Venerable How smiled warmly, let's hope this divine wandering will also bring some gains. As she spoke, Little Mist suddenly turned her head towards the sky. Ah, Master is back. A space gate appeared in the starry sky outside the Divine City, and Lin Moya flew out. With a step, he entered the Divine City. Seeing the tightly closed central divine hall and sensing the peculiar aura, Lin Moya knew that Heavenly Holy Venerable had started divine wandering again. Now that major matters were settled, Heavenly Holy Venerable could safely conduct divine wandering, hoping to enter the battle realm again and obtain more information. Over 1,000 years seemed like a long time, but it was actually very short. There were also supremes in the battle realm, and there were chances to obtain realm sea shells and enter the realm sea. They should also know about the impending encounter with the Great World, and might be preparing for a great battle. Master! Little Mist called out joyfully, abandoning Little Ox and directly hanging onto Lin Moyo. In that moment, Little Ox felt a sense of abandonment. Holy Venerable How looked at this scene with a smile. Finally back, you've worked hard. Lin Moya smiled, it's all what needed to be done. How are things within the clan now? Holy Venerable How said, the clan is well. With these resources, our clan's fortune is rising, and talents are emerging in droves. Lin Moya shook his head, this is good, but not of much use. What really determines victory or defeat is still top-tier combat power. Holy Venerable How naturally understood that true victory or defeat was not determined by how many talents the clan had, but by the truly top-tier combat power within the clan, how many Supremes and Holy Venerables there were. Holy Venerable How sighed, it's a pity that the divine path is broken. We old fellows, even if we fight to the death, can at most reach half-step Supreme. Lin Moya said, the 4 origin divine beasts have awakened, the Red Star Supreme will also return to arrange the 10,000 star great array, and there's me and my sister. We are not without fighting power. There are still over 1,000 years. The future is unknown, anything is possible. Chapter 2262. Chapter 2262, 2262. Chapter 2262, Blood-Killing God, Causality Gourd. After chatting with Holy Venerable How for a while, Lin Moya went to where the human emperor's main body was. All the human race's other shore realm cultivators were cultivating there, and their next task was to seize the time to cultivate. As for why they were cultivating, the other shore realm ancestors didn't know. However, since it was an order from Heavenly Holy Venerable, they would all obey. Heavenly Holy Venerable solemnly told them that the battle was not over, and the real Great War was about to begin. In the future Great War, the other shore realm cultivators would only be cannon fodder. If they wanted to survive, they had to quickly cultivate and achieve the Holy Venerable realm. The usually rare other shore realm ancestors were now all sitting cross-legged in the starry sky, diligently cultivating. Lin Moya's arrival awakened many people, and they all looked towards Lin Moyo. Upon seeing Lin Moyo, many ancestors stood up and saluted Lin Moyo. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. These other shore realm ancestors, who had lived for thousands of years, all respected Lin Moya greatly. They all knew that Lin Moyo had led the previous 100 races war, and Lin Moya's combat power was unparalleled. Even if all these other shore realm cultivators were tied together, they would not be Lin Moya's match. With Lin Moya's talent, becoming a Holy Venerable was a certainty, and reaching half-step Supreme was not a problem. No one doubted Lin Moya's future. Just looking at Lin Mohan was enough to know. In the Great World, strength was respected, so they all respected Lin Moya greatly and called him Mr. Lin. Lin Moya returned the salute to the other shore realm cultivators, his gaze sweeping over them until he found Elder Lin. Blood-Killing God was right next to Elder Lin, and at this moment, Blood-Killing God's state was very strange. He seemed to be at the other shore realm, but not quite. In Lin Moya's eyes, Blood-Killing God was stronger than half-step other shore, but slightly weaker than a true other shore. There was no such realm in the cultivation path, and Blood-Killing God's state was very peculiar. It was all because of the Causality Gourd. The Causality Gourd had saved Blood-Killing God's life, but it also prevented him from truly stepping into the other shore realm. Lin Moyo came before Elder Lin and slightly bowed. Elder Lin, I am here to fulfill my promise. He had previously said that once he reached the other shore realm, he could cure Blood-Killing God. The previous battles had been endless, and Lin Moyo had always been busy without any free time. Now, he finally had the chance to fulfill his previous promise, which also meant completing his own causality. Hearing Lin Moya's words, Blood-Killing God trembled all over, immediately stood up, and respectfully saluted. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Lin Moya smiled. No need to thank me, I have my own motives. Blood-Killing God smiled. Of course, as long as I can be cured, this Causality Gourd will naturally belong to you. Lin Moya said, the Causality Gourd is a rare treasure of the Causality Law. Are you really willing to part with it? Blood-Killing God laughed. What's there to be unwilling about? It's just a gourd. He spoke with great boldness, showing no attachment to the Causality Gourd. Lin Moya looked at Elder Lin. Elder Lin, what do you think? Elder Lin chuckled. I have only ever been passionate about tea in my life. Everything else is just external possessions. Lin Moya nodded. Blood-Killing God, please sit. Blood-Killing God sat down as instructed, and Lin Moya extended his hand, pressing it in the air. A stream of the Undying Rule emerged. The Undying Rule split into two, with the power of death and the power of life simultaneously entering Blood-Killing God's body. Lin Moya said, the filthy blood power of the Black Blood Great Realm has already infiltrated your bloodline, eroded your soul, and finally polluted your blood sea. So the first step is to remove the filthy blood from your bloodline. Then the soul, and finally the blood sea. The process might be a bit painful, so bear with it. If you really can't bear it, you can cry out. The soul pain is unbearable, and it's not shameful. Blood-Killing God said in a low voice, Mr. Lin, please proceed. I can endure it. Wherever the power of death passed, the filthy blood in the bloodline was quickly corroded and soon completely removed by the power of death. While removing the filthy blood, the bloodline inevitably suffered damage. He trembled all over, countless drops of blood oozing from under his skin, turning him into a blood man. The power of life followed closely, beginning to heal the injured bloodline. After the pain, there was endless comfort. Blood-killing God instinctively wanted to shout out in pleasure, but immediately after, the power of death began to corrode other parts. Blood-killing God fell into a whirlpool of pain again, feeling both pain and pleasure, trembling all over but not uttering a sound. Lin Moya cleared Blood-killing God's bloodline as quickly as possible, and then it was the turn of the soul. Blood-killing God opened his soul to let Lin Moya in, and Lin Moya manipulated the world-burning fire to burn away the bloodlines in the soul. Fortunately, Blood-killing God's soul body was not heavily polluted, only a little, much better than Suanwea. When the world-burning fire burned the soul, Blood-killing God finally couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Soul pain was unbearable for ordinary people. After the intense pain, there was comfort. The comfort of the soul was equally stimulating, and Blood-killing God almost couldn't help but let out a long howl. Finally, it was the Blood Sea. Following Lin Moya's instructions, Blood-killing God summoned his Blood Sea. The Blood Sea was filled with many bloodlines, all of which were the power of the Black Blood Great Realm. The power of death swept through the Blood Sea, completely clearing out the power left by the Black Blood Great Realm. Blood-killing God felt incredibly light all over. It was the first time in so many years that he had felt this way. If Lin Moya were not still there, he would have wanted to let out a wild howl. Lin Moya transformed the power of death into the power of life to heal Blood-killing God's injuries and said, "It's done." Blood-killing God understood, immediately took out the causality gourd, and respectfully handed it to Lin Moya with both hands. "I have erased the soul imprint on it. From now on, this causality gourd belongs to you, Mr. Lin." Lin Moya accepted the reward he deserved without hesitation. "Thank you." Then he said to Elder Lin, "I have other matters to attend to. When I have some free time, I will come to have tea with you, Elder Lin." Elder Lin chuckled. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. Take care." What was once a difficult problem was now nothing in front of the current Lin Moya, easily solved with a flick of the finger. No matter what the matter, strength is the key. As long as the strength is strong enough, everything can be done with ease. With the causality gourd in hand, Lin Moya sensed the aura of the cloud mist sect from it. It could be inferred that the causality gourd should have come from a certain heavenly venerable of the cloud mist sect, possibly the illusory mist heavenly venerable. Through the causality gourd, one could accelerate the comprehension of the causality law, which might be of great use in the future. A team flew into the human race territory, and the human emperor's network opened a route for them, leading directly to the divine city. The team of the starry skyfish race had arrived, led by Yukindro, and they brought several geniuses from their clan, without any holy venerables accompanying them. The starry skyfish race showed enough sincerity and lowered their stance, clearly indicating to the human race that their status was lower than that of the human race. In some small world secular dynasties, this would mean submission. Of course, the human race had never thought of conquering the starry skyfish race. As long as they didn't cause trouble, the human race wouldn't bother dealing with them. At the port star, the human race's welcoming team had already arrived, led by Holy Venerable Hao. The human race also showed enough respect, with a Holy Venerable personally receiving them. After all, in the fish race, Yukindro's status was not much lower than that of several Holy Venerables. This also demonstrated the sincerity of the human race. As soon as Lin Moya arrived at the port star, he heard a light laugh in his ear. "Xiao, you finally came." Chapter 2263. Chapter 2263, 2263. Chapter 2263, Can we not talk about having children? Lin Moya was stunned for a moment, not expecting his elder sister to come as well. Lin Moya moved to Lin Mohan's side. "Sister, why are you here?" Lin Mohan looked at him. "Of course I'm here to see my sister-in-law." Lin Moya's expression froze. "Sister, Kindro is the princess of the fish race, and princesses can't marry outside their race." Lin Mohan's eye showed disdain. "Can't marry outside? Then she can just not be a princess. That's the fish race's rule, not my rule. As long as you want to marry her, little you, I'd like to see them dare to disagree." Lin Mohan was not at all polite, as if she would just kill her way through if the Star Sky Fish Race dared to disagree. Lin Moya said, "Don't always resort to violence, the Star Sky Fish Race is not our enemy." Lin Mohan narrowed her eyes, a dangerous light gleaming in them. "How come I heard that their clan leader once wanted to kill you? Moreover, there was the matter of Luoshan before, which shows that their princess is not really forbidden from marrying outside the race. In any case, rules are made by people. As long as you're strong enough, you can make new rules." Lin Moya naturally understood Lin Mohan domineering, forceful, and decisive. Once Lin Mohan decided on something, if you agreed, that was fine. If you didn't agree, she would just slash at you with her sword until you agreed. Lin Moya felt somewhat helpless. "Sister, can I handle this matter myself?" Lin Mohan looked at Lin Moya. "Alright, big sister will give you a chance. It's best if you can handle it yourself. If you can't, big sister will help you. I really don't need your help." Lin Moya cried out in his heart. This kind of matter was much more complicated than fighting and killing. Lin Mohan continued, "And that girl called Yuzuo, don't forget about her. Big sister thinks she's a good girl too. Don't keep dragging it out. If you drag it out any longer, big sister doesn't know when she'll be able to hold a grandnephew. Grandmother is not here, so as your elder sister, I'm like your mother. You need to think about continuing the Lin family line. Look at those other Shore Holy Venerables, which one doesn't have a big family? It's just you and big sister, isn't it too lonely? Let's build a Lin family, I guarantee it will be stronger than those holy venerables families. Lin Moya was increasingly speechless. When had his elder sister become such a chatterbox? Lin Moya let out a sigh. Sister, you've changed. You used to be so aloof and rarely spoke. Lin Mohan said, that's towards others. When have I ever been aloof to you, my little brother? If you can't accomplish this, big sister will kidnap 800 girls for you tomorrow. I don't believe none of them can bear children. Lin Moya was completely defeated and could only take his leave. The Star Sky Fish Race's team appeared in the starry sky, a fish-like warship slowly flying over, docking outside the port star. The human Emperor's network released a colorful mist to guide them. After the warship stabilized, the Fish Race's team flew out from the warship. Yukindro led the team, followed by 8 people. This team had a total of 9 members. After more than 100 years, Yukindro's realm had already risen to the 6th level of Divine Venerable. Due to the spatial laws, Yukindro's true strength was not inferior to high-level Divine Venerables, and she was also difficult to kill. The Fish Race members following behind her were all very young and all Divine Venerables. They were all geniuses within their clan. These geniuses were usually arrogant within their clan and were also very curious about the geniuses in the human race, wanting to compete with them. Lin Mohan saw Yukindro from afar, her eyes glowing slightly. This girl is not bad. Lin Moya couldn't help but ask, what's good about her? Lin Mohan said very seriously, her face is not bad. Although not as good as your big sister, it's at least 90% as good. Thin waist and big hips, good for childbearing. She's good material for having babies. Lin Moyo almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. So this was what Lin Mohan meant by not bad. Yukindro also saw Lin Moyo, a trace of joy flashing in her eyes. Then she saw Lin Mohan beside him. Lin Mohan's beauty was stunning. Even Yukindro was stunned for a moment, followed by some displeasure. Lin Moyo and Lin Mohan stood side by side, like a pair of golden boy and jade girl, making people admire and envy them. The young people who came with Yukindro all saw Lin Mohan and were immediately attracted by her extraordinary beauty. One by one, their eyes showed admiration. Lin Mohan's beauty was such that even the other Shore Realm old ancestors could hardly resist, let alone these youngsters. Lin Mohan and Yukindro's gazes met across space. They nodded to each other, and Lin Mohan said softly, the little fish girl seems to be jealous. Lin Moya changed the subject, those young people have all been captivated by you. Lin Mohan was nonchalant, isn't that normal? Don't try to change the subject. If you can't handle Yukindro, you know what will happen. Lin Moya said, sister, can we not talk about having children? Your 4 sisters-in-law are still here. That doesn't conflict. Lin Mohan directly blocked Lin Moya's words. Their conversation was seen by Yukindro. The jealousy in Yukindro's eyes grew stronger, her mouth full of sourness. What's wrong with me? Why do I care about him so much? Yukindro couldn't express her feelings, but the sourness in her heart was real. In any case, when she saw Lin Moya chatting and laughing with other women, she felt very unhappy. Yukindro cleared her thoughts and came before How Holy Venerable, curtsying gracefully. Princess Yukindro of the Star Sky Fish Race greets Elder How Holy Venerable of the human race. May the human race prosper for 10,000 generations. The young people behind her also bowed together, but their attention remained on Lin Mohan. How Holy Venerable smiled. Guests from afar, Princess Kindro need not be so formal. At this time, a box appeared in Yukindro's hand with a flash. The box was about half a meter high and wide, very exquisite. This is a gift from our clan leader, congratulating the human race on their great victory and regaining control of the starry sky. How Holy Venerable laughed heartily. Clan leader Chibai is too kind. The two seemed to be chatting happily, and the relationship between the two races also seemed very good. In fact, Lin Moya knew very clearly that How Holy Venerable had almost killed his way to the Star Sky Fish Race to demand an explanation from Yu Chibai. However, on the surface, How Holy Venerable still showed extreme politeness. This time, the fish race lowered their posture and came with gifts, which was also a form of submission. How Holy Venerable smiled. This Venerable is very curious about the gift your esteemed race has brought this time, and can't wait to see it. I wonder if Princess Kindro minds. Yukindro smiled charmingly, of course not. Originally, Kindro wanted to show and introduce it to the Venerable first. With a hint of mystery, she added, there are several items in the gift that Kindro personally selected, which are considered treasures even in our race. How Holy Venerable smiled even more happily. Oh, then this Venerable must broaden his horizons. Yukindro said, then please, Elder, open it yourself. Kindro will introduce it to you. How Holy Venerable came to the box, lightly raised his finger, and the box opened with a sound. Suddenly, a rainbow light shot into the sky, and several powerful auras burst out from the box, gathering in the sky to form a 7-colored cloud, beautiful beyond compare. Seeing this scene, everyone present knew that the treasures brought by the Star Sky Fish Race must be extraordinary. Lin Moya sensed spatial fluctuations from the treasures, knowing that some of the things inside should be related to spatial laws. The Star Sky Fish Race's bloodline contained spatial laws, and most things in their clan were related to it. It seems that the Star Sky Fish Race has really bled heavily this time. Chapter 2264. Chapter 2264, 2264. Chapter 2264, 3 gifts, different meanings. The box was not large, and inside it were 3 neatly arranged items. The value of a gift does not lie in its quantity but in its worth. If it has no value, no matter how much you give, it is useless. Yukindro introduced the gifts in the box to How Holy Venerable. She extended her delicate hand and took out the first item from the box. It was a scroll, somewhat ancient, exuding a desolate aura. Lin Moya sensed a trace of a heavenly venerable's aura from it. The scroll must have been touched by a heavenly venerable, and for quite some time. Yukingro introduced, the scroll once belonged to a heavenly venerable from ancient times. It contains a spell. Activating the scroll can unleash the spell, which has the power equivalent to a supreme strike. Although the scroll is a one-time use item, its value remains significant. After speaking, Yukingro respectfully handed the scroll to How Holy Venerable with both hands. Listening to these words, Lin Moya felt a bit strange. He could hear another layer of meaning in Yukingro's words. Lin Mohan transmitted her voice. The Star Sky Fish race is not just giving gifts, they are also showing their strength. Lin Moya nodded slightly. Indeed, the Star Sky Fish race was telling the human race that they had more than one such scroll. Since they could give one to the human race, it meant they had plenty more. At the same time, the Star Sky Fish race was making their stance clear. They could bow their heads, but they were not the vassals of the human race. Although the human race had regained control of the starry sky, the Star Sky Fish race was not to be trifled with. If the human race wanted to attack them, they would fight to the death, resulting in mutual destruction. The Star Sky Fish race, using their spatial laws, could directly enter the human race's territory and use the scrolls to cause unimaginable damage. Lin Mohan and Lin Moya could understand this, and naturally, so could How Holy Venerable. How Holy Venerable's smile did not change, but there was a hint of danger in his eyes. What a nice gift. Yukingro sighed inwardly, knowing that How Holy Venerable understood. But this was a decision made by the clan leader and the elders, and she had no power to oppose it. She could risk her life to warn Lin Moyu, and she could also die for the Star Sky Fish race. As a princess of the Star Sky Fish race, this was her duty. Yukingro's expression did not change as she took out the second gift. This time, it was a gemstone, about the size of a fist, with what seemed like flowing water inside. From different angles, it displayed different colors. As the colors shimmered, space rippled in layers, and everyone could feel the dense spatial power from the gemstone. Yukingro held the gemstone in her hand. This is a spatial crystal, refined by our clan leader over 1,000 years, gathering spatial power from the Lost Star River. It can be embedded in a magical treasure, giving it spatial power. It can also be used directly. As long as one is at the Holy Venerable realm, they can activate it to open a spatial gate. How Holy Venerable raised an eyebrow. This was indeed a good item. Opening a spatial gate was of great significance to the human race, greatly enhancing their flexibility. The spatial crystal, refined by the clan leader Yuchime over 1,000 years, was at the pinnacle of Holy Venerable realm treasures, extremely precious. It was even comparable to some supreme realm treasures. Lin Mohan transmitted her voice again. This time, they are showing weakness. Lin Moya naturally understood. This was to tell the human race that they did not want to go to war and hoped to coexist peacefully. Two gifts, one showing they could fight to the death with the human race, and the other expressing a desire for peaceful coexistence, if not as friends, then at least not as enemies. How Holy Venerable smiled as he accepted the spatial crystal, understanding the Star Sky Fish race's intentions. He said slowly, "It is indeed a good item. It will make it much easier for us to fight." The spatial crystal was refined by clan leader Chime, and it seems to still carry his aura. Yukingro smiled. The elder is joking. After all, it was personally refined by the clan leader over 1,000 years, so it is normal for it to carry some aura. With the elder's ability, removing this aura would only take an instant. How Holy Venerable nodded. That is true. As he spoke, he casually tossed the spatial crystal to Lin Moyo. Moyo, take a look. Among the human race, only Lin Moyo was proficient in spatial laws. If Yuchime had done anything to the crystal, it would not escape Lin Moyo's eyes. Lin Moyo understood How Holy Venerable's meaning. Spatial laws surged, enveloping the spatial crystal. Yuchime's aura quickly dissipated, and the spatial crystal became purer. The 8 young people who came with Yukingro all turned to look at Lin Moyo. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Spatial laws. How can the human race have spatial laws? His mastery of spatial laws is purer and more advanced than ours. Yukingro turned and scolded, "Shut up, don't embarrass yourselves." The young people immediately closed their mouths. Yukingro's status was high, not something they could compare to. In the future, Yukingro was very likely to become the clan leader. When the future clan leader spoke, they dared not disobey. Lin Moya returned the spatial crystal to How Holy Venerable, indicating that there was no problem. He had known from the start that there would be no problem. Yuchime would not play tricks on such matters. As a clan leader, Yuchime would not be so foolish. At this moment, Yukingro took out the third gift. "This gift was personally selected by me for your esteemed race." In Yukingro's hand was a box. The box was very ancient and exquisite, with runes flowing on it, looking extraordinary. Seeing the box, How Holy Venerable was slightly moved. He couldn't help but glance at Lin Moyo before speaking. "What is inside this box?" Yukingro replied, "I do not know what is inside. The box has never been opened. This box has existed since ancient times, and the contents have likely been passed down from that era. Our clan does not have a rune master, so no one can open the box. But I believe that someone in your esteemed race can open it. I wonder if this gift satisfies the elder." How Holy Venerable took the box and laughed heartily. "No matter what is inside, Princess Kingro's thoughtfulness is impeccable." From his eyes, it was clear that he was very satisfied. How could he not be satisfied? Even in ancient times, such a box was very precious. It would not be used for anything unimportant, nor would it be sealed with complex runes. In Lin Moya's view, the third gift was the most thoughtful and likely the most valuable. This gift, personally selected by Yukingro, truly represented her intentions. This future clan leader was formally expressing goodwill towards the human race on behalf of the Star Sky Fish race. The welcoming ceremony ended in a very friendly atmosphere. The teleportation array on the port star was activated, taking everyone to the next destination. This time, unlike the previous one, they did not need to take them around for sightseeing. Before the fish race came, they had already informed the human race of their itinerary. They wanted to bring their young geniuses to see the world and also to see the young geniuses of the human race. There would be several competitions between the two sides to make friends through martial arts. This time, the Star Sky Fish race was arranged outside the Divine City. The human race set up formations outside the Divine City and arranged a place for them to stay. From there, they could see the majestic Divine City and feel its power. Chapter 2265. Chapter 2265, 2265. Chapter 2265. Do me a favor, have a child for my brother. Leaving the teleportation array, the members of the Star Sky Fish race saw the Divine City. Magnificent, powerful, exquisite. No words could describe the Divine City. The Divine City is an unimaginable masterpiece, the strongest weapon left from ancient times. The young members of the Star Sky Fish race were all in awe of the Divine City, exclaiming in amazement. So this is the Divine City of the human race. The most legendary city, even in the flames of war 10,000 years ago, the Divine City stood firm. It is said that back then, the Divine City withstood the siege of powerful beings from various races for over 100 years, buying time for Xiao Zhantian. What a powerful city, this is the true foundation of the human race. This was the effect the human race wanted. From now on, the Divine City of the human race would leave an indelible impression on their hearts. Whether they became Othershore or Holy Venerable in the future, the power of the human race's Divine City would always be imprinted in their minds. Holy Venerable Hao said, "You will stay here for now. Tomorrow, we will enter the Divine City." Hearing that they could enter the Divine City, the members of the Star Sky Fish race were excited. The Divine City of the human race was not a place anyone could enter. Even for the human race, it was not easy to get in. Many human race cultivators set entering the Divine City as their goal. They did not expect the human race to show such sincerity by allowing them to enter the Divine City. Without doing anything, just being allowed to enter the Divine City was enough to show the human race's sincerity. They felt respected and were very happy. Lin Moyo observed the expressions of these people. Although they were called young, each of them was actually 300 to 500 years old. Due to their bloodline, the Star Sky Fish race's cultivation speed far exceeded that of the human race. When the human race was still at the true God or God King realm at 300 to 500 years old, the Star Sky Fish race had already reached the Divine Venerable realm. However, also due to their bloodline, the lifespan of the Star Sky Fish race was too short. Even Holy Venerables could only live for 5,000 years. With a short cultivation time, these Divine Venerables were indeed young in terms of both age and mentality. Lin Moya sighed lightly, seeing them, "I feel old." Lin Mohan chuckled, "You haven't even had a child yet, how can you be old?" Lin Moya's scalp tingled again, "Can you stop talking about having children all the time?" Lin Mohan rolled her eyes at him, "Am I wrong?" Lin Moya didn't want to argue with her, knowing he couldn't win. Suddenly, Lin Mohan walked towards Yukingro, her steps graceful and her demeanor enchanting. Seeing Lin Mohan approaching, the Divine Venerables of the fish race were once again captivated, unable to take their eyes off her, their admiration evident. Yukingro was also influenced by Lin Mohan's beauty, but thinking of her and Lin Moya standing together like a golden couple, she felt a pang of jealousy. Lin Mohan smiled as she approached Yukingro, "Sister, let's have a private chat." "Sister." Yukingro was stunned for a moment. Lin Mohan's age was unknown, but she looked very mature, indeed like an elder sister compared to herself. Lin Mohan had already walked aside, and Yukingro, for some reason, followed her. As they walked to a distance, Yukingro suddenly regretted it. Why did she agree to talk privately with her? She didn't even know the other person's name, so why did she obediently follow? Lin Mohan seemed to have a special aura that made Yukingro instinctively feel she should listen. Lin Mohan flicked her fingers, causing the space to vibrate, and an invisible force enveloped them. No matter what they said, no one else would hear. With Lin Mohan's current realm, even the human emperor couldn't hear what she said. Lin Mohan looked Yukingro up and down, "Not bad, very pretty face, thin waist, big hips, good for childbearing." Yukingro showed displeasure, "Senior, what exactly do you want to say?" Lin Mohan chuckled, "Let me introduce myself first. I am Lin Mohan, Lin Moya's elder sister, his real sister." "She is Lin Mohan, Lin Moya's sister?" Yukingro's heart trembled, all her jealousy instantly disappeared, replaced by deep joy. Yukingro blurted out, "Hello, sister." As soon as she spoke, Yukingro regretted it. How could she directly call her sister? Lin Mohan accepted it calmly, "Sister, I have a small favor to ask." Yukingro responded, "Please tell me." Lin Mohan said, "Help my brother have a child." Yukingro was stunned, her whole body stiffening, unable to react for a long time. Lin Moya watched from afar. Although he couldn't hear what they were saying, he felt that Lin Mohan wouldn't say anything good. Seeing Yukingro's reaction, he knew it was nothing good. Yukingro finally reacted after a long while, her mouth twitching, "Sister, please don't joke." Lin Mohan shook her head, "I'm not joking, I'm very serious." Although she was smiling, her tone was very serious. Yukingro said, "I am a princess of the Star Sky Fish race, and princesses cannot marry outside the race." Lin Mohan chuckled, "So, you agree yourself?" Yukingro suddenly realized she had misspoken. By saying this, she implied she was willing but couldn't agree due to the rules. Lin Mohan gently patted Yukingro's shoulder, like a big sister, as long as you agree, it's easy. Leave it to me. Your clan leader will agree. Seeing Lin Mohan's stunning smile, Yukingro suddenly had a bad feeling. Sister, what are you planning to do? Lin Mohan said, it's simple. I'll personally talk to your clan leader. If he doesn't agree, I'll beat him until he does. Don't think those scrolls are useful. In my eyes, they are nothing. Yukingro felt a bit scared. Lin Mohan didn't even care about those scrolls. Lin Mohan said, alright, you don't need to worry about this. Just agree yourself. I know the story of Luoshan in your clan. If it happened once, it can happen again. In the face of power, rules are meaningless. After their private conversation, they separated. Lin Moyo asked, what did you say to her? Lin Mohan said, nothing much, just asked if she would have a child for you. She didn't refuse and agreed directly. You, a grown man, can't even handle a little girl. Don't embarrass men, just go for it. Lin Moyo felt helpless. His sister was really. He couldn't find the words to describe her. In the Divine City, Holy Venerable Hao handed the ancient box to Lin Moyo. The box had already been studied by the rune Holy Venerable, but the runes on it were too profound, beyond the rune Holy Venerable's capability. If anyone in the human race could open the box, it would be Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo took the box without hesitation. He now had 5 similar ancient boxes, 2 from the Holy Rune Heavenly Venerable and 2 from the Mysterious Master. Lin Moyo had never opened the 5 ancient boxes, as he never had time to study the runes on them. The runes on the 5 boxes were different. Opening any of them would require a long time of research. He still didn't have time now, so he could only put the box away. The Divine City's light shone over the starry sky, showcasing its power. Yukingro stood in the starry sky, looking at the Divine City, her eyes somewhat dazed, her thoughts chaotic. Lin Mohan's words kept echoing in her mind, and she didn't know what to do. What are you thinking about? Suddenly, a voice accompanied by spatial fluctuations entered her ears. Chapter 2266. Chapter 2266, 2266. Chapter 2266. When his face is thick, it's really thick. Suddenly hearing Lin Moya's voice, Yukingro quickly came back to her senses. The next second, her figure disappeared, entering the deep space. Lin Moya was already in the deep space, as if waiting for her. A smile blossomed on Yukingro's face. Upon seeing Lin Moyo, her mood inexplicably became exceptionally good. She looked at Lin Moyo carefully. How did you come here? Lin Moya smiled and said, I came to see you. Yukingro felt warmth in her heart. Is that all? Lin Moya didn't answer directly, but instead spoke of other matters. Do you know that coming here this time is actually dangerous? Yukingro smiled and said, of course I know. It's better that I come than the elders. And even if I'm in danger, you'll definitely protect me. She seemed very confident, knowing that Lin Moya wouldn't let her die. The first 2 gifts were both a show of strength and weakness. If the human race turned hostile, there was indeed a possibility they might keep her here. Lin Moyo asked, what did my sister say to you? Yukingro's small face suddenly turned red. Don't you know? Lin Moya said, you don't need to take her words too seriously. Yukingro frowned, her eyes seeming to flare with anger. Are you saying that what she said was all false? Lin Moya sighed, that's not it. It's just that some things she didn't explain clearly. What things? Yukingro stared at him with wide eyes. She seemed to be waiting for an explanation from Lin Moyo. Lin Moya said, you know, I come from a small world. In our small world, people start families quite early. I have wives, and more than one. Lin Moyo explained about his 4 wives, and Yukingro's tightly knitted brows unconsciously relaxed. Her gaze softened. Yukingro looked at Lin Moyo, even feeling a bit of pity for him. Her voice became low. So that means, you need to reach Heavenly Venerable to reverse fate for them. Lin Moya said, yes, at least Heavenly Venerable, but Heavenly Venerable is very difficult. How difficult Heavenly Venerable was, it was simply unimaginable. Forget about Heavenly Venerable, even Supreme was incredibly difficult. The Star Sky Fish race hadn't produced even a half-step Supreme in so many years. Heavenly Venerable was something they didn't even dare to think about. Yukingro said, the clan leader once said, with all divine paths broken, it's impossible to reach Supreme in the great world, unless. Lin Moya shook his head. Although the divine paths are broken, the path to Supreme isn't completely cut off. I'm confident about reaching Supreme, but Heavenly Venerable is still out of reach for now. Moreover, the great world is about to experience a catastrophe. In this catastrophe, life and death are uncertain. If we're lucky, the great world might survive. If we're unlucky, we'll all die. Yukingro was greatly shocked. What catastrophe? Lin Moya said, there's a world that's about to collide with the great world. The 2 worlds will engage in a great war, a fight to the death. Lin Moya didn't conceal anything. They had discussed this before and had decided to tell the Star Sky Fish race about this matter soon. This catastrophe concerned the entire great world. As a part of the great world, the Star Sky Fish race couldn't stay out of it. If the great world wins, they can continue to live. If the great world loses, they will die all the same. The human race didn't want the Star Sky Fish race to help them do anything. They just wanted them to know about this matter. As for what they would do, the human race didn't care. It was likely that the clan leader and elders of the Star Sky Fish race weren't fools. They would know what to do. Yukingro looked at the colorful space turbulence in the deep space, murmuring, no wonder he wanted us to. She suddenly turned her head to look at Lin Moyo. What do you think? At this moment, Yukingro's gaze was very firm. She seemed to have made a decision. Their eyes met, and Lin Moya's gaze gradually became firm as well. And there's one more thing that needs to be clarified. Besides the 4 wives, I also have a lover in the great world. If you're willing, I'll handle the other matters. Lin Moya finally made up his mind. Dragging things out wasn't a solution. It was better to make a clean cut. He wasn't skilled in matters of emotion. It was a tangled mess that couldn't be cut cleanly, so it was better to make a swift decision. Yukingro stared at Lin Moya for a long while before uttering 2 words, 6. Lin Moya thickened his face and admitted, 6. Yukingro asked, if I don't agree, what will you do? Lin Moya said solemnly, then I can only say that we two are not fated. I won't force you. Yukingro asked again, if it's the clan leader who doesn't agree, what will you do then? Lin Moya said, clan leader Chibai once made me a promise. If he doesn't want to keep his word, then some things can't be helped. Yukingro said, Sister Han said she would beat the clan leader until he agrees. Lin Moya also smiled and said, believe that she has that ability. A half-step supreme in her eyes is just a matter of one sword strike. Yukingro heard that Lin Moya wasn't joking, and that his words were very serious. Yukingro sighed, as a cultivator, I can't go against my heart. Who is that girl, and which of us is older? Although she didn't answer directly, Yukingro had essentially agreed. Lin Moya said, her name is Yuju. I don't know which of you is older. You two can decide that yourselves. Yukingro made a sound of acknowledgement, take me to meet her someday. Alright. Now that things were settled, Lin Moya wasn't the kind of person to be indecisive. When his face became thick, he could disregard all worldly principles. Sometimes, Lin Moya felt that this was quite enjoyable, being able to do whatever he wanted. He also thought of what Bai Yaiwan had once said, that in this world, having a strong enough fist is the principle. Thinking about it now, it was indeed so. Whether in the small world or the great world, or even outside the great world, all rules were fake. It only mattered whose fist was strong enough. Yukingro nestled in Lin Moya's arms. The two chatted for a long time in the deep space. Yukingro told him about the things that had happened in the clan over these years. This included the change in attitude of the entire fish race towards the human race. Lin Moya also told her about some of the things he had done, battle after battle. Lin Moya's experiences were far richer than Yukingro's. Yukingro listened entranced, while also worrying for Lin Moya. The next day, a beam of light shot out from the Divine City, transforming into a starry road in space. The voice of the Human Emperor's network rang out, everyone, please step onto the light and enter the Divine City. Yukingro led the 8 people onto the light, which carried them towards the Divine City. Holy Venerable Hao led them on a tour of the Divine City. The Divine City was as large as a galaxy, so it was naturally impossible to walk through all of it. They could only take a cursory look at a part of it. They only saw the outskirts of the Divine City and were not allowed to enter the core area. Many humans lived in the Divine City, all of whom were geniuses with realms above Divine Venerable. Throughout the Divine City, humans were cultivating everywhere. There were arena after arena, with people engaging in martial arts on them. Just looking at the Divine City, one could feel the current state of the human race vibrant and flourishing. The young people of the fish race saw this and realized that the situation of the human race was completely different from what they had imagined. They had thought that after regaining control of the starry sky, the human race would become complacent. After all, with no enemies, even if they were cultivating, they should take some time to rest. Yukingro initially had similar thoughts, but after Lin Moya's explanation yesterday, she understood. The human race was preparing to face new enemies, more terrifying enemies. I hope this time, the clan leader can make the right choice. In her view, all the previous choices had been wrong. When the human race was at war with the 100 races, they should have taken a side and stood with the human race. If it had been like that, their relationship with the human race should have become very good. They wouldn't have had to come bearing gifts, showing strength yet also weakness, which looked somewhat ridiculous. Chapter 2267. Chapter 2267, 2267. Chapter 2267, Grandma doesn't want to hear you talk. In a palace next to the central hall of the Divine City, Lin Moya, Holy Venerable Hao, and Holy Venerable Fu were watching a projection provided by the Human Emperor's network. In the projection, the young people of the Star Sky Fish Race were touring the Divine City. The Human Emperor's network deliberately magnified the micro-expressions of the Star Sky Fish Race members, allowing Lin Moya and the others to observe their every subtle emotion. Holy Venerable Fu asked, how do you plan to deal with the Star Sky Fish Race? Holy Venerable Hao smiled, they were originally vassals of our human race, but it's been so long that they themselves have forgotten. If it weren't for this, we would have dealt with them after the 100 Races War. Holy Venerable Fu said, I'm afraid that's only one of the reasons. Holy Venerable Hao looked at Lin Moya, his meaning clear without words. Lin Moya's face thickened, let me handle the Star Sky Fish Race matter. Holy Venerable Hao immediately agreed, no problem, but this old man is curious, how do you plan to handle it? Lin Moya said, that will depend on what they do. Holy Venerable Hao didn't pursue the question further. Since Lin Moya had spoken, he would leave it to him to handle. He looked at Holy Venerable Fu, are our people ready? Holy Venerable Fu nodded, they're ready, but I don't know if Brother Lin wants to participate, after all, by age, you're younger than all of them. Lin Moya shook his head, forget it, I won't go bully children, I have other things to do. Holy Venerable Fu nodded, alright, I'll arrange the rest. Holy Venerable Hao asked, how about Moya watches the competition with us, to see the young people of our two races? Lin Moya smiled, what's there to see in children fighting? I have some things to do, so I won't accompany you. Holy Venerable Hao seemed to guess what Lin Moya was going to do and couldn't help but laugh. Holy Venerable Fu was slow to realize and still didn't understand. Lin Moya indeed wanted to make a clean cut. Since he had already decided, there was no point in wasting time. The exchange competition would last for several days, enough time for him to handle things. After touring the Divine City, the human race arranged a feast for the Star Sky Fish race, letting them enjoy human race cuisine. Meanwhile, Lin Moyo and Lin Mohan had already left the human race territory, their whereabouts unknown. The area that once belonged to the Buddhist race had now become the territory of the Star Sky Fish race. The Star Sky Fish race used spatial laws to set up formations. They didn't have many people and couldn't guard every inch of space like the human race. They could only rely on formations. If anyone invaded, the formations would naturally sound an alarm and lock down the space. Fortunately, the area occupied by the Star Sky Fish race wasn't large. After years of setup, the formations now covered the entire clan. With a slight spatial tremor, a space gate appeared outside the Star Sky Fish race's territory. Lin Moya sensed the situation of the Star Sky Fish race and quickly adjusted his laws. Just a minute later, another space gate opened, leading directly to the heart of the Star Sky Fish race territory. Yu Chibai, who was cultivating in the Star Sky Fish race territory, suddenly awoke. Spatial laws surged, and he appeared in space. His gaze swept around and saw Lin Moyo and Lin Mohan. Immediately after, several holy venerable other shore cultivators appeared one after another. Lin Moya didn't conceal his aura. Anyone above the other shore realm could sense it. Seeing Lin Moyo, several elders were surprised and also became alert. They couldn't imagine that Lin Moyo could break through the spatial formations and reach their core area before being discovered. And from the looks of it, Lin Moyo had deliberately let them discover him, otherwise they might not have known at all. This ability to appear and disappear without a trace was truly terrifying. Yu Chibai looked at Lin Moyo, his brows tightly knitted. He realized he had underestimated Lin Moyo. Not only had Lin Moyo mastered spatial laws to 100%, but he seemed to have other abilities as well. Otherwise, Lin Moyo wouldn't have been able to break through their formation blockade. Yu Chibai's gaze swept over Lin Moyo and landed on Lin Mohan. Even he was shocked by Lin Mohan's beauty. He dared to swear that Lin Mohan was the most beautiful person he had ever seen in his life. But after all, he was a holy venerable. He quickly came to his senses and moved his gaze away from Lin Mohan. Lin Moya cupped his hands towards Yu Chibai, clan leader Chibai, long time no see. Yu Chibai tried to keep calm. What are you doing here? Lin Moya said, I've come to propose a marriage. Propose a marriage? Everyone was confused. What did he mean by proposing a marriage? At this moment, Lin Mohan said, I am Lin Moya's elder sister, also his elder. On his behalf, I propose to your clan to marry Yu Kingro to my younger brother. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole hall was in an uproar. Everyone showed expressions of disbelief. What kind of person would say such things? Those present all felt that this woman must be crazy. Such a beautiful woman, it's a pity she's crazy. How can she say such things? What is she thinking? Does the human race really think they're the masters of the world? To dare say such bold words. Although the human race is strong, our clan is not to be trifled with. At worst, we'll fight to the death together. The elders of the Star Sky Fish race were furious. Anger also rose in Yu Chibai's eyes. Do you know what you're saying? Lin Mohan smiled. I spoke very clearly, and you heard very clearly. Surely a holy venerable isn't hard of hearing. Lin Moya smiled. Clan leader Chibai, don't forget what you promised me. A promise, as long as you can fulfill it, you will never break it. Yu Chibai's expression suddenly froze. How could he have imagined that Lin Moya would make such a request? He had always thought that Lin Moya and Yu Kingro were just friends. He never thought it would develop into a husband-wife relationship. He said in a deep voice, Lin Moya, I did give you a promise, but this matter is not acceptable. I cannot violate the clan's rules, even if I am the clan leader. He firmly rejected Lin Moyo. If he could agree to such things, what would become of the clan rules? Lin Mohan suddenly let out a coquettish laugh. Don't speak so absolutely. It's not the first time your clan rules have been broken. Breaking them once or twice doesn't make much difference. Lin Mohan's words reminded them of Luoshan. Although Luoshan was great, it was still a scar in the fish race. Back then, it was because the clan was in trouble that they had to accept Luoshan. Such a thing could not happen again. Yu Chibai said, the matter of Luoshan was a special case. This cannot happen again. Lin Moya said, it seems that clan leader Chibai doesn't intend to keep his promise. Yu Chibai said, everything else can be negotiated, but this is absolutely impossible. Lin Mohan laughed continuously, her voice gradually turning cold. Grandma came today to give you face. Don't be ungrateful. If you really anger Grandma, do you believe I'll slaughter you all? The atmosphere instantly froze, and all the elders shouted in anger. How dare you act wild here? Don't think your human race can cover the sky with one hand. We're not easy to deal with either. If you don't apologize, you won't be able to leave today. Capture them and let the holy venerables of the human race come to collect them. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged to the sky, instantly occupying the entire space. Space completely solidified, and along with it, the expressions of all the elders of the Star Sky Fish race froze. The aura of a half-step supreme realm was like a great sun hanging overhead, pressing down on them so they could hardly breathe. Lin Mohan said in a low voice, shut up, Grandma doesn't want to hear you talk. Chapter 2268. Chapter 2268, 2268. Chapter 2268, do you have more of this trash? The aura of a half-step supreme was so oppressive that everyone couldn't lift their heads, let alone speak. Uchibai and the two Grand Elders were holy venerables, so their situation was slightly better. However, those at the other shore realm were not as fortunate, standing there like wooden statues. Uchibai hadn't expected that this young and beautiful woman was actually a half-step supreme. Lin Moyo had such a terrifying elder sister. According to their intelligence, Lin Moyo already had extraordinary combat power, capable of fighting above his level. They hadn't expected that he had an even more terrifying elder sister. In this era, a half-step supreme was top-tier combat power, the foundation of any race. Previously, they had wondered how the human race managed to deal with the Demon Lord and the Eagle Emperor, given that after the departure of Old Star, the human race only had holy venerable level combat power. Now they finally understood that the human race had a half-step supreme, one who could act freely. Although you are a half-step supreme, our fish race is not to be trifled with, Uchibai said, struggling under the pressure of the half-step supreme's aura. He held a scroll in his hand, identical to the one given to the human race. The scroll was from ancient times. Once activated, it could unleash an attack equivalent to that of a supreme. A half-step supreme, though powerful, couldn't withstand a supreme's attack. Seeing the scroll in Uchibai's hand, Lin Moya secretly smiled. As expected, there is more than one. It seemed that the fish race had several such scrolls. The one given to the human race was both a gesture of goodwill and a message that they had supreme-level trump cards, warning the human race not to push them too far. Lin Moya looked at his elder sister. It's a pity you don't know what you're up against. When Lin Mohan saw the scroll, she couldn't help but laugh coldly. Is that it? With a flick of her finger, a sharp sword aura slashed towards Uchibai. Lin Mohan acted without hesitation. Uchibai hadn't expected Lin Mohan to suddenly attack. The two were already close, and the sword strike came quickly and fiercely. Facing the attack of a half-step supreme, he instinctively retreated, activating the scroll in his hand while shouting, "Retreat!" All the elders of the fish race retreated collectively. If this battle truly started, they would have no part in it. The scroll activated, emitting a radiant glow that quickly transformed into a blazing flame. The sword light was swallowed by the flame, leaving nothing behind. The sword strike seemed fierce but wasn't actually powerful. Uchibai realized he had been tricked. He could have blocked the sword strike himself. At this moment, an even more terrifying aura erupted in the starry sky, the true aura of a supreme. Everyone felt their bodies grow heavy, finding it difficult to move. Facing a supreme, they felt as insignificant as ants, completely powerless. The flames surged, forming a giant flame figure. The flame giant raised its massive hand and struck towards Lin Mohan. The starry sky shattered under the attack, with both Lin Mohan and Lin Moya within its range. Uchibai suddenly realized that if Lin Moya and Lin Mohan died here, their enmity with the human race would be irreconcilable, a fight to the death. This wasn't what he wanted. No matter how powerful the fish race was, they couldn't match the human race. He regretted his hasty activation of the scroll, but it was too late for regrets. I hope they can withstand it. After all, they are half-step supremes. Uchibai could only pray in his heart. At this moment, a delicate shout rang in his ears, followed by a terrifying burst of sword aura. He saw a grey giant sword appear behind Lin Mohan, with a purple line running through the blade. Her rule world is a sword. Uchibai was stunned, then his eyes widened as he saw Lin Mohan grasp her rule world in her hand. The sword aura swept across the starry sky, causing all the elders of the fish race to spit blood and retreat in horror. Their bodies and souls were swept by the invisible sword aura, suffering minor injuries. She hadn't even attacked yet, just holding the sword was terrifying enough. Uchibai's heart sank. She is not an ordinary half-step supreme. In the next second, the sword light illuminated the starry sky, shattering the flame giant's massive hand and tearing the giant itself to pieces. The flame giant exploded into fragments under the sword light, with flames scattered and burning throughout the starry sky. The scroll shattered into pieces with a bang. A supreme's attack was shattered by Lin Mohan's single sword strike. Everyone watched in horror, unable to speak for a long time. Uchibai swallowed hard. She is indeed not an ordinary half-step supreme. Like Lin Moyu, she can fight above her level. No, it's not just fighting above her level, it's fighting across realms. Clearly a half-step supreme, yet possessing supreme combat power. This woman is even more terrifying than Lin Moyo. Lin Mohan, holding the world-destroying sword, swept her sharp gaze across the scene. Her gaze was like a sword, and no one dared to meet her eyes. Finally, Lin Mohan looked at Uchibai. Do you have more of this trash? Bring them all out, and I'll cut them all. Uchibai's expression was complicated. He did have more scrolls, but he wasn't foolish enough to bring them all out for Lin Mohan to destroy. The scrolls were their trump cards. Using one meant one less, and they couldn't be wasted casually. Lin Mohan said, "Why aren't you speaking? Are you all mute?" At this moment, she held the world-destroying sword, like a goddess of war, dominating the scene. Uchibai didn't know what to say. If he said the wrong thing and angered this goddess of war, she might strike him down with her sword. Even though he mastered spatial laws, he wasn't confident he could withstand Lin Mohan's sword. With Lin Moyo, who also mastered spatial laws, beside her, if Lin Moyo locked the space, his spatial laws would be rendered ineffective. If a fight broke out, they might all be wiped out. Lin Moyo coughed lightly. Clan leader Chibai, perhaps you should reconsider your promise. Uchibai's eyes were complicated. He was genuinely considering it. He had no choice. If he didn't consider it, they might all die here today. He realized that Lin Moyo and his sister weren't here to negotiate, they were here to inform. If he agreed, everything would be fine. If he didn't agree, they would fight until he did. Faced with Lin Mohan's toughness, Uchibai was truly conflicted. After hesitating for a few seconds, he said, "Give us some time, we need to discuss this." Lin Moya smiled slightly, "Of course. Yuchibai immediately gathered the elders to discuss. Lin Moya watched from a distance, smiling, not in a hurry at all. He wasn't worried about Yuchibai and the others running away. Where could they run to? Unless Yuchibai abandoned the fish race and went to be a lone commander. Faced with the rules of the clan and the survival of their people, Yuchibai would likely make a smart decision. After a while, Yuchibai and the others finally reached a conclusion. Yuchibai's eyes were complex, filled with reluctance and humiliation, but also helplessness. He suppressed his voice. Kingro is a princess of our clan, with a noble status. If you want to marry her, in terms of etiquette. Before he finished speaking, a sword light flew from Lin Mohan's hand. Yuchibai was startled, thinking Lin Mohan was attacking again. The sword light stopped in front of Yuchibai, transforming into a sword. The sword emitted spatial aura, with ripples constantly spreading around it. It was a sword containing spatial laws. Lin Mohan's cold voice rang out, "This sword is the betrothal gift." Chapter 2269. Chapter 2269, 2269. Chapter 2269, Next time I won't be so nice. A sword imbued with spatial laws was given by Lin Mohan as a betrothal gift. The Star Sky Fish race excelled at spatial laws, and they could forge spatial law treasures themselves, so they didn't lack this sword. Several other Shore Realm elders had a flash of humiliation in their eyes, mixed with some anger, but they didn't dare to voice it. Yuchime sensed something extraordinary from this sword. He curiously reached out and grasped the sword. The sword body vibrated slightly. Yuchime's soul moved, leaving an imprint on it while simultaneously receiving information about the sword. His eyes immediately lit up with excitement, and his body trembled slightly. This sword was named the Mystic Void Sword, a Supreme Realm Spatial System treasure. In ancient times, there was a sword sect where an astonishing genius once appeared. That genius comprehended spatial laws and ultimately achieved Supreme Realm. He integrated his understanding of swordsmanship with spatial laws, forming a legacy. This legacy was eventually placed in the Sword Realm, ranking among the many legacies there. Lin Mohan took this legacy from the Sword Realm and gave it to the Star Sky Fish race as a betrothal gift. The Star Sky Fish race excelled at spatial laws but had always lacked a legacy in this area. Their application of spatial laws was very crude. With this legacy, they could truly unleash the power of spatial laws, increasing the entire race's combat power by at least 30%. Lin Mohan's voice remained cold. "Is our sincerity enough?" Yuchime hastily replied, yes, it's enough." His voice was filled with excitement, causing those around him to be very curious. The previous humiliation and unwillingness had all disappeared from Yuchime at this moment. Yuchime was only excited and thrilled, tightly gripping the Mystic Void Sword, unwilling to let go at all. Everyone was very curious about what kind of sword this was to make Yuchime behave like this. It seemed that compared to this sword, breaking clan rules didn't matter anymore. Lin Mohan nodded and smiled, "Very good, then the matter is settled. The human race's holy venerable will discuss the following matters with you. Don't go back on your word again, or grandma won't be so nice next time she comes." Yuchime nodded repeatedly, "Rest assured, Fairy Lin, this matter is settled." Lin Mohan also put away the world-destroying sword, the frost dissipating, her face once again beaming with a charming smile, "That's good." Lin Moya also said, "Clan leader Chime, in a few days, Holy Venerable Hao will have some matters to discuss with you. I hope you can make the right decision like today." After saying this, he opened a space gate and turned to leave. The space gate disappeared, and once they confirmed the two had left, the elders gathered around, asking in a flurry, "Clan leader, is this sword very special?" In fact, they all knew clearly that for Yuchime to change so drastically, the sword in his hand must be extraordinary. Yuchime's voice was still somewhat excited. "This sword is named the Mystic Void Sword, from a supreme being in ancient times. This supreme integrated spatial laws with a set of sword techniques, forming a powerful legacy. With this legacy, our clan's combat power can increase by at least 30%. A 30% increase in the entire clan's combat power. What did this concept mean?" When he said this, all the elders understood why Yuchime had changed so much. Breaking the rules once and exchanging Yukingro for a great increase in the clan's strength was a very good deal. On the way back, Lin Mohan smiled brightly. "How was that? Your big sister is a qualified matchmaker, right?" Lin Moya flattered her. "When big sister takes action, one is worth two." Lin Mohan snorted, "Stop flattering me, hurry up and have children, that's the right path." Lin Moya didn't respond to this. If he did, there would be no end to it. Pressuring for marriage was one thing, but pressuring for children, even he couldn't handle that. Lin Mohan said, "Alright, next stop is the Yu family, to pick up sister Yuju. I've already spoken with Madame Yu, she should be waiting." Lin Moya thought of Yuju, who had once said so firmly, "I will wait for the captain at the Yu family, whether it's 10 years, 100 years, or 1,000 years, Yuju will wait." In the blink of an eye, over 100 years had really passed. He wondered how Yuju was doing now. In the Divine City, the friendly exchange between the young people of the two races was ongoing. This time it wasn't a competition, everyone was just sparring, and they all showed restraint. The geniuses sent by the human race were of similar realms to those of the Star Sky Fish race. In terms of combat power, both sides had wins and losses. This wasn't a tournament, they could freely choose their opponents, and there was no limit to the number of matches. The entire process was conducted in a joyful and friendly atmosphere. Yukingro sat on the stage, watching the matches. As a princess of the fish race, she did not participate. She seemed to be watching the matches, but her gaze was somewhat distracted, thinking about other matters. She knew what Lin Mohan and Lin Moyo had gone to do, and she was very nervous. "I wonder what the clan leader's reaction will be. They won't fight, will they?" Will he suffer? The clan leader and the others shouldn't dare to kill anyone. The human race is so powerful now at most, they would drive them away. As she was lost in thought, the shell at her waist suddenly vibrated. Her consciousness moved, and she immediately heard Lin Moya's voice. It's all settled. These 4 short words calmed Yukingro's anxiety. Yukingro let out a long sigh of relief, her smile becoming even more radiant and beautiful. How did he do it? Could it really be as Sister Lin said, cutting them down one by one until they agreed? Old problems were solved, and new ones began to arise. As a princess of the fish race, Yukingro had always borne heavy responsibilities, thinking she would become the leader of the race in the future, never considering herself an ordinary woman. Before meeting Lin Moyu, she had never thought about marriage. She always felt that marriage had nothing to do with her. Even though she had feelings for Lin Moyu, she never considered that one day she would become his wife. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, everything changed. She was about to marry, becoming someone else's wife like an ordinary woman. This change in her emotions and identity left Yukingro somewhat at a loss. In her confusion, there was also sweetness. Yukingro's lips would occasionally curl into a smile, and her bright eyes became even clearer and more beautiful. In the Yu family of the Divine City Star region, among the human race, families with other Shore Realm ancestors were all powerful. The human race also valued bloodlines. Being able to reach the other Shore Realm indicated a superior bloodline. Such bloodlines naturally needed to be passed on, with more children and more blessings, hoping that among them, a genius might be born. This was indeed the case. The likelihood of geniuses emerging from major families was much higher than from ordinary families. This also ensured the continued status of these families. The Yu family was like this. Before Madame Yu, the Yu family had produced several other Shore Realm ancestors. Almost every era had an other Shore Realm ancestor, making the Yu family one of the top families. Unfortunately, the Yu family had never produced a Holy Venerable. But in this era, Madame Yu had the opportunity to become a Holy Venerable, potentially pushing the Yu family to the true peak. In the Yu family, Madame Yu's word was law, and her status was unparalleled. As soon as Lin Moya and Lin Mohan arrived at the star where the Yu family was located, they sensed an unusual aura. Lin Moya smiled slightly. Someone in the Yu family is about to break through to the other Shore Realm. Chapter 2270. Chapter 2270, 2270. Chapter 2270. If it's not dangerous, Grandma won't go. The 100 races have been pacified, and the human race has regained control of the starry sky. The human race's fortune is at its peak, the highest in hundreds of thousands of years. Geniuses emerge from the clan, and many who have struggled to break through for years have finally succeeded. This is also true for the Yu family. During the Great War, someone had an epiphany and reached the half-step other shore realm. Subsequently, they embarked on the blood path to the other shore, leveraging the benefits of the Great War to accumulate blood and finally stepped into the other shore realm after the war. The aura of advancing to the other shore realm enveloped the entire star, and the Yu family was filled with joy. The Yu family knew that they would soon have another ancestor at the other shore realm. Madame Yu, Lin Moyo, and Lin Mohan are here to visit. Lin Moyo's voice reached the Yu family. The Yu family was shaken. The fame of Lin Moyo and his sister Lin Mohan was now unparalleled in the human race. Mr. Lin and Fairy Han, why would they come to our place? They must be here to see the ancestor. I've heard that Fairy Han is stunningly beautiful. I really want to see her. Behave yourself. Without the ancestor's order, who dares to go? Just half a second after Lin Moya spoke, a figure flew out from the Yu family towards Lin Moyo. It wasn't Madame Yu, but Yu Zhu. Yu Zhu stopped in front of Lin Moyo, tears in her eyes, a smile on her lips, staring straight at Lin Moyo. In her world, it seemed there was only Lin Moyo, even ignoring Lin Mohan beside him. Captain, you finally came to see Yu Zhu. Yu Zhu smiled through her tears, her body trembling with excitement. After not seeing each other for over 100 years, Yu Zhu had matured a bit, still as beautiful as ever. If they weren't at the Yu family, Yu Zhu would probably have thrown herself into Lin Moya's arms. Madame Yu flew out after Yu Zhu, dignified and elegant, exuding the aura of the rule world. Lin Moya could see that Madame Yu was already constructing her rule world and would soon become a holy venerable. Madame Yu smiled. Welcome, Fairy Han, Mr. Lin. I've prepared tea. Good. The four entered the Yu family, and Madame Yu dismissed everyone else. Madame Yu was already aware of Yu Zhu's situation. This time, Lin Mohan formally proposed marriage to the Yu family on behalf of Lin Moyo. Madame Yu naturally agreed, not even requiring a dowry, showing her attitude. Throughout the process, Yu Zhu's smile never faded. She had waited for so many years, and finally, there was a result. The joy she felt could only be understood by herself. Half a day later, Lin Moyo and Lin Mohan left, taking Yu Zhu with them. In fact, Madame Yu knew very well that Yu Zhu's heart had followed Lin Moyo long ago. In the Divine City Star region, Yukinro suddenly looked towards the sky. She saw Lin Moya standing in the air, with a woman beside him. The woman was very beautiful, no less than herself, with bamboo patterns embroidered on her collar. Without needing to be told, Yukinro knew this was Yu Zhu, whom Lin Moyo had mentioned. After saying a word to Holy Venerable Hao, Yukinro disappeared. Lin Moyo brought them outside the Divine City, into the quiet starry sky, and introduced Yu Zhu, Yukinro. On the way, he had already told Yu Zhu about Yukinro's identity, and Yu Zhu was not jealous at all. In the worldview of the human race, it was normal for a capable man to have multiple wives. It was the same in the Yu family. Her elders all had multiple wives and concubines, and everyone lived harmoniously. For someone as capable as Lin Moyo, marrying several women was not a problem at all. In Yuju's mind, ordinary people were not worthy of Lin Moyo. Only someone like Yu Kinro, with excellent status, appearance, and talent, was worthy of Lin Moyo. Yu Kinro smiled, Sister Yuju is so beautiful. With one sentence, she already considered herself the elder sister. Yuju didn't mind, thinking that being a younger sister had its advantages, as elder sisters always took care of their younger siblings. Her elder sisters at home often took care of her. Yuju responded cleverly, hello, Sister Kinro. Yu Kinro felt a sense of satisfaction, not knowing Yuju's thoughts, sister is so clever. In a few words, the two had established their positions. Before long, Lin Moyo found himself becoming an extra, as the two quickly became good friends. Seeing the two getting along well, Lin Moyo's consciousness sank into his soul world. He gently touched the sleeping coffin and softly said, you won't blame me, will you? Yu Kinro and Yuju seemed to sense Lin Moyo's abnormality and looked over simultaneously. Lin Moyo smiled, there's something I want to discuss with you. This matter might seem unfair to you. I don't want to hold a wedding for now. When everyone is together in the future, we'll hold a wedding together. Yu Kinro chuckled, what's the big deal? We fish race never care about weddings. Yuju also said softly, in our family, taking concubines never involves a wedding. Lin Moyo didn't expect Yuju to consider herself a concubine and immediately corrected, in my family, there is no distinction between wives and concubines. Everyone is equal. Now, because things are not settled yet, we won't hold a wedding for now. In the future, when everyone is together, we will definitely hold a wedding. You are all my wives, no concubines. Yu Kinro shook her head, I don't mind. In our race, there is no distinction between wives and concubines. As long as we are together, it's fine. Yuju also nodded vigorously, me too, as long as I can be with the captain. Yu Kinro asked curiously, sister, why do you call him captain? That's because. The topic was brought up again, and the two started chatting, leaving Lin Moyo aside once more. Looking into the distant starry sky, his gaze seemed to penetrate the world's barriers, entering the realm sea, looking at a more distant place. What kind of world is the realm sea outside the great world? Those heavenly venerables left the great world to find their own path, hoping to become Dao venerables. What kind of opportunity allows them to become Dao venerables? What should I do to become a heavenly venerable? Lin Moyo thought for a long time. When Yu Kinro and Yuju had chatted enough, he took them to see Lin Mohan. Once their identities were confirmed, regardless of age, Lin Mohan would be their elder. A few days later, the Star Sky Fish Race completed their visit, and Yu Kinro led the team back. Yu Kinro felt a bit reluctant but knew they would meet again soon. Holy Venerable Hao would visit the Star Sky Fish Race soon to discuss the details and finalize everything. Moreover, Holy Venerable Hao would also discuss the matter of the impending Great War with Yu Chime. This matter concerned the life and death of the entire Great World, and the Star Sky Fish Race could no longer remain uninvolved as they had in the past. Lin Moyo accompanied Juju to tour the human race star region, visiting many places and seeing many sights. On a picturesque planet, under a starry night, Yuju fully gave herself to Lin Moyo. A month later, Lin Moyo received a message from Lin Mohan and returned to the Divine City. Sword intent surged from Lin Mohan, and sword energy cut countless cracks in the space. Are you really leaving, sister? Lin Mohan told him she was leaving to find her own path. Lin Mohan nodded, I want to achieve supreme, but not in the great world. Lin Moyo frowned, are you going to the realm sea? Lin Mohan nodded, you have your path, and I have mine. I hope that when I return, you will have become a father. Lin Moyo knew Lin Mohan was right. Everyone had their own path. The realm sea is dangerous, be careful. Don't worry, if it's not dangerous, Grandma won't go. Lin Mohan laughed lightly, her sword intent soaring into the sky. Chapter 2271. Chapter 2271, 2271. Chapter 2271, Ancient War, finally ended. Lin Mohan left very decisively, without any hesitation. She was going to seek her own path, and her path was not in the great world. Lin Moyo knew that his sister's bloodline awakening wasn't just about inheritance, there should be some other things as well. But he didn't ask. As long as Lin Mohan was still his sister, that was enough. Nothing else mattered. I'm alone again, but I also need to walk my own path. Lin Moyo was very clear about where his path lay. In these days, he hadn't been cultivating, he was waiting for the great world's reward to arrive. Calculating the time, it should be about right. White Tiger and Vermilion Bird had gone to the outer realm together, using bloodline soul tracking to search for the remnants of the Black Blood Great Realm. Calculating the time, they should have arrived by now. As long as the last bit of the Black Blood Great Realm's remnants was eliminated, he would be credited with the greatest merit. The Great World would surely bestow rewards, and based on the damage the Black Blood Great Realm had done to the Great World, this reward would be astonishing, expected to exceed the total from the 100 Races War. With this reward, he could elevate all his remaining law powers into rules. Then he could formally construct his rule world and step into the Holy Venerable Realm. In the Other Shore Realm, the most important thing was the rule world. Only with a sufficiently powerful rule world could one walk the subsequent path smoothly. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. Lin Moyo had ambitions for his rule world. He had made many preparations and absolutely would not allow any problems. As he was pondering the shape of his rule world, Lin Moyo suddenly looked up at the sky. His gaze penetrated through the roof, seeing the starry sky outside the Divine City. At some point, a huge vortex had appeared in the starry sky. An astonishing aura emanated from within the vortex. Everyone in the Divine City was awakened, all looking up simultaneously. Several holy venerable other shore cultivators ascended into the sky, their gazes filled with confusion. What's happening? The pressure from the vortex is so dense, majestic and imposing, like heavenly might. This isn't the pressure of an ordinary cultivator, but the pressure of the great world's runes. I see the great world's runes, the great world's runes have appeared. Heavens, the great world's runes actually appearing, such a spectacle is unprecedented. Within the vortex, the great world's runes were faintly visible, not the actual body but a projection. Yet even this was astonishing enough. The great world's runes rarely appeared, but now they were manifesting before everyone's eyes. Indeed, there were no records of such a spectacle. It might have happened in ancient times, but certainly not in modern times. The great world's runes appeared, their light illuminating the divine city. Not just the divine city, all of humanity was enveloped in the light. The human race's star region was glowing, and everyone felt as if they were bathing in a hot spring, experiencing an indescribable comfort. Lin Moya understood that this wasn't just the great world's runes appearing, but the great world relaxing. Lin Moya sensed the power of the great world's runes and knew why they had come. From this day forward, the great world has thoroughly severed its karmic ties. The ancient war has finally ended. Lin Moya murmured softly. The last trace of the black blood great realm had been erased. As for those star beasts left behind by various realms, the great world probably didn't even consider them worth noticing. Accompanied by a rumble that only Lin Moya could hear, the great world's reward descended. Lin Moya instantly entered a state of enlightenment. He resonated with heaven and earth, dancing with the great world. The law powers on his body continuously elevated, rapidly transforming into rule powers. The speed of transformation was astonishingly fast. What might take others several years to accomplish, in this state of enlightenment, only took half a day. Law powers were receding, while rule powers became increasingly dense. After bestowing the reward, the vortex disappeared, and the starry sky returned to normal. Lin Moya's enlightenment lasted for exactly 1 month before ending. In 1 month's time, all law powers had been elevated to rule powers, and his realm had also increased considerably. Lin Moya's aura was now profound, no different from a holy venerable. All he lacked was a rule world. He was now a holy venerable without a rule world. As long as he established his rule world, he would completely become a holy venerable. My rule world is still lacking a bit. The 10,000 stars are almost complete, but I need more world crystals. Although the various worlds from before have been shattered and lost their origins, most still have remnants. These worlds will become my nourishment, helping me achieve a rule world that surpasses perfection. Lin Moya's mind was clear as a mirror, knowing exactly what he needed to do. A star map appeared before him, with several points of light on it. Each point of light here represented the remnants of a once existing world. The Soul Spirit Realm and the Tulu Realm were among them. Lin Moya spoke to the void, Human Emperor, tell Holy Venerable how that I'm going to seek opportunities. The Human Emperor's voice quickly responded, safe travels. Space rules surged, completely shattering a space before him. The space laws within twisted, imprinted with Lin Moya's mark. Activating rule powers required soul power. Every strand of rule power carried a strong personal imprint. Originally, there were countless arrays operating in the Divine City, with the entire space in a locked state, making it impossible to open space gates. But Lin Moya used his soul power combined with space rules to forcibly change the rules of an area, directly opening a space gate within the Divine City. Lin Moya stepped into the space gate, instantly crossing 100,000 light years, arriving at the edge of the human race's star region. Several seconds later, the space gate opened again. When Lin Moya reappeared, he had already entered the Vermilion Bird battlefield, close to the Tulu realm. Arriving at the Tulu realm again, Lin Moya's memories surged. His experiences here seemed like yesterday. But now, his realm and cultivation were incomparable to before. He could see so much more. With a supreme realm soul and holy venerable realm, he could clearly see this small world. The Tulu realm was very broken, with holes everywhere, like a leaking ball. If it weren't for the great world enveloping it, it would have shattered long ago. Its origin was almost gone, with only a last bit struggling to survive. The Tulu realm was once a race too. They were plant-based and skilled in curses. When the ancient war broke out, they also betrayed and were consequently the first to be swept away by the human race. There were still some corpses in the remnants of the Tulu realm. Looking at these corpses now, they were pitifully weak, not even qualifying to become revenants. World-burning fire leapt from his palm, jumping out and exploding in the air. An invisible force instantly swept through the entire Tulu realm. The Tulu realm rumbled incessantly, the entire world rapidly shrinking. This world was somewhat weak, so the refinement process was also very fast. It wouldn't take long to refine completely. Lin Moya faintly heard the Tulu realm's wailing. This was the final scream of an entire world, but it was in vain. Just half a day later, the Tulu realm was completely erased. A world crystal appeared in Lin Moya's soul world. Lin Moya didn't linger, heading to the next stop, the Soul Spirit Realm. In his perception, the Soul Spirit Realm was slightly stronger than the Tulu Realm. After all, even other Shore Realm cultivators had trouble entering the Soul Spirit Realm. Lin Moya knew the reason. If the soul wasn't strong enough and the physical body too weak, one couldn't withstand the rule power of the Soul Spirit Realm. When entering the Soul Spirit Realm, the physical body and soul would be forcibly separated. But for him now, this power was useless. Lin Moya entered the Soul Spirit Realm. The rule power tugged at his soul but couldn't move it at all. The undying golden body radiated light, blocking the rule power of the Soul Spirit Realm. Lin Moya entered the Soul Spirit Realm with his physical body. Chapter 2272. Chapter 2272, 2272. Chapter 2272, The Second Soul Spirit Progenitor Beast. The Soul Spirit Realm was still the same Soul Spirit Realm, filled with the aura of souls. The Soul Spirit race was very special. They appeared to have no physical bodies, which was what Lin Moyo had initially thought. Later, as his realm increased, he understood that the Soul Spirit race did have physical bodies, but their bodies and souls were fused together. Their bodies were their souls, and their souls were their bodies. Regarding this wondrous existence, one could only say that the world is vast and full of wonders. Lin Moyo strolled through the world of the Soul Spirit race. He was in no hurry to refine this world. Last time he had been too rushed, but this time he could appreciate it carefully. Perhaps soon, this world would never be seen again. He came to the waterfall he had once entered, and again saw the words carved on it. What was once a deadly danger to him could now be ignored. He came again to the space where the Soul Spirit Progenitor Beast resided. The aura of the Progenitor Beast still lingered here. Back then, the entire Soul Spirit realm had summoned the Soul Spirit Progenitor Beast with all their might. In the end, the Soul Spirit Progenitor Beast was beaten to near death and fell into slumber, while the army that had come to suppress the Soul Spirit race disappeared without a trace after that battle. They were probably destroyed by the Soul Spirit Progenitor Beast. But if the Soul Spirit race were traitors, and both sides were in a fight to the death, why would they entrust the Rule God Stone to the Soul Spirit race for safekeeping? Lin Moyo recalled the Soul Spirit race he had encountered in the Outer Realm. At that time, they had said they had fulfilled their promise to the human race and hoped the human race would fulfill their promise in return. What exactly did the human race promise them? Lin Moyo's heart stirred, and he took out a crystal-like object. This was the star core left behind after the death of the Soul Spirit Progenitor Beast. After the death of a starry sky beast, there was a certain probability of obtaining a star core. The star core could be said to be the crystallization of a starry sky beast's power. The higher the realm of the starry sky beast, the more valuable its star core naturally was. Over the years, Lin Moyo had obtained many star cores, but none could compare to the star core of the Soul Spirit Progenitor Beast. Judging from the star core, the realm of the Soul Spirit Progenitor Beast might have surpassed that of a Holy Venerable. If it hadn't been for its injuries being so severe back then, unable to exert even a billionth of its power, it would have been Lin Moyo who died. Thinking back now, Lin Moyo realized how truly daring he had been back then. It wasn't that his skill was high and thus he was brave, but rather that ignorance knew no fear. Suddenly, the star core of the Soul Spirit Progenitor Beast flew up on its own, heading towards a certain part of the space. Lin Moyo was curious and followed it. Waves of immense power came at him, trying to push him away, but Lin Moyo didn't move an inch. He followed the star core to the depths of the space, where he saw a starry sky beast. The starry sky beast looked exactly like the Soul Spirit Progenitor Beast, only much smaller and appearing quite young. However, Lin Moyo sensed a kind of strength from this small Soul Spirit Progenitor Beast, not strength in power, but strength in bloodline. This small beast had an extremely noble bloodline. Lin Moyo recognized at a glance that the small beast did not belong to the great world, but came from outside the world. Back then, the Soul Spirit Progenitor Beast had been summoned by the Soul Spirit race with the power of their entire race. Perhaps it came from another world. The star core flew towards the small beast. Lin Moyo didn't know if the small beast would pose a danger to him after obtaining the star core, so he suddenly reached out and grabbed the star core. At this moment, the space trembled slightly, and a human figure emerged from the small beast. Lin Moyo looked at him. "It's you." He looked exactly the same as the Soul Spirit race member who had left the ancient box and the Soul Spirit worship in the Outer Realm. It wasn't that their appearances were the same, but that their souls were the same. So Lin Moyo was 100% certain that they were the same person. That person was right, someone really would bring back the star core of the Soul Spirit Progenitor Beast. That person. Lin Moyo's first reaction was that that person referred to the mysterious master. The only one who could calculate so accurately was the mysterious master, no one else. The Soul Spirit race member looked at Lin Moyo. "You've already obtained the box, right?" Lin Moyo nodded. "I have." The Soul Spirit race member continued. "I've fulfilled my promise to that person. I hope you can also fulfill what that person promised me." "What did he promise you?" Lin Moyo asked. The Soul Spirit race member said, "To return the star core to us." Lin Moyo looked at him, and after a moment said, "I can return the star core to you, but I have a request. I want to know the detailed process." The other person had been in contact with the mysterious master. Through him, perhaps he could learn something about the mysterious master. The Soul Spirit race member sighed. "So much time has passed. Actually, what you want to know is meaningless. That person is no longer here." Lin Moyo smiled. "You made a deal with him, and you're making a deal with me now. Tell me what happened back then, and I'll return the star core to you." The Soul Spirit race member had no choice. He was now just a wisp of a soul. If Lin Moyo didn't want to keep his promise, he could do nothing about it. So he chose to make a deal with Lin Moyo. Back then, our Soul Spirit race was bewitched by the Black Blood Great Realm and betrayed the human race. But opinions within the clan were not unified. At that time, the clan was divided into two factions. One faction still stood with the human race, while the other declared war on the human race. When the human race's army arrived, bringing the disaster of racial extinction, they finally summoned the Soul Spirit Progenitor Beast at a great cost. The Soul Spirit Progenitor Beast was very powerful. It destroyed the army that was suppressing us, but it was also severely injured and on the verge of death. But it was after all our progenitor beast, our origin. We couldn't watch it die. So we made a decision to once again gather the power of our entire race to heal it. The Soul Spirit Progenitor Beast's injuries were too severe to heal, so it split itself, creating a small beast. As long as we gave the star core to the small beast after its death, the small beast could become the second soul spirit progenitor beast. But then he came. He sealed the small beast and also sealed the soul spirit progenitor beast, putting it into hibernation, unable to even die. The last of the clan's power was also erased by him, leaving only me. Just when I thought I was going to die, he proposed a deal. He had me take the soul spirit warship to the outer realm, carrying a box, waiting for someone. He said that person would come after 1,000,000 years, and I should give the box to him. This way, we could get back the star core of the soul spirit progenitor beast. Later, I did as he said, waiting for you for 2,000,000 years. The soul spirit race member finished explaining the whole process in detail. Lin Moyo asked curiously, didn't you ever doubt? The soul spirit race member said with some resignation, I had no choice. But from the moment you appeared in the soul spirit realm, killed the soul spirit progenitor beast, and took away the star core, I knew he wasn't wrong. Lin Moya still had doubts. Do you know why he chose you at that time? The soul spirit race member said, I know. It's because our soul spirit race can self-seal our souls and can wait for hundreds of millions of years. Other races don't have this ability. Your human race's heavenly venerables can do it too, but obviously he didn't want a heavenly venerable to do this. I don't know the specific reason. Lin Moyo understood very clearly why. Heavenly venerables could indeed do it, but they wouldn't, and they couldn't necessarily be trusted. Lin Moya said, the soul spirit progenitor beast was summoned from another world, right? The soul spirit race member nodded, it should be. This is an ancestral technique, only used when the race is in danger. The cost is too great. It seemed that there were other secrets in the soul spirit race, secrets that perhaps even they themselves didn't know. The soul spirit race member looked at Lin Moya nervously, or more accurately, at the star core in Lin Moya's hand, and said softly, do you have any more questions? Lin Moya smiled, no more. Now I'll return the star core to you. He released the star core, which automatically flew towards the small beast. Chapter 2273. Chapter 2273, 2273. Chapter 2273, suddenly, there's a child. The little beast was in a deep sleep. According to the soul spirit race member, it was sealed by the mysterious master. The star core was the key to unlocking the seal. Once the star core was obtained, the little beast could transform back into the soul spirit progenitor beast. As for what would happen after it transformed back into the soul spirit progenitor beast, Lin Moya didn't know, and neither did the soul spirit progenitor beast. However, Lin Moya trusted the mysterious master. Since he did this, there must be a deeper meaning. A layout spanning millions of years couldn't be that simple. Moreover, based on previous encounters, Lin Moya believed the other party wouldn't harm him. Watching the star core merge into the little beast's body, the little beast's aura began to rise, like a calm water surface suddenly stirring up huge waves. The huge waves surged to the sky, and the little beast's aura grew stronger in an instant. True God, God King, God Sovereign. In the blink of an eye, the little beast's aura had already reached the other shore realm and was still rising. Lin Moyo asked, what was the realm of the former soul spirit progenitor beast? Under the impact of the little beast's aura, the last wisp of the soul spirit race member's soul became somewhat ethereal, as if it could dissipate at any moment. He struggled to utter 4 words, Peak Supreme. Peak Supreme was very strong, already the strongest among Supremes, and being called Peak meant it was only a step away from becoming a heavenly venerable. However, Lin Moya felt that the little beast, having regained the star core, should not be able to return to that realm. It might not even be able to return to the supreme realm. As he expected, when the little beast's aura reached the holy venerable realm, it began to stabilize. Finally, the little beast's aura stopped at half-step supreme, not returning to its peak state. The little beast slowly awakened and let out a roar. Lin Moya was very surprised. The little beast's roar was very gentle, not like the ear-piercing scream of a starry sky giant beast, but more like the meow of a kitten. It's not yet an adult, Lin Moya thought to himself. The split soul spirit progenitor beast was equivalent to being reborn, starting to grow again from infancy. The little beast emitted light, exuding an aura similar to that of the soul spirit race member, but more ancient and noble. The last remaining remnant of the soul spirit race member was now kneeling before the little beast, prostrating himself. He chanted some tunes that Lin Moya couldn't understand, with a special melody, very mysterious. In his chanting, the little beast slowly opened its eyes. Its eyes were clear and bright, as pure as crystal. When Lin Moya saw the little beast's eyes, he knew that the newly born little beast had nothing to do with the deceased soul spirit progenitor beast. It had even lost its memory, essentially a completely new individual. The little beast's clear gaze swept over the soul spirit race member, then around, and finally landed on Lin Moya. At that moment, Lin Moya felt an inexplicable connection between himself and the little beast. The little beast looked at him as if a child were looking at a father. A thought suddenly arose in Lin Moya's mind, he was going to be a father. As soon as the thought arose, a childish voice suddenly echoed in his soul world, Father. Lin Moya felt a mix of emotions upon hearing this voice. Big sister, did you curse me? Lin Mohan had been urging him to have children, and now he suddenly had a little beast. Suddenly, a powerful soul aura exploded in the space, and soul power rippled through the space. Countless voices echoed in his ears, as if countless soul spirit race members were chanting together. The powerful soul force resonated in the space, and even Lin Moya's soul realm felt somewhat uncomfortable. He saw countless remnants of souls emerging in the space, all remnants of the soul spirit race. These remnants had no consciousness, chanting a peculiar tune together. The soul force grew increasingly immense, almost tangible, forming a vortex above the little beast. A massive aura emanated from the vortex, clearly coming from another world. The vortex generated a suction force on the little beast, trying to pull it away. Lin Moya's heart tightened. They want to send the little beast back. The soul spirit race had used the power of their entire race to summon the soul spirit progenitor beast from another world, and now, their remnants wanted to send the newly born little beast back. So, after returning the star core, the soul spirit race knew what they had to do. The mysterious master might have also anticipated their actions. Father. The childish voice echoed in his soul, tinged with panic and reluctance. The little beast's clear eyes also showed panic, but it seemed unable to resist the power of the vortex. No matter how it struggled, it was futile. Its small body was being gradually pulled away, flying towards the vortex. Lin Moya felt a surge of reluctance. He suddenly had the thought of not wanting the little beast to leave, as if the little beast had truly become his child, and he was about to lose his child. This thought was absurd, yet incredibly real. Lin Moya took action, following his heart. A large number of skeleton god generals appeared around him, launching attacks on the vortex. As long as he shattered the vortex, the little beast could stay. Sword light flashed, but it was swallowed by the vortex like mud into the sea, causing no ripples. Just half a second later, a roar suddenly echoed from the vortex. The roar shook his soul, and Lin Moya's face changed drastically, his entire body being thrown back like a meteor. Lin Moya's face turned slightly pale. The roar contained an extremely strong soul impact. If he were an ordinary Othershore realm cultivator, he might have already died. The vortex led to another world, a terrifying world. It was once the world where the soul spirit progenitor beast lived, so it couldn't be anything but terrifying. Lin Moya didn't try again. He knew that with his current strength, he couldn't stop it. Father. The little beast called out in a childish voice, its clear eyes full of reluctance. The little beast knew nothing about this world. Lin Moya was the first person it saw, and it instinctively imprinted on him, seeing him as its father. Lin Moya also felt a sense of reluctance, as if he were truly about to be separated from his child. Lin Moya knew that this was because the little beast had left an imprint on his soul. Lin Moya didn't actively erase this imprint. This feeling was novel and worth experiencing. With his Dao heart, such a feeling couldn't influence any of his decisions. Experiencing different feelings was also a form of experience. Without having a child, he could still experience the feeling of being a father, which was quite interesting. He watched the little beast leave with his own eyes. The reluctance in the little beast's eyes grew stronger, and the reluctance from its soul also intensified. Father. Father. The soul's voice called out, but Lin Moya remained unmoved, as if he had a heart of stone. The little beast didn't know that its father had no power to stop it. It simply didn't want to be separated from Lin Moya, its thoughts pure and simple. At the moment when the little beast was about to enter the vortex, Lin Moya finally spoke. Lin Moya said to the little beast, "You go first, I will come to find you." With these words, the little beast's original unease seemed to be soothed. Although still reluctant, it became much quieter. The little beast finally entered the vortex, which then disappeared, taking the little beast back to the world of the soul spirit progenitor beast. The chanting also stopped, and the shadows of the soul spirit race members vanished, including the last remnant soul, leaving only Lin Moya alone. Lin Moya felt the imprint in his soul. Through this imprint, he could sense the little beast's existence. The distance between them was incredibly vast, as if separated by countless worlds. The connection between them remained, not broken, and he could even vaguely sense the direction. Lin Moya smiled. Perhaps this can become my guidepost when I enter the realm sea. Chapter 2274. Chapter 2274, 2274. Chapter 2274, 9 Rivers Supreme, Black Flood Dragon's Deadly Poison. The world-burning fire ignited, refining the broken and dilapidated soul spirit realm. This kind of broken world, which had most of its origin extracted by the Great World, could not produce many good world crystals when refined. If there was only one, it would not be enough to construct a perfect level rule world. When the mysterious master left the world-burning fire and provided the method to construct a perfect level rule world, he had already told Lin Moya that one world crystal of this level was not enough. At least 3 were needed to reach the level of a perfect level rule world. And Lin Moya wanted to construct a rule world that surpassed perfection, so the requirements would only be higher, and naturally, the more world crystals, the better. Now he had 7 world crystals, but Lin Moya still felt it wasn't quite safe. One day later, the soul spirit realm completely disappeared, and Lin Moya also headed to another area. In the 7-77 area of the Vermilion Bird battlefield, there lived a kind of starry sky beast called the Black Hole Snake. On the Black Hole Snake, there was also a Black Hole Snake progenitor, with combat power at the half-step supreme level. Back then, he had almost died at the hands of the Black Hole Snake progenitor. The most terrifying thing wasn't the Black Hole Snake progenitor. According to Zhu Kaiwu, the Black Hole Snake progenitor was just a pet of some powerful being. Of course, now even half-step supreme wasn't much. Even Othershore realm wasn't much, and he had killed countless holy venerables. Thinking back carefully, there might have been another world in that big pit. After many years, Lin Moya once again arrived at the 7-77 area, entering the starry sky where the Black Hole Snakes lived. In his undead vision, there were many Black Hole Snakes in the starry sky, but they hadn't discovered his arrival. Lin Moya used a concealment talisman to avoid the Black Hole Snake sensing, directly reaching the hinterland and arriving at the edge of the big pit. Looking at the big pit again, he sensed the aura of rules. No wonder Senior Zhu said he couldn't get in back then, and the being inside couldn't come out either. Although the rule world is somewhat damaged, it still has restrictions. Things that are too powerful cannot leave the rule world. This rule world should have been left by a supreme. The supreme is dead, so no matter how strong the rule world is, it can't be that strong. The being trapped by the rule world is at most a half-step supreme, or perhaps just a wholly venerable. The power leaking from the rule world created the black hole snake progenitor. And the black hole snake progenitor then bred a large number of black hole snakes. All things and events in the world have cause and effect. The higher the realm, the clearer one sees this. After analysis, Lin Moya was confident and leaped into the pit. Lin Moya felt he had undergone a teleportation and knew he had entered this rule world. Feeling the aura of the rule world, indeed, it's a world left by a supreme. Although somewhat damaged, it's still largely intact. The rule world allows entry but not exit. Only some power can leak out through the broken areas. What exactly did that supreme trap in the rule world back then? Lin Moya wasn't in a hurry to refine this rule world. He wanted to see what was inside the rule world. A supreme realm rule world was very large. Lin Moya used his usual technique, sending out a large number of skeleton god generals to fly in all directions for exploration. This rule world had mountains and waters, like a real world, showing how strong this supreme's power was. He might have even reached the peak of supreme. Unfortunately, most of these mountains and rivers were broken, with ruins everywhere. Those broken mountain bodies floated in mid-air, forming floating mountains. Rivers sometimes turned into waterfalls cascading down, and sometimes surged upwards from below, rushing towards the sky. The rules of the world had become chaotic, with only one rule remaining: firm entry allowed, but exit forbidden. Among the broken mountains and rivers, the skeleton god generals discovered an intact stone tablet. The stone tablet was made of rune material, which was not only sturdy but could also ignore the passage of time. When he saw the rune material, Lin Moya already knew that this rule world belonged to a human race supreme. In ancient times, only the human race would use rune materials. Runes were unique to the great world and also unique to the human race. Other races couldn't master them at all. Coming to the stone tablet, Lin Moya saw the records about this world. My name is Nine Rivers, a supreme of the human race. Various races rebelled, and I was ordered by the heavenly venerable to slaughter the Black Flood Dragon race. After half a month of bitter fighting, I slaughtered the Black Flood Dragon Supreme here. The Black Flood Dragon Supreme died but did not perish, spreading deadly poison throughout the starry sky. As long as the deadly poison does not dissipate, the Black Flood Dragon Supreme would have the hope of borrowing a body to be reborn, living again in the great world. At that time, I was poisoned and knew there was no hope of recovery. So I used my own rule world to imprison the Black Flood Dragon's deadly poison, and used my soul's origin to form flames, refining it day after day. The deadly poison is difficult to refine. If any human race descendants enter this place, remember not to release the Black Flood Dragon's deadly poison. This poison has consciousness, so be extremely careful. Lin Moya finished reading the record and was also glad he hadn't refined this world. If he had released the Black Flood Dragon's deadly poison and allowed the Black Flood Dragon Supreme to reappear, it would be a big trouble for the current human race. The Black Flood Dragon's deadly poison probably didn't escape, just some of its aura leaked out, thus evolving into the black hole snakes. This poison has consciousness. Nine Rivers Supreme is telling later generations that this poison has awareness. Lin Moya's gaze was thoughtful as he ordered the skeleton god generals to continue searching. Finally, after a search, the skeleton god generals found the place where Nine Rivers Supreme was refining the Black Flood Dragon's deadly poison. Among countless broken mountains and rivers, there was a perfectly intact volcano. Below the huge volcano mouth, flames were rising, and within the flames, black chi was gushing out. The black chi constantly transformed into the shape of a black flood dragon, trying to break free from the flames' restraint, but failing again and again. Lin Moya came to the volcano mouth, watching this scene. The Black Flood Dragon's appearance was somewhat similar to a dragon, but it was different from the dragon race. Its aura was evil and dark, somewhat similar to the Black Blood Great Realm. The Black Flood Dragon's deadly poison emitted a strong aura, and the atmosphere in the volcano was filled with poison. Even the flames formed by Nine Rivers Supreme found it difficult to completely refine it. If an ordinary holy venerable came here and took a breath, they would be poisoned to death. Lin Moya was not afraid of the poison. His soul was strong enough, his physical body was strong enough, and with his talents, he could resist the poison. He flew to the center of the volcano mouth, looking at the boiling magma below, and found a black flood dragon formed by the deadly poison. Through the undead vision, he clearly saw that the black flood dragon formed by the deadly poison contained a powerful soul force, an extremely strong soul flame. The Black Flood Dragon Supreme had integrated its soul into the deadly poison and had not died. As long as it left this place, it indeed had a high chance of being reborn. The souls of two Supremes had been contending for millions of years, seemingly unable to do anything to each other. Nine Rivers Supreme could only trap it, preventing it from escaping. It couldn't escape the volcano mouth, nor could it escape the rule world. The Black Flood Dragon Supreme's soul and deadly poison were fused, contending against the refining, always trying to escape. It hadn't escaped, but some of its power had leaked out, turning into the black hole snakes. Fortunately, the black hole snakes weren't strong enough, otherwise, they might have helped it escape. Humans, how dare humans come here? Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed in his soul. Chapter 2275. Chapter 2275, 2275. Chapter 2275, please grant my request, Senior. The Black Flood Dragon's soul emerged from the deadly poison, staring intently at Lin Moya while protected by the poison. Its soul was clearly damaged, somewhat ethereal, but the hatred it felt towards Lin Moya was evident, incredibly intense, almost becoming an obsession. Lin Moya remained unmoved. He had seen similar emotions far too many times. So this is what it means for the poison to have consciousness. The Black Flood Dragon Supreme hid its soul within the poison. It seems Nine Rivers Supreme's refinement wasn't entirely useless. It has caused at least some damage to the Black Flood Dragon Supreme's soul. If it could have continued for another million years, perhaps it really could have refined away the Black Flood Dragon Supreme. As he pondered, the Black Flood Dragon's deadly poison suddenly surged up, pouncing towards him. The flames were also carried along with the Black Flood Dragon's deadly poison as it erupted, causing the volcano to suddenly spew out flames everywhere. Lin Moya's eyes held a hint of mockery. Trying to use Nine Rivers Supreme's flames to burn me to death? Not a bad idea. He saw through the Black Flood Dragon Supreme's intentions at a glance, taking a step back to avoid the flames. The Black Flood Dragon Supreme, surrounded by magma, couldn't break free at all. It wanted to use Nine Rivers Supreme's flames to burn Lin Moya to death in one go. Having failed its first attack, the Black Flood Dragon Supreme fell back into the volcano's mouth, constantly swimming in the flames and magma, ready to strike again at any moment. Humans should all die. The Black Flood Dragon Supreme roared, each word filled with hatred. After being refined for 2 million years, how could it not hate? The hatred had seeped into its very soul, beyond measure. Lin Moya's lips curved slightly. If it were just poison alone, it might be a bit troublesome, but if it's a soul. The world-burning fire appeared in his hand. Lin Moya didn't let it explode to refine the world, but instead tossed it from the volcano's mouth into the magma below. Wherever the world-burning fire went, the magma retreated, as if very afraid of the world-burning fire's presence. The magma contained Nine Rivers Supreme's soul essence. As long as it was a soul, it would fear the world-burning fire and naturally make way. The Black Flood Dragon Supreme, surrounded by magma, had no sense of the world-burning fire's terror. It continued to roar and curse as before. Until the world-burning fire came before it, the flames that had been tightly wrapping around it automatically parted, leaving a passage. The Black Flood Dragon Supreme's soul suddenly found that the flames that had been refining it for 2 million years had suddenly opened a gap, and it instinctively rushed out, wanting to escape through the opening. Then it encountered the world-burning fire flying in through the gap. This inconspicuous grey flame almost rudely latched onto its soul and began to burn fiercely. Its deadly poison could not hinder the world-burning fire at all, unable to protect its soul. The world-burning fire ignited its soul, using the soul as fuel, burning vigorously. Screams rang out as the Black Flood Dragon Supreme thrashed wildly in the magma. What kind of flame is this? How can such a thing exist? My soul, how I hate, how I hate. The Black Flood Dragon Supreme's soul was rapidly being burned away, becoming less and less, its screams growing weaker and weaker. Even before the world-burning fire had fully formed, it could already burn away a heavenly venerable soul. Now that the world-burning fire had formed after refining several worlds, burning the soul of a Supreme was effortless. The Black Flood Dragon Supreme's voice grew softer and softer, changing from screams to moans. I'm not reconciled. I'm not reconciled. Its soul finally burst like a bubble, and the last trace of the Black Flood Dragon Supreme in this world was erased. The deadly poison left behind, without a soul, even if it spread out, would not allow the Black Flood Dragon Supreme to be reborn. Poison is just poison at most. It could poison some people to death. However, the Black Flood Dragon Supreme's essence poison was indeed powerful. Even a Supreme's flames found it difficult to burn away. If not for its protection, the Black Flood Dragon Supreme's soul would have been refined long ago. Now that the Black Flood Dragon Supreme's soul was dead, the Black Flood Dragon's deadly poison left behind still did not dissipate. Lin Moya looked at the Black Flood Dragon's deadly poison, his eyes flashing with a gleam. Perhaps this thing might have some use if kept. But it depends on whether it can be contained. Ordinary magical treasures certainly couldn't contain the Black Flood Dragon's deadly poison. If using an ancient containment talisman, it might be possible. The internal space of the containment talisman is extremely large. As long as it exceeds the space occupied by the Black Flood Dragon's deadly poison, it should be able to contain it. Now the Black Flood Dragon's deadly poison, suppressed by the flames, doesn't seem large, but Lin Moya doesn't know how large an area it could cover if it were to fully erupt without suppression. Let's give it a try. After analysis and consideration, Lin Moya decided to try. The world-burning fire rose again from his palm. Lin Moya called out to the sky. Lin Moyu, a descendant of the human race, wishes to construct a rule world and borrow Senior's rule world for refinement. Please grant my request, Senior. Nine Rivers Supreme was dead, his soul essence transformed into flames, but a trace of his will remained. Seeming to have heard Lin Moya's words, a rumbling sounded in the sky, and the entire rule world began to shake. Lin Moya sensed Nine Rivers Supreme's will from within and knew that he had agreed. Even in death, the former human race Supreme was still considering the human race. Lin Moya felt deep admiration for this. The world-burning fire exploded, instantly sweeping through the entire rule world. The rule world rumbled, and the magma in the volcano boiled, surging into the sky. The magma in the air transformed into a flame giant, its face expressionless as it looked at Lin Moya. Lin Moya knew this was Nine Rivers Supreme. He bowed respectfully to Nine Rivers Supreme. The Black Flood Dragon is dead. Farewell, Senior. Nine Rivers Supreme remained silent, and after a few seconds, he bowed back to Lin Moya before collapsing with a boom. The rule world was quickly refined, turning into a world crystal. At the moment the rule world collapsed, the Black Flood Dragon's deadly poison erupted, appearing in the starry sky of the Great World, expanding at an alarming rate. This was a Supreme's essence poison, capable of killing all living beings below the Supreme realm. Even Supremes would be severely poisoned, difficult to cure. At that time, Nine Rivers Supreme had no choice but to perish because of this poison. Lin Moya threw out the ancient containment talisman he had prepared. The containment talisman's internal space expanded, continuously absorbing the Black Flood Dragon's deadly poison. The internal space of the containment talisman had a diameter of 0.1 light-years, enough to contain several star systems simultaneously. Lin Moya believed it should be sufficient to contain the Black Flood Dragon's deadly poison. The containment talisman continuously absorbed the poison, absorbing it faster than it could spread. Moments later, the poison was completely absorbed. A sharp hiss sounded in his ears. Lin Moya turned his head and saw many black hole snakes flicking their tongues, staring at him menacingly. But they didn't dare to attack rashly. From Lin Moya, these black hole snakes sensed danger. These little creatures, not even at the divine sovereign realm, naturally didn't concern Lin Moya. A slight movement of his supreme realm soul released a trace of pressure, and the black hole snakes were immediately terrified. Thousands of large black hole snakes instantly curled up, trembling in the starry sky, not daring to move. Facing the pressure of a supreme realm soul, they were nothing. Not being scared to death on the spot was already lucky. Lin Moya didn't bother with them. He took the world crystal and opened a space gate to leave. Now he had 8 world crystals, more than double the required 3. It seemed almost enough, but Lin Moya had one more place to go. The ancient tomb he had visited before, where he had almost been trapped. Thinking back, it seemed like another world. Chapter 2276. Chapter 2276, 2276. Chapter 2276. If you can't reach it, then die. Lin Moya planned to visit the ancient tomb again. If it was as he thought, then the ancient tomb could also be refined. The great world had experienced a great war in ancient times, where countless supremes died. Most of the rule worlds had dissipated with the supremes, with only a few remaining. Lin Moya thought that the ancient tomb was highly likely to be a rule world. The space gate opened, and Lin Moya arrived outside the ancient tomb. The ancient tomb was still the same, quietly standing in the starry sky, exuding a strange aura. It had once silently devoured many people, including a large number of humans who became slaves to the ancient tomb. These people's souls were corroded, losing their self-awareness. Although they were later rescued, their souls were difficult to recover. Nourished by the power of life for hundreds of years, their souls did recover somewhat, but their consciousness never fully awakened, which was a helpless situation. Lin Moya entered the ancient tomb, familiar with the path to the core area, where he saw the coffins. The ancient tomb was originally a military camp, and the skeletons inside were soldiers. Lin Moya always felt that these skeletons were related to the ones he summoned, and the skeletons were related to the mysterious master. He once wondered if he had inherited the legacy of that mysterious master. The mysterious master was once an extremely powerful necromancer, but this was just his speculation, and he could never make an accurate judgment. Coming here again, Lin Moya planned to take a closer look and find answers. Indeed, it's the power of rules. From the aura emanating from the tomb, Lin Moya judged that it was filled with powerful rule power, not weaker than a supreme's rule world. Everything was shrouded in mystery, sparking Lin Moya's curiosity. Lin Moya used his own rule power to counter the rules in the ancient tomb, directly reaching the mountaintop. From the mountaintop, he could overlook the entire cemetery. There was a giant throne that once belonged to a certain general, and the giant coffin of that general, both telling of its power. The throne was exquisite, somewhat similar to the skeleton throne. He had once obtained the art of dominion here, which played a significant role in ruling his legion. Lin Moya increasingly felt that there was a connection between the two, especially the grey flames suspended in mid-air, which were very similar to his undying flames. But the time was too long ago to get the correct answer. Lin Moya searched the cemetery but found nothing new. At this moment, the cemetery was eerily quiet, without a sound. Lin Moya looked at the sky and said loudly, "Everyone, I'm sorry." The world-burning fire rose from his palm and then exploded. The power of the world-burning fire swept through the entire tomb, causing it to shake violently. The sound of friction pierced his ears, and countless coffins opened simultaneously. Lin Moya was startled. From the information returned by the world-burning fire, he felt that the owner of this world was still alive. The world hadn't completely collapsed, it was still owned, making it difficult for the world-burning fire to refine it. The coffins opened one after another, and countless skeletons rushed out, soaring into the sky. They formed ranks in mid-air, quickly forming a powerful army. Grey flames exploded, enveloping the entire skeleton army, rapidly strengthening them, their momentum soaring. Other Shore Realm. Lin Moya's mouth twitched. He didn't expect this skeleton army to be at the Other Shore Realm. An army of over 1 million Other Shore Realm skeletons would be enough to crush the human army if they appeared in the outside world. Even a holy venerable of the human race would have to retreat in the face of 1 million Other Shore Realm skeletons. Suddenly, flames ignited on the throne, and a giant skeleton was born out of thin air. The skeleton rose with the throne, becoming the commander, ruling over the army. The skeleton commander's eyes were 2 flames, continuously jumping like soul fire. Lin Moya felt that the other party was staring at him. The skeleton commander opened its mouth and made a metallic friction sound. "You finally came." Lin Moya was shocked. "You knew I would come." The flames in the skeleton commander's eyes jumped continuously. "This is the task given to me by the master. Since my defeat, I have been waiting for your arrival." Indeed, it's related to that mysterious master. Lin Moya thought to himself and asked, "How did you know it was me you were waiting for?" The skeleton commander said, "You have the master's flame, and only the master's flame can awaken me." The way to awaken it was the world-burning fire. Lin Moya felt that every step he took seemed to be within the mysterious master's calculations. What exactly was the mysterious master planning after calculating for millions of years? Was it just to give him some things? It didn't seem necessary to go through so much trouble. He could have just handed everything over directly. It was really strange. Lin Moya couldn't help but wonder if he had already stepped into the mysterious master's game when he obtained the art of dominion. Connecting the dots, Lin Moya found this possibility very high. How did the mysterious master do it? He was much stronger than a heavenly venerable but still not a Tao venerable. How did he manage to calculate all this? One day, I will uncover the secret. Lin Moya looked at the skeleton commander. What task did he give you? The skeleton commander said, the master asked me to hand over this battle formation to you. Battle formation. Lin Moya looked at the skeleton army behind the skeleton commander. Is it the battle formation behind you? The skeleton commander said in a deep voice, yes, but the master has one more requirement. You need to engage in a real battle with us and withstand our attacks for 1 hour without defeat to qualify for the battle formation. Sure enough, it wasn't given for free. The most basic test was still required. Lin Moya smiled. What if I fail? The skeleton commander said, if you fail, you die. Only success was allowed, no failure, which seemed a bit cruel, but it also fit Lin Moya's impression of the mysterious master. The mysterious master was skilled, decisive, and never dragged things out. If he couldn't meet the master's requirements, then he should die. From this, Lin Moya also felt that the mysterious master was not only powerful but also very proud. His plans did not allow for failure. Lin Moya said, then let's begin. Although this army was strong, with the skeleton commander at the Holy Venerable Realm and a million other Shore Realm skeletons behind him, Lin Moya was not afraid. Flames rose from the skeleton commander, and the entire ancient tomb was instantly enveloped in flames. Lin Moya felt the space being locked by a powerful force. Even he couldn't use the space gate to leave. Just as the mysterious master said, if he couldn't meet the requirements, then he should die. Kill! The skeleton commander roared, and the skeletons behind him formed a battle formation, charging at Lin Moya. Lin Moya lightly pointed his finger, white mist spread, and the bone hell emerged, instantly engulfing the entire skeleton army. He was confident enough that he didn't need to use his undead army. Just relying on the bone hell was enough to meet the mysterious master's requirements. 1 hour was nothing. This million-strong skeleton army couldn't break through the bone hell at all. Lin Moya was full of confidence, watching the skeleton army fall into the bone hell, where the hellish spirits pounced and began to devour the skeleton army. Hellfire also fell from the sky like meteors. The skeleton army's battle formation activated, shining brightly, blocking the flames and the hellish spirits. The skeleton commander wielded a flaming battle knife, the flames in his eyes jumping fiercely, bone-crushing. Rivers of rules appeared, converging into great rivers, and finally transforming into a sea of stars. Countless bones floated in the sea of rules, creating huge waves, with the rules rising into the power of rules. Lin Moya squinted his eyes and recited word by word, Bone Rule. Chapter 2277. Chapter 2277, 2277. Chapter 2277, this battle formation must be obtained. Skeletons differ from one another. My undead army possesses the bone law, but other skeletons may not. Yet this skeleton army before me can actually use the bone law, and even better than I can. A million skeletons simultaneously summoned the bone law, converging it into a star sea. The power of the law elevated to the power of rules, becoming stronger than when used individually. The skeleton commander swung his flame sword, shouting Bone Star Explosion. The battle formation activated, and the Lost Star Sea erupted with tremendous force. Countless bones shot out from the Lost Star Sea, exploding the moment they touched the Hellfiends. The supposedly indestructible Hellfiends were crushed like tofu in the Bone Star explosion. Although the Hellfiends wouldn't truly die, they couldn't recover quickly for the time being. One Bone Star explosion killed at least tens of millions of Hellfiends. A large gap was blasted in the encirclement of Hellfiends. The skeleton commander swung his battle sword again, shouting loudly, Charge, Bone Arrow. The Bone Lost Star Sea boiled, and a giant arrow over 10,000 meters long appeared out of thin air, its body completely made of bones. The bone arrow shot towards Lin Moya, piercing through all the hell fiends in its path, even punching a huge tunnel through the bone hell. The skeleton commander led the skeleton army, riding the Bone Lost Star Sea, charging through the tunnel. The bone arrow was powerful and unstoppable, completely piercing through the bone hell, reaching Lin Moya in an instant. Can't block it. Lin Moya's heart sank. He reacted quickly, summoning countless skeleton god generals around him to attack the bone arrow. Pure white sword energy swept out, bombarding the bone arrow. The bone arrow only shook slightly, its momentum undiminished. Instead, the skeleton god generals attacking the bone arrow all shattered. Lin Moya could clearly feel that their souls were damaged, and this damage came from the bone arrow. The bone law was an attack targeting souls, but he never expected it could also reflect damage. With the skeleton god generals unable to stop it, the bone arrow was right before his eyes. Lin Moya let out a cold shout, his undying golden body erupting as he threw a punch. This punch could injure even a holy venerable if hit, its power even stronger than the skeleton god general's attacks. Lin Moya wanted to test the strength of the bone arrow personally. Boom! The massive forces collided, violently shaking the skeleton army led by the skeleton commander, temporarily halting their advance. The bone arrow was also knocked off course, flying towards the distance. Lin Moya was sent flying, hearing cracking sounds as the bones in his arm collectively shattered and pulverized, his flesh exploding, leaving his arm in a misshapen state. The power of life quickly circulated, working with his body's powerful recovery ability to heal the injuries on his arm at an astonishing speed. Even the undying golden body couldn't withstand it, truly powerful enough. The thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Before his arm's injuries could fully heal, the skeleton commander had already led the skeleton army to break through the bone hell, rapidly charging towards him. The army rode the bone-lost RC above their heads, their momentum unmatched, instantly killing any skeleton god generals they touched along the way. Such a powerful battle formation. Lin Moya marveled inwardly, his previous confidence now largely dissipated. The battle formation was both offensive and defensive, with the bone-lost RC capable of attack and defense, incredibly powerful. He realized he had completely underestimated the power of the battle formation. A battle formation composed of a million other shore realm beings was enough to contend with a supreme. Even being able to break through the bone hell meant this battle formation's power had surpassed that of a half-step supreme. Surpassing a half-step supreme, what else could it be but a supreme? Lin Moya's mind stirred, and the forest supreme appeared beside him. The forest supreme's body expanded to 100,000 meters, swinging countless vines to whip at the skeleton army. The bone-lost RC was immediately distorted and twisted by the whipping, with the bones within stirring up endless waves. The skeleton army's forward momentum was also halted. The forest supreme was a true supreme. In life, he had been a weak supreme, one of those trash supremes mentioned by the mysterious master. After becoming a revived being, he had become somewhat stronger, able to match ordinary supremes. The forest supreme was also Lin Moya's current strongest trump card. The skeleton commander swung his battle sword, his metallic voice ringing out, "Bone blades." Countless bones flew out from the bone-lost RC, transforming into blades. The blades combined to form numerous discs. The edges of the discs were incredibly sharp. They spun rapidly, unleashing terrifying power as they collided with the Forest Supreme's vines. The razor-sharp discs were knocked flying, while large wounds were cut into the vines. The Forest Supreme's wounds healed quickly, but the discs kept striking, causing the wounds to continuously expand. Lin Moya unleashed the power of life to help heal the Forest Supreme, ensuring he could continue attacking. Both sides were at a stalemate. The Forest Supreme couldn't overcome the skeleton army for the moment, but the skeleton army also couldn't break through the Forest Supreme's vines. Lin Moya was now completely certain that the power of the skeleton army's battle formation could truly rival a supreme. His eyes flashed with brilliance. If a battle formation of a million other shore realm beings can contend with a supreme, what about a formation of 10 million or 100 million skeletons? Even if a million is the limit, that's enough. I have 2.5 billion skeletons, which could form 2,500 battle formations, equivalent to 2,500 supreme-level combat powers. This way, facing the battle realm would be much easier. This battle formation must be obtained. The mysterious master is truly terrifyingly strong. Could he have calculated even the arrival of the battle realm? So powerful yet still not a Dao Venerable, how formidable must Dao Venerables be? Perhaps in the eyes of Dao Venerables, worlds like the Great World are nothing. Lin Moya thought to himself, also deciding that no matter what method he had to use, he must obtain this battle formation. The Forest Supreme seemed to have held off the opponent. As long as he could persist for an hour, he would meet the mysterious master's requirements. But Lin Moya felt that alone might not be enough. There might still be unexpected changes. The best way was to defeat the battle formation and overcome the opponent. Only then could he truly be secure. The star rivers of the two great laws of time and space appeared simultaneously. The power of law had completely elevated to the power of rules. The two types of rules fused together, becoming even more powerful spacetime power. Since mastering spacetime power, Lin Moya had rarely used it in battle. Like the star-sky fish race, he understood spacetime power but lacked methods to apply it. He didn't have much time to research spacetime power and develop powerful techniques from it. He could only crudely wield spacetime power, carrying out simple and brutal attacks. Now was the same. Spacetime power surged, forcefully rushing into the skeleton battle formation. He wanted to cut off the spacetime of some skeletons, causing the battle formation to fall apart. The bone-lost RC boiled like water upon contact with the spacetime power. It rumbled and distorted continuously, resisting the spacetime power. But the spacetime power was all-pervasive, forcefully permeating it, causing the lost RC to boil even more violently. The skeleton commander swung his flame sword, shouting in a deep voice, "Bone Sea stabilization." He plunged his battle sword into the lost RC, immediately stabilizing it. Countless white lights fell, making the battle formation even more cohesive, truly becoming a single entity, difficult to divide. The spacetime power also lost its effect. Lin Moya was not discouraged. He continued to maintain the spacetime power attack while also unleashing a vast amount of death power, attempting to corrode the bone-lost RC. The core of this battle formation was the bone-lost RC. As long as it was dealt with, the battle formation would collapse on its own. The bone hell had also caught up, enveloping the bone-lost RC. The undying flame exploded, and the skeleton throne appeared. 25 skeleton kings emerged in the starry sky. Attack the lost RC. At Lin Moya's command, all attacks erupted simultaneously, bombarding the lost RC in a sky-covering manner. Chapter 2278. Chapter 2278, 2278. Chapter 2278, Battle Realm, White Bone Battle Formation. Lin Moya unleashed all his techniques, launching a saturated attack on the White Bone Lost RC. The Star Sea was battered and distorted, becoming increasingly unstable. No matter how strong the battle formation was, it had its limits. Under such intense attacks, it was finally about to collapse. The spacetime power finally penetrated, dividing the battle formation into different spacetimes, causing the formation to crumble even more severely. No matter how the skeleton commander tried to maintain the formation, it was to no avail. After half an hour of engagement, the entire battle formation collapsed with a boom. The skeleton army was scattered. Lin Moya's undead army charged in, joining the skeleton kings and slaughtering the skeleton army. This was a battle between skeletons and skeletons, with Lin Moyo holding an absolute numerical advantage. Grey flames exploded in the sky, and the entire world rumbled incessantly. Stop! The skeleton commander suddenly spoke, and both the skeleton army and the undead army immediately ceased fighting. The two sides that had been fiercely battling a second ago all stopped in the next, and the world fell into silence. Both sides were absolutely obedient, more so than any other army. Lin Moyo came before the skeleton commander. Does this count as meeting the requirements? The flames in the skeleton commander's eyes flickered. You are qualified to receive the master's legacy. As he spoke, he reached for his own skull, his slender skeletal fingers extending through his eyes, forcefully pulling out a bone-white jade-like shard from the soul flames within his skull. The battle formation is inside. I have followed the master's orders, and my task is complete. I shall rest, and this battle realm shall be yours. Information about the battle realm is on the mountaintop. As the skeleton commander spoke, the skeleton army behind him began to turn into smoke and rapidly dissipate. Their mission was complete, and they would leave this world completely. Lin Moyo held the bone-white jade-like shard, his gaze complex. If I hadn't defeated you earlier and just held out until the end, what then? The skeleton commander said, then you could have obtained the battle formation, but not the battle realm. As I thought, holding out until the end and defeating the opponent result in different rewards. The battle realm is this world, which is like a military camp. It seems quite extraordinary. Ordinary things wouldn't be kept as treasures by him until now. Lin Moyo bowed to the skeleton commander. Thank you, senior. The skeleton commander didn't respond. For him, he was just completing the orders given by his master. An order that could last for 1,000,000 years showed his loyalty. The entire skeleton army had turned to smoke, and finally, even the skeleton commander dissipated into smoke, leaving this world. This army, capable of rivaling a supreme, had thus dispersed. Lin Moyo keenly noticed that the rules in the battle realm had changed, and the battle realm had become ownerless. A rumbling sound arose, and on the mountaintop, the huge coffin transformed into a stone tablet. Two large characters were carved on the stone tablet, Battle Realm. The stone tablet was the control core of the battle realm. As long as one refined the stone tablet, one could control this battle realm. Of course, Lin Moyo could also choose to use the world-burning fire to refine the battle realm into a world crystal, but doing so would be too wasteful. Lin Moyo naturally wouldn't do that. His soul power rushed into the stone tablet, quickly refining the battle realm. Lin Moyo's soul realm had reached the supreme level, so the refinement process was extremely fast. In just one day, he became the new master of the battle realm. He learned all the information about the battle realm and finally understood what it was. It truly was a military camp, a terrifying military camp that could move, recover, and be reborn. However, this military camp had a special characteristic: it was only for the use of the undead. There were 1,000,000 coffins in the battle realm, capable of accommodating 1,000,000 undead simultaneously. Normally, the undead would enter the coffins and be nourished by them, recovering from injuries and increasing their strength. Each coffin could leave an imprint. Even if the undead died in battle outside, given enough time, they could automatically resurrect in the coffins. The undead warriors in the battle realm were truly immortal and indestructible. As long as the battle realm existed, they could continuously resurrect. Therefore, the battle realm was also known as the immortal battle realm. In ancient times, there wasn't just one such battle realm, but many. Later, during the Great War, battle realms were destroyed one after another, their numbers dwindling, until finally, intact battle realms became rare. After digesting the information about the battle realm, Lin Moyo began to examine the battle formation. The battle formation was called the White Bone Battle Formation, also exclusive to undead armies. To unleash the maximum power of the White Bone Battle Formation, one needed to possess the White Bone Law. After reviewing the information about the battle formation, he let out a long sigh, his eye showing a hint of helplessness. Although the battle realm is good, it's of little use to me for now. To maximize the effectiveness of the battle realm, one needed an undead army of 1,000,000, which Lin Moyo had no problem with. Additionally, a commander was needed. Lin Moyo immediately thought of the Legion ruler, whose existence seemed to be born for the battle realm. But new problems arose. First was the number. Although the Legion ruler indeed possessed the art of dominion, it could only command an army of 100,000, far from 1,000,000. Secondly, the White Bone Battle Formation. The Legion ruler couldn't master the White Bone Battle Formation. To master the White Bone Battle Formation required intelligence, which the Legion ruler lacked. The army in the battle realm could act independently. With just one command, the commander in the battle realm could lead the army to complete tasks. The skeleton commander Lin Moyo had seen earlier was like this, possessing intelligence and able to converse directly with Lin Moyo, no different from an intelligent being. The Legion ruler, however, still needed Lin Moyo's direct command and couldn't think independently. For these reasons, the battle realm and the White Bone Battle Formation were temporarily useless to him. However, Lin Moyo also thought of a solution: the spirit flowers on the world tree. The spirit flowers could perform a second incubation on the undead army and grant them intelligence. Once the spirit flowers matured, he could perform a second incubation on the Legion ruler, giving it intelligence. Then he could transform the Legion ruler into a commander. It could control the battle realm, learn the battle formation, truly become independent from him, and form its own army. Both the battle realm and the Whitebone battle formation were extremely powerful existences. Most importantly, in the control core of the battle realm, there was also the method to create battle realms. The method to create battle realms was extremely special, and currently couldn't be implemented. However, he believed that in the future, he would be able to create battle realms. Then he could form multiple powerful armies. Lin Moya could imagine how astonishing it must have been when the mysterious master released the battle realms and mobilized countless armies to quell rebellions back then. Although he didn't obtain a world crystal, Lin Moya felt that this gain was even greater. Through the battle realm, he thought of the Netherworld Swamp. The Netherworld Swamp was clearly also a type of battle realm. Battle realms weren't confined to a single form, focusing only on function. They could be like cemeteries or like swamps, all depending on personal preference. Thinking of this, Lin Moya didn't hesitate and headed directly to the Netherworld Swamp. Using spatial laws, he bypassed the Yellow Earth Desert and entered the Netherworld Swamp directly. The once incredibly difficult Yellow Earth Desert was now like his backyard in his eyes, coming and going as he pleased. The Netherworld Swamp still emitted a terrifying aura, with ape-like beings moving about inside. Skeleton god generals flew out, sweeping through everything in their path. Lin Moya walked through the swamp, feeling the aura emanating from it, looking at the tombstones standing in the center of the swamp. He had once added color to them here, gaining their recognition. It's indeed a battle realm. Although the form is different, the aura is actually the same, all created by the same person. During the Great War back then, this battle realm was more severely damaged. The skeletons inside were completely shattered, and the battle realm itself was injured to its core, causing the undead warriors inside to be unable to recover. I wonder if this battle realm still has any value. As he pondered, Lin Moya arrived at the deepest part of the swamp, where he saw the tomb of Legion Commander Yue. Chapter 2279. Chapter 2279, 2279. Chapter 2279. A sudden impulse, the time has come. Seeing Yui's tombstone again, Lin Moya could now imagine the situation of the great battle back then. The Netherworld Legion was deployed, with each legion being a battle realm like the Netherworld Swamp. Yue was one of them, commanding the first army group. In the end, he was defeated, and even the battle realm was severely damaged, unable to fight again. His enemies, those ape-like beings, pursued and killed into the Netherworld Swamp, until Yue sacrificed his soul to lay down a curse, preserving the Netherworld Swamp. Otherwise, this battle realm would likely have been completely destroyed. Years later, Lin Moya came here again, carefully examining the condition of the battle realm. He now possessed a complete battle realm, and comparing the two, he could see that the Netherworld Swamp was already 7 or 8/10 destroyed. That it could be preserved for so many years was already a miracle. The existence of the Yellow Earth Desert was due to its power leaking out. Now standing at a higher position, he overturned his previous judgment and understood the root of the matter. It seems this battle realm can no longer be repaired. Might as well make use of the waste and refine it into a world crystal, it can still serve some purpose. Lin Moya muttered to himself, preparing to use the world-burning fire to refine the entire world. Just as the world-burning fire appeared, Lin Moya suddenly withdrew it. He placed his hand on Yui's tombstone, sensing an unusual aura from it. This was a karmic thread, faint yet ever present. Lin Moya took out the karma gourd and activated it. A thin mist sprayed out from the karma gourd. In the mist, a karmic thread was revealed. The karmic thread extended beyond the Netherworld Swamp, its destination unknown. More mist sprayed out from the karma gourd, wrapping around the karmic thread, revealing the entire thread. Lin Moya followed the karmic thread out of the Netherworld Swamp. The thread ran through the entire swamp, flying into the depths of space. This was one of the uses of the karma gourd to reveal karma. The karmic thread was very long, spanning thousands of light years. Lin Moya followed it, traversing thousands of light years. Finally, Lin Moya reached the end of the karmic thread. A broken world. Lin Moya's eyes lit up with joy. At the end of the karmic thread, he saw a broken world. This world was hidden in darkness, its aura contained. If not for the karmic thread, Lin Moya would have had difficulty finding it. Without a doubt, this broken world was once the world of those ape-like beings. This world had been destroyed in the ancient war. Although Yui's first army group was defeated when the Netherworld Legion attacked them, the other army groups were not. This is an unexpected gain. Although this world was broken, it could still be refined into a world crystal. Lin Moya stepped into it with a smile. This was a world covered in forests, where the beings resembling apes naturally lived in such an environment. Lin Moya sensed an aura completely different from the Great World, belonging to another world. However, it was already riddled with holes, broken in the Great War of the past. Lin Moya didn't bother to explore this world. The world-burning fire directly exploded, sweeping through the entire world. The world rumbled and shook, the great trees in the forest collapsed amid the tremors, and cries of terror rang out. There were still living beings in this world, but they were not strong, most not even reaching the true God realm. The world had been beaten to ruins. Even if they survived, no powerful beings would emerge again. It was like the Great World, where supremes could no longer appear, for the same reason. There were living beings but no master. The origin was shattered, completely unable to resist the refinement of the world-burning fire. Those remaining living beings could only die helplessly. For them, this was a natural disaster, and they could not possibly understand the nature of the world-burning fire. The world continuously shrank, finally turning into a world crystal. This was the 9th world crystal Lin Moya had obtained. Lin Moya didn't even know the name of this world before destroying it. As the world was destroyed, the karmic thread also broke. Lin Moya didn't linger, returning once again to the netherworld swamp. The world-burning fire burned again, beginning to refine the netherworld swamp. In the yellow earth desert, wild sand flew and rolled. All the monster beings inside met their final end. The netherworld swamp was also boiling, countless white bones rushing out from the swamp, like warriors forming ranks in the sky. Yuyi's tombstone was also glowing brightly, a shadowy figure in armor bursting out from the tombstone, coming to the forefront of the battle formation. Yuyi's shadow was also broken, the army behind him reduced to broken bones, but their fighting spirit was still strong. Lin Moya bowed to Yuyi's shadow. "Your battle has ended. Leave the rest to me." Yuyi's shadow looked into the distance, finally looking up at the sky, seeing the world burning fire. He seemed to realize something and slightly nodded to Lin Moya. Then, at his command, all the broken bones rushed towards their own tombstones. The broken bones crashed into the tombstones like rain, shattering to pieces. Under the rain-like impacts, cracks appeared on the tombstone. Finally, Yui also crashed into his own tombstone. With a boom, the tombstone shattered. Lin Moya's eyes suddenly narrowed. In the center of the tombstone, a rule god stone appeared. "For the master." Yuyi's voice rang out in the air, the voice ethereal, his last words. This was his war trophy, preserved until now, to be presented to his master. Rule god stones only have two sources. One is from heavenly venerables. Their rule worlds can produce rule god stones, though production is difficult and quantities are extremely small. The other is from the great world, naturally produced, with even fewer in number. Rule god stones have many uses and are extremely precious due to their scarcity. Clearly, he had discovered this rule god stone back then and engaged in a great battle for it. Although he was ultimately defeated, he still managed to snatch the rule god stone. If it were before, Lin Moya would not have been able to touch the rule god stone. Touching it once would have meant death. Now Lin Moya was already at the other shore realm, with all his law powers elevated. He was now qualified to touch the rule god stone. Rule power surged as he reached out to take the rule god stone. The entire process was smooth, without any danger. Holding the rule god stone, Lin Moya couldn't help but sigh. "What a pity, your master is no longer here." Yui was loyal enough to think of his master even at the moment of his death. But alas, the vicissitudes of life are hard to predict. Who could have imagined that the great world would evolve into its current state? The netherworld swamp was refined after one day, disappearing from space along with the yellow earth desert. Lin Moya obtained the 10th world crystal. All 10 world crystals were wrapped by the world tree, forming a star, shining brightly in his soul world. Looking at the 10 world crystals in his soul world, Lin Moya suddenly had an impulse. It's time to construct the rule world. Once this thought arose, it began to grow rapidly, impossible to suppress. At his current level, his soul would often produce some strange sensations, giving him premonitions about the future. Lin Moya's soul was extremely sensitive, his spiritual perception incredibly powerful, giving him premonitions about dangers and the future. These premonitions were usually very accurate in most cases. Now he had a sudden impulse, feeling that the conditions were ripe and he could now construct his rule world. A space gate opened, and Lin Moya stepped into it, disappearing. Chapter 2280. Chapter 2280, 2280. Chapter 2280. Want to take another look at the Realm Sea, the true core of the human race's star region, where the Human Emperor Network's main body is located. Many other shore realm cultivators were cultivating here. In recent years, with the human race's fortune at its peak, many peak divine sovereigns have broken through. They then crossed the Starry River via the blood path to the other shore, achieving the other shore realm. The number of other shore realm cultivators has increased considerably, now approaching 200. However, everyone understands that for a long period to come, the number of newly promoted other shore realm cultivators will decrease significantly. The war has ended, and the blood path to the other shore can no longer be opened. To advance to the other shore realm in the future, one can only rely on crossing the Starry River by oneself. That will take much longer, at least several hundred years. The Human Emperor has also notified the high-level Divine Sovereigns about this matter, telling them to consolidate their foundations at the Divine Sovereign realm as much as possible. This way, they can smoothly advance to the other shore realm. This has both advantages and disadvantages. Although the number of people has decreased, their strength has increased. Cultivators who cross to the other shore through their own efforts will have combat power exceeding their predecessors by a margin, and their future path will also be broader. Space slightly distorted, and a space gate appeared in the starry sky. Lin Moya stepped out. Many people saw Lin Moya, but only for an instant. After Lin Moya came out, he took another step and disappeared. Some people's eyes flashed with envy. Space laws, truly enviable. With space laws, Mr. Lin can truly come and go as he pleases, unrestrained by anything. Unfortunately, such laws are too difficult. It's not something we can master. Forget about space laws. It's already good enough if we can fully understand our own laws. When we become holy venerables, then we can think about other things. Compare yourself to yourself, not to others. Other shore realm cultivators have firm Dao hearts and are not easily influenced. Admiration is just a natural reaction, and in the end, it's just a topic of conversation. Coming to the back of the Human Emperor Network, Lin Moya slightly bowed to the Human Emperor. "Elder Human Emperor, I'm going to construct my rule world now." The Human Emperor's projection appeared before Lin Moya. He sensed Lin Moya's rule power and said in a deep voice, "Your rule world already has a form. The promotion should be quite smooth." Lin Moya shook his head. "The rule world I want to construct might be a bit different. The time needed probably won't be too short." The human emperor said, the human race's side has been pacified. You can focus on your closed-door cultivation. We can handle anything that comes up. Lin Moya nodded slightly, turned around, and entered the cultivation room to start cultivating. This place is where the human emperor's power is strongest. No matter how much disturbance Lin Moya causes, the human emperor can control it. Lin Moya can cultivate with peace of mind. He didn't activate the time formation. Constructing a rule world is completely self-elevation. There can't be any external influence. In ancient times, whether one could go further depended heavily on the rule world. So Lin Moya had made full preparations before formally starting the promotion. His gaze swept across his entire soul world. The soul world was filled with rule power, which had already evolved into the form of a rule world. For ordinary other shore realm cultivators, once the soul evolves into the form of a rule world, becoming a holy venerable is a certainty. They only need to make some minor modifications to turn the form into a rule world. But Lin Moya is different. He wants to make major changes and upgrades to the rule world. The entire process can almost be described as starting over from scratch. Moreover, Lin Moya doesn't want to make modifications bit by bit. A perfect level rule world doesn't exist in small increments. It must be achieved in one step. Furthermore, he wants to surpass the perfect level and reach another level. Star refining of laws, 9,921 stars. Still 79 stars short of 10,000. 1 star every 10 days, it will take just over 2 years. I'll use these 2 years to rehearse well and make up for any deficiencies. Lin Moya's soul spread out his palm, and the world tree sprinkled soul power, forming a soul light ball on his palm. The situation in the light ball was almost identical to that in his soul. Lin Moya began to simulate the form of the rule world in this small world he created. At first, he had already thought about what his rule world should look like. He wanted to construct his rule world using the Great World as a template. Later, after experiencing the Realm Sea, Lin Moya's ideas changed. He found that the Great World was too small. The Great World was just a drop in the ocean of the Realm Sea. He wanted to add the Realm Sea to his rule world, but he didn't know how to add it. Mainly because he didn't know what was beyond the Realm Sea. Without knowing, he could only rely on his imagination. If only I could go to the Realm Sea again. Lin Moya looked at the Realm Sea shell. The aura of the Realm Sea shell had recovered somewhat. Lin Moya was secretly delighted. Perhaps, there really is a chance to take another look. The soul light ball in his palm began to change. It was changing according to Lin Moya's will. The 10,000 star points inside, the position of the world tree, the area of the spell stars, were all changing one by one. How to arrange them to be more perfect, more powerful. A team from the human race entered the territory of the Star Sky Fish race. Holy Venerable Hao personally went, and Yuchibai was prepared for Holy Venerable Hao's arrival. Lin Moya had told him, and Yukingro had also mentioned it after returning. He knew that Holy Venerable Hao had 2 matters for this visit. One was about Yukingro's marriage, which he had already agreed to. As for the other matter, Yuchibai didn't know, but Yukingro knew. She just hadn't said anything, waiting for Holy Venerable Hao to speak about it personally. Yukingro only said that this matter was very important, concerning the life and death of the race. Yuchibai had to take it seriously. After meeting with Holy Venerable Hao, he dismissed everyone, and the two talked for a long time. 2 days later, Holy Venerable Hao left, and Yuchibai called over the 2 grand elders and talked for a long time again. Another day passed, and Yuchibai issued a clan leader's order, commanding all other shore realm elders to go to the outer realm. What exactly they were going to do in the outer realm, only those other shore realm elders knew. Not just the other shore realm, even the 2 grand elders set out, going to the outer realm together. For a time, only Yuchibai, the clan leader, remained in the Star Sky Fish race, while all other shore realm and holy venerable cultivators had left. The azure sea waves lapped against the shore. Yukingro stood there, gazing at the sea. The sea was the Star Sky Fish race's favorite scenery, and Yukingro often gazed at the ocean. Yuchibai found Yukingro. Kingro, you don't blame me, do you? Yukingro shook her head. I don't blame you, clan leader. Besides, I agreed to this myself. She knew what Yuchibai meant. In many people's eyes, she had become a trade item. Someone had used a supreme realm treasure with inheritance to buy her. Yukingro already knew about what had happened when Lin Mohan and Lin Moya came that day. After hearing about it, she didn't have much emotional fluctuation. This was something she was willing to do, and when faced with racial interests, there was nothing that couldn't be traded. Even if she was a princess, it was the same. There are no deals that can't be made, only prices that can't be agreed upon. If the price is right, anything can be sold. If someone said that they could make someone in the Star Sky Fish race become a supreme, but the price was Yuchibai's life, Yuchibai would go to his death without hesitation. This was how Yuchibai was, everything for the sake of the race. Yuchibai said, if you have any requests, just say them. I will grant them all. Yukingro smiled slightly. Thank you, clan leader. Kingro has no requests. This is my own choice. Yuchibai said, if he bullies you, just come back. This will always be your home. Yukingro smiled, her eyes flashing with happiness. Don't worry, clan leader. He won't. Chapter 2281. Chapter 2281, 2281. Chapter 2281, The Great World Sinking into the Realm Sea. Seeing a part can reveal the whole. Yukingro believed she had not misjudged this person. Lin Moya could carry the sleeping coffin with him, wanting to change fate for his wives. Such a person was worth entrusting herself to. Thinking of Lin Moya, Yukingro's eye showed a hint of tenderness. She softly murmured, what are you doing now? In the cultivation room next to the human emperor's main body, Lin Moya had been sitting in meditation for over 2 years. The soul-like ball in his palm repeatedly shattered and reformed, constantly being adjusted as he simulated new configurations. Lin Moya continuously adjusted his rule world, wanting to create one that surpassed perfection. Any flaw, no matter how small, had to be corrected. The entire world needed to have both substance and void, symmetry and balance. There were too many things to consider. It was not like ordinary rule worlds that could be casually constructed. After 2 years of simulation, Lin Moya had gained some insights. There were actually 2 directions holy venerables could take when constructing rule worlds. One was extreme simplicity, like Lin Mohan's rule world, which was just a single sword, nothing else. The direction he chose was complexity, extreme complexity. He simulated the great world, constructing countless galaxies and star rivers, even wanting to simulate the realm sea. The 2 directions couldn't be said to be stronger or weaker, only more suitable for different individuals. Lin Mohan was suited for extreme simplicity, any problem could be solved with one sword strike. He was suited for complexity, meticulous planning for everything, leaving no gaps. Just as the star refining of laws was about to condense 10,000 stars, the realm seashell finally became usable again. I'll take another look at the realm sea, see the world outside. Hopefully I can gain something. Lin Moya thought to himself as he activated the realm sea shell with all his might. How long one could stay in the realm sea depended entirely on one's strength. The stronger one was, the longer they could remain. Previously he had only stayed for 10 minutes before returning. This time he should be able to stay much longer. As the realm sea shell activated, the sound of waves filled his ears. The aura of the realm sea spread from Lin Moya's body, flowing out of the cultivation room. The human emperor immediately sensed it. His half-step supreme power erupted, interfering with reality to directly block all the aura. The human emperor appeared in front of the cultivation room, murmuring, "Has he gone to the realm sea?" His eyes showed a hint of reminiscence. He had once been Xiao Zhantian, and had been to the realm sea several times. He was very familiar with its aura. He knew Lin Moyo had gone to the realm sea, but didn't know what he intended to do there. Lin Moyo had been in closed cultivation for 2 years, with no change in his aura. Constructing a rule world was not easy. Being in closed cultivation for decades or even centuries was normal. 2 years was nothing. The human emperor sighed deeply, "Though I don't know why you've gone to the realm sea, I hope you can gain something." The familiar sound and unique aura made it unforgettable once experienced. This was the realm sea, the miraculous sea that carried the great world and countless other worlds like it. Lin Moya stood in the air, looking down at the great world. Compared to his previous visit, he felt the great world seemed slightly larger. Looking into the distance, he saw another world approaching, the battle realm. The distance between the 2 worlds had shortened somewhat since last time. After observing for a while, he determined the time about 1,100 years remained before the 2 would collide. Besides this, the great world would not encounter any other worlds for now. After confirming the distance to the battle realm, Lin Moya didn't hesitate and immediately flew towards the distance. He wanted to see more of the realm sea in the limited time he had. He hoped to find some references to make his rule world even more perfect. Here, space laws were difficult to use, so he could only fly. After flying less than 10,000 meters, Lin Moya's body suddenly stopped. His soul warned him that if he went any further, he would never be able to return. This feeling was similar to getting lost in the soul void. If he went too far, he would be completely lost here. Getting lost would mean death. Lin Moya didn't dare risk his life. He immediately changed direction and flew elsewhere. After several tests, he knew 10,000 meters was his limit. He couldn't leave the great world by more than that distance. Given the size of the great world, the 10,000 meter area I can move in is actually quite vast. In the realm sea, the diameter of the great world is only about 100 meters. A 10,000 meter range is enough to contain many great worlds. Unfortunately, the realm sea is too empty. There's nothing within 10,000 meters. Lin Moya's eyes showed some disappointment. He hadn't seen what he needed. Within 10,000 meters there was nothing but rolling waves. The battle realm was still very far away, beyond 10,000 meters. After searching for a while and spending several minutes with no results, Lin Moya felt somewhat disappointed. But just as he was about to give up, Lin Moya finally made a discovery. No matter how the great world rose and fell, it actually remained tightly attached to the realm sea. No matter how big the waves were, the area of the great world submerged in the realm sea never changed. It wouldn't sink any deeper, nor would it rise any higher. Looking towards the distant battle realm, Lin Moya found it was the same. It was as if the 2 worlds were fixed in place, which was very strange. Lin Moya recalled what Vermilion Bird had once said: how deeply a world sank into the realm sea was related to its strength. The deeper a world sank, the higher the upper limit of strength for beings inside it. Only when half submerged could a world produce heavenly venerables. And the size of a world determined the number of powerful beings. So the extent a world sinks into the realm sea is fixed. It can't become more or less. What does the part of the great world submerged in the realm sea look like? Lin Moya looked at the realm sea, his eyes flickering. He quickly made a decision. He decided to take a look inside the realm sea. Last time he had felt it was too dangerous, that he would likely die if he entered. Now his strength was incomparable to before. He felt he might be able to take a look. Time and space laws couldn't be used here. Only the undying law could still be used somewhat, but limited to the portion he possessed. He couldn't summon the Lost Star River or replenish it. Lin Moya used the undying law, with death power outside and life power inside, as he sank into the realm sea. As soon as he touched the realm sea, terrifying power surged towards him. The power of the realm sea was like a heavy hammer, striking Lin Moya repeatedly. Each strike was comparable to a Holy Venerable's full power attack, incredibly terrifying. The death power could only offset part of the Realm Sea's impact. A significant amount of force still landed directly on his body. The undying golden body automatically activated. A layer of flames flowed over his skin, glowing brightly in the Realm Sea. The undying golden body glowed brightly, blocking the remaining impact from the Realm Sea. The Realm Sea's impact affected not just his physical body, but also his soul. His soul world also rumbled loudly. Waves appeared outside his soul world, crashing against it one after another. Lin Moya's soul had reached the supreme realm. His soul world was even more solid than his physical body, withstanding the Realm Sea's impact. It seems that as long as one can reach half-step supreme, they can withstand the Realm Sea's impact for a period of time. At the supreme realm, one can basically ignore the impact of the Realm Sea. Back when Xiao Zhantian searched for opportunities in the Realm Sea, he was at half-step supreme, which corroborated Lin Moya's judgment. The Realm Sea was fatal to those at the other shore realm. Holy Venerables could persist for a while, half-step supremes could last even longer, and supremes could ignore it. Although Lin Moya's realm was only at other shore, his strength was formidable. He could likewise persist in the Realm Sea for a period of time. Confirming there was no danger, he sank into the Realm Sea, finally seeing the lower half of the Great World. Lin Moya's eyes instantly changed, filled with shock. So it's like this. Chapter 2282. Chapter 2282, 2282. Chapter 2282, The Undying Undead Failed. The part of the Great World below the Realm Sea was completely different from the part above. The Great World below the Realm Sea was not the darkness one might imagine. The power of the Great World was like a large ship in the Realm Sea, entangled with strong forces, supporting itself. This force was far stronger than imagined. Lin Moya felt he would die if he touched it. This is the power of the Void. The Void power scattered with a colorful glow, intertwining like a dream, yet extremely dangerous. The Void power not only supported the Great World, but also continuously drew power from the Realm Sea to replenish itself. However, while absorbing power, it would also consume most of it. This consumed power would then support various worlds, drifting in the Realm Sea. Normally, the absorbed portion would be greater than the consumed portion. The excess power could then strengthen the world itself. The power in the Realm Sea was perfect, with void and reality intertwining, able to strengthen the world's origin. As the world grew stronger, it would absorb more power, and at the same time, its consumption would also increase. This was originally how the Great World worked. It not only absorbed power from the Realm Sea to strengthen its origin, but also absorbed the origins of many worlds, making itself increasingly powerful. However, after the Ancient War, the Great World's origin was damaged. The power it could absorb became weaker and weaker, while consumption remained unchanged. There was no longer excess power to repair itself. Now, it could barely maintain a balance between income and expenditure. But the power of the Realm Sea would continue to surge in. This power that wasn't absorbed but surged into the Great World was like a poison to the Great World. It would absorb less and less power, and more poison would surge in. The origin would continue to be consumed, and the upper limit it could support would decrease accordingly. There would no longer be heavenly venerables or supremes in the Great World. Eventually, the entire Great World would shatter as it expanded. Lin Moyo had once wondered why the Great World had to keep expanding. Wouldn't it be better if it didn't expand? It could even shrink itself. Wouldn't that prevent the world from being destroyed? Now Lin Moyo finally understood. The expansion of the Great World was a rule of the Realm Sea. No world could stop. If the origin of the Great World couldn't be repaired, it would eventually shatter, like a balloon. It would inflate to its maximum size, then pop with a bang. Seeing this scene, Lin Moyo also fully understood what form his rule world should take. He had completed the final piece of the puzzle for his rule world. What's this? Suddenly, a bright light entered his vision, coming from the depths of the Realm Sea. The Realm Sea was dark, with no light sources other than the colorful glow of the Great World. This suddenly appearing light source was very eye-catching. Lin Moya knew there were treasures in the Realm Sea. These treasures might come from worlds outside the Realm Sea, or from other shattered worlds. Xiao Zhantian had obtained a technological treasure in the Realm Sea, which ultimately turned him into the human emperor, protecting the human race for tens of thousands of years. Lin Moya quickly headed towards the bottom of the sea, hoping the bottom wasn't too deep, not exceeding 10,000 meters. Strong pressure came from all directions. The deeper he went into the Realm Sea, the greater the pressure became. The undying golden body began to tremble, barely able to hold on. Lin Moyo had an idea. The bone hell appeared, helping to protect him. His soul world was more solid. After all, it was at the Supreme Realm Soul, able to withstand the impact. After sinking several thousand meters, the light became brighter. Lin Moya finally saw the source of the light. The source of the light was a gemstone. Lin Moya sensed dense origin power from it. Origin crystal. Lin Moya was overjoyed. His luck was so good, he got exactly what he was thinking about. When constructing the rule world, if he could have origin power to enhance it, the effect would surely be better. The essence of world crystals was actually origin power. After being refined by the world burning fire, the attributes of various worlds were removed, leaving only pure origin power. It's just that the amount of origin power was too small. Whether it was from broken worlds or rule worlds left by supremes, there was only a tiny bit of origin power. The origin crystal before him contained much more origin power. This one was equivalent to 10 world crystals. Lin Moya suddenly felt very wealthy, becoming rich in an instant. Endless desire grew in his soul. Lin Moya really wanted to obtain this origin crystal. Whether for his ambitions for the rule world or hopes for the future, he was determined to get this origin crystal. He quickly approached the origin crystal, seemingly forgetting the distance between him and the great world. He was getting further and further from the great world. 5,000 meters, 7,000 meters, 9,000 meters. Danger! 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 His soul suddenly issued a warning. The world tree shook violently, and the 10-colored dragon soul crystal also erupted with bursts of dragon cries. Lin Moya suddenly woke up. Something's not right, not right. He looked horrified. His state just now was completely wrong. Even if he was attracted by the origin crystal, he shouldn't have become like this. Moreover, the origin crystal wasn't that far away. As he chased the origin crystal, it seemed to be constantly moving away, attracting him to follow. There's a problem with the origin crystal. Lin Moya stopped. At this point, he was almost 10,000 meters away from the great world. If he went any further, he might completely lose connection with the great world. In the vast realm sea, once he lost connection, it would be very difficult to find his way back. Lin Moya stopped thinking about the origin crystal and quickly returned. Just as he turned to return to the great world, the origin crystal suddenly moved. The origin crystal shone brightly, rapidly expanding before his eyes. The origin power became even stronger, producing an even greater temptation, trying to attract Lin Moya again. But this time Lin Moya was prepared. He guarded his soul and wasn't affected. With the light emitted by the origin crystal, Lin Moya finally saw clearly. Behind the origin crystal was a terrifying beast, a beast of the realm sea. This beast looked ferocious, appearing like a strange fish, its body covered in spikes. On its head was a tentacle, with the origin crystal hanging at the tip, like a lantern. The strange fish in the realm sea used the origin crystal to attract prey. When the prey moved far from their world, it would launch an attack and kill them. Beings who could come to the realm sea were not weak, at least at the Holy Venerable realm. Holy Venerables had an instinctive desire for origin crystals, which it took advantage of. This strange fish has intelligence. Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't want to fight the strange fish at this time. He was too far from the great world and needed to get closer first. Moreover, the realm sea was not a suitable place for battle. This was the strange fish's home turf. Fighting the strange fish here offered no advantages. If there was a chance, he would try to obtain the origin crystal again. If he couldn't get it, then so be it. Seeing that Lin Moya was no longer chasing the origin crystal, the strange fish suddenly pursued him. It was very fast, much faster than Lin Moya. It wouldn't take long to catch up. Lin Moya didn't want to tangle with it. He wanted to get closer to the great world first. In the realm sea, he couldn't use spatial laws, and his speed was limited. Otherwise, he could cover a distance of just a few thousand meters in the blink of an eye. As the strange fish got closer, Lin Moya had an idea. Skeleton god generals appeared in the realm sea. The skeleton god generals swung out sword energy, but the sword energy was quickly dissolved by the power of the realm sea. By the time it reached the strange fish, there was little power left. The remaining sword energy hit the strange fish, making a sound like striking iron. The spikes on the strange fish's body suddenly opened, shooting out countless water lines. The water lines penetrated the realm sea, hitting the skeleton god generals, instantly shattering them. Lin Moya was shocked again. The destroyed skeleton god generals couldn't revive. The undying undead had failed. Chapter 2283. Chapter 2283, 2283. Chapter 2283, there are opportunities and dangers in the realm sea. The undying undead failed. The undying undead, which had always been infallible, actually failed. This was the first time Lin Moya had encountered this, and he couldn't help but be shocked. After a brief thought, he roughly understood why. Is it because of being in the realm sea? Spells from the great world can't be used outside the great world. The strength of spells actually also requires the support of origin and rule power. Without origin, they become useless. In the realm sea, there is no origin or rules from the great world, so my undying undead lost its effect. However, the undying golden body, having once obtained the power of the origin flame, still has extremely strong abilities even outside the great world. Although the bone hell hasn't received origin power, it possesses the power of void and reality, so it can still have some effect. Besides these, other spells are weakened to some extent, with poor effects. In the realm sea, the undying undead indeed had no use, but fortunately, spells could still be used, and the number of skeleton god generals was still there. Against the strange fish, using them as meat shields to block for a while was not a problem. The strange fish's strength was unknown, and Lin Moya didn't want to tangle with it in the realm sea. He summoned a large number of skeleton god generals to block behind him, while he quickly flew towards the great world. The strange fish continuously shot out water lines, killing large numbers of skeleton god generals. There were too many skeleton god generals to kill them all. Seeing Lin Moya getting closer and closer to the great world, the strange fish clearly became anxious. It opened its huge mouth, and the origin crystal hanging in front of its head radiated colorful light. Boom! A terrifyingly powerful soul attack directly fell on Lin Moya. His soul world violently shook, the entire soul world becoming distorted and deformed, as if it might shatter at any moment. The world tree extended countless vines to stabilize the soul world, and the 10-colored dragon soul crystal also spewed out powerful dragon breath, working together with the world tree to maintain the soul world. Starlight flickered in the soul world, with nearly 10,000 stars simultaneously radiating light. With the three working together, they finally stabilized the soul world. So strong. Lin Moya was shocked again in his heart. He had still underestimated the strange fish. Just this sole attack alone meant the strange fish's strength was not much inferior to a supreme. If it were in the great world, he could still fight it, but in the realm sea, it was better to save his strength and not bother. Lin Moya felt his choice was correct, not to engage in a great battle with the strange fish in the realm sea. The skeleton god generals behind him became more and more numerous, densely packed, filling a large area of the sea, firmly blocking between himself and the strange fish. Lin Moya got closer and closer to the great world. Gradually, he began to feel the origin power of the great world. The light of the great world shone on him, giving Lin Moya a feeling of returning to the mother's body. At this moment, the undying undead suddenly became usable again. The previously killed skeleton god generals couldn't be revived, but those dying now could be revived to fight again. Lin Moya knew his judgment was not wrong. Whether the undying undead worked or not depended on origin power. It was the origin power of the great world that gave the undying undead its miraculous effect. However, with the change in the undying undead, Lin Moya also thought of another issue: whether his talents would still work after leaving the great world, especially the rebirth talent, which was his biggest trump card for survival. If the rebirth talent no longer worked, then he would have to be extremely careful when facing dangers in the future. Lin Moya became extremely vigilant in his heart. The realm sea is indeed very dangerous. He got closer and closer to the great world. When he was only 2,000 meters away, the strange fish suddenly stopped and no longer pursued. The origin crystal in front of its head radiated light like a lantern, interweaving with the colorful light of the great world. The strange fish stared fixedly at Lin Moya, its gaze cold, without any emotion. Not chasing anymore. Is it because of the origin power of the great world? Lin Moya discovered that where the strange fish stopped was just outside the range covered by the great world's origin power. Both sides had origin power, but clearly the great world's origin power was stronger. The strange fish was unwilling to approach the great world, so it stopped. Lin Moya glanced at it, then continued approaching the great world. Seeing Lin Moya getting closer and closer to the great world, the strange fish knew it could no longer eat him. It turned and swam away, quickly disappearing. Lin Moya passed by the edge of the great world, sticking close to the great world as he left the realm sea. The time he spent in the realm sea had almost reached the limit of what his defenses could withstand. He couldn't continue to endure the impact of the realm sea's power. He rushed out of the realm sea and only gradually relaxed after standing in the air above the great world. Even now, he still felt lingering fear. If his soul's sensitivity had been a bit worse and hadn't sent a danger warning, he might have really died. Only now, with the great world's protection, did he feel at ease. Although there are opportunities in the realm sea, there are also dangers. With my current abilities, I still can't move freely in the realm sea. One careless moment could lead to death and destruction of the Tao. Although I didn't obtain the origin crystal on this realm sea trip, I saw the other side of the great world, completing the final piece of the puzzle for the rule world. Lin Moya thought to himself that the realm sea trip was actually quite fruitful. The origin crystal was just an accident, and not obtaining it wasn't disappointing. Gain what one can, lose what one must. Some things can be strived for, but can't be forced. Calculating the time, he had been in the realm sea for over 10 minutes, already exceeding the previous time. Time in the realm sea flowed 10,000 times faster. These 10+ minutes meant quite a few days had passed in the great world. Lin Moya felt that in a little while, he should return. He observed the worlds in the realm sea again, hoping to discover something. Suddenly, Lin Moya's heart tightened. The small world. He suddenly sensed the small world. Following the connection between them, he saw a tiny light cluster in the waves about 10,000 meters away from the great world. The light cluster was extremely small, its volume not even 1/10,000th of the great world. But the light cluster was very complete, a real world. The small world really came to the realm sea. The sudden appearance of the small world verified Lin Moya's previous guess. The small world had really come to the realm sea. Although the small world was very small, it was quite complete. It tumbled in the waves of the realm sea, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The connection between Lin Moya and it was also broken at this point. The realm sea's time flowed 10,000 times faster. Staying in the realm sea for just a few seconds meant several tens of thousands of seconds had passed in the great world. This also perfectly verified what Lin Moya had previously seen in the great world. The day and a half when the small world disappeared was actually just a few seconds in the realm sea. It constantly alternated between the realm sea and the great world, existing in the realm sea for longer and longer periods, and in the great world for shorter and shorter times. It was gradually separating from the great world, until it completely entered the realm sea, no longer having any connection with the great world. Watching the small world where he was born about to leave, Lin Moya's emotions were complex. He couldn't clearly describe exactly what kind of emotion it was. Antares, you untrustworthy bastard. You said you'd come out in a few hundred years, but now. Lin Moya said word by word, viciously, if you have the guts, never come out. Otherwise, see how I'll beat you up. Chapter 2284. Chapter 2284, 2284. Chapter 2284, Constructing the Rule World. Lin Moya's journey to the realm sea lasted a total of 20 minutes this time. Exactly double the previous time. 20 minutes in the realm sea equaled 200,000 minutes in the great world, nearly 140 days. These 140 days were very fruitful for Lin Moya. Not only did he witness the dangers in the realm sea, but he also completed the final piece of the puzzle for his rule world. Finally, he saw the small world where he was born, confirming that the small world was indeed separating from the great world. This great power that could separate the small world from the great world had completely surpassed his imagination. This power far exceeded that of heavenly venerables, perhaps even reaching the level of Tao venerables. he could be certain that heavenly venerables did not have this ability. The star refining of laws was still continuing, with only the last bit remaining before reaching 10,000 stars. Back then, when that Supreme created the star refining of laws, the ancient war broke out soon after, and he was severely injured in the war. Even he himself had never produced 10,000 stars, and no one knew exactly what the effect of 10,000 stars would be. Lin Moya felt some anticipation in his heart. At the same time, he once again simulated what he had gained in the Realm Sea, making final improvements to the form of his rule world. After more than 10 days, the 10,000 stars finally took shape. Starlight flickered, radiating brilliant auroras that enveloped the entire soul world. The vast soul world became completely illuminated, with auroras interweaving, reflecting a myriad of colors, making the entire soul world incredibly splendid. The starlight carried powerful force, causing the entire soul world to become stronger. Quantitative changes led to qualitative changes. The power of 10,000 stars interwoven together caused the strength of the entire soul world to rise sharply. Lin Moya's heart stirred, it's beginning. Following the changes of the star refining of laws, Lin Moya formally began constructing his rule world. The world tree let out a cheer, growing frantically and pouring out vast amounts of soul power into the soul world, providing ample energy for the entire world's transformation. Over so many years, who knew how much soul power the world tree had accumulated, as if waiting for this moment. With Lin Moya's thoughts, the rule world that already had a form now began changing frantically. The previous form was demolished, and everything started anew. Vast soul power constructed a brand new rule world. The rule world still used the Great World as a template, but Lin Moya made changes to it. The rule world was divided into inner and outer layers, similar to the inner and outer realms of the Great World. The outer layer was larger than the inner layer, but had fewer resources. Lin Moya took 3,000 of the 10,000 stars, grouping them into sets of 10 to form 300 galaxies, evenly distributed in the outer region. The remaining 7,000 stars were grouped into sets of 100 to form massive galaxies, distributed in the inner region. His soul body and the world tree were located in the core area. The branches and leaves of the world tree penetrated through space, extending outwards. Though invisible, they actually covered the entire rule world. It could be said that the entire rule world was under the world tree's canopy. This was what Lin Moya had planned from the beginning. The world tree would be the core of the entire rule world. With the general areas divided, the outline of the rule world had taken shape. Next came the details. One by one, spell stars descended, becoming suns, white dwarfs, and neutron stars. They existed independently, becoming the most powerful stars in the rule world. Whether in the outer or inner layer, all 10,000 stars would provide energy for them. The spell stars were Lin Moya's core, the most important existence, irreplaceable like the world tree. The infinite fusion, which hadn't moved for a long time, stirred again. It flew chaotically throughout the rule world, scattering misty fog wherever it went. The fog was very faint, almost invisible. However, Lin Moya could feel that wherever the fog reached, all the stars underwent changes. Their starlight seemed to have gained a conductor, with all starlight under the command of the infinite fusion. The infinite fusion gathered large amounts of starlight together, finally dividing it equally among the spell stars. It was like an emperor rewarding his subordinates, with an attitude of supreme loftiness. Lin Moya ignored it, knowing it wouldn't cause trouble, and continued with his own work. He placed the spell stars in suitable areas. They appeared somewhat scattered, but were actually in perfect order, all arranged around his soul body and the world tree. Thus, a structure was formed with the soul body and world tree at the center, spell stars in the second layer, 7,000 stars in the third layer, and 3,000 stars in the outermost layer. The entire structure was like a large net, becoming tighter and stronger towards the center. And through the world tree that penetrated the entire rule world, the power from the center could be supplied to the outside at any time. It appeared loose but was actually extremely tight. Lin Moya was imitating the Great World. The Great World used a rune as its core, while he used the world tree as his core. Of course, the current world tree was far from comparable to the Great World's rune, but Lin Moya believed his rule world could continue to grow, and one day might rival the Great World. Powerful rule power was born in the rule world, quickly filling every corner. At this point, the rule world already exuded an aura of perfection, with almost no flaws to be found. This kind of rule world was called perfect level in ancient times. Relying on the 10,000 stars of the star refining of laws, Lin Moya had constructed a perfect level rule world without even using the world crystals. The goal was achieved ahead of schedule, but Lin Moya was not satisfied. He wanted to break through the fixed notions of the three realms. Lin Moya murmured to himself, with a substantial side, the rule world should also have an insubstantial side. Only by combining substance and void can the rule world be considered a true world. With a thought, the bone hell naturally appeared. This was the first time Lin Moya had released the bone hell in his soul world. The bone hell itself already possessed the characteristics of substance and void, combining the powers of both. Following Lin Moya's thoughts, the bone hell began to merge with the entire rule world, becoming the insubstantial side of the rule world. This was just a temporary measure, far from true combination of substance and void. Lin Moya had not yet mastered the power of void, so for now he could only imitate. The newly formed rule world began to rumble. The bone hell continuously sank, descending to the bottom of the rule world. Just like the realm sea, it supported the rule world from the bottom. He had thought before that the rule world needed to combine substance and void, but didn't know exactly how to do it. How to integrate the power of void into his own rule world. After entering the realm sea, he suddenly understood that it wasn't as complicated as he had imagined. The realm sea provided the most suitable answer. The bone hell spread out at the bottom of the rule world, merging with it and becoming the void aspect of the rule world. Rivers of hellfire flowed out from the bone hell into the rule world. The fire rivers were like the realm sea, continuously rising until they occupied 1/3 of the entire rule world. All stars engulfed by the fire rivers were imbued with the power of void, gaining both substantial and insubstantial aspects. The rule world gained a small amount of the power of substance and void, rumbling incessantly and becoming stronger, seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough. It continued to rumble but couldn't break through for a long time. It was still lacking something. It lacked origin power. The Great World could no longer provide Lin Moya with enough origin power, but fortunately, Lin Moya was prepared. With a thought, the World Tree let out a cheer, and 10 world crystals flew out simultaneously, coming before Lin Moya. The world-burning fire flickered, quickly melting the 10 world crystals and releasing powerful origin power. Chapter 2285. Chapter 2285, 2285. Chapter 2285, Breaking Through the World Barrier. The rule world, nourished by origin power, shook more violently. Strong origin aura surged turbulently in the rule world, sweeping through it like a fierce storm. All the stars were imbued with origin power, becoming more powerful. The starlight also grew stronger, sprinkling origin power into every corner. Almost every beam of starlight contained traces of origin power. With abundant origin power, the rule world kept shaking nonstop. Vibrant vitality appeared in the rule world. With the world tree already present, Lin Moya's rule world was never desolate. But now, the vitality grew even stronger. All the stars, nourished by origin power, showed signs of life, beginning to give birth to plants. The emergence of life in a rule world was the exclusive feature of Supreme Realm rule worlds, unattainable by holy venerables. The reason was that Supreme Rule worlds had integrated origin power. Only origin power could evolve life. Origin was the source of everything, the origin of life. Lin Moya used 10 world crystals to temporarily replace the Great World's origin. In the future, when he truly becomes a supreme, he will use the Great World's origin to integrate into the rule world a second time, accomplishing at the Holy Venerable Realm what could only be done at the Supreme Realm. Lin Moya's rule world had already surpassed the perfect level, beyond description. Under the nourishment of origin power, the rule world continued to grow stronger and stronger. Lin Moya's finger moved slightly, beginning to draw runes. He drew quickly, producing a large number of ancient runes, one after another, non-stop. The ancient runes flew from his fingertips, exploding when they reached their predetermined positions. The ancient runes merged into the rule world. These runes could make the rule world more powerful and more stable. Lin Moya drew the ancient runes without relying on the power of the Great World, but completely using his own origin power. Even if he went to the Realm Sea in the future, the ancient runes he drew would still be usable. The ancient runes reinforced the rule world, also making it more harmonious. Under the effect of the ancient runes, the powers of void and reality merged almost perfectly, making Lin Moya's rule world a combination of void and reality, like a true world. As Lin Moya continued to add ancient runes, the rule world kept evolving, its strength constantly increasing. Constructing a rule world was not a task that could be completed in a day. After the general framework was complete, there were still many details to be supplemented. Lin Moya thought to himself, there's still a lot to do next. Just the ancient runes alone would require thousands or tens of thousands. He had his work cut out for him. His realm had already reached Holy Venerable when the rule world took shape. The aura of a Holy Venerable burst out of the cultivation room, but was blocked by the human emperor. Judging from the aura, Lin Moya's Holy Venerable status was extraordinary. Although the human emperor couldn't see clearly, he could sense Lin Moya's uniqueness. He passed this news to Old Star, who quickly came to the human emperor's side to sense Lin Moya's aura together. Old Star said in a deep voice, his rule world is very strong, stronger than both of ours. The human emperor said, I suspect his rule world is at the perfect level. Old Star sighed, a perfect level rule world was rare even in ancient times. In our era, he's probably the only one. The human emperor had a different opinion, not just him. Lin Mohan and Lin Mohan's rule world should also be at the perfect level. Old Star didn't deny the human emperor's words. Lin Mohan's rule world was indeed very strong, especially since Lin Mohan could hold her own rule world in her hand and use it as a treasure. Even with their experience, it was hard to imagine. At the edge of the Great World, separated by the world barrier, the realm sea lay beyond. Lin Mohan had been here for a long time, trying again and again to break through the barrier and leave the Great World. But the world barrier was too strong. Even she found it difficult to break through. To leave the Great World, one either needed to use treasures like the realm seashell, or use overwhelming power to forcibly break through the world barrier. In ancient times, only some extremely powerful supremes could break the world barrier and enter the realm sea. Lin Mohan's current realm was half-step supreme. Relying on the world-destroying sword, she could unleash attacks comparable to a supreme. But to break the world barrier, she was still a bit short. Lin Mohan tried again and again, never considering giving up. If one sword wasn't enough, then 2 swords, 3 swords, 100 swords, 10,000 swords. If one day wasn't enough, then 10 days, 100 days, a year, 10 years. Lin Mohan cultivated and gained insights while striking with her sword. Over these years, her realm hadn't changed, but her combat power had been steadily increasing. At this moment, she struck out with her sword again. The sword light slashed across the starry sky and hit the world barrier, making it ring loudly, as if the entire world was shaking. The world barrier still didn't break, not even showing a crack. Lin Mohan dispersed the world-destroying sword. The heaven and earth sword flew out from behind Lin Mohan, stopping in front of her. A small figure appeared on the sword body. The Heaven and Earth Sword Spirit said softly, the power of that sword strike, compared to 2 years ago, has increased by at least 30%. Based on the strength of the world barrier, if you can increase it by another 30%, you should be able to break through. As the Heaven and Earth Sword Spirit, it had faced the world barrier more than once. Its old master had used it to break through the world barrier and leave the great world many times. It was very clear about the strength of the world barrier. Lin Mohan nodded. I know. If I go all out, I can indeed break the world barrier. But what then? The Realm Sea is not a friendly place. Even with my strength, I would still be in danger there. So I need to be able to easily break the world barrier without going all out. Only then am I qualified to enter the Realm Sea and seek my own opportunities. The Heaven and Earth Sword Spirit frowned. Then what should we do? Lin Mohan smiled slightly. No rush. Perhaps we just need to wait a bit longer. The Heaven and Earth Sword Spirit didn't understand. Wait for what? Lin Mohan smiled and said, wait for little you, wait for him to advance to Holy Venerable. By my calculations, it should be soon. Suddenly, a rumbling sounded from deep in her bloodline. A mysterious power was born from within her body. Lin Mohan's eyes flashed with brilliance. It's here. She sat down in the void, her aura beginning to rise. Blood resonance. Lin Moya's advancement to Holy Venerable triggered blood resonance, pushing Lin Mohan's realm. With the divine path broken, unable to step onto the divine path, it was impossible to gain the recognition of the great world and obtain origin power. Without origin power, one couldn't become a supreme. This was the same for everyone. Lin Mohan indeed found it difficult to become a supreme, so she wanted to leave the great world to seek her own path. But while her realm couldn't advance, it didn't mean her combat power couldn't increase. The world-destroying sword appeared behind her, becoming sharper, its aura like a tsunami, causing endless ripples in the void. The trace of origin power in the Rule God Stone amplified the power of the world-destroying sword. Relying on blood resonance, Lin Mohan took another half-step on the path of half-step supreme, touching the true limit of half-step supreme. Although still not a supreme, her combat power had increased again. Several days later, Lin Mohan emerged from cultivation, the world-destroying sword in her hand. Heaven and Earth Sword. With a light shout, the Heaven and Earth Sword merged with the world-destroying sword with a soft chime. With the Heaven and Earth Sword, the world-destroying sword became even stronger. Lin Mohan's aura grew more powerful, exploding in the starry sky, bursting out countless electric snakes. One sword splits the sea. Lin Mohan shouted delicately, slashing out a sword strike towards the world barrier. Unless she went all out, this was her strongest sword strike in her normal state. This sword strike was much stronger than a few days ago. A small step in realm translated to a huge boost in final combat power. This was Lin Mohan's terrifying aspect, also her confidence in fighting across realms. The sword light hit the world barrier. The world barrier rang loudly again. This time it wasn't just shaking, spider web-like cracks appeared on it. Within the sword light, the Heaven and Earth Sword Spirit roared, break! Another sword light burst out, landing on the center of the spider web for the second time. The spider web finally shattered, creating a gap that wasn't too large. Lin Mohan transformed into a beam of light, rushing into the gap and disappearing. Chapter 2286. Chapter 2286, 2286. Chapter 2286, Integrating Laws, Rule World Complete. Lin Moya seemed to sense Lin Mohan's departure and softly said, Sister, I wish you all the best. His hands did not stop, continuing to construct his rule world. Using 10 world crystals as the source of power, he drew ancient runes to reinforce and strengthen the entire rule world. One by one, the ancient runes hid in the void, merging into the rule world. At this moment, Lin Moya felt as if he had become the rune of the great world, completely controlling his own rule world. Every detail within the rule world would move according to his will. 10 years later, Lin Moya finally stopped. For 10 years, he had continuously drawn ancient runes, not knowing how many he had drawn, arming the entire rule world to the teeth. Lin Moya could be certain that his rule world had far surpassed the Holy Venerable realm. Even the rule worlds of Supremes might not be as strong as his. He had seen Supreme Realm rule worlds before and had references for comparison. In his rule world, starlight flowed, full of vitality. Every star had vitality, seemingly capable of evolving life. Of course, this feeling was illusory, not yet at the level of truly evolving life. However, if Lin Moya were to capture some living beings and place them inside, they could indeed survive for a long time. Lin Moya looked around his rule world. His rule world was like a miniature version of the Great World, complete with both substance and void. Powerful forces danced within the rule world, and Lin Moya could clearly feel the strength of his rule world. If he were to use it as a weapon, it would surpass all Holy Venerable realm treasures. The rule world has just taken shape and still has great potential for growth. This must be the difference from ordinary rule worlds. Lin Moya seemed to have an epiphany, understanding the differences between various levels of rule worlds. Trash-level rule worlds were fixed in place, with no room for growth. Ordinary-level rule worlds could grow a bit, but the growth was limited, at most reaching the supreme level. Perfect-level rule worlds had great potential for growth, capable of supporting up to the Heavenly Venerable realm, or even the Tao Venerable realm. Lin Moya felt that his rule world seemed to have no upper limit, as if it had just been born and its future was hard to estimate, surpassing the perfect level, with the potential for infinite growth. Lin Moya smiled, just one last step left. Now, the only thing left for the rule world to be fully formed was the final step. Lin Moya's heart stirred, and 4 Lost Star rivers simultaneously appeared. The final step was to integrate the Lost Star rivers into the rule world. At the Holy Venerable Realm, the Lost Star Rivers were no longer summoned when needed but were integrated into the rule world, allowing them to exist permanently. This way, even a casual strike would possess infinite power. However, integrating the Lost Star Rivers was not easy. Many Holy Venerables needed to spend a lot of time on it. Lin Moyo had long been prepared for this. As the Lost Star Rivers appeared, the ancient runes he had drawn earlier also emerged. The ancient runes formed an array, carrying the Lost Star Rivers, naturally guiding their power and easily integrating them into the rule world. But a new problem arose. The 4 Lost Star Rivers had different powers. They could all integrate into the rule world, but they seemed to operate independently. The Bone Hell could carry the Undying Law but couldn't simultaneously carry the time and space laws. Other spells were the same, only able to carry one law at a time. Thus, even with 4 Lost Star Rivers, it was almost the same as having just one. Lin Moyo had long been prepared for this. He looked at the Infinite Fusion spell star. It's your turn. Spell, Infinite Fusion. The Infinite Fusion spell star flew over, scattering countless gray mist. The gray mist contained the Chaos Law, enveloping the 4 law powers and causing them to merge. Infinite Fusion was very magical, the most mysterious existence among all Lin Moyo's spell stars. Lin Moyo had once used Infinite Fusion to fuse his spells. Later, Infinite Fusion developed self-awareness, and Lin Moyo no longer interfered. If anything happened, Infinite Fusion would act on its own. But this didn't mean he couldn't use Infinite Fusion. Now, Lin Moyo actively used Infinite Fusion to merge his 4 laws into one. Under the effect of the Chaos Law, the 4 laws began to merge. The first to merge were the time and space laws. The time and space powers had long been successfully fused, and their merger was very smooth. Next, the Undying Law joined in. The Undying Law contained 2 powers, and under the effect of Infinite Fusion, it also began to merge. Lin Moyo could feel that the time and space powers, after merging with the Undying Law, became stronger. The newly fused power now had the characteristics of life and death, breaking the limitations of time and space. But when the Starlight Law also tried to merge, the power began to diminish rapidly. Lin Moyo realized something was wrong and immediately withdrew the Starlight Law. Infinite Fusion was like this. More wasn't always better, only the right combination was best. Lin Moyo tried several times and found that the best combination was the Undying Law, Time Law, and Space Law. The Starlight Law is too weak. It became a burden and isn't suitable for merging. However, the Starlight Law can be used for star refining, creating more stars and enhancing the rule world. Lin Moyo decided to let the Starlight Law exist independently and used ancient runes to stimulate it, just as he did when cultivating star refining. The Starlight Law absorbed starlight and gathered power, continuously producing new stars. The other 3 laws had already merged into one, elevated to rule power, and sent into every spell star. If successful, every one of his spells would have the characteristics of 3 laws. For example, the Skeleton God General's attacks would have the Undying Law, with death power to corrode enemies and life power to repair itself. It would also have time and space power, capable of traversing time and space, teleporting, and ignoring most attacks. Combined with the Bone Law that the Skeleton God General already possessed, its combat power would greatly increase. The Bone Hell would also have time and space characteristics. If it encountered the origin crystal of the Black Blood Great Realm again, even if it hid in different times and spaces, the Bone Hell could devour it. The Bone Hell could launch attacks from different times and spaces, making it impossible to escape. Of course, all this depended on successful fusion. The fused rule power tried to enter the spell stars, but the spell stars flickered and directly rejected it. The spell stars did not accept it, rejecting it outright. They kept flickering, emitting a buzzing sound, as if telling Lin Moyo, can't do it. Lin Moyo tried several times, all ending in failure. After thinking for a moment, he understood the problem. The spell stars were too weak to simultaneously carry so many laws. Lin Moyo believed his idea was correct, only lacking the strength of the spell stars. Since that was the case, it would have to wait for the future. Abandoning the idea of having spells carry multiple rules, he looked at the 4 Lost Star Rivers flowing happily in the rule world and let out a long breath. Finally done. Calculating the time, it took a total of less than 15 years, an incredibly fast speed. Others constructed their rule worlds bit by bit, taking hundreds of years. But Lin Moyo completed it all at once. 15 years was actually very short. The rule world constructed in 15 years was full of power, stronger than those built over hundreds of years by others. Mainly because he was too well prepared. The world tree had accumulated enough power over the years, and with 10 world crystals, he could complete it in one step, constructing a complete rule world. After constructing the rule world, Lin Moyo did not leave the cultivation room but took out the ancient boxes. Let's see what's inside. 5 ancient boxes, 2 from the Holy Rune Heavenly Venerable, 2 from the Mysterious Master, and 1 from the Star Sky Fish Race. The Mysterious Master had once told him to open the boxes after reaching the Holy Venerable Realm. The Holy Rune Heavenly Venerable did not mention any realm requirements, but Lin Moyo thought the boxes were similar, so he decided to open them all at the Holy Venerable Realm. Now that he was a Holy Venerable, he could finally see what was inside. Chapter 2287. Chapter 2287, 2287. Chapter 2287, Yukingro sells herself. Ancient runes flowed on the ancient box. These runes were very old, true ancient runes. These ancient runes evolved from 3-dimensional to 2-dimensional, finally engraved on the box, allowing it to withstand the passage of time without damage. However, the material of the box itself was also very high grade, otherwise, it would not be able to bear the ancient runes. Such boxes were very precious in ancient times and were generally only used to store rare items. Ordinary items did not qualify to be placed inside. With Lin Moya's current realm and understanding of runes, the ancient runes on the ancient box were no longer difficult for him. After carefully examining the box from all angles for a moment, Lin Moya already knew how to open it. He let his soul power flow and drew an ancient rune with his fingers. This ancient rune was not complicated and corresponded exactly with the ancient runes on the ancient box. Once drawn, the rune also turned two-dimensional and flew onto the box. The rune Lin Moya drew merged with the runes on the box, causing the box to emit a brilliant light. With a click, the box opened, and a sharp sword light shot out from it. A world of rules appeared, and Lin Moya summoned his own world of rules, enveloping the cultivation room and completely blocking the sword light. The sword light impacted the world of rules, causing it to shake continuously. Lin Moya was shocked. Sure enough, not just anything can be placed inside. The strength of this sword light almost surpassed a full-force strike of a Saint Sovereign. If it were a weaker Saint Sovereign, their world of rules might not be able to block the sword light. The power of the sword light contained spatial power, and the space around Lin Moya was completely sealed, as if the spatial laws had come to a halt. Lin Moya's gaze was complex. He had already guessed what was inside the box. The first box he opened came from the Starry Sky Fishman clan, containing a sword, only the size of a palm, a soul treasure. The sword's body was crystal clear, exuding a strong sense of spatial laws. Communicating with the small sword through his soul, the small sword instantly turned virtual and appeared in the soul world. Fishman sword can kill all members of the Fishman clan, regardless of their realm or strength, with one strike. Lin Moya looked at the information brought by the Fishman sword, confirming his guess that this sword was meant to control the Starry Sky Fishman clan. Besides the Fishman sword, there was also a jade token in the box. Lin Moya took the jade token and read its contents. My name is Space Heavenly Sovereign. I extracted the essence of flying fish from the Boundary Sea and merged it with human blood to create the Starry Sky Fishman clan. A great war is about to start, and the clan I created is still weak and not suitable for the battlefield. The outcome of this war is uncertain, and I cannot guarantee my survival, so I left this item to control the clan. Lin Moya learned the origin of the Starry Sky Fishman clan, created by the Space Heavenly Sovereign using the essence of flying fish from the Boundary Sea and human blood. However, the clan was too weak when created and did not participate in the war. The Space Heavenly Sovereign feared he might not survive the war, so he left the Fishman sword to control the clan. The ancient box could only be opened with runes, which only humans could master, so the Space Heavenly Sovereign was not afraid of the box falling into the hands of other races. Ironically, the box ended up in the hands of the Starry Sky Fishman clan, who unknowingly handed it over to Lin Moya. Lin Moya smiled lightly, teasing, Kingro, did you sell yourself? He put away the jade token and looked at the second box. This box was left by the Saint Rune Heavenly Sovereign, who left two ancient boxes in the inheritance land. Lin Moya was curious about what was inside. After some research, Lin Moya knew how to open the box. Each box required different runes, but none were difficult for Lin Moya. With a soft sound, the box opened. Brilliant rays of light flew out from the box, accompanied by various auras. Treasures, more than one. Lin Moya sensed many auras, indicating that there were multiple items inside the box. These auras intertwined, strong and chaotic. When the box was fully opened, Lin Moya found another ancient rune inside, which expanded the internal space of the box. In the expanded space, over 100 various items lay quietly. These are materials needed for making ancient rune warriors. Lin Moya recognized at a glance that these items were materials for making ancient rune warriors. Many of these materials were already extinct, and even with 12 core ancient runes, it was difficult to create ancient rune warriors as powerful as those from ancient times. The materials in the box were only a small part of what was needed, less than a third. However, Lin Moya could see that the materials left by the Saint Rune Heavenly Sovereign were very precious, even in ancient times. In the current era, they were even more priceless. Most importantly, these materials were hard to find substitutes for. Lin Moya suspected that these materials were leftover scraps from when the Saint Rune Heavenly Sovereign made ancient rune warriors. What were scraps back then were now extremely precious. With these materials, combined with 12 core ancient runes, the combat power of ancient rune warriors could be significantly enhanced. The ancient rune warriors of the past could fight against peak supremes. With 12 core ancient runes and these materials, I wonder if they can rival supremes. Lin Moya thought to himself, filled with anticipation for another ancient box. Since both were left by the Saint Rune Heavenly Sovereign, there might be more surprises. Lin Moya opened the third box again. As soon as the box opened, a peculiar aura spread out. Artifact Spirit. Lin Moya sensed the aura of an artifact spirit and found it strange. Why did the Saint Rune Heavenly Sovereign leave an artifact spirit in the box? When he saw the item inside the box, he realized he was mistaken. It was not an artifact spirit but a rune spirit. Inside the box lay an ancient rune, permanently solidified like the 12 core ancient runes, never to dissipate. On the ancient rune, a small creature was sleeping soundly. Half of its body floated on the ancient rune, the other half inside, looking very cute. The ancient rune had developed intelligence, like an artifact spirit or an array spirit, which was very rare. Only extremely perfect ancient runes had a 1 in a billion chance of developing intelligence and becoming a rune spirit. Even for the Saint Rune Heavenly Sovereign, obtaining an intelligent ancient rune was very difficult. Over the years of constructing the world of rules, Lin Moyo had drawn countless ancient runes, each perfect, yet none had developed a rune spirit. The array spirit from previous arrays was purely a stroke of luck. Communicating with the ancient rune, information about the rune spirit flooded into Lin Moya's soul. This rune spirit could manipulate any rune, including ancient rune warriors. With its presence, ancient rune warriors would become more agile, and their combat power would increase by at least 30%. As Lin Moya received the information, he heard the somewhat annoying voice of the Saint Rune Heavenly Sovereign again. Chapter 2288. Chapter 2288, 2288. X Chapter 2288. How could I be so stupid? The Holy Rune Heavenly Venerable had completely bid farewell to the great world, and the last traces of his existence had been erased. This was what the Holy Rune Heavenly Venerable himself said he had completely left. Unexpectedly, here, Lin Moya could still hear this guy's voice. I explored the mysteries of life, creating living beings through runes, hoping to use this to ascend to the Tao Venerable Realm. Unfortunately, I failed. The path to the Tao Venerable Realm and the Great World was blocked, and the Great World lost its hope. I had no choice but to leave and seek a new path. If future generations are fortunate enough to obtain my inheritance, perhaps they can glimpse the ultimate Tao I pursued through this rune spirit. After listening, Lin Moya couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He hadn't expected that the rune spirit had another meaning for the Holy Rune Heavenly Venerable. The Holy Rune Heavenly Venerable attempted to create true living beings, pursuing the Tao Venerable Realm. Whether it was the ancient rune warriors or the rune spirit, they were all part of his pursuit of the Tao. Moreover, according to the Holy Rune Heavenly Venerable, the rune spirit was the ultimate product of his pursuit, even more advanced than the ancient rune warriors. Unfortunately, he still failed. This path was blocked, and he had to seek another way. Later, the ancient war broke out, and the great world was severely damaged, completely blocking his hope of ascending to the Tao Venerable Realm. The Holy Rune Heavenly Venerable had no choice but to leave the great world and continue pursuing his Tao in the Realm Sea. As for the rune spirit, since this path was blocked, it was of no use to keep it. But after all, it was his painstaking effort, and he couldn't bear to destroy it, so he left it behind. Lin Moyo had never thought of following the Holy Rune Heavenly Venerable's path. For him, the existence of the rune spirit was just to enhance the combat power of the ancient rune warriors. Now the rune spirit was still asleep, it was not time to awaken it. Lin Moyo closed the box again. When the ancient rune warriors were refined, it would be the day the rune spirit awakened. No matter what the Holy Rune Heavenly Venerable had done, at least what he left behind was useful to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo thought that if he ever met him, he would thank him first and then give him a beating. Of course, that was assuming he could win. There were 2 ancient boxes left, both left by the mysterious master. Lin Moyo believed that the items left by the mysterious master must be better than those left by the Holy Rune Heavenly Venerable. With a bit of anticipation, Lin Moyo examined the ancient box. The runes on the ancient box flowed, and as Lin Moyo observed, his brows slightly furrowed. These runes feel more advanced than the Holy Rune Heavenly Venerable's runes. The Holy Rune Heavenly Venerable's runes still have traces to follow, but these runes seem to be naturally formed. Lin Moyo was astonished. The Holy Rune Heavenly Venerable was already the highest achievement in runes in ancient times, unmatched by anyone. But now he saw with his own eyes runes more advanced than those of the Holy Rune Heavenly Venerable. This feeling made him somewhat surprised and incredulous. Lin Moyo felt the runes on the box. In the Great World, the only thing that can surpass the Holy Rune Heavenly Venerable in terms of runes is the Great World's runes themselves. Could the mysterious master have a connection with the Great World's runes? Right, the world-burning rune is also a special rune. It seems that the mysterious master also knows runes, and his attainment in runes is even higher than that of the Holy Rune Heavenly Venerable. Previously, unlocking the ancient boxes had been almost effortless for Lin Moyo. This time, however, he found it somewhat challenging. But Lin Moyo had a special feeling for runes. Although the runes on the ancient box were difficult, he was still confident he could unlock them. He studied the runes on the box, entering a state of forgetting both himself and the world. Vaguely, Lin Moyo felt he had touched another level of runes, but it was just a touch. He knew he was still far from this level. Not knowing what to call this level, Lin Moyo named it Heavenly Formed. It meant naturally formed, a level even the Holy Rune Heavenly Venerable found difficult to reach. After studying for an unknown number of days, Lin Moyo finally gained some understanding of the runes on the ancient box. He tried to draw an extremely complex ancient rune. The ancient rune fell on the box, corresponding exactly with the runes on the box. But the box did not open, and the ancient rune he drew quickly dissipated. Lin Moyo muttered to himself, "The runes are not wrong, something is missing." Thinking of the mysterious master's methods, Lin Moyo immediately realized what he was missing: the power of void and reality, or the power of origin. Whether it was the power of void and reality or the power of origin, Lin Moyo could handle both. With a thought, flames rose in the bone hell, and a power of void and reality fell into his hand. He began to draw runes. The runes drawn with the power of void and reality emitted a strong aura. Although they were ancient runes, their power almost doubled. Lin Moyo whispered, "Supremes gain the power of origin, surpassing saints in the essence of power. And those powerful Supremes understand void and reality, opening the door to the Tao Venerable Realm. Now I have both origin and the understanding of void and reality, yet I am still a saint. What kind of realm is this?" He found it strange himself, wondering what his realm was, as if he had embarked on a path different from everyone else. The runes fell on the box, and the box immediately emitted a brilliant light. An indescribable vitality surged out, filling the entire rule world. The rule world, already full of vitality, now had its vitality multiplied several times. The world tree swayed continuously, enjoying this vitality and cheering. As it swayed, the world tree greedily absorbed this vitality, and countless spirit flowers and fruits on the world tree seemed to mature. Lin Moya saw the contents of the box and exclaimed, "A grain of soil." There was nothing else in the box, just a grain of soil. This grain of soil was only the size of a fingernail, and all the vitality came from it. The released vitality was just a tiny part of it. The vitality contained in this grain of soil was unimaginably strong. Lin Moyu, filled with amazement, muttered to himself, "What kind of soil is this, to have such immense vitality? The origin of this soil must be extraordinary, definitely not a product of the Great World. If I guess correctly, it should come from outside the Great World, from the Realm Sea. Compared to this, the items left by the Holy Rune Heavenly Venerable are far inferior." In the next second, Lin Moya felt that comparing it to the Holy Rune Heavenly Venerable's items was an insult to it. This grain of soil had a natural nobility, even surpassing origin crystals. This made Lin Moya think of the Realm Sea, filled with countless opportunities. If even such things could be obtained, how vast must the world outside the Great World be? Lin Moya reached out to take it, but found it incredibly heavy. With his strength, he could destroy stars with a flick of his finger, exerting force of billions of pounds. But he couldn't lift a grain of soil the size of a fingernail. Lin Moyu, unwilling to give up, activated the undying golden body, unleashing his power, but it still didn't move. How can this thing be so heavy? Lin Moyu couldn't believe it. At this moment, he heard a rustling sound, and the branches of the world tree fell beside his ear, rubbing against it. Lin Moyu felt the thoughts of the world tree and smiled. "What, you want it?" The world tree rustled, as if saying, "I want it." Lin Moyu extended the box. "If you want it, take it." The world tree immediately wrapped around the box, placing it at its roots. The entire tree swayed excitedly, its massive trunk trembling continuously. Lin Moya watched as the world tree's roots overturned the box, and the grain of soil fell onto the roots. Lin Moya slapped his forehead and laughed. "How could I be so stupid?" Chapter 2289. Chapter 2289, 2289. Chapter 2289. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. The life-filled soil fell into the roots of the world tree, which began to tremble, and a vast vitality started to spread throughout the world tree. The world tree suddenly fell silent, with no movement. Lin Moya knew that the world tree was absorbing the vitality and estimated that it would not show any reaction for a while. I wonder what changes will occur after the world tree absorbs this soil. With a bit of anticipation, Lin Moya took the last box in his hand. What will be in the last box? The items left by the mysterious master were too advanced and definitely not ordinary. After studying it for a while, he once again mobilized the power of void and reality to draw runes. Click! The box opened in the light of the runes. This time, no powerful aura rushed out, and the box opened without any movement. Lin Moya's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the items inside the box. How could the box left by the mysterious master be empty? The reason there was no aura rushing out was that the items inside were all composed of the power of void. A rule god stone composed of the power of void. Rune materials composed of the power of void. Star river stones composed of the power of void. Inside the small box were hundreds of materials purely composed of the power of void. These materials appeared to have no physical form, so they could overlap without affecting each other. They all had a common characteristic: they were all composed of the power of void. As long as the power of reality was injected into them, they would become supreme materials with both void and reality. These materials were the materials needed to construct the divine path. The mysterious master left all the materials needed to construct the divine path. Previously, Lin Moyo had been thinking about where to find the materials to construct the divine path. Although he had obtained the method to construct the divine path, the materials were hard to find. Unexpectedly, the mysterious master had already thought it through for him, being extremely considerate. "Mysterious master, who exactly are you? How can you calculate so accurately? With your ability, leaving the great world is easy. Why didn't you leave? The Tao is hard to find. Don't you want to achieve the Tao and become a Tao venerable?" Lin Moya didn't know what the mysterious master was thinking, but he had always been considering the great world, and that was not wrong. All the calculations and arrangements were actually to save the great world. Lin Moyo had long realized that the mysterious master's goal was consistent with his own, and the two could cooperate well. They would carry out this cooperation spanning millions of years to the end. No matter the outcome, Lin Moyo would not regret it, and he believed the mysterious master would not regret it either. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Lin Moyo muttered to himself, just waiting for the battle realm to arrive, to seize the origin of the battle realm, and let the great world be reborn. By evolving new Tao runes, he could also construct a new divine path, allowing the great world to regain vitality. Putting away all the ancient boxes, Lin Moyo looked at the world tree. The vitality on the world tree grew stronger and stronger, and the entire tree body was trembling and shaking. Lin Moyo could feel that the world tree was very excited. As the master of the world tree's excitement also affected him, making him feel inexplicably excited. The branches of the world tree swayed continuously, causing the entire rule world to shake. Vast vitality spread throughout the entire rule world, and Lin Moya felt that the world tree had truly become the core of the rule world. Such a world tree was the true world tree. The vast vitality spread along the huge tree body, extending to the branches. The fruits and spirit flowers on the branches began to mature under the nourishment of the vast vitality. The fruits and spirit flowers matured very slowly. They had matured once more than 100 years ago, but only one fruit, which Lin Moya ate, forming the prototype of the Rule World. The prototype of the Rule World opened the door for Lin Moya to the Holy Venerable World, paving the way for him to construct the Rule World. After that, the fruits and spirit flowers never matured again, not even one. Now, thanks to this life-filled miraculous soil, the fruits and spirit flowers finally began to mature. I wonder how many will mature. The fruits and spirit flowers gradually grew, starting to emit a rosy glow, and the world tree was immediately enveloped in light, becoming hazy and mysterious. A wonderful fragrance spread throughout the Rule World, directly entering the soul, making the soul feel comfortable. The soul's instinct told Lin Moya that whether it was the fruits or the spirit flowers, they would be extremely beneficial to him. The matured spirit flowers were very similar to the wood god flowers. The spirit flowers were not wood god flowers, they were of a much higher level, far superior. Lin Moya even suspected that the Holy Rune Heavenly Venerable had seen the spirit flowers somewhere and used them as a sample to create the wood god flowers. The spirit flowers bloomed one by one, and the fragrance grew stronger. Just smelling it made the soul power increase. If the spirit flowers were placed in the outside world, the place where they were would immediately become a holy land for cultivation. The matured spirit flowers had 24 petals, arranged in an orderly and exquisite manner, like a work of art. The fruits also matured. The fruits of the world tree were plump on the outside, and their fragrance was even stronger, tempting the appetite. Lin Moya couldn't help but want to pick one and eat it. The spirit flowers and fruits matured until the world tree stopped changing. 100 fruits, 100 spirit flowers. The others have also grown significantly, not far from maturity. A small grain of soil has such a powerful effect. I wonder where the mysterious master got it from. If there were more, perhaps all the fruits and spirit flowers of the world tree could mature. Lin Moya felt he was being a bit fanciful. Even the mysterious master could only obtain 1 grain, so it must be extremely difficult to get more. Lin Moya looked at the 100 fruits and 100 spirit flowers, considering how to distribute them, when the infinite fusion spell star was the first to fly over. It emitted a hazy mist, directly enveloping a large area of branches. The spirit flowers and fruits on the branches instantly disappeared. As it passed by the world tree, 10 fruits and 10 spirit flowers were gone from the world tree. You glutton, be careful not to overeat. Lin Moya couldn't help but laugh. This guy didn't even say anything and just came over to eat, taking away a tenth of the total in one go. However, Lin Moya didn't blame it. Even if it ate them all, he wouldn't blame it. The infinite fusion had provided too much help in his cultivation process. Lin Moya looked at the infinite fusion and said loudly, "Do you want more?" The infinite fusion swayed left and right, indicating it was full. Lin Moya smiled, and with a thought, several legion commanders flew out towards the spirit flowers. After obtaining the white bone battle formation and the battle realm, Lin Moya knew that the first ones needing the spirit flowers for a second incubation were the legion commanders. Letting the legion commanders gain intelligence, learn and master the white bone battle formation, and control the battle realm. This would be a very powerful army. 1,000,000 other shore realm beings could rival a supreme. If it were 1,000,000 holy venerables, they could probably fight against a powerful supreme. The legion commanders flew into the spirit flowers. As they approached the spirit flowers, the legion commanders continuously shrank until they finally entered the spirit flowers. The spirit flowers swayed and slowly closed, their 24 petals folding in. Lin Moya could feel a magical power flowing inside the spirit flowers. This power was of a very high level, not origin power, but not weaker than origin power. The world tree was already very unusual. Lin Moya had never seen anyone with such a talent, which defied common sense. Lin Moya waited quietly for the spirit flowers to complete the incubation. 3 days later, the spirit flowers incubating the legion commanders suddenly began to wither. The withering was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had completely wilted. The legion commanders flew out from inside and knelt before Lin Moya with a thud. "Greetings, my lord." Chapter 2290. Chapter 2290, 2290. Chapter 2290, Fusion, Undead Commander. The legion commanders knelt decisively, their voices loud and clear. Lin Moya felt the connection between him and them becoming even closer. He could sense their consciousness, and as long as he wished, nothing they thought could be hidden from him. This meant that the legion commanders, who had gained intelligence, were completely open to him. He could issue commands, control their thoughts, and even modify their personalities and memories at will, changing the way they thought about problems. He had absolute control over the legion commanders. Absolute loyalty was the baseline, never to be changed. With intelligence, he could issue more ambiguous commands without needing to micromanage every step. Their combat methods would become more diverse, and the combat power of the Undead Legion would significantly increase. Lin Moya was very satisfied with this result and slowly spoke, "You are the first Legion commander to gain intelligence. From now on, you will be the commander of the first Legion, named Commander 1. Next, eat this." With a thought, a mature world fruit automatically fell into one's hand. Commander 1 took the world fruit and directly put it into his mouth. He would never hesitate to follow Lin Moya's commands. The world fruit exploded, transforming into a peculiar power that enveloped Commander 1. Commander 1's aura surged violently, and he stood still, motionless. The soul flame in his head flickered intensely as the power of the world fruit entered his soul world. Lin Moya commanded him not to resist, and Commander 1 fully complied, not resisting at all. His soul world began to change, undergoing a transformation and sublimation under the influence of the world fruit. A rule world aura emanated from him. The world fruit, when consumed below the holy venerable realm, had a certain chance of awakening the form of a rule world. If a rule world already existed, it could enhance the rule world. Although the Legion Commander's aura had reached the holy venerable realm, he did not have a rule world. Consuming the world fruit gave him a certain chance to form the shape of a rule world. Once the shape was formed, the next steps would be easier. Continuing to consume world fruits could quickly enhance the rule world until it became a true rule world. Commander 1 was very lucky. Just one world fruit allowed him to form the shape of a rule world. The moment the shape of the rule world was formed, Commander 1's aura surged dramatically. Lin Moya raised an eyebrow. Oh, he really became a holy venerable. With the rule world, Commander 1 became a true holy venerable. Lin Moya checked his attributes and found that after becoming a holy venerable, his combat power had increased significantly. Under the art of dominion, he would not be weaker than any other holy venerable. While satisfied, Lin Moya was also somewhat disappointed. The attribute he most wanted did not appear. To master the white bone battle formation, one needed to command 1,000,000 subordinates. The Legion Commander could only control 100,000 subordinates. Even after gaining intelligence and becoming a holy venerable, it was still 100,000, with no change. Did I miss something? As Lin Moya pondered, the infinite fusion spell star automatically flew down, circling around him nonstop. It conveyed a series of thoughts. Let me. Lin Moya smiled. Alright, you do it. More. Infinite fusion, like a child, babbled. Lin Moya thought for a moment and understood what more meant. He summoned more Legion commanders, lining them up for Infinite Fusion to choose from. Infinite Fusion selected 999 Legion commanders, and with Commander 1, it made exactly 1,000. Infinite Fusion sprayed mist, enveloping the 1,000 Legion commanders with the Chaos Law. Under the influence of the Chaos Law, the Legion commanders began to merge with each other. Lin Moya felt his power further increase, and even the newly formed shape of the rule world began to grow stronger. 1,000 Legion commanders fused into one. This fusion technique is far superior to the fusion technique of the Black Blood Great Realm, Lin Moya thought to himself. Although the power increase was not as significant as the Black Blood Great Realm's fusion technique, it was superior in other aspects. The Legion commanders fused by infinite fusion were truly integrated, permanently fused, and would not separate. Their soul powers merged, making the rule world complete and powerful. Although not perfect, it was not much weaker than ordinary holy venerables. The fusion process went smoothly and ended quickly. Lin Moya eagerly checked the attributes. Undead Commander. Level, Holy Venerable. Units commanded, 1,000,000. Ability, Dominion. Dominion can command the Undead Legion, forming an independent army. The fused Legion commanders were now named Undead Commander, and their realm had indeed reached the Holy Venerable level. Most importantly, the number of units the Undead Commander could command had reached 1,000,000, meeting the requirements of the White Bone Battle formation. Lin Moya looked at the transformed Undead Commander, feeling a bit strange. It was as if the Skeleton Commander from the ancient tomb had been resurrected. He increasingly felt that he had some connection with the mysterious master. Otherwise, why would they both have similar legions? Could it be that I am the reincarnation of the mysterious master? But I clearly traveled from another world. How could I be his reincarnation? Or maybe I inherited his legacy, and that system was the mysterious master. But the two don't seem alike. The system has been gone for so many years. Who knows where it went? Lin Moya couldn't figure it out and decided not to dwell on it. As long as he was strong enough, he would eventually unravel all the mysteries. Infinite Fusion flew to Lin Moya's side, circling around him nonstop, as if saying, praise me, praise me. Lin Moya laughed. Well done. How about fusing a bit more? Although the number of Legion commanders would significantly decrease after fusion, the combat power of the Undead Legion would increase dramatically. Lin Moya could clearly see the trade-off. Infinite Fusion shook left and right, conveying a thought. They are not qualified. Lin Moya thought for a moment and understood. To fuse, a core was needed. This core was the Legion commander who had gained intelligence and formed a rule world. With a thought, Lin Moya had other Legion commanders enter the spirit flowers for a second incubation. There were still 89 spirit flowers left. Lin Moya divided them into batches, 10 at a time. The second incubation with the spirit flowers was guaranteed to succeed, but the world fruit was not guaranteed. Moreover, Lin Moya planned to save some world fruits for other uses. While the spirit flowers were incubating, Lin Moya took out the battle realm. The battle realm was actually a rule world. Using the method passed down by the mysterious master, he had Commander 1 refine the battle realm with his own rule world. The refining process went smoothly, and the battle realm became his. He then handed the White Bone Battle Formation to Commander 1 and assigned him 1,000,000 skeleton god generals. The White Bone Battle Formation seemed to be born for the Undead Legion. Commander 1 learned it quickly and would master it in no time. Lin Moya could already foresee a powerful army capable of contending with Supremes emerging soon. His first legion would be stronger than the Ancient Tomb's legion. Each of his skeleton god generals was at the Holy Venerable level without a rule world. Combined, they could definitely suppress ordinary Supremes. Chapter 2291. Chapter 2291, 2291. Chapter 2291, Believing There Will Be Such a Day. Nurturing, consuming the world fruit, and undergoing fusion. the world fruit does not always succeed. To increase the success rate, Lin Moyo even activated the explosive luck technique to maximize his luck. As it turned out, the explosive luck technique was not always effective. Lin Moyo consumed 80 world fruits, and in the end, only 50 legion rulers successfully obtained the rule world form. Through infinite fusion, they transformed into undead commanders. Each undead commander can lead an undead legion of millions, utilizing the bone battle formation to exert supreme combat power. The only pity is that there is only one battle realm. Except for the first legion, the other undead legions can only enter the rule world of the undead commanders. As a result, many advantages of the battle realm cannot be enjoyed by them. The resurrection advantage in the battle realm, in particular, is extremely beneficial for prolonged battles. Even with the undying undead, the advantages of the battle realm are irreplaceable. Lin Moyo would not forget that in the Sea of Realms, the undying undead were ineffective. But the battle realm should not have this problem. Consuming 50,000 legion rulers to exchange for 50 undead commanders was truly worth it. With 50 legions of supreme combat power, Lin Moya's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he had such an army, what would the 100 Tribes Alliance be? They could be swept aside directly, with no need for any strategies. Lin Moya's eyes gleamed. If all the legion rulers could be fused into undead commanders, that would be a total of 4,000 undead commanders. Unfortunately, there are only 2.5 billion skeleton generals, which can only supply 2,500 undead commanders at most. Besides, there aren't enough spirit flowers and world fruits. It seems I am thinking too much. Lin Moyo put away his unrealistic thoughts and instructed all the undead commanders to practice the bone battle formation, striving to master it as soon as possible. The door of the training room, which had been closed for nearly 20 years, finally opened, and Lin Moyo slowly walked out. The rule world had completely converged. His foundation was too solid, with no leakage of aura. As long as Lin Moyo did not wish it, even the human emperor could not detect his aura. The human emperor appeared in front of Lin Moyo, with a hint of doubt. Did you succeed? Lin Moyo slightly released a trace of the rule world's aura, and the powerful aura surged forward. The human emperor immediately showed a look of joy. A perfect level rule world. Perfect level? Of course, it was more than that. Lin Moyo did not explain, taking out a world fruit and tossing it to the human emperor. Senior human emperor, try this and see if it works for you. The human emperor took the world fruit. He could tell that it was a high-grade natural treasure, but he could not discern its specific use. The human emperor laughed. I appreciate it, but I am now a split soul residing in a magical treasure. This is my fate. Lin Moyo smiled. Since there are technological magical treasures, it means there are technological cultivation methods in the world. Perhaps the road ahead is not completely blocked. Senior, don't lose hope. Try it, it won't hurt. If you think this fruit is too precious, there's no need. I have more. As he spoke, another world fruit appeared in Lin Moyo's hand. Seeing this, the human emperor no longer hesitated and directly absorbed the world fruit into his body. His true body was now a technological magical treasure, not the projection seen outside. The world fruit merged with the magical treasure, releasing miraculous power. The human emperor's true body began to vibrate and roar intensely, startling the other cultivators in the Bien realm. The human emperor, who had been inactive for countless years, suddenly showed such a reaction. Lin Moyo keenly sensed that the human emperor's aura was strengthening. It seems I was right. Whether it's a magical treasure or a cultivator, as long as there is a rule world, the world fruit is useful. This also proves that the world tree is not from the great world. There are no technological magical treasures in the great world. If the world tree were born in the great world, it wouldn't be effective on technological magical treasures. Most likely, the world tree comes from the Sea of Realms. Lin Moyo pondered as the human emperor's projection reappeared. The human emperor's eyes were filled with excitement. It's really effective. My rule world has strengthened, almost reaching perfection. Lin Moyo smiled. Any other changes? The human emperor nodded. Originally, my power could barely cover the human star domain, about 300,000 light-years in diameter. Now, the range I can cover has reached 500,000 light-years, much larger than before. Lin Moyo smiled. The magical treasure you obtained in the Sea of Realms is extraordinary. He did not take credit but attributed it to the magical treasure the human emperor had obtained. A magical treasure that could sustain the human emperor for tens of thousands of years was indeed remarkable. The human emperor also smiled. Don't be modest. I know my own situation. Lin Moyo said, perhaps there will be such a day. The human emperor also nodded solemnly. I hope so too. Lin Moyo took out the remaining 9 world fruits. Please give these to Elder Xing and the other holy lords. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't visit them. The human emperor readily agreed. Don't worry, I'll deliver them. There are now 7 holy lords among the humans, plus Elder Xing, requiring a total of 8 fruits. The last fruit was prepared for Xiao Wu. No matter how well the heavenly lord prepared for Xiao Wu, it would not be as substantial as a world fruit. Xiao Wu's cultivation speed was fast, and she was not far from becoming a holy lord. Lin Moyo asked, anything significant happened while I was in seclusion? The human emperor replied, not much. After you went into seclusion, the world barrier trembled once, likely due to Immortal Han breaking through it. We have not received any news about the Buddha clan you asked us to find. The Starry Sky Fish clan has deeply cooperated with us. Lin Moyo smiled. Are the Starry Sky Fish clan obedient? The human emperor replied, so far, they seem to be. Obedience is good. With the fish sword in hand, Lin Moyo would not hesitate to cut down any disobedience. The human emperor continued, Princess Ro has returned to the human race, and Holy Lord Dai arranged a residence for her. But seeing that you hadn't come out, Princess Ro also went into seclusion recently and is currently cultivating. Miss Yuju has also been brought there to accompany Princess Ro. The two have a good relationship and are currently in seclusion together. Lin Moya smiled, then I won't disturb them. Let's get to business first. After speaking, Lin Moya opened the space gate. Before entering, he suddenly said, I might go to the outer domain. If they come out of seclusion, let them know not to worry. The human emperor nodded, don't worry, stay safe. The outer domain is not safe, and even Lin Moya must be cautious. Lin Moya entered the space gate, crossing 100,000 light-years, leaving the Divine City Star domain. After several openings of the space gate, Lin Moya had left the human race. His target was the ancient ruins where the Dragon Pearl was located. Going to the ancient ruins was both to find the Dragon Pearl and to search for the remains of the Supreme Peak. In case there were Supreme Peaks in the battle realm, Lin Moya needed to be prepared to deal with them. As for the remains of the Heavenly Lord, Lin Moya remembered the words of the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord, that it was extremely dangerous, and even the Supreme Peak could not guarantee safety. But from another perspective, it was possible for the Supreme Peak to obtain the remains of the Heavenly Lord. If so, what if he could first obtain the remains of a Supreme Peak? Lin Moya had high hopes, wishing things would develop as he envisioned. Chapter 2292. Chapter 2292, 2292. Chapter 2292, Xingping Supreme, Xingping Legion. Among the 6 most dangerous ancient ruins recorded by the human race, the Fingertip ruins have already been deciphered by Lin Moya. The Fingertip ruins are relatively less dangerous among the 6 ruins. Even when a Saint Sovereign entered, they were only injured. No Saint Sovereign has fallen within. However, the Stone Meteor ruins before him are much more dangerous. A Saint Sovereign named Stone Meteor from the human race once entered and never came out, hence the name of the ruins. Later monitoring by the human race also found that the Demon race and the Golden Eagle race had Saint Sovereigns enter, and they too never came out. At least 3 Saint Sovereigns have been buried in the Stone Meteor ruins, and perhaps more died there in earlier times. Lin Moya stood at the entrance of the ruins. The ruins were vast, with a diameter exceeding 10 light-years, shrouded in mist generated by an unknown force. Standing outside the ruins, one could not see what was inside. Lin Moya tried sending a skeleton general inside, but as soon as it entered, he lost contact with it. This was normal. The ruins were an ancient battlefield where peak supremes and even heavenly lords had fallen, their power lingering for millions of years, forming an independent world. Unable to sense the situation inside through the skeleton general, Lin Moya had to enter personally. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Moya stepped in resolutely. No matter how dangerous, he had to see it for himself. The scene before him changed, the mist dissipated, and before he could see the world clearly, a cold light flashed, making Lin Moya's hair stand on end. His undying golden body activated instinctively, and he instantly turned into a man of fire. Flames collided with the cold light, and with a bang, Lin Moya was shaken and took 2 steps back. Only then did he see that the cold light was a battle knife. The knife flew back and was caught by someone. The one who caught the knife was a warrior, bare-chested, with extremely developed muscles full of explosive power. This warrior was clearly human, exuding an ancient aura. Unfortunately, he had no head and had become a headless warrior. He is already dead, but his obsession keeps him fighting. His obsession comes from this world. Lin Moya quickly understood that the entire ruins seemed to be enveloped by a terrifying will, a will that was simple, eternal, unending battle. As he pondered, the headless warrior charged again. The battle knife swung, its light cutting through the sky. A skeleton general suddenly appeared beside Lin Moya, raising its long sword to block the attack. The headless warrior was shaken back, and the skeleton general was also sent flying. In terms of pure strength, the skeleton general was inferior. At this moment, the skeleton general's combat power was comparable to the weakest Saint Sovereign without a rule world. Using the skeleton general as a benchmark, it was clear that the headless warrior's strength was also at the Saint Sovereign level. This skeleton general was the one that had entered earlier. Once Lin Moya entered the ruins, they reconnected. The skeleton general now had multiple laws blessing it, the power of death making all its attacks corrosive, and the power of life giving it strong regenerative abilities. The skeleton general stabilized its form in mid-air and charged again. It moved like a teleportation, instantly returning to the headless warrior, swinging its bone sword and unleashing fierce sword energy. The headless warrior swung his battle knife, shattering the sword energy, and the two clashed again. Lin Moya watched the battle without sending more skeleton generals. Having just entered the ruins, there were many things he hadn't seen clearly, so he wasn't in a hurry. The existence of the headless warrior was a good way for him to understand the ruins. Lin Moya observed the ruins. The world was vast, and the terrain before him was a plain. There were no clouds in the sky, only clusters of mist. Lin Moya felt a terrible consciousness enveloping the ruins, making him feel oppressed. He flew into the air, looking down from above, and saw a wider world. In the distance, there was still a plain, but a stone monument appeared. A tombstone, Lin Moya said softly. Stone monuments and tombstones are different. Some stone monuments record events, while tombstones mark graves. Having some understanding of ancient times, Lin Moya could clearly distinguish the difference. The distant stone monument was a tombstone. Lin Moya did not go there immediately. He looked at the sky and continued to ascend. As he rose, the pressure he felt grew stronger. Lin Moya felt the powerful will more clearly, the will turning into real pressure on him. When he reached 10,000 meters, he could no longer ascend. At this point, he was still far from the true sky, but the pressure was too great. He could push further, but it would be meaningless. He did not come to the ruins to fight against a will that had lingered for millions of years. Supreme level, not much stronger than the 100 battles supreme. Could it be that this ruins were left by a supreme? Lin Moyo thought it wouldn't be that simple. If it were just a supreme's ruins, it wouldn't be so dangerous. If an ordinary Saint Sovereign had entered earlier, they would have been injured by the Headless Warrior's attack. When he looked back at the battle below, he found the situation had changed. The Headless Warrior was growing stronger, and the Skeleton General was being suppressed. Lin Moyo squinted slightly. The Skeleton General's combat power has weakened. The Skeleton General's power was almost inexhaustible even after years of continuous battle, its power wouldn't diminish. But now, the Skeleton General's power had indeed weakened, at least by 20%. Similarly, the Headless Warrior's power had increased, as if the weakened part of the Skeleton General had transferred to the Headless Warrior. With this exchange, the Skeleton General was completely at a disadvantage and would soon be defeated. Lin Moyo sensed that this had something to do with the will enveloping the ruins. With a thought, several more Skeleton Generals flew out and joined the battle. With the group attack, the situation reversed, and the Headless Warrior was soon defeated by the Skeleton Generals. Sharp bone swords unleashed powerful sword energy, tearing the Headless Warrior's body apart. The Headless Warrior exploded, blood staining the vast grassland. The grassland seemed stimulated, shaking violently. From above, Lin Moyo saw holes appearing on the grassland. From the holes, Headless Warriors were awakening. At the same time, a powerful aura was released from the distant tombstone, as if a terrifying existence was about to awaken. Lin Moyo's expression changed slightly. He stepped out and instantly arrived at the tombstone. He found that the will enveloping the ruins and the grassland's movements were related to the tombstone. Tomb of Xingping Supreme. The tombstone bore 6 large characters, confirming it was a Supreme's grave. Lin Moyo had never heard of Xingping Supreme. There were many Supremes in ancient times, most of whom were not recorded. Behind the tombstone, Lin Moyo saw another stone monument. This stone monument was smaller than the tombstone and had been blocked by it earlier. It also bore 6 characters, Xingping Legion Cemetery. Chapter 2293. Chapter 2293, 2293. Chapter 2293, seems we have no choice but to fight. Xingping Supreme, Xingping Legion. Lin Moyo seemed to understand that the warriors buried here were once members of the Xingping Legion. During the Great War, Saint Sovereign cultivators formed legions led by Supremes to engage in brutal battles with the enemy. Many Supremes were injured or fell, and many legions fought until they were utterly destroyed. If I'm not mistaken, the Xingping Legion was one such legion that was completely annihilated. With Xingping Supreme's abilities, he couldn't have created such a relic on his own. Clearly, there are even more powerful beings here. Lin Moyo had already made a judgment. The stone meteor ruins were an ancient battlefield. A world-shaking battle broke out here, with many Supremes and their armies dying in combat, turning the battlefield into ruins. As for whether any heavenly lords died here, it's hard to say. Looking at the Headless Warriors who had already revived, Lin Moyo didn't want to fight them. Xingping Supreme's will was also reviving, and Lin Moyo similarly didn't want to clash with Xingping Supreme. Xingping Supreme was different from the 100 Battles Supreme. The 100 Battles Supreme at least retained his original consciousness and could communicate. But Xingping Supreme had only battle intent left, losing the possibility of communication. This battle would be meaningless. Let's go. With a thought, Lin Moyo activated the laws of space, took a step forward, and instantly teleported billions of miles, intending to leave the grassland. Space twisted and changed, and Lin Moyo disappeared from the tombstone. But in the next second, he reappeared. Lin Moyo found himself still in the same place, not having moved an inch. What's going on? Lin Moyo was puzzled. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The laws of space were not suppressed, and he had indeed teleported, so why was he still in the same place? The laws of space rolled again, and a space gate appeared in front of him. At the same time, another space gate appeared not far behind him. The 2 space gates were connected. If he entered one, he would come out of the other, still in the same place. He had clearly set the space gate's destination 10 light-years away, a range that should have allowed him to leave the stone meteor ruins. But his positioning was twisted, and he ended up right behind himself. The laws of space seemed to be in disarray. The laws could be used, but the positioning was entirely wrong. A flash of insight struck Lin Moyo, and he suddenly understood what was happening. It was Xingping Supreme's will affecting his spatial positioning. This influence happened imperceptibly, and Lin Moyo hadn't even noticed. After all, Lin Moyo hadn't reached the Supreme level and wasn't very familiar with the methods of Supremes. Xingping Supreme didn't seem much stronger than the 100 Battles Supreme in terms of combat power, definitely not a strong figure among Supremes. But some of his methods were quite baffling. In just a few seconds, the revival of the Xingping Legion was nearing completion, with many warriors already standing up, their auras growing stronger. Lin Moyo truly didn't want to fight the Xingping Legion, so he chose to avoid them again. Since the laws of space couldn't be used, he decided to fly. He flew towards the distance at an astonishing speed. As a Saint Sovereign, even without using the laws of space, he could travel billions of miles per second. The grassland was boundless, and after flying for several seconds, Lin Moyo found himself still on the grassland. The surroundings were still shrouded by Xingping Supreme's will, and he hadn't truly left. A low roar echoed in his soul, and Xingping Supreme's will suddenly grew stronger. Lin Moyo felt a blur before his eyes and saw Xingping Supreme's tombstone again. Xingping Supreme not only affected spatial positioning but also the space itself, making it impossible to fly out. The warriors on the grassland had already revived, and killing intent was locked onto him. They were Legion members, soldiers, and military men who followed orders. Now they awaited Xingping Supreme's command to launch the fiercest attack. These warriors had no heads, each holding a battle knife, looking fierce and terrifying. Lin Moyo could feel their soaring battle intent, undiminished after millions of years. It seems we have no choice but to fight. Lin Moyo sighed softly. Even if he didn't want to fight, what else could he do in this situation? Xingping Supreme's will grew stronger, and the overwhelming pressure swept down from the sky. Lin Moya's body sank, his undying golden body burning fiercely, and his soul erupted with powerful force. The soul power of a supreme level blocked Xingping Supreme's will. Lin Moya wasn't afraid, he simply didn't want to fight. Kill! A murderous voice echoed in Xingping Supreme's will, forming the word kill, which exploded on the grassland. Tens of thousands of headless warriors soared into the sky, charging at Lin Moyo. The killing intent shook the heavens and earth, and they formed a battle formation, their combat power rapidly increasing. Facing the impact of the killing intent, Lin Moyo remained unmoved and murmured, "Then let's kill." In an instant, an ancient tomb appeared before him. The battle realm emerged, and the coffins opened one by one. The first legion of the undead, led by Commander 1, charged out from the battle realm with 1,000,000 skeleton generals, instantly forming a bone battle formation. Commander 1 had already mastered the bone battle formation. The battle formation formed by 1,000,000 Saint Sovereign-level skeleton generals could surpass many supremes. Defeat them. Lin Moyo gave the order without directing Commander 1 on how to do it. Commander 1's eyes flickered with the light of wisdom, raised his battle knife, and roared, "Bone Law." Above the skeleton generals' heads, the Bone Law galaxy appeared, converging into an ocean. The bone battle formation suddenly activated, gathering all the power together. The two battle formations collided, and terrifying energy swept across the grassland. The ground exploded, and billions of miles of grassland were plowed, leaving it in ruins. The battle formation of 10,000 headless warriors was shattered in the collision, and the headless warriors were collectively blown away. In the clash of battle formations, the bone battle formation won. The battle formation of the headless warriors could exert the combat power of a half-step supreme, but it was far inferior to the bone battle formation. Commander 1 raised his battle knife again and roared, "Bone battle blade." Bones surged, forming countless battle blades that slashed at the headless warriors. The headless warriors wielded their battle knives to resist the bone battle blades, but the power gap was too great. Without the support of the battle formation, the headless warriors couldn't withstand the bone battle blades and were almost instantly torn to pieces. The tombstone roared, and Xingping Supreme's will let out a howl. A huge figure appeared in the sky. Xingping Supreme finally appeared, wearing exquisite armor and exuding immense power. Unfortunately, like the headless warriors, he too had lost his head. Lin Moyo frowned slightly. Why is he also headless? Where did the heads go? Xingping Supreme held a magical treasure, with a star in the middle and two ends resembling a balance scale. His magical treasure was a star balance. The balance kept its equilibrium, and Xingping Supreme's will rolled, activating the balance. One end of the balance pressed down while the other rose high. Weak enemy, strong me. The terrifying will swept across the grassland like a storm. Lin Moya's body grew heavier, feeling as if his power was being weakened. Not only him, but the power of the Undead Legion was also collectively weakened. The headless warriors who had just died revived one after another, forming a legion again. Their combat power was even stronger than before. Chapter 2294. Chapter 2294, 2294. Chapter 2294, Battlefield Territory, Intruders Die. Undying? Lin Moyo looked at the reappearing Xingping Legion, these headless warriors, who had died and then resurrected again. Their flesh and blood regenerated, resurrecting once more, similar to the feeling of a reborn entity. The two legions clashed again, and the Xingping Legion was once more shattered by the first Undead Legion. This was a pure power crush. Even when weakened, they still completely defeated the Xingping Legion. At this moment, Xingping Supreme Star Balance magical treasure tilted a bit more, representing the Undead Legion's side falling lower and the Xingping Legion's side rising higher. As the star balance changed, the Undead Legion was weakened again, while the Xingping Legion was strengthened once more. The flesh and blood resurrected a second time, and the dead Xingping Legion resurrected a second time, even stronger than before. The power emitted by the entire legion seemed to have reached the supreme level. After being weakened twice, the first Undead Legion's power had already hit rock bottom, almost falling out of the supreme level. The power of both sides was becoming closer, and Lin Moyo felt that if this happened one more time, the power gap between them might reverse. The key to this situation was Xingping Supreme's magical treasure. There was no doubt about it, anyone could see it at a glance. What truly puzzled Lin Moyo was not Xingping Supreme but why these Xingping Legion members could continuously resurrect. Their resurrection method was somewhat similar to the rebirth of the dead, but the rebirth of the dead could surpass their peak before death and fully recover. However, the Xingping Legion had resurrected twice, and their heads were still missing. Lin Moyo suddenly realized something, activated his undead vision, and smiled, as expected. Their souls are not here. The Xingping Legion had already died in ancient times, and their bodies were preserved in a special way, still retaining combat power. Their souls were also preserved in a special way but were not here. In this way, no matter how much damage they suffered, no matter how many times their bodies collapsed, they could be reassembled. At the supreme level, reshaping the body was not difficult. If a heavenly lord took action, as long as there was flesh and blood, reshaping the body would be a matter of moments. In ancient times, some supremes with powerful body refining techniques could even be reborn from a drop of blood. As long as the soul was not destroyed, body injuries were nothing. Lin Moya felt he was not mistaken. The Xingping Legion might have died long ago, but they continued to fight in this way until the end. If I can find their heads, I can use the rebirth of the dead to revive them and let them fight again. Although I don't lack supreme combat power, they are not true supremes. The battle realm is coming, and the more prepared I am, the better. With a hint of respect, Lin Moya said softly, originally, I shouldn't have fought with you, but in this era, I have my own things to do. Sorry. Lin Moya whispered, and Commander 2 appeared beside him. The rule world opened, and a million skeleton generals flew out from Commander 2's rule world, forming a battle formation. The second Undead Legion, led by Commander 2, was no different from the first Legion except for the battle realm. Commander 2 raised his battle knife and roared, Bone Law. Boom. A million bone law galaxies appeared, converging into a sea of laws. Bones churned in the sea, like a bone hell, extremely terrifying. Lin Moya looked at Xingping Supreme and gave the order, kill him. Commander 2 waved his battle knife and led the second legion, turning into a stream of light to kill Xingping Supreme. Bone slash. The second legion's law sea erupted, evolving into a giant bone knife, slashing down on Xingping Supreme. Both Commander 1 and Commander 2 were undead commanders, and after awakening their intelligence, they had different personalities. With different personalities, their combat styles were completely different. Commander 2's combat style was more ferocious than Commander 1's. Xingping Supreme did not dodge, and the star balance in his hand flew out to meet the battle knife. A giant star evolved in the sky, carrying blazing flames to collide with the battle knife. Boom! The star was blasted away by the battle knife, but the second legion was also shaken back, and their charge was immediately blocked. As the star was blasted away, the first legion seemed to be strongly attacked. The bone lassie twisted and churned, almost collapsing. Lin Moya saw it clearly, the power was transferred. The second legion's attack, although hitting the star balance, was transferred to the first legion. Fortunately, not all the power was transferred, or the first legion might have collapsed. Commander 2 reorganized the legion and charged again. Xingping Supreme suddenly reversed the star balance, and the world seemed to shift, making the second legion lose their target instantly. Although they were charging forward, they suddenly started retreating. Lin Moya suddenly realized, it's controlling space. It seems this ability restricted my space laws. Supremes indeed have their own means. No supreme is easy to deal with. Let's see how many legions you can block. Commander 3 appeared, leading the third legion to join the battle. No matter how strong Xingping Supreme was in life, he was already dead. After death, how strong could he be? Facing the siege of 3 undead legions, Lin Moya knew he couldn't hold on for long. Even if he could hold on, so what? Lin Moya still had the 4th legion, the 5th legion. There were a total of 50 such legions. The addition of the 3rd undead legion put Xingping Supreme at a disadvantage. He was overwhelmed, finally revealing a flaw that the undead legions exploited. The giant bone knife slashed down on him, shattering Xingping Supreme. Xingping Supreme collapsed, his flesh and blood turning to ash and disappearing without a trace. The will that had been pressing down since entering the ruins also dissipated at this moment. The Xingping Legion collapsed along with it, their flesh and blood absorbed by the grassland. The grassland, already devastated by the battle, was completely unrecognizable. Lin Moya came to the tombstone and respectfully saluted, "Senior, I'm sorry." The tombstone hummed, and a gust of wind blew, as if responding to something. Lin Moya flew past the tombstone and headed forward. This time, he successfully flew over the grassland and entered another area. A waterfall hung in the sky, with water cascading down thousands of feet. The waterfall was majestic, like the Milky Way descending from the heavens, visible from thousands of miles away. The water from the waterfall could probably drown a star in an instant. But the strangest thing was that the ground below was a desert, extremely dry. The waterfall's water fell into the desert and disappeared. Which Supreme's territory have I entered this time? In the ancient war, each Supreme had their own battlefield, eventually forming different areas. When Lin Moya was still a million meters away from the waterfall, it suddenly shifted, and a stream of water turned into a water dragon, crossing a million meters of void in an instant, pouncing on Lin Moya. Lin Moya instinctively dodged, and at this moment, the yellow sand exploded, turning into a yellow sand dragon, pouncing on Lin Moya. Lin Moya dodged again, constantly moving in the sky to evade the attacks. Both the water dragon and the sand dragon emitted supreme-level auras, and Lin Moya didn't want to fight them head-on. The two dragons were extremely fast, like lightning, constantly chasing Lin Moya. During the chase, Lin Moya approached the waterfall. Both the water dragon and the sand dragon were just manifestations. To pass through here, he needed to find the real source. When he was still 10,000 meters away from the waterfall, a rainbow suddenly appeared above it. A figure appeared on the rainbow, and the next second, a soul-stirring voice echoed across the sky. Battlefield territory, intruders die. Chapter 2295. Chapter 2295, 2295. Chapter 2295, A City Beyond the Divine City. The sound of the soul echoed, and the waterfall and sand simultaneously exploded. Countless water dragons and sand dragons flew out, charging towards Lin Moya. The Supreme on the rainbow emitted a powerful aura. Like Xingping Supreme, he had no head and was a headless Supreme. He was draped in rainbow light, exuding an imposing presence, controlling the water dragons and sand dragons. It's almost time. While dodging, Lin Moyo had already found the source. With a thought, the bone hell appeared. After merging with the rule world, the bone hell was nourished by the power of the source, making its virtual and real power even stronger. At this moment, the bone hell was much stronger than before. Although it couldn't deal with a supreme, anything below a supreme, even a half-step supreme, couldn't escape once swallowed by the bone hell. The bone hell accepted all comers, swallowing all the water dragons and sand dragons that charged at it. Lin Moyo got closer and closer to the waterfall. The supreme on the rainbow was obviously furious, reaching out to grab the rainbow directly. Intruders die. With a roar, the rainbow, waterfall, and yellow sand exploded simultaneously. The three combined into a seven-colored dragon, charging towards Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo felt the rules of water, earth, and starlight from the dragon. The seven-colored dragon crashed into the bone hell, instantly creating a huge hole. This seven-colored dragon had already reached the supreme level, with extremely strong power. Commander 1 led the battle realm out, the bone law converging into a sea, evolving into a blade, slashing towards the seven-colored dragon. The dragon and the battle blade collided, and the dragon was slashed away. In terms of power, the bone battle formation was still superior. The Supreme was obviously even more furious, roaring and grabbing the rainbow with both hands, turning it into a whip and lashing out. Space shattered, and the ruins shook. The second Undead Legion, which bore the brunt, was instantly shattered, the bone law sea breaking into pieces. At this moment, Commander 2 slashed out fiercely. He had evolved into an undead commander, retaining his previous command skills, now even stronger. A fatal blow. Gathering the power of 1,000,000 Saint sovereign-level skeleton generals, Commander 2 delivered a fatal blow. This strike was not much weaker than the Bone Battle Formation's attack. The rainbow magical treasure was slashed, shattering on the spot. At this moment, the other undead legions had already reached the Supreme, attacking madly. After all, he was no longer alive, and the Supreme was somewhat sluggish, quickly being killed. After all, he is already dead, and even his magical treasure is a projection. His strength is probably less than 30% of his peak. Such a powerful Supreme also died in battle. How cruel must the ancient war have been? Lin Moya sighed softly and moved forward. As he crossed the hanging waterfall, he saw a tombstone above it. Lin Moya came to the tombstone and saw the inscription, Tinan's Supreme's Tomb. Lin Moya finally knew the other party's name, Tinan's Supreme. After paying his respects at the tomb, Lin Moya left, walking for a long time. The ruins were vast, with varying landscapes. Each landscape exuded an ancient and desolate aura, making Lin Moya wonder if these were the scenes from ancient times. Since encountering Xingping Supreme and then Tinan's Supreme, he had not encountered any other Supremes. The stone meteor ruins were not as dangerous as he had imagined. The saint sovereigns who had fallen inside probably died at the hands of Xingping Supreme. After walking for a long time, a murderous aura suddenly hit him. Lin Moya saw a city in the distance. At the sight of the city, Lin Moya couldn't help but shudder. The city exuded an astonishing aura, full of killing intent and bloodlust. Even from billions of miles away, Lin Moya felt a sense of dread. If it were a god sovereign below the Bian realm, their soul would be shattered by the city's aura at this distance. Compared to the city, the so-called war god fortress was far inferior. Even the divine city was inferior in both momentum and scale. What a powerful city! In amazement, Lin Moya saw that the city was shrouded in dark clouds, with lightning and thunder, exuding a strong killing intent. It seemed as if countless vengeful souls were wailing inside, extremely terrifying. The dark clouds contrasted sharply with the majestic city, creating a stark contrast. Is the divine city modeled after this? But the gap between them seems quite large. If there were such a city, there would be no need to worry about the battle realm. Even if the battle realm had peak supremes, there would be no need to worry. Lin Moya felt that this magnificent city could rival a peak supreme. He wondered if he could take this city back. Suddenly, a chilling sensation came from the depths of his soul. He was being watched. A human face appeared in the dark clouds above the city, staring at Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo immediately felt the danger. The face staring at him posed a threat. As the dark clouds churned, a team flew out from the city, heading towards Lin Moyo. The team was not large, only 100 people. The leader was a supreme, followed by half-step supremes. The team moved like lightning, crossing billions of miles in the blink of an eye to reach Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo did not dodge, sensing no killing intent from the approaching team. The leading supreme cupped his fists towards Lin Moyo. By order of the city lord, we invite you to enter the city. The voice was clear, the words precise, accompanied by the powerful aura of a supreme. All right. Lin Moyo did not refuse. He knew he couldn't take down this city, so the best choice was to follow them into the city. Chapter 2296. Chapter 2296, 2296. Chapter 2296, we didn't wait in vain. The closer he got, the more extraordinary this city seemed, until he arrived at the foot of the city and saw its name, Soul City. This name is a bit strange. Lin Moyo thought to himself. Why would it be named this way? The name of any city is not chosen randomly. There must be a reason for such a name. The city gates opened, and the atmosphere became even more intense. It wasn't killing intent, but rather battle intent. The entire city was in a state of combat readiness, as if prepared for a great battle at any moment. As he entered the city and walked along the streets, Lin Moya noticed that there were no ordinary people in the city, only soldiers. The entire city resembled a massive military camp. It was a military city. The architecture of the city bore some resemblance to the city he had seen in the fingertip ruins, and even the divine city had some similarities. Lin Moya felt that the divine city was modeled after this Soul City. As he sensed the aura within Soul City, Lin Moyo felt increasingly uneasy. So, he quietly activated his undead vision. In an instant, he saw countless soul fires burning brightly. Lin Moyo was shocked. The soul fires he saw here were completely different from those he had seen before. Every building, every soldier, every cultivator in the city was a cluster of soul fire. They had no physical bodies, so everything seen by the naked eye was composed of soul fire. Especially the dark clouds enveloping the city, which were also filled with countless soul fires. They are all dead, only their souls remain. Previously, Xingping Supreme and Tian Supreme had only physical bodies, no souls. But here, there are only souls, no physical bodies. What exactly is going on? Lin Moyo was a bit confused and couldn't figure it out for a moment. At this time, several gazes fell upon him, and the Supreme beside him softly commanded, "Withdraw your gaze." Lin Moyo immediately retracted his undead vision, knowing he had been discovered. Fortunately, the other party only issued a warning and did not take direct action. The strength of this city exceeded his imagination. After entering the city, he had already seen more than 10 Supremes, patrolling the city with their teams. And he had only seen a small part of Soul City. There were many more areas he hadn't seen, and there would be even more Supremes. If a fight broke out, he wasn't confident in his current strength. Especially the dark clouds overhead, which gave Lin Moyo a strong sense of danger. After walking in the city for half a day, the group finally arrived in front of a pagoda. The pagoda seemed to have suddenly appeared. Lin Moyo hadn't seen it before. The pagoda soared into the sky, connecting with the dark clouds above. Lightning and thunder continuously struck the pagoda, which was also flashing with electric light. However, these lightning bolts gave Lin Moyo a sense of gloom. They are not dark lightning, they are void lightning. Lightning composed of void power. Sensing the void power, Lin Moyo was not surprised. With so many Supremes in Soul City, their city lord must be even stronger, at least a peak Supreme, possibly even a heavenly lord. For such an existence to use void power was not surprising. The group stopped in front of the pagoda, and the leading Supreme saluted the pagoda, reporting to the city lord, "The person has been brought." The pagoda hummed, and the door opened, accompanied by a voice, "You may leave." "Yes, sir." The leading Supreme did not hesitate and left immediately. Hearing the city lord's voice, Lin Moyo thought to himself, "It's a woman." The city lord's voice was that of a woman, carrying an air of authority, clearly someone who had been in a high position for a long time. The city lord's voice echoed in Lin Moyo's ears again, "Come in." Lin Moyo did not hesitate. Having come this far, how could he not go in? Moreover, he wanted to see whether the city lord was a peak Supreme or a heavenly lord. He walked into the pagoda with large strides. The interior was bright and exquisite, with a woman in battle armor sitting on a throne in the center. There was no need to say it, she was the city lord of Soul City. The city lord was valiant and formidable, her gaze as sharp as lightning, looking at Lin Moyo. In that instant, Lin Moyo felt that she was not a soul but a living, powerful being. There was no overwhelming pressure, but Lin Moyo could feel that if she wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be difficult. Lin Moyo saluted her. "Junior Lin Moyo greets the senior." Although she had long been dead, she was worthy of being called a senior. The city lord's voice was clear. "There are 2 reasons I allowed you to enter. First, you possess the Soul Sword Sect's Soul Execution Sword. The Soul Execution Sword is a heritage item of my sword sect. By obtaining it, you are considered a successor of my Soul Sword sect." Lin Moyo suddenly understood. No wonder it was called Soul City. The city lord was also from the Soul Sword sect, and because he possessed the Soul Execution Sword, she regarded him differently and allowed him to enter the city. Lin Moyo, with a hint of apology, said, "I am ashamed to say that since obtaining the Soul Execution Sword, I have not found a suitable candidate to continue the Soul Sword sect's heritage." Originally, he wanted to pass the Soul Sword sect's heritage to his sister, but her bloodline awakening was too powerful, even rejecting the heritage of the Heaven and Earth Sword sect, let alone the slightly weaker Soul Sword sect. Later, due to being too busy, he never had the time to find a suitable candidate to inherit the Soul Sword sect's heritage, and the matter was left unresolved. The city lord did not blame Lin Moyo. "No matter, as long as you have the intention to find one, you will naturally find it. The second reason is that you carry his aura. You should be the one he mentioned. But this still needs to be confirmed. You need to provide proof." Lin Moyo's heart skipped a beat. The city lord mentioned could only be the mysterious master. Could it be that this place was also a contingency plan set up by the mysterious master? If so, how many contingency plans had the mysterious master left behind? One after another, his ability to plan was truly terrifying. Thinking this, he asked, "What kind of proof does the senior need?" The city lord uttered 4 words, "The fire of world destruction." As expected, it is related to the mysterious master. Lin Moyo opened his palm, and a flame rose from his palm. The flame burned brightly, seemingly small but possessing immense power. As soon as the flame appeared, the entire space began to distort and deform, with constant screams echoing within. The entire Soul City was composed of souls, and souls had an instinctive fear of the fire of world destruction. The city lord snorted softly, and an invisible force swept across the city, instantly stabilizing it. Lin Moyo also withdrew the fire of world destruction. This was enough. He didn't really intend to burn them. Moreover, even if he detonated the fire of world destruction, it was uncertain whether it could burn them to death. The city lord said, as he said, "We didn't wait in vain for so long. Tell me, what is the situation outside? How is the development of the human race? Is the Black Blood Great World still there? What danger is the Great World facing this time?" The city lord's tone was somewhat relaxed, as if confirming Lin Moya's identity and knowing that the mysterious master's plan had not gone wrong. She began to inquire about the current situation of the great world. Having stayed in the ruins for so many years, she knew nothing about the outside world. Lin Moya roughly explained what he knew and also inquired about what had happened back then and why they had stayed until now in this manner. Chapter 2297. Chapter 2297, 2297. Chapter 2297, Battle Again After a Million Years. During their conversation, Lin Moya finally learned the identity of the other party. She was Mu Nanner, the daughter of the Soul Sword Sex Master and the former princess of the Soul Sword sect. When the ancient war broke out, the Soul Sword Sex Master led the entire sect to battle and fought until death, buried in a foreign land. The Soul Sword sect had no heavenly lord. The strongest was the sect master, who was a peak supreme, not far from becoming a heavenly lord. If the war had broken out 1,000 years later, he might have become a heavenly lord. Once he became a heavenly lord, he might not have died in battle. At that time, Mu Nanner was just an ordinary supreme. After her father's death, she inherited the position of sect master and led the remaining forces of the Soul Sword sect to continue fighting. Later, Mu Nanner reached the peak supreme level. Until the end of the war, she was severely injured in a battle and was on the verge of death. Mu Nanner was unwilling to accept this. She couldn't fight until the end and kill all the people of the Black Blood Great World. After Mu Nanner fell, the mysterious master appeared. The mysterious master restored Mu Nanner's soul, temporarily reviving her. With Mu Nanner's status at that time, she had only heard of the mysterious master and had never seen him. The mysterious master made a deal with her, giving her a magical treasure that could house souls, making the soul immortal and the body indestructible, almost eternally undead. But the drawback was that she would be trapped in the magical treasure and unable to leave. This magical treasure was a city, which Mu Nanner named Soul City. The mysterious master not only gave her Soul City but also a legion. This legion, like her, consisted of supremes and saint sovereigns who had died on the battlefield. The legion was housed in Soul City, becoming undead and immortal. She began to lead Soul City into battle. In the last years of the war, Soul City shone brightly, killing countless enemies. The existence of Soul City fulfilled the unfulfilled wishes of Mu Nanner and countless human warriors, allowing them to return to the battlefield, fearless of death. However, Mu Nanner also had to pay a price. After the war, she and Soul City fell into a deep sleep. She didn't know how long she would sleep. She only knew she had to complete the task given by the mysterious master and fulfill the deal. The mysterious master told her that someone would come here, carrying the Soul Sword Sex heritage and the fire of world destruction. He also said that in the future, there might be another great war that would require her to take action. She had been sleeping, and so had Soul City, with only some guard forces arranged on the outskirts. The Xingping Legion was the outermost guard, followed by Tian's Supreme. As long as someone passed these two barriers, Soul City would awaken. She had slept for a million years until Lin Moya appeared and came here. This reminded Lin Moya of Xiao Wu in the Yunwei sect. Xiao Wu had also slept for a million years, but the difference was that Mu Nanner knew she had slept for a long time, while Xiao Wu had no idea. This was the difference in their realms. Lin Moya understood the cause and effect, and Mu Nanner also learned about the events in the Great World during her sleep. She didn't expect that when she was injured, the Black Blood World had already launched the Black Blood Frenzy, resulting in mutual destruction with the Great World. She had never faced the Black Blood Frenzy directly at that time. The ones who dealt with it were the Heavenly Lords and the original Divine Beasts, and she did not participate. The battles after obtaining Soul City were already at the end of the war. She didn't know that later, the Great World's origin was injured, leading to a series of events. Now, hearing Lin Moya's account, she knew that the Black Blood Great World had been completely destroyed, but the Great World was about to face another disaster. The reason the mysterious master made a deal with her and left her this city was to let her deal with the upcoming disaster. Mu Nanner said, he even predicted things a million years later. Lin Moya had long felt the mysterious master's power and smiled. What were the legends about him back then? Mu Nanner said, legend has it that he was the strongest existence in the Great World, surpassing the Heavenly Lords, and was known as the person closest to becoming a Tao Lord. But he was elusive, and except for a few Heavenly Lords, no one had seen him. Even when I made a deal with him, I never saw his true face. Lin Moya was puzzled. Since he was so powerful, why didn't he directly crush the Black Blood Great World back then? Mu Nanner lightly tapped the throne. I don't know. Such a person's actions are beyond our prediction. The mysterious master's behavior puzzled Lin Moya. Since he was so powerful, he could have quickly crushed the Black Blood Great World. Why wait until the Great World was destroyed to make arrangements to save it? Perhaps, as Mu Nanner thought, without reaching that realm, one couldn't understand. Lin Moya didn't think further and asked, did he say anything else? Mu Nanner said, it was just a transaction between us. What else do you think he would say? In other words, they didn't talk much. Mu Nanner continued, he pulled me back from the brink of death, gave me Soul City, and allowed me to use it to fight in all directions. I will keep my promise and fight for the Great World again after a million years. Mu Nanner spoke resolutely, full of heroic spirit, with intense battle intent in her eyes. Lin Moya asked, how strong is Soul City? Mu Nanner did not hide. If Soul City is fully powered, it can contend with a Peak Supreme. If there is a Peak Supreme among the enemies, leave it to me. Lin Moya silently calculated, Mu Nanner can handle one Peak Supreme, and Xinglong can handle another. According to the current information, there might be only one Peak Supreme in the battle realm. As long as no new Peak Supreme appears in the next 1,000 years, our chances of winning are great. It seems the mysterious master also calculated the remaining power of the Great World and even predicted the encounter between the Great World and the Battle Realm. What a terrifying existence, but even he did not become a Dao Lord. It seems the path to becoming a Dao Lord is really difficult. Mu Nanar suddenly reached out, and a stone flew out from the pagoda. The stone quickly shrank, eventually becoming the size of a fist. Mu Nanar threw the shrunken stone to Lin Moyo. When the battle realm invades, I will come. Lin Moyo put away the stone and asked, Senior, I have something to ask you. Mu Nanar did not refuse, go ahead. Lin Moyo asked, I want to know if any heavenly lords died in that war. Mu Nanar thought for a moment, I heard some heavenly lords were seriously injured, but I don't know if they died. But in such a war, it's not impossible for a heavenly lord to die. Why do you ask? Lin Moyo said, if a heavenly lord did die, I want to find their remains. Mu Nanar sneered with a hint of disdain, your strength is good, considered a genius, but it's very difficult to obtain a heavenly lord's remains. Even when I was alive, it was very difficult to obtain a heavenly lord's remains. Lin Moyo said, Saint Talisman Heavenly Lord said something similar. I just want to try. If I can get a heavenly lord's remains, we might have full confidence in the battle against the battle realm. Chapter 2298. Chapter 2298, 2298. Chapter 2298, the one who might have died is the mighty heavenly lord. Mu Nanar indeed did not know where the remains of a heavenly lord might be. She wasn't even sure if any heavenly lords had died in the ancient war. She had only heard that one heavenly lord was severely injured. Combining the words of the Saint Talisman Heavenly Lord, Lin Moyo deduced that there should indeed be a heavenly lord who died in battle. In fact, whether Mu Nanar knew or not was not of great importance to Lin Moyo. He would search the remaining 4 ancient ruins one by one. Lin Moyo asked, Senior, do you know how many heavenly lords there were in the Great World back then, and what their names were? Mu Nanar answered without hesitation, there were 8 heavenly lords, Illusion Fog Heavenly Lord, Time Heavenly Lord, Space Heavenly Lord, Destiny Heavenly Lord, Saint Talisman Heavenly Lord, Soul Heavenly Lord, Divine Sword Heavenly Lord, and Mighty Heavenly Lord. She continued to recount what she knew. Although she had once died, her soul's revival left her memory intact. Even after 2 million years of slumber, she still remembered the past events clearly. Each heavenly lord's title represented the Tao they comprehended. Illusion Fog Heavenly Lord comprehended the Tao of causality, which was as elusive and intangible as fog. Time Heavenly Lord and Space Heavenly Lord comprehended the Taos of time and space, respectively. Their combat power was among the top among the heavenly lords. Destiny Heavenly Lord could see the river of destiny, peering into the past and future, and even forcibly altering someone's destiny. Saint Talisman Heavenly Lord had numerous methods, with runes that could change infinitely. His various techniques played a significant role in the battle against the Black Blood Great World. Soul Heavenly Lord was mysterious, and Mu Nanar knew little about him. He created the Starry Sky Spirit Clan and the Ghost Clan, and possibly the Starry Sky Demon God Clan, which vanished into the river of history. Divine Sword Heavenly Lord was the master of the Heaven and Earth Sword sect, the leader of all sword cultivators, and the foremost sword cultivator of his time. His sword was so sharp it could cut through time and space, even forcing Time Heavenly Lord and Space Heavenly Lord to retreat. Mighty Heavenly Lord followed the Tao of Strength, said to be able to crush all with a single punch. His straightforward personality meant he solved everything with a punch. During the Great War, the Heavenly Lord who was injured was Mighty Heavenly Lord. He was too confident and fell into a trap set by the Black Blood Great World, being besieged by several of their strong warriors. He fought many opponents, killing 2 but suffering severe injuries himself. Lin Moyo listened to Mu Nanar's recount and pondered, matching each Heavenly Lord. Illusion Fog Heavenly Lord and Saint Talisman Heavenly Lord had already left the Great World. Time Heavenly Lord and Space Heavenly Lord likely left as well. Destiny Heavenly Lord was captured by the mysterious master to see many future events and was not likely to be released easily. However, since the Great War had ended, Destiny Heavenly Lord probably did not die and later left. Soul Heavenly Lord was elusive and mysterious, creating several races. No one said a Heavenly Lord could only create one race, and each Heavenly Lord's path was different. Soul Heavenly Lord's path might have been creating beings, a path Saint Talisman Heavenly Lord once tried but failed. Divine Sword Heavenly Lord proved his Tao with the sword, focusing solely on sword cultivation. He likely left as well. If he had died, the Heaven and Earth Sword sect would have known. This left Mighty Heavenly Lord as the most likely to have died. Mu Nanar did not interrupt Lin Moyo's thoughts and only spoke when he came to his conclusion. What did you think of? Lin Moyo said, if a Heavenly Lord truly died, it should be Mighty Heavenly Lord. He explained his analysis, and Mu Nanar found it reasonable. Mu Nanar said, if Mighty Heavenly Lord truly died, it should be in the outer domain. In the Great War, Mighty Heavenly Lord always fought at the forefront. His battlefield was in the outer domain, and even if injured, he wouldn't have retreated. Lin Moyo nodded, thank you, Senior. I have one more request. Mu Nanar did not find Lin Moyo bothersome. Go ahead. Lin Moyo said, a dragon pearl fell into Soul City. Could you help me retrieve it? Mu Nanar said, let me see. She closed her eyes to search. As the master of Soul City, she controlled everything within it. Even a speck of dust could be found if she wished. Soon, Mu Nanar found it, got it. With a thought, space twisted, and the dragon pearl traversed space to fall into her hand. Mu Nanar examined the dragon pearl. Interesting. How did a dragon pearl end up in Soul City? Lin Moyo said, I don't know either. The fallen dragon had 5 dragon pearls in the Great World, 3 within the domain and 2 outside. I've already retrieved 2. This is the last one within the domain. As for the ones outside, finding them will depend on luck. Munanner casually tossed the dragon pearl to Lin Moyu. You've done well. Maintaining good relations with the dragon clan benefits both you and the great world. Lin Moyu asked, do you know why the dragon clan came to our great world? Munanner shook her head. I don't know. I never had direct contact with the dragon clan, only knowing they come from outside the world and are very powerful. Even heavenly lords must treat them with respect. Lin Moyu already knew this. I understand. At the boundary, space opened, and Lin Moyu flew out from the door. After identifying the direction, he opened the space door again and flew towards the area where the heavenly dragon was located. This trip was considered successful. Although he didn't find the remains of a heavenly lord, he retrieved the dragon pearl. Moreover, with Munanner's Soul City, they gained another top-tier combat power for the future battle against the Battle Realm. Munanner with Soul City had combat power comparable to a peak supreme, and the supremes within Soul City were undead, making them even stronger in some aspects. After exiting the space door, Lin Moyu was close to the area where the heavenly dragon was located. He keenly sensed several powerful auras near the heavenly dragon. These auras spread across the starry sky, covering billions of miles, overwhelmingly powerful. Supremes. Dragon Clan Supremes. What are they here for? Lin Moyu began drawing runes. This time, he drew the Void Concealment Rune, a higher level rune than the Concealment Rune, undetectable even by Supremes. The Void Concealment Rune required the power of Void, which ordinary Supremes couldn't draw. Although Lin Moyu was only a Saint Sovereign, he had mastered the power of Void, making drawing the Void Concealment Rune easy. In just half a minute, the Void Concealment Rune was completed and activated. Lin Moyu's form gradually became ethereal, completely disappearing into the starry sky. He felt as if he wasn't hiding in the starry sky but had become the starry sky itself. In this state, no one could detect him. Chapter 2299. Chapter 2299, 2299. Chapter 2299, 3 Dragon Pearls, 3 Matters. The advantage of the Void Concealment Rune is its ability to turn invisible, but the downside is that in this state, speed is greatly reduced, and the laws of space cannot be utilized. Lin Moyu spent quite some time before he reached the vicinity of the Heavenly Dragon. The Heavenly Dragon was speaking with a supreme-level Divine Dragon, while Xingguang stood silently to the side. The hierarchy was clear at a glance. After retrieving 2 Dragon Pearls and recovering over the years, the Heavenly Dragon had regained his supreme-level cultivation. Even if he hadn't, the Heavenly Dragon, being a Divine Dragon, still held a higher status than Xingguang. Xingguang was currently still a Holy Dragon, though his transformation was nearly complete, he was still a bit short. The Dragon Clan has a strict hierarchy, and even a slight difference is significant. To put it bluntly, Xingguang didn't even have the right to converse with the Heavenly Dragon. Previously, Xingguang had the right to speak with the Heavenly Dragon only because he was conveying messages from the elders. This time, it was clear that an elder had come in person, and Xingguang could only listen obediently. Heavenly Dragon, stop being stubborn and come back with me. The supreme-level Divine Dragon's voice was deep and slightly impatient. The Heavenly Dragon chuckled. I said I wouldn't go back. You left me here back then, took my Dragon Pearls, and now you want me to go back easily? No way. Big brother, tell those old guys that even if I decide to return one day, it won't be like this. Lin Moyu then realized that the visiting dragon was the Heavenly Dragon's elder brother. The Heavenly Dragon's elder brother growled, and his dragon roar echoed through the starry sky. Then how do you want to return? The elders have said they will overlook your past actions and compensate you with Dragon Pearls. This world will be destroyed in 1,000 years, and your Dragon Pearls will appear by then. You know the elders' abilities, they can help you retrieve them. The Heavenly Dragon also roared with laughter. No need, I'll find my Dragon Pearls myself. The elders don't need to bother. Besides, those old guys should take care of themselves. They probably won't live much longer. The Heavenly Dragon's elder brother panted and roared. Do you know what you're saying? The Heavenly Dragon laughed. Am I talking nonsense? Don't the elders know? The Crown Prince is about to emerge. When he does, what will become of the Dragon Clan? Do you think those elders can sit still? Let me tell you, not only those old guys but even their descendants will be bled and have their souls extracted. Big brother, since you're my brother, let me give you some advice. Choose your side wisely. If you choose wrong, I won't be able to protect you. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. The Crown Prince. Could the Crown Prince mentioned by the Heavenly Dragon be Antares? Is Antares the Crown Prince of the Dragon Clan? Why was he trapped in a small world? What exactly happened? It seems Antares has a grudge against the Dragon Clan elders. He recalled Antares once saying that when he emerged, he wanted Lin Moyu to accompany him to slaughter the Dragon Clan, staining the sky with dragon blood. At that time, Antares also told him not to be too weak and not to embarrass him. Now it seemed that he was indeed too weak. In Antares' eyes, strength probably wasn't just being a Saint Sovereign or a Supreme but at least a Heavenly Sovereign. The Heavenly Dragon was a Supreme, his brother was also a Supreme, and the elders were even stronger, likely Heavenly Sovereigns. For Antares to kill them, he would need at least Heavenly Sovereign level combat power. Lin Moyu realized he had stumbled upon a significant matter. After hearing the Heavenly Dragon's words, his elder brother fell silent. Xingguang, standing to the side, was even more silent and seemed to be trembling. His dragon scales were shaking rapidly, though it was unclear what he was thinking. The reactions of the 2 dragons undoubtedly told Lin Moyu that Antares was terrifying, and they didn't dare provoke him. The Heavenly Dragon suddenly laughed. Big brother, are you scared? Actually, you don't need to be. You weren't involved in what happened back then. The ones who should be afraid are the elders. they have indeed lived long enough, but what about their descendants? The elders probably didn't expect retribution to come so quickly. The time flow in this world is 1,000 times faster than in the Sea of Realms. 1,000 years here is just 1 year in the Dragon Clan. The elders have enjoyed themselves for a few years, but retribution is coming soon. The heavenly dragon's laughter grew more maniacal, while his elder brother grew more silent. His elder brother left amidst the laughter, taking Xinguang with him. After they left, the heavenly dragon suddenly spoke, "Lin boy, come out." Lin Moya was startled. He had been discovered. Even the heavenly dragon's elder brother hadn't noticed him, but the heavenly dragon had. This indicated that the heavenly dragon was stronger than his elder brother, and by a significant margin. Lin Moya dispelled the void concealment rune and appeared before the heavenly dragon. Lin Moya greets the senior. The heavenly dragon was about to say something when his eyes lit up, a dragon pearl. Lin Moya took out the dragon pearl, silencing the heavenly dragon. With the dragon pearl in hand, the heavenly dragon wouldn't say anything more. Indeed, the heavenly dragon didn't mention Lin Moya eavesdropping and even looked at him more kindly. Lin boy, not bad, not bad. Let's forget about the eavesdropping, but don't ask about it. Even if you ask, I won't tell you. Lin Moya understood this well, smiled slightly, and tossed the dragon pearl to the heavenly dragon. After absorbing the third dragon pearl, the heavenly dragon let out a series of dragon roars, and his aura rapidly increased. Lin Moya felt that his aura was already comparable to those powerful supremes. If he could retrieve the remaining 2 dragon pearls, Lin Moya couldn't help but ask, "Were you a heavenly sovereign before?" The heavenly dragon laughed heartily. "I wasn't before, but I will be in the future." Lin Moya didn't understand what he meant, but it wasn't important. He wasn't here for that. He said, "Can you fulfill your previous promise now?" The heavenly dragon laughed, "Of course, no problem. Isn't it just some starry sky beasts? Take them, all of them, and I promised to help you once. Isn't it just those guys from the battle realm? Let them come, I'll kill them with a single breath." He boasted, but Lin Moya didn't argue. As long as he was willing to help when the time came, that was enough. With the Dragon Clan's secret techniques, the heavenly dragon could at least hold off a peak supreme. The heavenly dragon gave Lin Moya a dragon scale, which he could activate to summon the heavenly dragon. Lin Moya had retrieved 3 dragon pearls, in exchange for 3 matters. First, to seal off the boundary. Second, to help him once. Third, to give him all the starry sky beasts in the boundary that were not native to the great world. The bone hell had long been starving. Although these starry sky beasts didn't have much karma with the great world, they had some. Clearing them out would be a good deed for the great world and also feed the bone hell. The heavenly dragon let out a series of dragon roars, turning into soul sounds that spread throughout the boundary. Lin Moya didn't know how he did it, but at least he couldn't. It could only be said that the Dragon Clan's secret techniques were too mysterious to understand. A day later, the heavenly dragon spoke again. "All right, all the starry sky beasts not native to the great world have left the boundary. You can go kill them." Lin Moya nodded, "Thank you." The bone hell appeared and flew into the depths of the starry sky, leaving no living creature in its wake. Chapter 2300. Chapter 2300, 2300. Chapter 2300, The Divine Path is the true wound of the great world. After Lin Moya ascended to the Saint Sovereign level and the bone hell merged with the rule world, it grew stronger. Its essence remained unchanged, its combat power slightly enhanced, and its range expanded from 0.2 light-years to 0.3 light-years. The bone hell is a self-contained system. Its essence still requires the devouring of living beings to become stronger. Realm advancement has little effect on it. The bone hell transformed into a thin mist, sweeping back and forth across the boundary. The starry sky beasts had no time to react before being devoured by the bone hell. Whether they were divine sovereigns or bien, the result was the same. They all ended up as nourishment for the bone hell. The boundary is vast, and cleaning it up is not a task that can be completed overnight. Lin Moya was not in a hurry, knowing that this matter could not be rushed. He planned to spend several decades dedicated to cleaning up the boundary. At this time, outside the human star domain, the 4 dark voids were also being purified. Suanmu was very busy, working tirelessly. After the Great War, the resources obtained by the human race from those planets also needed time to be transformed into planets suitable for human habitation. It seemed that everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Lin Moya stood in the void of the boundary, clearly feeling the heavenly dragon's aura growing stronger day by day. After obtaining the 3rd dragon pearl, his strength entered another recovery phase. Once the dragon pearl was fully absorbed, he would likely be not far from the peak supreme level. Lin Moya began to understand what the heavenly dragon meant when he said, "I wasn't a heavenly sovereign before, but I will be in the future." When he came to the great world and his dragon pearls were taken, he was not a heavenly sovereign, perhaps at the peak supreme level at that time. The loss of the dragon pearls caused his strength to plummet, but he had also been cultivating over the years, and his strength had increased. Once all the dragon pearls were retrieved, his strength could surpass his former self and truly step into the heavenly sovereign level. Breaking and then establishing, this refers to the heavenly dragon. By analogy, it was not difficult to imagine Antares' strength. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed, and a large area of the boundary was finally cleared. The great world had once plundered various worlds, gathering starry sky beasts from all over. Most of them were in the boundary. Over the past 10 years, the bone hell had devoured countless starry sky beasts. Through devouring, the bone hell gradually grew stronger, with the most direct change being its range. In 10 years, the diameter of the bone hell increased from 0.3 light-years to 0.6 light-years. With the diameter doubling, the covered range increased several times. The larger area also sped up the cleaning process. Lynn Moya roughly estimated that if the bone hell could continue to grow at this rate, the cleaning speed would also increase accordingly. In another 20 years, the boundary could be completely cleaned. A faint light appeared from afar, arriving in front of Lynn Moya in an instant. The light turned into a flying sword talisman, bringing the latest news from the human race. Lin Moyo had an agreement with the human emperor that any changes within the human race would be reported to him immediately. Every few years, a flying sword talisman would bring news. Lin Moyo read the message and smiled slightly. 3 of the 4 dark voids had been purified, and Suunmu was purifying the last one. Suunmu's purification was not just simple purification, it also cleared out the starry sky beasts in the dark void. Those starry sky beasts had been polluted by the dark void for many years and were deemed unnecessary by Suunmu. As a primordial divine beast, everything was considered for the great world, and all non-native creatures were viewed as enemies. Primordial divine beasts, though intelligent, also had innate instincts. Sometimes, their wisdom couldn't override their instincts, which was their flaw. Lin Moya sighed inwardly. The traces of the ancient war are gradually being erased. History will eventually be lost to time, becoming hard to discover. I hope the great world's timeline can continue without interruption. He looked into the distance, seeing the broken and shattered divine paths. These were the true scars of the great world, difficult to erase. I hope one day I can heal these wounds without leaving scars. Lin Moya muttered to himself, turning to continue cleaning the boundary. Another 10 years passed, and Lin Moya received news that the last dark void had been purified, erasing all traces of the black blood great world from the great world. According to the flying sword talisman, Suunmu had let out an extremely excited roar that echoed for 3 days and nights, heard by most of the human race. Then Suunmu transformed into a stream of light and disappeared without a trace. Judging by the direction, it seemed to have gone to the outer domain. At this time, Suzaku and White Tiger were also in the outer domain. With Suunmu, 3 of the 4 primordial divine beasts had gone to the outer domain, leaving only Qinglong still asleep. Lin Moya knew they were searching for primordial power in the outer domain. During the ancient war, the great world's primordial power was damaged, with some fragments scattered into the outer domain. Moreover, the outer domain not only had fragments of the great world's primordial power but might also contain things from the Sea of Realms. Although the probability was low, they intended to search thoroughly, hoping to find something. Lin Moya planned to go to the outer domain after cleaning the boundary. He had obtained some information from Munanar, learning about the place where the mighty heavenly sovereign had fought, which happened to be an ancient ruin named Fragmented Destruction. If the mighty heavenly sovereign had indeed fallen, it was likely there. The bone hell continued to grow, its diameter reaching 0.8 light-years. Lin Moya felt that when the diameter reached 1 light-year, it would be time for the bone hell to transform and ascend. At that time, the bone hell would reach the saint sovereign level, and its power would increase significantly. Years passed, and in the next 10 years, there were no more flying sword talismans from the human race. This indicated that everything was normal within the human race, with no significant events occurring. No news was the best news, allowing Lin Moya to focus on his tasks. 10 years later, the starry sky beasts in the boundary were finally cleared. The bone hell's diameter had reached 1 light-year, covering a vast star field. However, it had not ascended and remained at the Bien level. The hellish spirits within the bone hell still numbered in the billions, with no increase. Lin Moya could sense that the bone hell had reached a bottleneck, just a step away from ascending. But this step was crucial, preventing the bone hell from truly ascending. Lin Moya pondered, it should be lacking primordial power. The bone hell was a self-contained system, different from other techniques. Previously, he had integrated the power of void into the bone hell, enhancing its essence and causing a qualitative change. The bone hell's strength had far exceeded expectations. Being invincible within the same realm was not just an empty boast. No Bien-level technique could trap and kill a half-step supreme, but the bone hell could. However, the stronger the technique, the stronger the bottleneck, making ascension extremely difficult. Lin Moya felt that the bone hell might need a source of primordial power to ascend. Primordial power wasn't something easily obtained. Lin Moya tried to communicate with the divine cauldron, hoping it could provide some primordial power, but the cauldron remained unresponsive. He had no way to deal with this treasure. Over the years, he had tried many methods to communicate with the divine cauldron, but none had worked. The divine cauldron resided in his soul but was beyond his control, leaving Lin Moya feeling helpless. Just as Lin Moya felt helpless, the heavenly dragon's voice sounded in his ear, "Come over here." Guys, this novel is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please support me via Patreon or consider buying a novel from our collection.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.